Brother, do you think we'll find food today? The girl, clad in tattered and oversized clothing, her face streaked with dirt, inquired of the young man beside her. The young man, slender and standing at approximately 175 centimeters, bore smudges on his face that could not conceal his youthful handsomeness. Judging by his appearance, he could not be more than 20 years old. Such charm would likely attract many admirers in a university setting. Yet, regrettably, in the present society, physical allure has become inconsequential. Why is that? The answer is simple. We are in the apocalypse, a world overrun by zombies, where skeletal remains litter the ground. If attractiveness could procure sustenance, the young man would gladly embrace the guise of an ugly creature. Casting a sidelong glance at the girl, who stood significantly shorter than him, he involuntarily sighed and gazed up at the crimson sky above. Alas, who knows? His words, tinged with a sense of desperation, sounded almost like a plea or a lament. If the goddess of fortune truly exists, I can only hope she might cast her gaze upon us just once. Sensing the shift in his mood, the girl reached out to grasp his arm, attempting to soothe his troubled spirit. Unbeknownst to her, the dim glimmer in her eyes had already been noticed by the young man beside her. With a forced smile, he turned to pat the girl's head, intending to reassure her that he was fine. Just then, the girl suddenly gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as her gaze fixated on a certain direction, rendering her utterly motionless. The young man felt an ominous sensation, suspecting a zombie attack, and promptly raised his other hand, swiftly brandishing a sharp dagger behind him. Simultaneously, he pulled the girl into his embrace, exerting force in his legs to retreat rapidly. After distancing himself by approximately 5 or 6 paces, he shielded the girl behind him and turned around, dagger in hand, with remarkable speed. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, revealing the young man's considerable experience in dealing with such unexpected situations, as well as his remarkable reflexes. However, upon turning around to find nothing but emptiness, a question mark appeared above his head. He felt an urge to express his frustration. "Hey, why are you shouting without reason? You nearly scared me to death." The girl, oblivious to the slight exasperation on the young man's face, grasped his arm and suddenly dashed forward. "Xiaonan, what's going on? Where are you taking me?" Though the young man verbally expressed his confusion, he allowed himself to be led by her. "Over there. Something has fallen from the sky. It must be a gift from the goddess of fortune. Hurry, brother, let's go." As she tugged at his arm, she urged him onward. "All right, he'll run faster then. But please, let go of me, you might trip," he responded, though his gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Even in this district inhabited by survivors, the possibility of encountering zombies loomed, necessitating caution. Moreover, in the apocalypse, there are numerous situations that pose greater danger than encountering zombies. Regardless of the circumstance, they are all scenarios that the youth wishes to avoid. The two ran swiftly, and when they finally halted, the young man estimated they had covered about 100 meters. As he scanned the surroundings, he opened his mouth to inquire, but the words faltered on his lips, for he had likely caught sight of the gift from the goddess of fortune that his sister had mentioned. Amidst the ruins, a frail young girl clad in a black robe lay motionless on the ground, her face obscured. The reason he could discern her gender despite not seeing her face was simple: she was lying face down. Beneath the robe, a pair of delicate, fair legs were exposed to the air, a clear indication of her youthful identity. He gave a gentle pat to his dazed head, feeling an overwhelming urge to remark, "This is not a place for slumber." What should he do upon discovering his latent talent for sarcasm? The youth pondered as he shielded his sister behind him, gripping a dagger, and cautiously approached the girl on the ground. Although she appeared lifeless, the absence of the pallor typically associated with the deceased prompted him to investigate further. "Hey, the girl lying there, are you all right? Do you need assistance?" he called out, positioning himself a safe distance away from her. While the offer of help was a pretense, his true intention was to scour her for supplies. After waiting for a while, noticing that the other party remained completely still, the young man crouched down and picked up a small stone from the ground. He took aim briefly and then hurled the stone with a swift motion. It traveled through a perfect arc, striking the girl squarely on the head. Although he hadn't exerted much force, he also didn't deliberately lessen it therefore. Under normal circumstances, one would expect a sound to be emitted upon such an impact. However, Observing her response, it was evident that she seemed entirely unconscious. Instructing the girl to wait behind, he took a few steps forward and, after a series of cautious tests, he ultimately confirmed that this young woman was indeed lifeless or perhaps in a deep stupor. "Ah, there's still a breath, she is not dead," he remarked. After turning her over and checking her breathing, the young man found himself at an impasse. After some internal deliberation, he finally turned and beckoned to his sister behind him. "Xiaonan, come over and lend a hand to carry her back." "I'm coming," she responded promptly, rushing towards him at the sound of her brother's call. Gazing down at the fair-skinned, beautiful girl, he could not help but let out a sigh, subsequently gesturing with his hands in front of his chest. "Damn it, my wretched compassion is acting up again. I shall consider it a virtuous deed. May Lady Luck bless us. Amen." Chapter 2. Su Yi, blood of the commoner must end with the sword. With fervor echoing the impassioned lines she had encountered online, Su Yi raised her hand, poised to enact a sword-swinging motion. Little did she know, the instant she extended her arm, an excruciating pain surged from her fingertips, piercing her fragile spirit. "Ouch, it hurts. It's unbearable." In an instant, her previously blurred vision sharpened, and she sprang from the bed as if electrified. Almost immediately, she crouched down, cradling her right hand protectively in front of her, gently blowing on it as if to soothe the pain. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure, glancing at a strange little dent that had inexplicably appeared on the wall. Turning her gaze around the unfamiliar surroundings, beads of sweat formed on her brow. "Have I been kidnapped? But why? I am an orphan, with no car, no house, no background, no lineage. I merely indulge in trivial web novels and mediocre anime, while struggling daily to earn a meager living. I possess little more than a semblance of beauty. What reason could there be to abduct me?" Collapsing onto the bed in despair, she cried out in anguish. Just then, a sound of a door creaking open resonated from outside. In an instant, Su Ye regained her composure, silencing her cries. Without a moment to ponder how her hearing had become so acute, she swiftly rolled off the bed, her gaze darting around the room in search of answers. The sound of the door opening likely originated from the main entrance of the living room, while she found herself in what appeared to be either a master or secondary bedroom. As she traversed from the entrance to this location, a brief moment was all she needed to locate a weapon and execute her counterattack strategy. I have dubbed this plan Chapter 10086, Escape from the Enclosed Room. Murmuring softly to herself, Su Yi soon discovered the item she sought, a somewhat antiquated baseball bat, resting in the corner beside a cabinet, stained with traces of dried blood. One could only wonder which unfortunate souls had suffered a blow from this implement. Such an encounter would surely be no pleasant experience. Suppressing her internal musings, Su Yi raised the bat high above her head and positioned herself at the threshold of the door. All that remained was to patiently await her quarry's arrival. The moment the door swung open, the bat would descend forcefully upon her adversary's forehead, demonstrating the true essence of a killer. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed. Accompanied by a murmur of conversation and the sound of footsteps, Su Yi could distinctly sense that her foes were just beyond the door, likely on the verge of entering. Could there be two enemies? Though it posed a challenge, victory was within her grasp. They were coming. The moment had arrived. "Open up, EX curry stick." As the door creaked open, Su Yi's bat swung forward with precision. Upon glimpsing the two figures beyond the threshold, she swiftly devised a tactical plan in her mind. First, she would deliver a powerful strike to incapacitate the young male assailant in front of her, followed by a graceful sweep to take down the female assailant behind him, concluding with a decisive blow to both of the downed adversaries. If all goes as expected, she would achieve a perfect happy ending. Of course, this is contingent upon the absence of any unforeseen events. Just before their encounter, the young man swiftly dodged backward, evading the attack, while simultaneously thrusting a gleaming dagger towards Su Ye's face. In a moment of quick reflex, Su Ye crouched down to evade the dagger, her entire form collapsing onto the ground. "Spare me, dear brother. I merely erred in my actions, not in my intentions. There is no need for such lethal measures. Although I am unaware of your motivations for targeting me, should you grant me the gift of life, I promise to repay your kindness once I have achieved success in the future." Without a hint of hesitation, pleas for mercy and surrender tumbled from Su Ye's lips. This left the young man, who was poised to continue his assault, momentarily stunned. "Not to mention your abstract musings, weren't you the one who initiated this confrontation? It feels as though we have abducted you." Before the young man could articulate a response, his sister, who had been standing behind him, approached his side. With a look of confusion and surprise on her brother's face, the girl began to explain to Suyeye. Dear sister, please do not worry, we are not villains. Oh, how rude of me not to introduce myself. My name is Ji Zinan, and I am 15 years old. I hope we can coexist harmoniously. Although somewhat bewildered by the situation, the politely inclined Suyeye, as she perceived herself, promptly introduced herself to the two. Well, the truth is, she is merely afraid that if she does not respond, the young man behind Ji Zinan will come at her with a knife. My name is Suyeye, 18 years old, an ordinary girl who has dropped out of school and is merely idling away at home. By the way, my savings amount to only a mere 3-digit figure. After briefly introducing herself in a few simple sentences, she deliberately emphasized the last statement. Once Suyeye finished speaking, their eyes instinctively turned to the only young man who had remained silent. Upon feeling their simultaneous gaze, a look of incredulity crossed his previously indifferent face. Ultimately, under the pressure of his sister's stare, he reluctantly spoke up. My name is Ji Huaibei. Chapter 3. Stay behind after a friendly exchange. The three had come to know one another. Suyeye finally grasped the situation at hand. It appeared she had traversed into another realm, one engulfed in apocalyptic chaos. For reasons unknown, she had fainted on a street littered with debris. The very siblings who saved her were the Ji family siblings, Ji Zinan and Ji Huaibei. So, what you are implying is that you have lost your memory. Ji Huaibei regarded Suyeye with a skeptical expression, his tone decidedly unkind. Suyeye shrugged, feigning innocence as she explained. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I have no recollection of how I ended up there or what I was doing just before I fainted. Despite the explanation provided by Suyeye, the skepticism etched on Ji Huaibei's face remained unabated. Yet, Suyeye's demeanor did not suggest any deceit, in a certain sense. Her words were indeed truthful. She merely concealed the fact that she was a traveler from another realm. Ji Huaibei disowned the truth. For how could there be flaws in a statement of honesty? Ultimately, he decided against further inquiry, concluding that the veracity of the matter held no significance for him. The fact that he had managed to bring her back and allow her to stay for 2 days was already an act of considerable benevolence on his part. He chose to refrain from further discussion, urging her to leave quickly. Ji Huaibei had already thrust his hands into his pockets, clearly preparing to draw a weapon to expedite her departure. However, before he could finish his sentence, the door behind him swung open, and Ji Zinan rushed in with great urgency. She positioned herself in front of Ji Huaibei and implored him, Brother, please do not harm Sister Su. She is a good person. You must not drive her away. This scene left Suyeye utterly bewildered. But dear sister, we have only just met. One might mistakenly believe that we are sisters, while the one over there is the outsider, she mused internally. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Huaibei's mind was equally clouded with confusion. An overwhelming tide of questions and uncertainty flooded his thoughts. What perplexed him was not merely that his sister was advocating for an outsider, but rather why his sister, who had consistently shunned social interaction and remained silent towards others, was now so invested in the well-being of this stranger, displaying an unexpected warmth and kindness. It is important to note that the bond between Ji Zinan and him has been cultivated over several years. However, what transpired in this moment is quite perplexing. Before either could fully comprehend the situation, Ji Zinan spoke up once more, simply calling out, Brother. This time, it was just a single word. Ji Huaibei finally emerged from her daze. She gazed at her younger sister and then glanced at the still bewildered Suyeye. After a few moments of contemplation, she let out a resigned sigh and said, I understand. I will allow her to stay, but... Ji Huaibei's expression sharpened once again as she fixed her gaze on Suyeye, speaking with an undeniable authority. Having an additional person means consuming more resources. Our family supplies are already dwindling, so I can only offer you shelter. If you desire food, you must seek it out yourself. Having regained her composure, Suyeye nodded in agreement without hesitation upon hearing Ji Huaibei's words. Of course, I would never touch a single thread belonging to the community. Having a place to stay is already a stroke of fortune, and I am immensely grateful, Brother Jizi. It is worth mentioning that she is currently a destitute girl without the strength to fend for herself. Being cast out onto the streets would likely mean she could not survive the night, given that someone has provided her with safe shelter. She could hardly contain her happiness and dared not voice any further demands. Ji Huaibei chose not to respond to Suyeye any longer, giving a cold snort before leaving the room. Thus, only Suyeye and Ji Zinan remained in the space. They exchanged glances and could not help but smile. Xiaonan, I am truly grateful to you. By the way, may I call you that? It feels cumbersome to use your full name. Suyeye sighed in relief. settling onto the bed as a wave of comfort washed over her. She had not forgotten to express her gratitude to Ji Zinan. Suddenly, Ji Zinan bowed her head, rummaging through her small bag while responding, "Of course, Sister Su Yeye. I have a piece of bread here. Would you like to have it?" As Su Yeye beheld the dark loaf that the young girl retrieved from her bag, tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. No. No. Please keep the bread. I am not hungry. Just call me Yeyejia." Despite having gone 2 days without food, she was resolute in her refusal to accept the bread. It felt inappropriate to consume someone else's provisions, especially when they were scarce. "Very well, Yeyejia. If you need anything else, please do not hesitate to let me know. I shall go find my brother now. Goodbye." The young girl tucked the bread back into her bag, waved her hand, and departed with those parting words. This left Su Yeye, who had intended to inquire why the girl was so kind to her, speechless. Watching her vanish from sight, she finally allowed herself to relax, reclining fully on the bed. What a wonderful girl. One can only wonder whom she will benefit in the future. Oh, I almost forgot. This place seems to be in the midst of an apocalypse. Chapter 4. Dragon, Dream. White Dragon, are we truly going out? The sun outside appears to be quite harsh. Observing Ji Huaibei as he helped Ji Zinan prepare, Su Yeye inquired with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. She had only just reclined on the bed for a moment when she was informed that they were to immediately venture out in search of supplies. However, it struck her that Ji Zinan possessed such striking beauty. Previously, she had been unable to discern it due to the mud smeared across the other's face. Yet, once Ji Zinan wiped her face clean, Su Yeye was instantly captivated by her remarkable features. It would be wise to refrain from washing it off during daylight hours. Otherwise, it could lead to unwanted attention. As Ji Huaibei diligently reapplied mud on Ji Zinan's face, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Yeye and remarked in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, "Hurry up. Stop with the unnecessary chatter." Naturally, he could not leave Su Yeye alone at home. It was not only for his and his sister's sake, but also for her safety. However, he deemed it prudent not to voice the latter concern. "Oh," Su Yeye replied, pursing her lips and refraining from further objections. Observing her response, Ji Huaibei chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Ji Zinan, sitting upright on a small chair, eagerly began to elucidate to Su Yeye. "It's because there are fewer zombies during the day, so if we are to go out, it's best to do so while it's still light." Upon hearing this, Su Yeye immediately recalled a common trope in novels regarding zombies, namely, their aversion to sunlight. Nodding in understanding, she chose not to linger on the topic. Instead, she posed a somewhat peculiar question. "By the way, are you familiar with dragons?" Upon hearing this question, both Ji Zinan and Ji Huaibei were momentarily taken aback, uncertain as to why Su Yeye had suddenly posed it. Ji Huaibei cast a sidelong glance at her, seemingly disinclined to speak. Su Yeye's gaze settled upon Ji Zinan, who promptly responded to her inquiry. "Dragons? If you mean those creatures that soar through the sky, I suppose I am aware of them. I encountered them in comic books during my childhood." Ji Zinan held his head, appearing to strain his memory. Upon hearing this reply, a contemplative expression surfaced on Su Yeye's face, revealing her dissatisfaction with the answer. "What I mean is, do beings resembling dragons exist in this world? Creatures larger than airplanes, with wings, entirely white bodies, and crimson eyes." Su Yeye earnestly elucidated to the two, her wine-red eyes shimmering with an unusual intensity, clearly eager for an answer. However, upon noticing the perplexed expression on Ji Zinan's face, her spirits inevitably waned, as it was evident she had already grasped the answer. Witnessing Su Yeye's demeanor, Ji Zinan felt a surge of awkwardness, yet he remained at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Ji Huaibei who shattered the silence. His gaze peculiar as it rested on Su Yeye's countenance, his tone laced with confusion. "Did you not suffer from amnesia? How can you still recall such things?" Su Yeye lowered her head, lost in thought, and after a moment, she slowly parted her lips to respond. "It was but a dream, just moments ago. As I inadvertently drifted into slumber while lying in bed, and therein I beheld a vision." Su Yeye glanced at Ji Zinan and Ji Huaibei, and then continued her tale. "In my dream, I encountered a dragon, precisely the white dragon I had just described to you. At that moment, I found myself seated upon her back. The sensation was extraordinary, indescribable, yet overwhelmingly vivid. As Ji Zinan, engrossed in the narrative, noticed Su Yeye's sudden silence, he could not help but urge her, and then, what happened next?" Su Yeye waved her hand, her expression tinged with exasperation. "Then I awoke, oh, and it was your brother who roused me." As she spoke, She discreetly made a face at Ji Huaibei, expressing her discontent. To her surprise, Ji Huaibei merely observed this scene without any reaction. He gently patted his younger sister's head, his face radiating affection, and without turning around, he inquired of Su Yiye, "Are you a dragon?" Su Yiye was momentarily taken aback, mirroring Ji Huaibei's earlier bewilderment, and replied with a tone of incredulity, "How could that be? Shouldn't you listen to what you're saying? I am a living, breathing human. How could I possibly be a dragon?" Suddenly, Ji Huaibei chuckled, turning to face Su Yiye once more, his expression reverting to its former demeanor. "Since you are not a dragon, then the dragon of your dream bears no connection to you. So why concern yourself with its nature? Rather than indulging in such thoughts, it would be more prudent to prepare yourself promptly. We are about to depart. Indeed, perhaps I should smear some mud on your face." Su Yiye gazed at the other person, who looked at her as if she were a fool, feeling a surge of indignation. How infuriating. Once I attain success, I shall pour an entire box of bread upon your head, she thought bitterly to herself. Chapter 5. Outing no need. Oh well, perhaps just a little. After a moment of internal conflict, Su Yiye resolved to apply a bit of mud to her face. She could somewhat deduce the reason behind Ji Zinen's actions, certainly to conceal her own beauty, for despite her tender age, this young girl possessed extraordinary looks. Even without any cosmetics, she exuded the charm of a child star. In a post-apocalyptic world, a flower-bud-like girl such as Ji Zinen was considered more precious than gold in the eyes of those starving men. Thus, every time before going out, Ji Huaibei took special care to adorn his sister. Initially, Su Yiye had no desire to smear such substance on her face. After all, what sane person would relish such a sensation? Yet, considering her own appearance, she ultimately acquiesced. Not to boast, but her beauty was indeed of a superior caliber among her peers. In her previous life, had she sought a wealthy patron, suitors would have been plentiful. However, regrettably, she held no interest in romance and was indifferent to men. After a meticulous adornment, Su Yiye stood before the mirror, and through the reflection, she beheld her current visage, neither fully human nor entirely ghostly. Anyone who laid eyes upon her in such a state would hardly believe that she was once a beautiful maiden. Everything is ruined, utterly destroyed. Su Yiye caressed the silver strands at her temples, her face etched with sorrow. It is time to depart. Casting a glance at the sky, Ji Huaibei called out to the two while shouldering a camouflage hiking backpack. In his hand, he held a dagger, the very one he had gripped earlier. He did not forget to remind Su Yiye to select a suitable weapon for herself. Heeding his advice, she meandered through the room and ultimately picked up a baseball bat that lay beside the bed. Though wooden, it would suffice for dispatching zombies. A powerful strike to the head would eliminate the threat, as Ji Zinen had informed her. The trio now traversed the periphery of the street, advancing cautiously. Ji Huaibei, dagger in hand, led the way, pausing intermittently to survey the surroundings, ensuring their safety before proceeding. His demeanor was remarkably vigilant. Meanwhile, Ji Zinen and Su Yiye walked side by side behind him. With the baseball bat raised, Su Yiye listened attentively to Ji Zinen as he imparted knowledge about the undead, which eased her anxiety somewhat. Indeed, with preparation comes the confidence to face unforeseen adversaries. Understanding how to confront the zombies provided her with a sense of relief. Yet when she finally beheld one, a gasp escaped her lips. The creature before her, with its decaying skin and grotesque features, stood across the street, arms raised, emitting a peculiar, chilling wail. A viscous green liquid cascaded from the other person's mouth, dripping onto the ground. As Su Yiye absorbed the details with surprising clarity, she was taken aback by her suddenly acute vision, only to be engulfed by a wave of nausea. Had she not been on an empty stomach, she was certain she would have expelled the remnants of her previous meal. "Let us take a detour. There is no need to waste time here," whispered Ji Huaibei. Casting a glance at the few zombies standing across the street, he promptly led the two companions into a nearby alley. His tone suggested that these seemingly terrifying zombies were merely trivial adversaries to him, which bolstered Su Yiye's courage. As long as she had someone to rely on, she need not constantly fret over her own capabilities. The trio continued onward, with Su Yiye uncertain of their destination. It was only through Ji Zinen's explanation that she understood Ji Huaibei intended to venture outside the city in search of supplies. Upon inquiry, she discovered that the city center housed something known as the Survivor Base. However, due to the exorbitant costs of residing there, the Ji siblings could not afford to live in such a place and were compelled to remain in their former home. Fortuitously, the presence of the base had resulted in the clearing of most zombies within the city, rendering the number of visible zombies rather limited. With fewer zombies around, it would ostensibly be more reasonable and safer for them to seek supplies within the city. Yet, the conundrum lay in the fact that this desolate city harbored a significant number of survivors. Perhaps it was the existence of the survivor base that enabled so many to endure. However, with a larger population came inevitable complications, like Ji Huaibei and his companions. The survivors residing here tirelessly scavenge for resources each day, rendering food and water exceedingly elusive. After years have passed, it has become increasingly challenging to find usable supplies within the city. Consequently, Ji Huaibei and his group are compelled to venture outside the city in search of sustenance. However, the closer they draw to the city's periphery, the greater the number of zombies they encounter, which signifies heightened danger. Thus, with every expedition, Ji Huaibei prepares meticulously and maintains unwavering vigilance, not solely for his own safety, but also for the well-being of his younger sister. It remains uncertain when this arduous existence will come to an end. He can only hope that, in the future, he meets his demise in a battle against the undead rather than succumbing to starvation while sheltered at home, for that would be an unbearable fate. Ji Huaibei gazes upward at the sun setting on the horizon, his thoughts drifting far away. Chapter 6. The mysterious base. A dragon is inherently solitary. Yeah. At the sound of several calls, Su Ye snapped back to reality, her mind recovering from its reverie. Beside her, Ji Zinan looked on with evident concern, fearing that Su Ye was unwell, and promptly inquired, "Yeah, what troubles you? Are you feeling ill?" Turning her head, Su Ye adorned her face with a warm smile and replied, "I'm perfectly fine, Shonan. There is no need for concern. I was merely pondering a few matters." Su Ye spoke the truth. She had indeed been lost in thought, though she could not fathom why she had suddenly drifted into such a state. Throughout the journey, Su Ye heard numerous tales from Ji Zinan. For instance, there exists a survivor's base that demands a considerable amount of gold for entry rather than food. This information was relayed to her by her brother, Ji Huaibei. On that occasion, Ji Huaibei had ventured out alone, which meant Ji Zinan had never witnessed the base firsthand and had not visited it subsequently. Ever since that day, Ji Huaibei has never gone out alone again, always taking Ji Zinan with him. According to Ji Zinan's account, the reason for this was an incident where she accidentally cut her hand while tidying up at home, the scent of her blood swiftly attracting a horde of zombies. These creatures gathered at her doorstep, incessantly clawing at the door, intent on breaking in to devour Ji Zinan. Upon Ji Huaibei's return, he discovered and dealt with the zombies before rushing home. After a frantic search, he ultimately found Ji Zinan quietly weeping inside a cupboard. Fortunately, the door was sturdy, and Ji Huaibei had not been away for long, thus averting a tragic outcome. Consequently, since that incident, Ji Huaibei has made it a point to take Ji Zinan with him wherever he goes, fearing for her safety. His tenderness truly moved Su Ye, eliciting tears from her. She began to reassess her perception of this seemingly cold youth, labeling him as a devoted brother. Logically, Ji Zinan should possess a personality that obediently heeds her brother's wishes. However, at that moment, she disregarded his objections and insisted on keeping Su Ye, leaving her quite perplexed. Su Ye, not one to hold back, quietly inquired about the situation. However, the response from Ji Zinan left her somewhat perplexed. "Jinan, why are you being so kind to me? We are complete strangers. Won't your brother be upset with you for this? Sister Ye is a good person, and I wish to treat her well too. Besides, Sister Ye gives me a warm feeling that I can't help but. In any case, my brother won't be angry. He is very gentle." While she thought it was indeed true that he was gentle, it seemed to be confined to her alone. Su Ye wanted to make this sarcastic remark, but, considering that Ji Zinan was right next to her, she ultimately refrained. "Isn't there a lot of gold? There should be plenty in those jewelry stores. Why don't you go look for it?" She continued, "What exactly is this survivor base that only accepts gold and not food?" Su Ye was quite curious about what Ji Zinan referred to as the survivor base that supposedly did not accept food, but only gold. She simply could not comprehend the purpose of gold in a post-apocalyptic world, nor could she understand why anyone would specifically seek it out. In response to Su Ye's question, Ji Zinan shook her head and replied, "I don't know about that. I asked my brother before, but he wouldn't tell me, so I dropped the subject." After hearing this, Su Ye's mind was filled with even more questions. She sensed that there was some hidden secret involved. Perhaps Ji Huaibei knew something. But since he hadn't even confided in his sister, it was unlikely he would share anything with Su Ye, an outsider. Thus, she chose not to intrude with further inquiries. Just as Su Yeye was carefully observing Ji Huaibei walking ahead, she suddenly heard a faint sound. It resembled the laughter of a child. Soft and seemingly muffled as if the source were straining to keep the sound low. Su Yeye abruptly halted her steps, and beside her, the young Zinen came to a stop as well. With a puzzled expression, she gazed at Su Yeye, ready to speak, only to be silenced by a gesture from Su Yeye. Standing still, her gaze was fixed intently on the figure of Ji Huaibei ahead of them, not precisely on him, but rather on the space just behind him. At that moment, Ji Huaibei had also come to a standstill, appearing to sense something amiss in the surroundings, though it was evident he had yet to discern the nature of the disturbance. Then, Su Yeye took a measured step towards him, prompting Ji Huaibei to glance over. They shared a tacit understanding, choosing silence over words. Suddenly, Su Yeye raised her hand and pointed in a particular direction. Ji Huaibei followed her gesture, realizing she indicated a spot directly ahead of them. A slow smile crept across his lips as he tightened his grip on the dagger, gathering his strength to dash towards the corner ahead. "Thank you," he murmured, acknowledging Su Yeye before he departed. Chapter 7. The Monster. How disgusting. What on earth is this? Su Yeye stood beside Ji Huaibei, her face contorted in revulsion as she beheld the corpse on the ground. It was a creature with a slender body, entirely black, and an unusually small head, bearing the visage of a child. Thanks to Ji Zinen's explanation, she learned that this entity was known as a child corpse, a variant of the zombie. It turned out that not only were there ordinary zombies, but this world also harbored a multitude of distinctly peculiar undead beings. Much like this child corpse, unlike ordinary zombies that roam aimlessly, they are not drawn to the scent of blood in the air. Instead, they typically seek refuge in dark corners, patiently waiting for their prey to approach. The sound that Su Yeye heard earlier, reminiscent of a child's cries, is a tactic employed by these child corpses to lure in their victims. One cannot help but wonder why such zombies have not been eradicated. Nor can one predict when they might next enjoy a full meal. Listening to Ji Huaibei's explanation, Su Yeye could not help but internally critique the situation. Not only is their weeping sound pitifully faint, but even the ever-vigilant Ji Huaibei nearly overlooked it. Furthermore, in this apocalyptic world, who would risk their safety for the sake of an inconsequential child? Ultimately, the prospect of a satisfying meal seems to hinge entirely on luck. And one cannot fathom how such peculiar zombies have evolved. "Let us proceed," Ji Huaibei stated, casually shaking the blood from his dagger, his tone betraying no emotion. Once he turned his back to Ji Zinan and the others, he discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. It was not for the sake of pride. He simply wished to conceal any semblance of weakness from his sister. However, it must be noted that this girl possesses remarkably acute hearing. Ji Huaibei slightly turned his head, casting a glance at Su Yeye, who was engaged in conversation with his sister. Memories of his earlier dialogue with Ji Zinan flooded his mind. "Xiaonan, could you enlighten me as to the reason?" Ji Huaibei inquired, his expression grave as he gazed at Ji Zinan. His skepticism was not directed at his sister, but rather at the outsider, Su Yeye. "She is akin to me. Perhaps she too is part of my family." Ji Zinan lowered her head, her voice gentle as she responded. Ji Huaibei contemplated numerous answers. Yet he could never have anticipated the response from Ji Zinan. For the first time, a look of astonishment graced his countenance. Almost immediately, as if a thought struck him, his brow furrowed involuntarily, only to relax again shortly thereafter. "I understand now." As his thoughts returned to the present, Ji Huaibei had already turned his head, his gaze fixed ahead, eyes somewhat unfocused. It would be better to eliminate her. One monster is sufficient. A headshot. After dispatching the zombie before her with a powerful swing, Siyu couldn't help but emit an exclamation of exhilaration. This was her first kill, and she wondered if a system would suddenly materialize to bestow upon her a first kill reward. Unfortunately, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, she heard no such announcement. Instead, her stomach began to grumble audibly. Embarrassed, she scratched the back of her head and glanced sideways at Ji Huaibei, who was rummaging through his backpack for something unknown. On the ground beside him lay a dagger, sullied by the blood of the undead. Before them sprawled the corpses of 6 zombies. One must admit, Ji Huaibei was indeed reliable, single-handedly taking down 5 zombies with movements as fluid as a seasoned action star. Perhaps due to fatigue, he inadvertently allowed one zombie to slip past him, fortunately. Siyu's quick reflexes enabled her to bring the evil creature threatening the innocent girl to its demise with a decisive blow. All right. She conceded she had felt a slight twinge of panic at that moment, but just a little. Yes, just a little. "Xiaonan, do you not carry a weapon?" Glancing at the small satchel carried by Ji Zinan, Su Yeye could not help but inquire. Noticing the other person offered no response, merely shaking their head, Su Yeye refrained from further questioning, silently musing on Ji Huaibei's audacity. With a sigh, she crouched down, clutching her stomach, acutely aware of her hunger. At that moment, a loaf of bread was unexpectedly presented before her. Assuming it was Ji Zinan who had offered it, she looked up only to be met with the stern visage of Ji Huaibei, causing her expression to shift to one of perplexity. "Is this for me?" Su Yeye asked, her uncertainty palpable. Ji Huaibei said nothing further, tossing the bread towards her instead. Reacting swiftly, Su Yeye extended her hand to catch it. Holding the bread, she observed Ji Huaibei sharing the same with Ji Zinan, both of them partaking in the meal, which reassured her enough to begin savoring her own sustenance. However, it would be more apt to describe her consumption as ravenous. Perhaps due to her overwhelming hunger, she devoured the rather modest loaf in mere bites. "Let us rest for a while before setting off," came Ji Huaibei's somewhat exasperated voice from across the way, likely having witnessed her rapid consumption. "Understood," she responded. Then mimicked Ji Huaibei's posture, leaning against the wall to take a reprieve. Chapter 8. The journey home. The expedition had proceeded quite smoothly, culminating in their discovery of an unopened box of canned meat and some drinking water within a collapsed grocery store. It appeared that this place had also been ransacked. Yet for reasons unknown, these provisions had remained untouched, perhaps simply overlooked. Ji Huaibei carefully stowed all the supplies into the mountaineering backpack slung over his shoulders, and soon afterwards, he led the two companions back along the path they had come. With these provisions, along with what remained at home, they had enough to sustain themselves for a few weeks. Thus Ji Huaibei had no intention of further risking their safety by venturing deeper into the perilous outskirts. However, aside from these considerations, there was another reason. Su Yeye had been complaining of a stomachache since earlier. Observing Su Yeye being supported by Ji Zinan as she struggled to walk, an expression of helplessness crossed Ji Huaibei's face. He certainly could not drag a sick person into more hazardous territory. He had no desire to meet an untimely end. "It must be your expired bread. How infuriating. It hurts so much." Su Yeye lamented softly, clutching her abdomen. Ji Huaibei cast her a sidelong glance, evidently having overheard her grumbling, yet he chose not to indulge her. He retorted promptly, "In this post-apocalyptic world, it's more challenging to find unspoiled bread than to ascend to the heavens. Besides, both Xiaonan and I have eaten without issue. I suspect you're simply lacking in stamina. Perhaps you should engage in more physical activity." Su Yeye fell silent at once, although she yearned to counter his remark. Upon reflection, she realized that she indeed did not exercise much. "But that's no justification for your insult. Who are you calling weak? Come, let us settle this one-on-one," she exclaimed, her face flushed with anger as she waved her arms, determined to reclaim her honor. Yet before Ji Huaibei could respond, she crouched down again. Clutching her stomach once more, Ji Huaibei bit his lip, nearly stifling a laugh, but the amusement at the corner of his mouth was still evident, much to Su Yeye's dismay. Infuriated, she was ready to rise and engage him in further debate. Ultimately, it was Ji Zinan who stepped forward, preventing further quarrels between the two. "Sister Yeye, if you're feeling unwell, it's best not to speak too much. I have some water. Please take a sip," he suggested. Su Yeye nodded, accepting the water, taking a small sip before setting it down again. The three continued their journey back along the same path. "Why can't zombies speak?" Su Yeye posed a somewhat philosophical question after striking a zombie's skull with a blow. Ji Zinan tilted his head, uncertainly responding, "Perhaps it's because they are not human?" Upon hearing this, Su Yeye furrowed her brow and earnestly advised, "Xiaonan, your thinking is flawed. Although zombies are not human, they embody a semblance of humanity. A paradox of existence. We cannot dismiss their essence simply because they lack the qualities of a human." Before Su Yeye could finish her thoughts, she was interrupted by Ji Huaibei. "If you want to eat, then be quiet." Instantly, Su Yeye fell silent. Her stomach had finally ceased its pain, yet it was soon replaced by a profound emptiness. By around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, they returned home. Leaning comfortably against the sofa, Su Yeye let out a satisfied hum. "If only I could have a cold drink, that would be even better," she mused. Of course, this was an impossibility. If a cold drink could truly be found in this apocalyptic world, Su Yeye would gladly spend 5,000 to acquire it, provided she had the means. Alas, whether conditions or prerequisites, they simply did not exist. Perhaps it was wiser to contemplate more realistic desires. "I am hungry and would like to eat," Su Yeye called out earnestly to Ji Huaibei. Ji Huaibei ignored her, merely retrieving a bottle of mineral water and a tin of meat from his bag. tossing them in her direction. Had the bottle of water not struck her forehead, Suya might have managed a grateful word or two. This should suffice for the next few days. If you wish to avoid hunger tomorrow, ration your food, he remarked before departing the living room without a word, leaving her to ponder his abrupt exit. Alone in the room were Su Yiya and Ji Zinan. Just as she was about to engage Ji Zinan in conversation, he suddenly announced he had matters to discuss with his brother, rushing away before she could utter a sound. Feeling somewhat dejected, Su Yiya decided not to linger in the living room any longer and retreated to her own quarters with her meager provisions. Ah, yes. Her room was the very one in which she had first awakened, a space originally designated for storage, now transformed into her personal sanctuary. Although it still contained various items, a clean bed was sufficient for her needs. After replenishing herself with some water and food, she reclined against the bed, and before long, her eyelids grew heavy, succumbing to the embrace of slumber. Chapter 9. A Conversation. Yiya, you are the White Dragon, a sovereign of the Dragonkin. You must not weep so helplessly henceforth. A woman, her features obscured, cradled the little girl named Yiya, gently patting her back, while softly whispering words of comfort into her ear. Mother, I understand. I shall not cry again, Yiya replied, wiping away her tears as she sniffled. The woman let out a soft chuckle, reaching out to clasp the tiny hand of Yiya, gently wiping away the remnants of tears from the corners of her eyes. Let us make a promise, she said tenderly. From now on, Yiya must not cry easily, except in front of Mommy. Now, let us seal it with a pinky swear. With that, she extended her hand, her pinky playfully curling in the air. Yiya mirrored her gesture, their fingers intertwining, a delicate dance of one large and one small finger. As her vision began to blur, Suya opened her eyes. Was this a dream? Yet, why were tears streaming down my face? The crystalline droplets slid down her cheeks, falling onto her outstretched hand in confusion. She attempted to recall something in her mind, but a sudden sharp pain jolted through her head, compelling her to abandon her thoughts. At that moment, a child's voice resonated from outside the door. Sister Yiya, are you awake? Responding quickly, Su Yiya hastily wiped away the remnants of her tears. After all, I am an orphan. There is no mother for me, she mused with a hint of self-mockery, before opening the door and stepping out of the room. Upon reaching the doorway, Su Yiya found Zinan standing there, a peculiar expression etched on his face. As she emerged, Zinan shyly tucked both hands behind his back, appearing somewhat embarrassed. This left Su Yiya at a loss, uncertain of what had transpired, prompting her to inquire, Little Zinan, is there something you need? Hearing her question, Zinan hesitated momentarily, perhaps swayed by Su Yiya's gentle gaze, before finally summoning the courage to speak. Sister Yiya, would you assist me in tying my hair? Su Yiya was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a while, she had never anticipated that the request was merely for her help with a simple hairstyle. Of course, I would be delighted to help. Upon hearing Su Yiya's response, Zinan visibly brightened with excitement, immediately pulling Su Yiya to the vanity in the restroom. Though Su Yiya's hair-tying skills were not particularly exquisite, she was more than capable of creating an adorable little braid. As she gazed at her reflection, Zinan's face lit up with a joyful smile. Sister Yiya, your hands are truly skilled. This looks far more beautiful than what my brother does. Su Yiya felt a blush of modesty at Zinan's compliment, touching her face and remaining silent. The young girl, perhaps overwhelmed with happiness, continued to chatter away. Although they had been strangers until now, the moment I laid eyes on Sister Yiya, a voice within me whispered. It seemed that Zinan realized she had spoken more than she intended, abruptly falling silent. Noticing her sudden pause, Su Yiya cast a puzzled glance her way. Sensing Su Yiya's gaze, Zinan snapped back to reality and, with a hint of nervousness, hurried to clarify. What I meant is, it's obvious that Sister Yiya could never be a bad person. I really like you, Sister Yiya. Hearing this, Su Yiya scratched her head, feeling somewhat perplexed about how to respond. However, before she could utter a word, Zinan unexpectedly spoke again, almost as if to herself. If only I could become family with Sister Yiya. After saying this, she lowered her head and quickly departed. What is going on with everyone? Even in the apocalypse, there are Riddlers. How infuriating. Riddlers should vanish from this world. With a sarcastic remark, Su Yiya decided not to delve deeper, for everyone harbors secrets. And once such secrets are revealed, they cease to be secrets. Perhaps it is best to return to sleep. Why do I feel an increasing fondness for slumber? Hee. Though I suppose I have always been like this in my previous life. With a yawn, Su Yiya trudged back to her room, reminiscing about the first day of enjoying milk before bed. Chapter 10. The strange light in the days that followed. Su Yeye and her companions remained at home, harboring no plans for outings. Their days were filled with a mundane routine of eating and sleeping, occasionally engaging in simple games with Ji Zinan. Su Yeye felt as if she were growing moldy. What troubled her even more was the inexplicable discomfort in her body. After every meal, she would experience sharp pains, as if something were ruthlessly kicking her from within. She had voiced her concerns to Ji Huaibei, expressing her strong suspicion regarding the food. But her protests were silenced by the retort, "Neither Xiao Nan nor I have any issues. Why are you the only one?" Reflecting on her previous disregard for dietary habits and her lack of medical checkups, it seemed quite normal to suffer from some ailment like gastritis. Thus, the generous Su Yeye resolved to let the matter rest. By the way, during these days of companionship, the bond between Su Yeye and Ji Zinan has grown increasingly intimate. It appears that this young lady has begun to regard her as a kindred spirit, no, a companion, even hinting at a familial affection. Reflecting on the child's remarkably innocent thoughts, Su Yeye forcefully slammed the 5 playing cards in her hand onto the table, exclaiming loudly, 3 with 2. I'm done. No apprentices. Having declared her victory, Su Yeye crossed her arms and looked smugly at the figure seated across from her, Ji Huaibei, who still held a handful of cards. Beside her, Ji Zinan, also a farmer like Su, enthusiastically clapped in celebration, utterly oblivious to the expression on her brother's face, which resembled one who had just ingested something distasteful. Shouldn't this sister be replaced? While maintaining a stoic demeanor as he shuffled the cards, Ji Huaibei pondered silently. After playing several more rounds, each culminating in Su Yeye's triumph, Ji Huaibei chose to ignore her incessant taunting and put away his cards. It's time for bed, he declared, turning away without a backward glance as he retreated to his room. Exchanging glances with Ji Zinan, Su Yeye shrugged, feeling a sudden sense of ennui. After bidding each other good night, Ji Zinan and Su Yeye returned to their respective chambers. Lying in bed, Su Yeye gazed out the window, where a beam of moonlight illuminated her face. Her eyes squinted slightly. She sat up and looked into the distance. At that moment, she was astonished to see a brilliant light rising in the distance, piercing the sky. Rubbing her eyes, Su Yeye pondered the nature of the mysterious light. However, upon opening her eyes, she was dismayed to find that the light had vanished, plunging the world back into darkness as if nothing had transpired. What could this possibly mean? Furrowing her brow, Su Yeye contemplated for a considerable time but arrived at no conclusions. Deciding it was futile, she resolved to dismiss the matter, as it bore no relevance to her. Nestling comfortably into her blankets, she succumbed to slumber, her sleep quality as impeccable as ever, and within merely a minute, she was deeply asleep. The following morning, Su Yeye was roused early by Ji Zinan, who informed her of their impending outing. Still groggy, Su Yeye watched Ji Zinan leave the room, her head tilting as she once more nestled into her bed. Ugh, how annoying, I am utterly exhausted, she lamented, trudging along with a lackluster demeanor. It was now the 2nd week since her arrival, and the supplies at home had been nearly depleted by the 3 of them, necessitating another venture to gather provisions. Ji Huaibei led the group. Munching on half a loaf of bread without turning his head, he remarked, 7 hours of sleep is ample. Besides, you must have had at least 8 hours, right? If you stayed up late, then I can only say you brought this upon yourself. Su Yeye yawned, her tone somewhat innocent as she murmured, That's impossible. I went to bed quite early. Ji Huaibei offered no response, prompting Su Yeye to turn and engage in conversation with Ji Zinan. Xiaonan, did you see a bright light yesterday, a very luminous one? Was it, to the east or the west? Su Yeye furrowed her brow in contemplation, while the young Zinan, understanding her need for focus, refrained from interrupting her thoughts, patiently waiting for her to finish. Are you certain? Suddenly, the voice of Ji Huaibei resonated from ahead, startling Su Yeye. She instinctively stepped back, raising her gaze to meet Ji Huaibei's serious expression. What are you doing, brother? You startled me, Su Yeye complained, her tone laced with irritation. However, Ji Huaibei remained unfazed, his demeanor still grave as he reiterated his earlier question. Are you sure? Did you truly see it? Su Yeye felt somewhat bewildered by Ji Huaibei's demeanor. She scratched her head, her expression peculiar. Well, I should be able to recognize it correctly. Upon hearing her response, Ji Huaibei nodded silently, saying nothing further, and returned to his previous position. Su Yeye, undeterred, continued her conversation with Zinan. After finishing the last morsel of bread, Ji Huaibei's face was etched with seriousness. Chapter 11. Taking the long way around few, these zombies aren't so formidable after all, quite manageable. Exhaling deeply, Su Yeye observed the two fallen zombies on the ground in faint nonchalance. With the zombies dispatched, Ji Huaibei finally set aside his dagger. Your movements were too slow. Your arms too stiff, and stop trembling your legs. With that, Ji Huaibei took the backpack from his sister's hands and began rummaging through it. I've been standing for too long. Su Yeye scratched her head, glancing at the oblivious Ji Huaibei. She couldn't help but feel a surge of determination, her fists clenching. Sister Yeye is truly remarkable. Unlike me, I haven't been of much help. Just then, Ji Zinan rushed over, his face filled with admiration as he gazed at Su Yeye, though his tone was tinged with melancholy. Noticing this, Su Yeye, feeling a sense of pride, made an effort to comfort him. It's all right, little Nan, don't blame yourself. After all, I am an adult. It's my responsibility to protect my younger sister. Upon hearing this, Ji Zinan wore a puzzled expression. Is it enough to simply become an adult to protect others? Su Yeye, oblivious to his expression, crossed her arms and mused aloud. Indeed. Being an adult is such a peculiar and troublesome existence. Reflecting on her past experience of helping an elderly woman cross the street, she sighed. Ji Zinan stood beside her, nodding thoughtfully, lost in his own contemplation. Meanwhile, Ji Huaibei was examining the remaining food in his bag, quietly calculating in his mind. He then retrieved 2 plastic-wrapped small buns and tossed them towards Su Yeye. However, she was no longer caught off guard by such tactics. She deftly sidestepped and caught the buns with ease. As she unwrapped one, she instinctively handed the other to Ji Zinan. Casting a glance at Ji Huaibei, who had resumed leaning against the wall with his backpack slung over his shoulder, Su Yeye inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" Ji Huaibei remained still, only replying in a soft tone, "Let's eat later." Ji Huaibei always spoke in a succinct and clear manner, rarely offering explanations. However, when in the company of his younger sister, his words tended to multiply. This was something Su Yeye had heard from Ji Zinan. Brother is actually quite kind. It was he who carried the unconscious Yeye back and asked me to take good care of you. This was a secret that Ji Zinan had shared with her while Ji Huaibei was not around. Oh, Su Yeye replied, a smile threatening to break as she recalled that this seemingly brusque individual possessed a tender heart beneath his sharp tongue. Their outing had unexpectedly gone smoothly. They had deliberately chosen a different route and, not far from their starting point, stumbled upon a box of bottled water and half a box of instant noodles within an apartment. Perhaps fortune was favoring them. As they walked home, Su Yeye felt quite cheerful, estimating that they would return by afternoon, and she planned to catch up on some much-needed sleep. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a hand suddenly appeared before her. Before she could complete her thought, Su Yeye caught Ji Huaibei's warning glance and promptly fell silent. It seemed something was amiss. Pulling Ji Zinan behind a nearby building, Su Yeye peeked out, following Ji Huaibei's gaze ahead. In the street, 2 men walked side by side, maintaining a distance of about 4 to 5 paces between them, engaged in discussion. Although they were somewhat far away, Su Yeye could still discern their features. The man on the left appeared to be in his 30s, his beard and hair evidently unkempt and disheveled. He carried a large backpack on his back, with an umbrella and a telescope tucked away on either side, while wielding a formidable machete in his hand, giving him a rather intimidating appearance. The other individual appeared to be merely in his 20s, and in stark contrast to the man beside him, he seemed remarkably clean, perhaps excessively so for this post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, he bore no equipment whatsoever, donning only a simple robe. However, the red ring on his ring finger was strikingly conspicuous. As they approached, Su Yeye whispered to Ji Huaibei, "What should we do?" They seemed formidable. Knowing the prowess of her companion, she felt uneasy about the pair. "Let us take a detour. There's south no need to court trouble," Ji Huaibei replied, leading the way into a narrow alley. Ji Zinan quickly followed suit, and glancing back at the 2 men, Su Yeye chose not to linger. The special district has finally opened. How vexing. I spent a considerable amount of points to gain entry, and the district master is truly unscrupulous. Do not be disheartened, Mr. Chen. Our journey has only just begun, and the outcome remains uncertain. Who knows? We might strike it rich this time? She faintly overheard a conversation, though she did not dwell on it. Her mind solely preoccupied with the desire to return home and rest. Chapter 12. Secrets observing Ji Huaibei busily preparing noodles in the kitchen. Su Yeye stole a glance before silently diverting her gaze to Ji Zinan's room. Ji Zinan, for reasons unknown, had locked himself away upon their return. The door firmly secured. "I am feeling a bit unwell. A short rest should suffice. Sister Yeye, you need not worry. This was what GZ Nan expressed to her in the room, though a tinge of concern lingered. She was not a physician and had no means to remedy the situation. Moreover, if a certain doting brother was unconcerned, it should not be anything grave. Perhaps it was merely that time of the month, something the young lady felt too shy to articulate. With this thought, Suyeye temporarily set aside her worries and hurried back to her own room, eagerly flinging herself onto the bed. When Ji Huaibei arrived at the door with a bowl of noodles, he found Suyeye fast asleep, her lips moving in a soft, rhythmic manner. With a quiet sigh of resignation, he gently placed the bowl and chopsticks on the bedside table, observing her as she continued to murmur in her slumber before silently withdrawing. Returning to the kitchen, he prepared 2 additional bowls of noodles. He set one bowl on the table for himself, and then carried the other toward GZ Nan's room. Knock, knock. 2 gentle raps on the door were soon met with GZ Nan's slightly flustered voice. Is there something you need? It's me. Upon recognizing Ji Huaibei's voice, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within. The door was cracked open, revealing GZ Nan's small head peeking through. After glancing around to ensure that only Ji Huaibei stood before her, she sighed in relief and opened the door completely. Ji Huaibei stepped inside, carrying the bowl of noodles. Where's Sister Yeye? GZ Nan inquired, closing the door behind her with a hint of unease. She has fallen asleep. Do not fret too much. First, have some noodles. As the noodles lay on the table, Ji Huaibei's gaze inadvertently fell upon the scattered items on the floor. Is it happening again? He inquired in a low voice. Yes, GZ Nan nodded and walked a few steps to the table, picking up the chopsticks nearby to begin eating the noodles, her hunger evident. Why not clarify things with her? Leaning against the wall, Ji Huaibei fixed his unwavering gaze on GZ Nan's profile. Her hand paused midair, chopsticks suspended as she stared at them, lost in thought. Observing her contemplative state, Ji Huaibei chose not to urge her, remaining silently beside her. After a while, she finally snapped back to reality, her eyes drifting to the bowl of noodle soup, where a pair of hazel eyes mirrored back at her. I fear that once Yejia learns of my true identity, she may come to despise me, or perhaps fear me. Listening to his sister's voice, tinged with melancholy, Ji Huaibei felt a sense of confusion. Did you not say she is just like you? Why then? His words were abruptly interrupted by GZ Nan. But she appeared somewhat agitated, her voice rising in intensity. Yejia seems unaware of her own identity. She is currently living so happily. I cannot bring harm to her. One monster is enough. I will protect everyone. Ji Huaibei was taken aback, unable to fathom his sister's sentiments. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke softly. Xiaonan, you have changed significantly. As your brother, it brings me joy to witness your growth. Please take a moment to rest. I shall attend to my meal now. GZ Nan nodded thoughtfully, gazing at her brother's retreating figure, a peculiar sensation lingering within her heart. Silly sister, how could you possibly be a monster? In my eyes, you shall forever remain my dearest sister. If a monster must be chosen, let it be I who bears that mantle. Kind-hearted souls seldom encounter misfortune when that day arrives. I can only wish for the favor of the goddess of luck to shine upon you. Unbeknownst to GZ Nan, Ji Huaibei was smiling. When Suyeye awakened, the night had already descended. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately noticed the bowl of noodles resting on her bedside, though the noodles had cooled. That did not deter Suyeye from indulging heartily. In no time, the bowl lay empty, even the tasteless broth was not spared. Sated and refreshed, Suyeye reclined back onto her bed, savoring the moment. About half an hour later, a sudden wave of pain jolted her awake. Ouch, it hurts so much, she groaned, clutching her abdomen as she writhed on the bed, coupled with an incessant drowsiness that sought to engulf her consciousness. The torment of pain and fatigue sent her mind into a whirl. Ultimately, caught between agony and exhaustion, Suyeye succumbed to a fitful slumber amidst her suffering. Chapter 13. The unexpected arrival. What on earth is this? Suyeye exclaimed, her mind reeling at the sight of a mysterious object that had abruptly appeared on the bed. The once pristine sheets are now thoroughly stained with crimson, and even Suyeye is splattered with blood, transforming the scene into one reminiscent of a homicide investigation. If only the conspicuous red egg at the center of the bed could be overlooked. Setting aside the question of why there is a red egg, its size is also rather peculiar, being nearly as large as a pillow. A brief gesture with her hand leads Suyeye to estimate that this egg could comfortably fit within her abdomen. Moreover, ever since her awakening, she has felt an odd sensation. How to describe it? It is akin to the relief experienced by someone suffering from constipation who suddenly finds relief, an overwhelming sense of ease. Wait a moment. Su Yeye suddenly grasps a startling realization. Her comfortably relaxed stomach, the sizable red egg resting upon the blood-soaked sheets, and the pool of blood surrounding her. Could it be that I have given birth? And to an egg, no less? With a mechanical motion, Su Yeye pulls aside her clothing, gazing at the blood that stains her abdomen and the garments that are now drenched in it, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Surely, I cannot be a monster. What am I to do? If Ji Huaibei discovers this, will he not strike me down with a single blow? As the saying goes, one fears what one must face. Just as Su Yeye is consumed by her thoughts, a sudden knock on the door interrupts her, accompanied by Ji Huaibei's voice from the other side. Are you awake? Oh no, oh no. In a panic, Su Yeye hops out of bed, seizing the red egg and frantically searching for a suitable hiding place. I know you are awake. Why do you not speak? Outside. The voice of Ji Huaibei echoed once more, albeit tinged with a hint of perplexity. The pungent scent of blood hung heavily in the air. What abominable event had transpired? Realizing that something was amiss, Ji Huaibei disregarded whether Su Yeye would respond and forcefully pushed open the door. As the door swung wide, he was met with the sight of a crimson-stained bedspread and Su Yeye, who stood nearby, utterly bewildered. What has happened? Answer me, Su Yeye. Drawing a dagger from his waist, Ji Huaibei called out with a grave expression. Truly, this individual never parted with his weapons. Internally scoffing at this, Su Yeye hastily began to explain. It's just that. I had an incident. Though the quantity of blood was somewhat outrageous, it was the only explanation that came to her mind. Upon hearing this, Ji Huaibei paused in surprise, and once he comprehended the implication of her words, he sternly sheathed his weapon. Hurry and clean this up. Do you realize the trouble this could bring us? Quickly, go take a shower. As he shouted, Ji Huaibei dashed back into the room, retrieving several bottles of water which he handed to Su Yeye, while he himself began tidying up beside her bed. Although worried that the egg might be discovered, Su Yeye felt a sense of urgency and rushed to the bathroom to cleanse herself. Meanwhile, Ji Zinan, awakened by the commotion, upon grasping the situation, promptly returned to his room to fetch a loose set of clothes, placing them at the bathroom door. Shortly thereafter, having rinsed off and donned Ji Zinan's attire, Su Yeye emerged into the living room. As soon as they stepped outside, they spotted Ji Huaibei carrying 2 bags, filled with her sheets and quilt, heading towards the door. Grab your clothes and follow me immediately, she instructed. Without hesitation, Ji Huaibei exited, and Su Yeye, clutching her clothes, promptly followed suit. Concerned about attracting a horde of zombies, Ji Huaibei deliberately ran to a location some distance from home before discarding her belongings. Soon, Su Yeye, breathless and panting, caught up and tossed her clothes onto the ground, finally allowing herself a moment to catch her breath. Don't rest yet. We need to go back and get the mattress, Ji Huaibei remarked just as Su Yeye had begun to regain her composure. With a weary expression, Su Yeye refrained from voicing her grievances and silently trailed behind. Strangely, on this day, the group encountered not a single zombie along their path. Initially anxious that the lingering scent of blood might attract a swarm of the undead, it appeared, for the moment, that the situation was not as dire as feared. It's really not that tiring, Su Yeye murmured softly, attempting to motivate herself as she walked alongside Ji Huaibei, who was carrying the mattress ahead. Perhaps her words held some truth, as she felt surprisingly energetic. Meanwhile, Ji Huaibei, her expression as dark as a stormy sky, remained silent, causing Su Yeye to hold her breath, fearing an impending reprimand. To her surprise, Ji Huaibei said nothing, continuing to walk quietly while, as usual, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Strapped to her back was a large mountaineering backpack, which she had specifically brought along for their return journey. In contrast to the perpetually silent Ji Huaibei, Ji Zinan, positioned behind him, exhibited a marked concern. She incessantly inquired about Su Yeye's health, even offering to assist in moving things herself. Though her generous offer was politely declined by Su Yeye. I am perfectly fine. It has passed in an instant. I feel completely at ease now. So there is no need for you to worry about me, Su Yeye said somewhat sheepishly, uncertain if her words would be seen through, for they seemed somewhat implausible. If Su Yeye were to discover that the two were utterly uninformed about such matters, she would likely burst into laughter at that very moment. Is it really so much blood that comes from that? TSK, girls are indeed troublesome, Ji Huaibei thought to himself, feeling relieved that he was a male. To think that it could produce such an amount of blood, how frightening. I hope Sister Yeye is all right, pondered Ji Zinan, who had never encountered such a situation before. Chapter 14. Bloodshed. After tending to the bloodstained mattress, Ji Huaibei led the group in another direction, Did we not just go out yesterday? Why again? Su Ye questioned. Her curiosity piqued as she yearned to check on the state of the egg. Ji Huaibei cast her a sidelong glance, his tone icy as he replied. That would be a query for Miss Su, who used several bottles of precious water resources for her bath. Su Ye was momentarily at a loss for words, scratching her head, her face slightly flushed. I'm sorry. Upon hearing her apology, Ji Huaibei chose not to press the matter any further, although he had not initially intended to. Throughout their journey, a palpable silence enveloped the group. It seemed that Ji Huaibei sensed something amiss, instead of taking the usual main road. He deliberately led several companions down a narrow alley. After dispatching a solitary zombie, Ji Huaibei's brow furrowed in concern. Something was not right. What had transpired here? Typically, the number of zombies was already sparse, yet today the situation was distinctly abnormal. After traversing several alleys, they encountered merely one zombie, and on the main street, not even a shadow of one could be seen. This scenario suggested that someone had been intentionally clearing the area of zombies. The blood and scattered corpses littering the ground served as undeniable evidence of this fact. Approaching a zombie's lifeless body, Ji Huaibei slowly crouched down, scrutinizing its condition. A gaping hole had been made in its forehead. After his examination, he swiftly shifted his focus to another target, and upon comparing all the bodies, he reached a disconcerting conclusion. Regardless of any other wounds, every zombie's head bore a similar fatal hole. Ji Huaibei fell silent, lost in thought. Su Ye and Ji Zinan trailed closely behind him, watching his actions with perplexity. Finally, the group that had so terrified them departed. Suddenly, voices behind them drew their attention. Two disheveled men with malevolent gazes came into view. Engaged in their own conversation, they seemed oblivious to the presence of Su Ye and her companions. Ji Huaibei frowned, his eyes alertly assessing the two men, his gaze flitting between them. Let us go. At the very moment that Ji Huaibei spoke, the two individuals appeared to have prearranged their movements, instantly darting towards the trio. Where do you think you're going? We can certainly handle a bunch of youngsters like you. Ha ha ha. With such a large pack, it must contain numerous supplies. Enough chatter. Let's finish this quickly and be on our way. As they spoke, their pace quickened. Simultaneously, each drew a weapon from behind, two knives, one long and one short. The vivid crimson stains upon them indicated that these individuals were no strangers to such deeds. They had come with the intent to end lives. Ji Huaibei recognized this and abandoned the notion of trading supplies for safety. With a surge of determination, he positioned himself to shield Ji Zinan and the others behind him, adopting a combat stance. Protect her. Though unspoken, Su Ye understood it was directed at her. Xiaonan, let's retreat for now. Having rushed out without a weapon, Su Ye feared she would be a burden, so she opted to retreat alongside Ji Zinan. It was now solely up to Ji Huaibei. Casting a glance behind, she noted that both had retreated to a safe distance, allowing Ji Huaibei to exhale in relief. He casually tossed aside his backpack, his gaze fixed intently on the movements of their attackers, his mind racing to devise the most effective countermeasure. Here they came. As he turned his left side, Ji Huaibei narrowly evaded the first strike. There was no time to retaliate as the second knife lunged fiercely from the right. Die? It was dire. Ji Huaibei was acutely aware that if he attempted to evade this blade as he had the previous one, he would soon find himself facing two strikes simultaneously. In the midst of a dual assault, his chances for retaliation would be severely diminished. This was a singular opportunity, one that Ji Huaibei was determined not to squander. Rather than retreating from the impending blow, he braced himself and met it head-on with his right shoulder. The opponent, wielding the knife with a firm grip and without restraint, drove the blade deep into Ji Huaibei's shoulder. An excruciating pain surged through him, yet rather than diminishing his resolve, it invigorated his senses, sharpening his focus. With his left hand grasping the knife, Ji Huaibei swiftly swung towards the man on his left. The adversary instinctively recoiled, and this was precisely the reaction Ji Huaibei sought. His true target had always been the man to his right. With a deft reversal of the blade, its tip aimed at the man's neck, Ji Huaibei struck without hesitation. The man's face contorted in terror. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. With one hand still gripping the knife embedded in Ji Huaibei's shoulder, he realized too late the futility of trying to evade. The sharp dagger sliced through the man's neck with the ease of cutting cake, and as the blade withdrew, a crimson line emerged upon his skin. In the next instant, blood gushed forth from the man's neck like a torrential waterfall, splattering over Ji Huaibei. The man clutched his throat in agony, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ji Huaibei did not grant him the opportunity for a final counterattack. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, he sent the man soaring through the air. The entire sequence transpired with such swiftness that by the time another man processed the event, he discovered his companion collapsed on the ground, clutching his throat. The amount of blood suggested that survival was unlikely. At this moment, Ji Huaibei stood drenched in blood. Brandishing a bloody dagger, his gaze fixed intently upon the man before him. He resembled a bloodthirsty specter. The anguished cries of his fallen companion, the vivid crimson staining his view, and Ji Huaibei's terrifying stare all served to jolt the man's nerves. Ultimately, he opted for flight. Ji Huaibei remained motionless, his eyes unwaveringly following the man's retreating figure until it vanished from sight, at which point he gradually collapsed. Brother. Chapter 15. Family Portrait. I am fine. Please fetch the bandages and alcohol from my bag. Ji Huaibei, supported by the two, leaned against the wall and slowly sank to the ground. He then instructed Su Yeye, who glanced at the short blade embedded in his shoulder before promptly rising to retrieve the large backpack lying a short distance away. The bag was substantial, and as Su Yeye unzipped it and peered inside, she anticipated finding an array of miscellaneous items. To her surprise, aside from some food and water, the only other contents were a small white box, likely the medical kit. As she reached in to grasp the kit, she also noticed something seemingly pressed beneath it. Upon lifting it, Su Yeye discovered an aged photograph, its edges tinged with yellow. With a curious gaze directed upwards, Su Yeye beheld the sight of three individuals seated side by side. They comprised a young boy and a couple in their 30s, suggesting it was likely a family portrait. In an instant, Su Yeye recognized the young boy as Ji Huaibei, estimating the photograph was taken during his middle school years. Curiously, however, Ji Zinan, who should have been in elementary school at that time, was conspicuously absent from the image. Was she unable to attend due to some obligation? Such family portraits typically would not be taken when the daughter had prior engagements. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Su Yeye increasingly felt that the resemblance between the parents and Ji Zinan was tenuous at best, while Ji Huaibei bore a striking resemblance to both. Could it be? Su Yeye, if you have something to say, just say it instead of daydreaming, came Ji Huaibei's sudden, somewhat irate voice from behind. He was oblivious to her musings but had every reason to suspect that her demeanor was a form of retaliation against him. Ah, that's right. She recalled that a patient was waiting for her to fetch the medication. With that thought, Su Yeye returned to reality, placing the photograph back into her bag. She briskly approached Ji Huaibei while carrying the medicine box. After handing over the box, she and Ji Zinan stood quietly by, as both were unversed in medical matters, merely assisting by passing items as needed. Enduring excruciating pain, Ji Huaibei promptly removed the short blade embedded in his shoulder and applied a bandage to staunch the bleeding. Once the bleeding had subsided sufficiently, he began to disinfect the wound. Once everything was taken care of, he finally rewrapped the wound with bandages. The two onlookers observed the scene intently, witnessing the contorted expression of Ji Huaibei as he bravely endured the pain, alongside the pallor of his companion's face from blood loss. Ji Zinan was on the verge of tears. Had she not been concerned about affecting Ji Huaibei, she likely would have burst into sobs. Now, she could only let her tears well up in her eyes. Su Yeye also felt a wave of distress, although she had not experienced such pain herself. It was evident that the other was enduring excruciating agony to tend to his injury. The realization that her own actions had contributed to this suffering filled Su Yeye with guilt, yet she felt utterly at a loss as to how to help, remaining there, her expression one of helplessness. Meanwhile, Ji Huaibei leaned against the wall, finally exhaling deeply in relief after managing to treat the wound. Were it not for his formidable willpower, another person might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Though the pain still coursed through his body like fire, his gaze instinctively turned to the two beside him. He embraced the tear-streaked Ji Zinan, gently stroking her head with one hand while the other tenderly wiped away her tears. Do not cry, little man. Brother is fine. I am right here. Ji Zinan wished to hold her brother tightly, but feared aggravating his injury. Instead, she leaned close, seeking comfort in his warmth. Brother, I am truly sorry. I feel utterly powerless, unable to protect anyone. I am merely a burden. As the gentle words of comfort from Ji Huaibei reached her ears, Ji Zinan could no longer contain her emotions, which erupted in that moment. Feeling the tremors of the girl in his embrace, along with her choked cries, Ji Huaibei's eyes brimmed with compassion. He shifted slightly forward to envelop her fully in his arms, propping himself up with a hint of weakness, and softly whispered into her ear, "Silly sister. How could you ever be a hindrance to me? If it weren't for your presence behind me, I might not even possess the will to fight. Protecting someone does not depend on your own strength, but rather on the steadfastness of your heart. At this moment, I can sense your unwavering resolve to protect others. And it fills me with joy, dear brother. As he spoke, a tremor seeped into his voice. And you, Suyeye, suddenly called upon. Suyeye snapped out of her daze, casting a wary glance towards the source of the voice, Ji Huaibei, who was now intently watching her. She hesitated to speak, uncertain of how to respond. Yet, before she could gather her thoughts, Ji Huaibei continued, I understand that you harbor feelings of guilt, but I believe it is unnecessary. Suyeye shifted her downcast gaze, somewhat perplexed. Ji Huaibei pressed on, undeterred. You might believe that my injury this time is entirely due to you. Yet I wish to express that every individual encounters a personal tribulation in their lifetime. Fate is preordained, but should someone possess the ability to transcend this calamity, they would be granted a new lease on life. I am grateful to you for guiding me through this ordeal, and I sincerely appreciate your unwavering care for my sister. Suyeye was momentarily stunned. She was uncertain of what she had just heard or what thoughts were swirling in her mind. However, the involuntary smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her current emotions. I must also extend my gratitude to you, my proud and protective brother. Chapter 16. Lin Tao. At this juncture, the matter seemed to reach a temporary resolution. Due to Ji Huaibei's injury, it was impossible to venture outside, and thus, the trio returned home. Their garments were thoroughly soaked in blood, rendering them unwearable. Ji Zinan took it upon himself to procure towels to assist Ji Huaibei in cleansing his body, while the task of disposing of the bloodied clothing fell to Suyeye. Naturally, she had no objections and casually retrieved a bag to place the garments within. Without pausing for rest, she returned to her room to fetch her baseball bat and, glancing at the egg concealed within the cupboard, she prepared to depart without delay. Be careful, came Ji Zinan's voice as she reached the door and opened it. Return home early for dinner, Ji Huaibei's voice followed. Suyeye smiled softly, waved her hand behind her without turning back, and set forth in a chosen direction. She strolled slowly along the street, occasionally surveying her surroundings. Although there had been scarcely any zombies in recent days, she remained cautious, for she was alone. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, there existed terrors far more frightening than the undead. This was a lesson she had just learned. One could only imagine the fate that awaited her had it not been for Ji Huaibei. The water supply at home appeared to be dwindling, and it was unwise to send the injured in search of resources. Indeed, before setting out, Suyeye had quietly resolved to herself at this time. She would return with an abundance of water, bringing a delightful surprise to the Ji siblings and offering a form of compensation for their companionship. After traversing a considerable distance, she discarded the clothing in her hand into a nearby trash bin, her steps unwavering as she continued onward, unsure of where to find water. Her experience in this regard was lacking. Thus, she resorted to the most primitive method, searching building by building. While this approach was neither efficient nor effective, it was undoubtedly the most laborious and time-consuming. After over an hour of fruitless searching, she had found not a single crumb of bread, let alone water. Though disappointment washed over her, she resolutely rallied her spirits, encouraging herself as she pressed on. Surely, she was too close to the city. She needed to venture farther afield. With this thought in mind, Suyeye continued her journey into the distance. After some time, she spotted a casino, which inadvertently lifted her spirits a little. Logically, one might assume that a place like a casino would be devoid of resources. This is the common perception. However, by contrarian reasoning, it is precisely such locations that are most likely to harbor forgotten supplies. With this thought in mind, Suyeye quickened her pace and soon arrived at the entrance of the casino. Gazing at the dilapidated structure, which had been abandoned for quite some time, she felt a twinge of concern that it might suddenly collapse. After much hesitation, she ultimately decided to step inside. To her surprise, after a thorough search, she discovered a box of bottled spring water in one of the compartments. Cradling the box in one hand and wielding a baseball bat in the other, Suyeye emerged from the compartment, exhilarated, marveling at her newfound strength, which she had never noticed before. Just as she entered the main hall, she abruptly spotted a figure that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. A young man sat at a relatively intact mahjong table, elegantly savoring a high-stemmed glass filled with an unknown liquor, seemingly oblivious to Suyeye's presence behind him. Clad in a black robe, a red ring on his index finger emitted a faint crimson glow. Was this the same young man she had seen before? Suyeye recognized him. But the priority was not the identity of the stranger, it was whether he posed a threat to her. She glanced at the box of bottled water in her hand and then at the back of the young man's head, her mind swirling with uncertainty. Should one seize the opportunity to strike before the other notices? For in a direct confrontation, a delicate young maiden could never hope to prevail against a robust youth. As Su Yeye contemplated this, the young man ahead suddenly spoke. "Greetings, Mississippi. My name is Lin Tao, a gold seeker. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Upon hearing his voice, Su Yeye's expression shifted to one of peculiar astonishment. How could his voice be so incongruous with his demeanor and appearance? How to articulate this? It felt akin to a gentleman clad in a suit suddenly addressing you in a boisterous manner. His visage was one of austere restraint. Yet his voice radiated with an exuberant charm. It was precisely this juxtaposition that baffled her. After a moment of bewilderment, Su Yeye, adhering to the age-old principle of not striking at a smiling face, proceeded with her own introduction. "I am Su Yu, pleased to meet you, however." She hesitated momentarily before continuing. "I have pressing matters to attend to. Might I be allowed to take my leave?" Unfamiliar with the term gold seeker, she sensed an undercurrent of danger emanating from him and was reluctant to linger any longer. The youth named Lin Tao slowly turned to face her, his smile unwavering as he regarded Su Yeye. His hands were clasped before him, and his gaze seemed to rest upon her crown. With a hint of confusion, she glanced upward, confirming that there was nothing above her, before turning her head back, still perplexed. Unbeknownst to her, a barely perceptible twitch crossed the young man's face. Cough. "Miss Su, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely happened to pass by and wish to befriend you." Lin Tao coughed lightly, resuming his conversation. "I have no desire to befriend strangers. This is where we part ways." "I have matters to attend to," Su Yeye replied, unimpressed by the man, eager to return for her meal. With that, she shouldered her box and walked past Lin Tao towards the entrance. "However, I am indeed a businessman, and should you have any needs in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Miss Su Yeye. Suddenly turning around, Su Yeye gazed in astonishment at the young man who still wore a smile. "How do you know?" Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous explosion erupted behind her. An unsettling wave of anxiety and fear surged within her, prompting her to swiftly turn around. She beheld a plume of black smoke, laden with flames, slowly rising into the sky. "It can't be from that direction," she thought, her heart tightening. Ignoring Lin Tao behind her, she hurried toward the source of the ominous smoke. The black flames must be the work of that volatile individual. Truly, he is beyond redemption. Once seated again, Lin Tao unconsciously sighed and drained his cup of wine. Chapter 17. Dreams. As Su Yeye drew nearer to home, her steps grew increasingly heavy. When did she begin to regard that place as home? Perhaps she was confused, unable to recall even this small detail. The water on her shoulders and the baseball bat in her hands had long been discarded along the way. If all was well at home, she would have returned immediately to retrieve them. The air was thick with acrid smoke, and Su Yeye could hardly pay it any heed as she coughed violently a couple of times, dashing around the final corner. Before her stood the small rental house where they resided. But what was this ominous, pitch-black structure? Could she have misremembered the location? No, that seemed implausible. With little time for contemplation, Su Yeye sprinted forward frantically upon spotting a figure. Her keen eyesight allowed her to instantly recognize the person lying on the ground. Was that Ji Huaibei, motionless and drenched in blood? Surely, she must be mistaken. Even the sharpest vision could falter, and Ji Huaibei, so formidable and perpetually confident, could not possibly be in such a state. As she drew closer, the grim reality of the scene became clear. The surroundings bore the marks of fire's wrath, yet no flames were visible. Instead, the air was suffused with pungent black smoke, relentlessly assaulting her senses. 3 figures lay on the ground. A man, face obscured, was sprawled in a pool of blood, beside him a cleaver and a ruined umbrella. Su Yeye recognized him as the man who had been with Lin Tao just days earlier. Her gaze shifted to the other side, where 2 more figures lay. Su Yeye had not noticed the presence of 2 individuals earlier, as their bodies were tightly pressed against each other, both transformed into a charred black mass. Ji Huaibei, Xiaonan. It seemed that Su Yeye exerted tremendous effort to utter these words, yet she heard nothing at all. The world appeared to mute at that moment. No matter how fervently she called out, her surroundings remained silent. Her footsteps felt heavy, and she sensed she was not truly moving forward, but when she regained her composure, she found herself standing before the 2. What on earth has transpired? Ji Huaibei, Xiaonan, whoever it may be, please respond to me. Speak quickly. In a fit of rage, Su Yeye extended her hand, attempting to pry Ji Zinan away from Ji Huaibei. urging the latter to face her and answer her inquiries. Strangely, no matter how hard she pulled, she could not budge the petite figure of Ji Zinan. Ji Huaibei, what are you doing? I am asking your sister something. Why are you holding on to her so tightly? Realizing that Ji Huaibei's arms were tightly clasped around Ji Zinan, Su Yeye confronted him with indignation. Yet in the next moment, she stood frozen in astonishment, for she beheld a pair of eyes, dark, devoid of color, gazing at her. It was Ji Huaibei's eyes. Is that you, Su Yeye? Why have you returned so late? Su Yeye questioned her own hearing, incredulous that she had indeed heard Ji Huaibei calling her name. I apologize. We encountered some issues here, and the meal has yet to be prepared. At this moment, Su Yeye was convinced that she was not experiencing auditory hallucinations. It was indeed Ji Huaibei who was speaking. She instantly felt a surge of urgency and reached out to help him up. Yet upon seeing the pool of blood beneath him, she hesitated, fearful of causing him further harm. Ji Huaibei, please hold your tongue for now. Just tell me where you are injured, and I shall fetch some medicine for you immediately. Due to Ji Zinan's position atop him, she was unaware of the extent of his injuries and could only inquire. However, it seemed as though Ji Huaibei did not hear her at all. Continuing to speak to himself, Xiaonan, she always told me she wanted to protect us, that she did not wish to become a burden. I never paid much heed to her words, for I had always believed that as long as I was present, Xiaonan would not suffer, that she need not protect others. Having me as her brother was sufficient. Yet, Ji Huaibei took a breath and continued in a feeble voice. But she stood in front of me, smiling, and though I could not hear her words, I could discern what she wished to convey through her lips. Brother. I have finally become an adult. Indeed, as Sister Yeye said, being an adult is no easy feat. Suddenly, Ji Huaibei fell silent, his eyelids gradually closing. Su Yeye was taken aback, quickly pushing his arm and urgently exclaiming, Do not close your eyes, Ji Huaibei. Ji Huaibei, you must rally yourself. Her cries seemed to bear no fruit. Ji Huaibei remained with his eyes firmly shut, lying motionless on the ground. Perhaps he had succumbed to death. Yet, Su Yeye was unwilling to accept this reality. Rising to her feet, she resolved to return home and fetch the medicine box. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind her, Ji Huaibei's voice. Without delay, Su Yeye crouched down once more, gazing at the still closed eyes of Ji Huaibei, and assured him with unwavering conviction, I will certainly see it through. Please, tell me. After a brief pause, Ji Huaibei's voice softened further. I harbor no grand ambitions. My sole wish is for my sister to live joyfully. Yet it is evident that this dream has become unattainable, so I can only settle for a lesser hope. I wish for both myself and Xiaonan to be laid to rest together. She is frightened of the dark, and I cannot bear the thought of leaving her alone. If possible, could you please place some food at my grave? I would like to share it with Xiaonan in the afterlife. I don't have a particular favorite food. If I had to choose, it would be soft bread, delicious and filling. However, if only hard bread is available, that would suffice, provided it is accompanied by water, as it is too dry otherwise. Ji Huaibei's voice had dwindled to a whisper, so faint that Su Yeye had to lean closer to hear him clearly. Fortune has ultimately turned a blind eye to us. Had I known, I would have chosen a different deity to believe in. Su Yeye felt a tightness in her eyes, though she could not comprehend the reason behind it. As Ji Huaibei seemed to have concluded his words, she suppressed the turmoil within her heart and responded, Very well, I promise you. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted from afar, sweeping past the two of them, carrying away the dust from the ground, along with certain intangible remnants. Thus, Su Yeye waited in place for an extended period. Yet no further reply came from Ji Huaibei. She refrained from attempting to rouse him again, for she understood that Ji Huaibei had already departed from this world. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the complete disappearance of his lower half. Such an injury left no possibility for survival. In truth, his endurance until now was nothing short of a miracle. It seems you have not yet transcended this calamity. Ji Huaibei, do accompany Xiaonan well. And please convey to her that I have long regarded her as family. Of course, that includes you as well. Su Yeye's tone was remarkably composed, yet inexplicably, her vision grew blurred. The usually reticent Ji Huaibei spoke at length before his demise, yet every word revolved around one person, his sister, Ji Zinan. Chapter 18. Blazing flame. Su Yeye stood for a considerable time, until her tears had thoroughly soaked her face, before she finally averted her gaze. She did not wish for the two to behold her current state. It would be far too humiliating. With her hands, she hastily wiped her face. And once more she directed her attention towards them, though she did not look at Ji Huaibei. Instead, her eyes fell upon his sister, Jin Zinan. Extending her arms, Su Yeye sought to draw Jin Zinan from his embrace. Perhaps it was the absence of worry. Or perhaps it was the realization that he had truly passed on. But this time, Su Ye effortlessly extracted Ji Zinan from Ji Huaibei's embrace. Her movements were delicate, akin to handling a precious artifact, fearing even the slightest harm would befall her. Gently placing the girl on the ground beside her, Su Ye finally beheld Ji Zinan's face. Fortunately, in contrast to the charred and scorched skin on her back, Ji Zinan bore no wounds on her face, nor any signs of burns. The familiar smile of the girl flashed in Su Ye's mind, evoking an illusion that she was still alive. Yet, such a notion was impossible. If Ji Zinan were truly alive, Ji Huaibei's first utterance would undoubtedly have been a plea for her rescue, rather than languidly recounting his last wishes. Although Su Ye did not witness it, she firmly believed that the first action Ji Huaibei would take upon regaining consciousness would be to ascertain Ji Zinan's breath. To confirm her fate, if it were within his power, she was certain he would willingly exchange his life for hers. Yet, all of this was merely a fantasy. Gazing at the smile on Ji Zinan's face, Su Ye fell into a contemplative silence. She seemed joyful, yet the source of her happiness eluded her. Was it the satisfaction of finally being able to protect others, especially her most cherished brother? Or was it a sense of relief that she had miraculously escaped this calamity? Perhaps both sentiments intertwined within her. Yet, even though the smile on the girl's face was radiant, Su Ye immediately discerned the trace of an unusual emotion concealed within her eyes: fear. No matter how brave she attempted to appear, at her core, Ji Zinan was merely a 15-year-old girl. When confronted with the specter of death, she would inevitably succumb to terror. However, she did not allow this sentiment to surface. For at that moment, her brother Ji Huaibei was gazing at her. How could a girl so considerate of others bear to reveal her fear in front of her brother? The unfairness of the world struck Su Ye. Even such a virtuous girl was destined to die. It was as if she was both mocking and lamenting this reality. Nevertheless, their astute brother Huaibei would certainly not commit such a naive blunder as to let his sister face death alone in fear. Thus, he remained by Ji Zinan's side until the very end. Indeed, Su Ye began to realize that her previous thoughts might have been misguided. With her brother beside her until her last moments, how could Ji Zinan possibly feel afraid? Perhaps her true fear lay in the possibility that Ji Huaibei might perish alongside her. Until the end, she might have believed that he would survive, carrying a part of her with him. Regrettably, the outcome was disappointing. Fortunately, she was the only one privy to the conclusion, and that sufficed. Su Ye sat quietly beside Ji Zinan, as if her presence could somehow compensate for her absence. Time trickled by slowly, yet to Su Ye it felt agonizingly prolonged. So much so that she began to feel disoriented. Perhaps she would remain seated indefinitely, lacking any particular reason, simply desiring to quietly accompany the two for a while. Ahem. Ha. Ha ha. I am not dead. At that moment, a faint murmur emanated from behind, shattering the stillness. The flow of time resumed its normal pace as Su Ye slowly turned her head to gaze at the source of the sound. A man, who had been lying on the ground for an indeterminate period, struggled to rise. A gaping wound, as large as a fist, marred his chest. This was likely the cause of his demise. Strangely, the man, who should have perished, managed to stand, the wound on his chest healing at a gradual pace. He seemed oblivious to Su Ye's presence, muttering curses to himself while retrieving a machete from the ground. Ahem, those cursed lower-class individuals. If I hadn't purchased a bottle of high-grade healing potion in advance, I would have met my end here. I was far too careless. As he continued to mutter, the man spat out a small glass vial, which shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering fragments everywhere. Gripping the machete anew, he glared at the now completely destroyed umbrella. A look of frustration crossing his face. I have yet to reap any benefits, and I've already lost a high-grade healing potion and a piece of protective gear. It is utterly infuriating. The man, visibly on edge, pointed angrily at the corpses of Ji Huaibei and Ji Zinan not far away. Those two damned creatures, what bad luck. Suddenly, the man froze, for he noticed an individual approaching him slowly. Ji Huaibei and Ji Zinan were the names of the two. Su Ye murmured softly, her gaze lowered, obscuring her expression from view. The man, feeling a surge of anxiety, instinctively took a couple of steps back. What does this have to do with me? Why are you saying these things? And who are you? Don't come any closer. His voice trembled with fear, not due to any particular reason, but simply because the aura emanating from the young girl was overwhelmingly terrifying. It felt as though he stood before a deity, a formidable pressure enveloping him entirely. He could not even meet her gaze, his legs quaking involuntarily. What kind of monster are you? Please, don't approach me. A tremendous black flame erupted in the man's hand, its intense heat melting the ground beneath him, the searing light illuminating the area. A massive fireball, infused with immense energy, surged towards Su Ye amidst his furious cries, seemingly intent on consuming everything in its path. Mysterious symbols, brimming with boundless energy, burst forth from Su Ye's lips, accompanied by a blazing crimson flame that shot skyward. Before this inferno, the once menacing black flames appeared trifling in comparison. Yes, you are a devil. The flame, having devoured the black fire, surged forth with the power to annihilate all, rushing toward the man. He stood there, dazed, murmuring absent-mindedly. He had even forgotten to flee. Or perhaps he understood that escape was futile. This was divine retribution. In the next instant, he was entirely engulfed by the flames. Chapter 19. The unusual. The flames danced rhythmically, burning slowly, akin to a performer in a bonfire, swaying gracefully and entrancing all who beheld it. Su Yue sat before the bonfire, her gaze somewhat vacant as she stared into the deep pit before her. Within this grave lay the bodies of Ji Huaibei and Ji Zinan. In this apocalyptic world, she dared not bury the two directly, fearing that the corpses might be unearthed by the undead. Cremation was the only method she could conceive. This pit, painstakingly excavated by her own hands, was accompanied by flames that she had ignited herself. Somehow, an unfamiliar script suddenly emerged in her mind, though she could not decipher it. Su Yue distinctly sensed that it signified a power related to fire. It felt innate, as if she had always possessed it, and she was beginning to grasp this fiery force, albeit with some clumsiness. The flames used to incinerate the bodies of Ji Huaibei and Ji Zinan emanated from her very hands. Contemplating this, she lowered her head to observe her hands, which she held aloft. The white scales glimmered eerily in the firelight, and her sharp claws bore remnants of soil, a testament to her labor in digging the pit. Su Yue was perplexed by her condition. A suspicion lingered in her mind that she was reluctant to confront. As her visage gradually aligned with the indistinct figure that haunted her thoughts, lost in reverie, she gazed at the dwindling flames and slowly rose to retrieve her backpack. Inverting it, all its contents tumbled into the pit. Bread, the entirety of what she could scavenge from home. She had not forgotten Ji Huaibei's request. After standing in silence for a moment, ensuring that everything in the pit had been reduced to ash, Su Yue began to cover the grave with earth. Here lies the entrance to Ji Huaibei's abode. He never specified where he wished to be interred, so Su Ye took it upon herself to decide on this location. She mused that as long as Xiaonan was by her side, Ji Huaibei would likely harbor no objections to his resting place. The pit was not particularly deep, yet it was not a task to be hastily completed. As dusk began to settle, Su Ye finally filled the entire grave. She refrained from erecting a tombstone, not out of disinterest, but rather from the fear that it might be vandalized. Should the opportunity arise in the future, she would indeed wish to establish a proper cemetery here. With a slow exhalation, Su Ye dragged her weary body into the house before her, returning to her home. The door had long been damaged, evidently a victim of violent destruction, and it was not difficult to surmise who was responsible. Unfazed, she proceeded directly to her room, locking the door behind her. The night had deepened, casting the room into darkness, and she nearly stumbled over a chair. With a hint of irritation, she kicked the chair aside and made her way to the wardrobe. Opening the wardrobe, she beheld the serene crimson egg within. She gently cradled it and returned to her bed. The egg seemed to harbor a formidable energy. Su Ye could sense its warmth, but felt no burning sensation, only a comforting heat. Thus, cradling the warm red egg, she nestled into her blankets, utterly fatigued, desiring nothing more than a brief respite. Unbeknownst to her, her hands had seamlessly reverted to their original state at some point. Delicate fingers traversed the crimson shell, and an inexplicable sensation stirred within Su Ye, as if the egg itself were subtly quivering. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, compelling her to slowly close her eyes, and soon she slipped into the realm of slumber. Chapter 20. Daughter, Mother. Su Ye was oblivious to the passage of time, her body ensnared by fatigue, rendering her incapable of rising. Just as she was on the brink of surrendering to a profound sleep, a faint whisper reached her ears, as though someone were calling out to her. "Mom, wake up. I'm hungry." Surely, she must have misheard. How could an 18-year-old blossom of youth be a mother? Absurdity flooded her thoughts, prompting her to retreat once more into her dreams. Yet, the ethereal voice grew increasingly insistent, echoing within her mind until it morphed into a wail. "Wah, Mommy isn't moving. She's gone. Mommy's dead. Please, Mommy, don't leave me." This was too much for Su Yeye. Sleep eluded her grasp entirely. With a resolute blink, she prepared to rise. She was determined to confront the raucous child who not only wept but also lamented the death of his mother. Today, she would act as a guardian of justice, intent on reforming this wayward offspring. While her mind was occupied with thoughts of how to discipline the misbehaving child, her body betrayed her, halting her movements. Just as she sat up, an involuntary urge compelled her to recline once more. A dazed expression clouded her features as she questioned whether she was truly awake or merely ensnared in a dream. Before her, specifically upon her, a small girl with fiery red hair lay there, weeping while calling out for her mother, pleading with words like, "Don't die." Tears sparkled in her gem-like eyes, and her pitiful appearance evoked an uncontrollable urge to kiss her. Whose child could this be? Is this truly the apocalypse? Surely, I have not traversed time again. Su Yeye felt bewildered. Were it not for the surroundings mirroring the scene before her slumber, she might suspect she had undergone a second transmigration. Even more astonishing was that the girl was entirely unclothed. In her past life, such a scenario would have led to unthinkable accusations of being a depraved individual. Though the circumstances were unclear, Su Yeye could not afford to remain idle. As she gradually sat up, she attempted to lift the girl from her body. However, this motion only precipitated further complications. The girl, sensing the disturbance beneath her, ceased her cries, her bright eyes fixed intently upon Su Yeye. In the next moment, she clung to her waist, exclaiming, "Oh, how wonderful! Mother, you are alive." Su Yeye was momentarily taken aback. Setting aside the perplexity of being called mother and the notion of her supposed demise, she thought, "Could you not at least put on some clothes? I prefer not to be mistaken for a pervert." Gently tugging at the girl's arm, Su Yeye endeavored to detach her, but the child clung tenaciously. Faced with this situation, Su Yeye had no choice but to reason with her. "Excuse me, little sister, could you please put on some clothes? Everything else can be discussed later." Upon hearing Su Yeye's words, the girl widened her eyes, a look of perplexity crossing her face. "I don't have any clothes. I was born just like this." Ignoring her statement, Su Yeye found the girl's expression rather endearing, reminiscent of her own childhood. "Wait a moment. Why do you bear such a striking resemblance to me?" The more Su Yeye looked, the more it struck her as odd. This little girl looked remarkably like her younger self. "I was born from my mother, so of course I resemble her." "What a peculiar question," the little girl replied, tilting her head in confusion. Su Yeye began to perspire, for she had inadvertently glanced at the bed nearby, where a massive red egg had now cracked open, revealing an empty shell, akin to that of a chick that had just hatched. She glanced at the eggshell, then at the girl before her, and felt her mind beginning to falter. "Is this truly my child? It cannot be. Who is the father? Goodness, I am innocent, and why is it oviparous? Am I not human? Oh, perhaps I truly am not, but that does not seem right either." The more Su Yeye pondered, the more coherent her thoughts became. And apart from the mystery of the child's father, everything else seemed to connect. "So, am I your mother?" Su Yeye asked, holding on to a faint glimmer of hope as she gazed at the girl. Upon hearing the inquiry, the girl promptly nodded vigorously, soon thereafter adopting a pitiful expression. "Mother is simply my mother. Why do you ask such a thing? Does she not want me anymore?" Sob, as the girl was about to weep again. Su Yeye hurriedly reached out to intervene, interrupting the incantation. "Do not cry, do not cry. Mother is right here. How could she possibly abandon you?" While softly comforting the girl, Su Yeye embraced her and walked towards the door. She went to Zizi Nan's room to find a smaller outfit for the girl to wear, and at last, Su Yeye breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the little girl who was not even as tall as her legs, she could ascertain that this child had indeed emerged from the crimson egg. Finally, Su Yeye's anxieties dissipated. "Mother, I am hungry." "Then nibble on the eggshell," Su Yeye replied to her daughter's cries. "Eggshells are a source of protein. Consuming them will aid in your growth." Chapter 21. Su Shaokai propping her chin up with one hand, Su Yeye observed the little red girl sitting on the bed. Savoring the eggshell with delight, her expression filled with exasperation. She had merely made a casual remark, yet to her surprise, the child was genuinely gnawing on the eggshell, relishing it so much that it stirred a sense of guilt within her. Surely, it would not cause any harm. After all, she was her own daughter. Little Red. The name Su Yeye had just given her, as she herself was not particularly adept at naming, opted for something simple. It seemed that Little Red quite liked the name. Based on her reaction, "Little Red, you enjoy your meal. I will tidy up the room." Su Yeye called out softly before preparing to rise and step outside. However, as soon as she moved, she felt her pants being tugged. Turning her head, she discovered it was little Hong, who was still cradling an eggshell in her hands. With her head tilted back, she looked up at Su Yeye, her face filled with anxiety and unease, as if she feared being abandoned. Although Su Yeye had intended to explain that she was merely going to the adjacent room to tidy up, the sight of the girl's pitiful expression rendered her unable to voice her thoughts. Gently lifting the girl into her arms, Su Yeye found her remarkably light. Even holding her with one hand posed no challenge. Yet, in order to organize her belongings, she set Little Hong down upon reaching the neighboring room. The last time she had searched for bread, she had rummaged through every room and had yet to find the time to arrange everything properly. Now, she seized the opportunity to tidy up and check for any remaining food, considering there were still 2 mouths to feed. After spending about an hour arranging everything, Su Yeye unexpectedly came across some unusual items. Is this leather? She gazed at the bag in her hand, containing an unknown type of hide, and curiously pulled out a piece. The leather appeared incomplete, possibly damaged during storage. Its surface gleamed a muted brass color. Upon touching it, she was surprised by its unexpected firmness, though it was quite thin, roughly the thickness of several A4 sheets. Leaning slightly down, she brought the leather close to her nose and inhaled. How to describe it? Su Yeye couldn't quite pinpoint the scent, yet it strangely felt familiar. As her gaze settled upon the neatly made bed within the room, Su Yeye approached it slowly, crouching down to inhale its scent gently. She could no longer disregard the peculiarity of her own actions, which might indeed be deemed obsessive, for she seemed to have discerned the identity of the bed's owner. Reflecting on the previously overlooked yet oddly significant details, a smile involuntarily crept across her face. No wonder you were so close to me. It turns out we are of the same ilk, Ji Zinan. Su Yeye's expression grew complex. Had she known her true identity from the outset, would they have met a different fate? The reason behind Ji Zinan's concealment of the truth eluded her, yet such considerations felt trivial in the present moment. Rising to her feet, she returned the bag to its original place and called out to Xiao Hong, who was still pecking at the remnants of the eggshell nearby, before departing from the space that belonged solely to Ji Zinan. As she closed the door behind her, a fleeting sense of melancholy crossed Su Yeye's features, quickly replaced by a semblance of normalcy. Seated on the sofa in the living room, she languidly observed Xiao Hong, who was consuming the last morsel of the eggshell. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she reached out to gently pat the little one's head. Xiao Hong's hair mirrored the hue of her own pupils, the ruby-red strands gleaming with vibrancy and smooth to the touch. The little creature, feeling the caress atop her head, did not resist. Instead, she displayed an expression of utter delight, instinctively wrapping her tiny hands around Su Yeye's arm. A stir of emotion welled up within Su Yeye's eyes as she gazed at the adorable little one, finding her increasingly endearing with each passing moment. Primarily, she is still her own daughter. Who wouldn't desire such a lovely and well-behaved child? The sensation of being called Mama while cradling her is utterly exhilarating. Although the name Xiao Hong rolls off the tongue effortlessly, it can only serve as a nickname. Suddenly, Su Yeye was reminded that she needed to bestow a proper name upon the little one, and she furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Glancing at a small fragment of eggshell left on the sofa, which was promptly discovered and snatched up by Xiao Hong to be tossed into her mouth, Su Yeye was inspired. Let us call you Xiaokai, she mused. Since you are my daughter, it's only natural that you take my surname. Su Xiaokai, she declared. A satisfied smile gracing her face as she watched Xiao Hong for her reaction. Xiao Hong blinked, then instantly beamed with joy. I really like this name. Thank you, Mama. It was evident that Su Xiaokai was quite pleased with her new name. However, she soon clutched her belly, looking up at Su Yeye with a pitiful expression. Mama, I'm hungry. All right, Xiaokai. Dear, I will cook you some noodles right away. Please wait here, Su Yeye replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. She felt herself increasingly embodying the qualities of a devoted mother. Oh no, I don't want to embark on the path of middle-aged womanhood just yet. Please, not so soon. With a lamenting cry, Su Yeye trudged slowly into the kitchen, her silhouette betraying a sense of weariness. Chapter 22. Reunion after stacking the firewood together. She ignited it with a lighter, added water, and finally introduced the noodles and seasoning packets. Amidst the flurry of activity, Su Yeye emerged from the kitchen, balancing 2 bowls of noodles. Though her appearance was somewhat disheveled, the sight of her mother finally emerging from the kitchen prompted Su Xiaoka to rush forward with open arms. Just as she intended to embrace Su Yeye, the enticing aroma of the noodles drew her in, despite the absence of any additional ingredients. The seasoning packets that accompanied the instant noodles were sufficient to emanate a delightful fragrance. Throughout this episode, Su Yeye keenly observed the expressions flitting across Su Xiaoka's face, and her own countenance darkened in response. Could this truly be her daughter? Surely there had been some mistake. It must be so. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Yeye placed the two bowls on the dining table. At that moment, Su Xiaoka had already climbed onto her chair and sat down, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at the noodles. Perhaps out of respect for Su Yeye's authority, she refrained from diving into the meal uninvited. In this regard, the little girl still listened to her mother, providing a modicum of comfort to Su Ye's wounded spirit, oblivious to the internal struggle of her mother. Su Xiaoka gazed expectantly at Su Yeye, her delicate tongue darting out to lick her soft lips. This charming expression was utterly endearing, captivating the attention of a certain someone named Su to the point of fixation. Only I, Su Yeye, could give birth to such an adorable child. There is no doubt about it. After a moment of self-praise, Su Yeye finally handed the chopsticks in her hand to Su Xiaoka and said, "All right. Let us begin our meal." As soon as her words fell, Su Xiaoka's delicate little hand reached towards the noodles in the bowl, while Su Yeye's chopsticks remained suspended in midair, unnoticed. Fortunately, Su Yeye was no ordinary person. Just before that tiny hand touched the broth, she swiftly grasped it. Eating with chopsticks is essential. Using one's hands is impolite, especially since the broth is hot and could cause burns. Su Yeye looked at Su Xiaoka with a serious expression, her tone leaving no room for rebuttal. Although this was a post-apocalyptic world where manners seemed to have lost their significance, Su Yeye did not wish to see her daughter grow up to be an uncultured savage. Such fundamental knowledge was her responsibility as a parent. Sensing her mother's stern demeanor, Su Xiaoka's face betrayed a hint of guilt, and she instinctively shrank back. "I'm sorry, Mommy, but I don't know how to use this thing," she apologized softly, pointing at the chopsticks in Su Yeye's hand. Her voice was delicate and endearing, causing Su Yeye's heart to soften, despite the pretense of her seriousness. "It's all right. I'll teach you," she replied, proceeding to demonstrate, hand in hand, how to properly use chopsticks. The young girl was remarkably intelligent. Within mere minutes, she had mastered the skill. Though her proficiency was not yet refined, it sufficed for her to enjoy her meal. Observing Su Xiaoka, who, after finishing her noodles, contentedly nestled into her embrace and drifted off to sleep with a blissful smile adorning her face, Su Yeye felt a warmth envelop her heart. Unbeknownst to her, the subtle shadow that lingered in her gaze had quietly dissipated, and a faint light shimmered in her wine-colored eyes. Gently placing Xiaoka onto the bed and ensuring she was snugly covered, Su Yeye proceeded to tidy the dishes. Noticing that the remaining water was pitifully scant, she decided against washing the dishes, opting instead to simply set them at the sink before departing the kitchen. Glancing outside, she saw that dusk had yet to descend, prompting her to prepare for a brief outing. She closed the door behind her but did not lock it, as she intended merely to step outside for a moment. It was worth mentioning that the key to the door was safely stowed in Ji Huaibei's bag, which she had now retrieved. Upon exiting the building and stepping into a sunlit area, Su Yeye spotted a familiar figure standing at the entrance. He held a bouquet of white flowers, leaning against the setting sun, as the orange-yellow light cascaded behind him, casting a warm glow upon the ground, leaving only a small patch before the young man shrouded in shadow. That was the very spot where Ji Huaibei and she had laid their loved ones to rest. "Lin Tao?" Su Yeye spoke coldly, instantly recognizing the young man, who was someone she had encountered on 2 occasions. No, to be precise, just one. Her tone was frigid, evoking a sensation akin to stepping into an ice cave, a chill that Lin Tao evidently sensed as well. He remained silent, still turned sideways towards Su Yeye, gently cradling a flower as he slowly crouched down. Then, under the weight of Su Yeye's icy gaze and formidable aura, he leisurely inserted the flower into the soil before gradually rising to face her. His countenance retained that ever-gentle smile, exuding an aura of someone who seemingly would never harbor anger. "Miss Su, it has been several days since we last met. I trust you have been well." Chapter 23. A New World. Have you been following me? Su Yeye crossed her arms defiantly, her eyes piercing as they bore into him. Lin Tao chuckled softly, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating that he bore no weapons, as he began to explain. "I suppose it wouldn't be quite accurate to say so. I merely followed the footprints. However, I did not anticipate that Miss Su would be gone for 3 days, making my wait rather prolonged." Su Yeye's fingers twitched slightly as she scrutinized him from head to toe, noting that he wore the same attire, with no apparent means to conceal a weapon. Her tone softened somewhat. If he harbored ill intentions, he would not have chosen to wait for her for 3 days. Nonetheless, the possibility of deceit lingered. "So, you have intentionally waited this long for me. What is it that you wish to convey?" though Su Ye did not believe that someone would resort to such a pretext for deceit. She found herself uncertain of his true intentions and thus opted for a direct inquiry. Lin Tao, imbued with an air of enigma, replied, "I have mentioned to you before, Miss Su, that I am a gold seeker and concurrently a merchant." He maintained his smile, while Su Ye raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Regardless of whether you are a gold digger or a merchant, it has no bearing on me. Besides, I do not possess even a single penny. So you have surely chosen the wrong person for your business endeavors." Upon hearing this, Lin Tao quickly waved her hand, pointed at Su Ye, then at herself, and began to explain. No, I have not mistaken my choice. At this juncture, I shall be forthright with you. I am here to lead you to a new world. A new world? Su Ye's brows arched in surprise. Indeed, this realm surpasses our current existence. Or perhaps it governs it. It is entirely fitting to refer to it as a new world. The more Lin Tao spoke, the more animated she became, even exhibiting a hint of excitement. Su Ye began to suspect that the other might be unhinged. If one is ill, they should seek treatment. Do not unleash your madness here. Her tone dripped with disdain as she took a couple of steps back, fearful that this person might suddenly lunge at her. Suddenly, Lin Tao composed herself, though her calmness seemed excessively so, making it difficult to reconcile with her previous fervor. She gazed silently at Su Ye, her dark eyes devoid of any sparkle. Being scrutinized by such eyes was undeniably unsettling. However, Su Ye was unfazed, her spirited gaze meeting Lin Tao's without a hint of trepidation until the latter uttered her next words. If I were to say that Feng Cheng resides in this new world, though unfamiliar with this individual named Feng Cheng, the mere mention of his name sparked an unprecedented wave of terror within Su Ye. Even Lin Tao, who usually exudes calmness, could not help but take a few steps back under the weight of this imposing presence. Su Ye advanced slowly, her tone eerily composed. Feng Cheng, is that the man? As Su Ye approached relentlessly, Lin Tao ceased his retreat, standing still with a warm smile gracing his face. Indeed, he was alive, unscathed and well. Black Flame, Feng Cheng was right there. Su Ye halted before Lin Tao, gazing at the young man, approximately 6 feet tall, and she could not help but smile. Very well, I accept your invitation. Now, what is the price? Lin Tao returned her smile, genuine and sincere. You owe me a favor. I shall assist you in entering the new world and locating Feng Cheng. What you choose to do thereafter is of no concern to me. Deal. Without hesitation, Su Ye acquiesced, willing to exhaust all means to eliminate that man. She held no doubt in his words. Whether it was the absence of even Feng Cheng's ashes after searching the scene, or the impression Lin Tao left upon her, she did not perceive him as deceitful. Of course, should he be misleading her, Su Ye would not let him escape unscathed. I will wait for you here tomorrow morning. Lin Tao did not engage in further conversation, departing with those words. As she watched him walk away against the backdrop of the setting sun, an inexplicable emotion surged within Su Ye. Don't overthink it, she chided herself. She held no interest in men. It was merely a sensation. As if they had encountered each other before, yet the scene during their conversation bore an unfamiliarity that felt strikingly genuine. Lin Tao? She murmured, turning away from the setting sun and slowly ascending the stairs. Seizing the moment before darkness enveloped the sky, Su Ye began to test her physical abilities in the living room. Glancing at the dagger in her hand, the very one that Ji Huaibei had always carried, she initially intended to use it for her experiment. However, considering the potential risk of infection, she abandoned that notion and redirected her focus to the living room wall. With a resounding thud, she struck the wall with her fist, expecting to see a wound emerge, yet instead, a large hole was created, allowing her to clearly glimpse into Ji Huaibei's room on the other side. This unexpected outcome left Su Ye eager to test her recuperative powers. Somewhat vexed and embarrassed as she glanced at the room beyond the wall, temporarily she relinquished her testing ambitions. How had she never realized her own strength before? She had always thought of herself as a feeble creature with a combat ability of merely 5. While Su Ye pondered this revelation, the door to her room suddenly swung open, and Su Shaokai emerged with her head drooping, appearing as though she had just awakened. Mom, what was that noise just now? It was so loud. Facing her daughter's inquiry, Su Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched her head, hastily chuckling as she took Su Shaokai's hand and led her back to bed. Oh, it's nothing, just a little monster, but I chased it away. Don't be afraid. My dear, let us go to sleep. With a bewildered expression, Su Shaoka was pulled back into the room. Chapter 24. The Fool in the Morning. Su Yeye utilized the remaining water to bathe both herself and Su Xiaoka, considering that their journey would likely extend for a considerable duration. She found no reason to carry the water along. The little one continued to cling to her, even during the bath, insisting that Su Yeye assist her, which left Su Yeye somewhat exasperated. After gently tousling Su Xiaoka's damp hair, she could faintly detect the scent of shampoo lingering in the strands. After tidying up a bit, Su Yeye took hold of Su Xiaoka's hand and descended the stairs. Before departing, she made sure to close the door behind them, leaving the key on the table in the living room. She donned the black robe she had originally worn, paired with convenient shorts for ease of movement, and completed her attire with knee-high leather boots. As she stepped outside, she spotted Lin Tao standing not far away, his back to them, his head slightly tilted upwards as if gazing into the distance. Upon hearing their approach, he turned around, a smile gracing his features as he looked at Su Yeye. However, his expression shifted to one of surprise upon noticing Su Xiaoka beside her. "Good morning, Miss Su. May I inquire as to who this is?" Su Yeye had no intention of concealing the truth and replied candidly. "Oh, this is my daughter. You can call her Xiaohong." Initially, Lin Tao was merely taken aback by the child's presence, but upon hearing Su Yeye's explanation, he was utterly flabbergasted. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself, forcing a smile that seemed somewhat strained. "Oh, I see. Miss Su, you truly are blessed with a daughter at such a young age. You shall have great fortune ahead." "Thank you, but if you cannot offer compliments, it would be preferable not to." Su Yeye wore an expression of utter exasperation, suddenly feeling an overwhelming urge to deliver a good punch to this individual. "Let us go," Lin Tao chuckled lightly, offering no further response, as he led the two of them in a particular direction. Initially, Su Yeye struggled to recognize their whereabouts, but as they continued walking, she sensed that something was amiss. "Are we indeed heading toward the city center?" She recalled that it was not. Su Yeye pondered silently, choosing not to voice her thoughts and simply following quietly behind. Lin Tao, however, was quite amiable, engaging in conversation throughout their journey, with his inquiries predominantly revolving around Su Xiaokai. "Miss Su, how old is Xiaohong this year? She seems to be around 5 or 6, doesn't she? You don't appear too old yourself. Did you have her in middle school? May I inquire about your husband? Is he still alive? I would truly like to make his acquaintance, nothing more than a simple introduction. By the way, does Xiaohong grow up on formula? She appears rather healthy." At this point, Su Yeye could endure no longer. Veins were visibly protruding from her forehead as she swung a fist toward Lin Tao, her face contorted with fierce determination. "Get lost. How do you have so many questions? And where is your sense of politeness? What do you mean by asking whether Xiaohong was raised on formula? Who do you look down upon? Let me tell you, she was nurtured on high-quality protein." After unleashing her barrage of words, Lin Tao was thoroughly cowed. As he evaded the incoming punch, his once loquacious mouth promptly sealed shut, leaving only a somewhat forced smile on his face. Why had I not noticed before how eloquent this individual was? I initially presumed him to be a mystic, only to discover upon acquaintance that he was merely a fool, albeit one with a penchant for incessant chatter. Her entire perception of him had diminished. She found herself suddenly reluctant to engage further with him, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment. "My dear friend, are you truly not suffering from a dual personality?" Su Yeye inquired gravely of Lin Tao, who responded with equal seriousness. "I assure you, I am not, Miss Su." Su Yeye fell into silence, ultimately deciding to continue in her quietude. She had intended to inquire about certain matters regarding the New World, but found herself devoid of any inclination to do so. In her boredom, she began to play with Su Xiaokai's hair, captivated by its delightful texture, and the little one seemed quite pleased by the attention. Thus, she indulged in this simple pleasure. And time swiftly passed. As they strolled past various edifices, a magnificent structure gradually loomed into view. The building was square-shaped, surrounded by formidable walls that appeared to be constructed from a sandy material. Their path seemed to lead directly to the front of this imposing edifice, where a grand gate fashioned from steel awaited them. Su Yeye scrutinized the building intently, her gaze occasionally drifting to Lin Tao. She pondered whether this structure, referred to as the Survivor Base, was indeed the new world he had spoken of. Yet, the fervor she had witnessed in his eyes seemed incongruous with the rather ordinary appearance of the impressive yet unremarkable building before her. In Su Yeye's heart, there lingered an inexplicable premonition that an astonishing secret lay hidden within this survivor's base. As she pondered this notion, the voice of Lin Tao broke through her reverie, urging her to remain focused. At that moment, the three of them stood before an iron gate, yet Su Yeye scrutinized the door for an extended period, failing to discern any semblance of a lock. Even if it were to be opened from within, one would expect at least a trace of a locking mechanism. The door appeared as plain as the surrounding plains, devoid of any discernible features. Confused yet unperturbed, Su Yeye reassured herself that Lin Tao would facilitate their entry. True to her thoughts, before her bewilderment could linger, Lin Tao made his next move. A phone materialized in his hand, and, to Su Yeye's astonishment, he dialed a device reminiscent of a brick phone. "Hello, is this the Lord of the City? I kindly request you to open the door. I have brought a newcomer." There was no response from the other end, yet Lin Tao remained unfazed and continued, "I am the fool, Lin Tao, and I shall cover the newcomer's expenses." With his words, the iron gate stirred at last. Although it was said to have moved, it emitted no sound whatsoever. Much like the individual on the other end of the line, both parties shared a tacit understanding, enveloped in silence. One hung up, while the other simply vanished before the eyes of those present. Chapter 25. The market. Upon witnessing the iron gate vanish into thin air, Su Yeye's brow involuntarily twitched. What is this, a supernatural ability? Recalling the dark flames emitted by that man earlier, a weight settled heavily in her heart. She had previously believed her own strength to be formidable, yet she now realized that this world harbored many mysteries beyond her comprehension. Seemingly perceiving Su Yeye's thoughts, Lin Tao naturally began to elucidate. "You are not mistaken. This is indeed a supernatural ability, which we commonly refer to as special abilities, a shorthand for extraordinary powers. In this new world, there are numerous methods to awaken such abilities, making individuals with special powers surprisingly common here." With her arms crossed and an expression of nonchalance, Su Yeye feigned curiosity, inquiring, "And the city lord? Who is he, and what are his abilities?" While her tone suggested mere curiosity, Su Yeye was, in fact, attempting to gauge the city lord's general strength. After all, she found it hard to believe that one could attain the title of city lord without possessing considerable prowess. If she could ascertain the city lord's capabilities, she could estimate the overall combat power within this realm. "The time gate, Shen Feng," Lin Tao replied succinctly to her query. A flicker of confusion crossed Su Yeye's face as she probed further, and then Lin Tao remained silent, merely smiling. It became apparent to Su Yeye that he was unwilling to divulge any further information. She decided to let it go. It was not as if she was desperate to know. With his reticence, she resolved to refrain from pressing the matter any further. "Let us proceed." Lin Tao finally spoke as he noticed Su Yeye's silence, leading the two inside. Soon, they passed through the grand entrance and entered the building. To their surprise, the interior was not as extravagant or fantastical as they had anticipated. Rather, it bore a striking resemblance to a bustling small town, filled with houses and a throng of people. Su Yeye couldn't resist glancing back, and as expected, the previously vanished door had mysteriously reappeared, completely obstructing their path. However, she dismissed it and redirected her attention to the scene before her. Inside, numerous stalls lined the area, with vendors enthusiastically calling out to passers-by, promoting their wares. Curiosity piqued, Su Yeye instinctively rose on her toes to get a better view, wondering what these merchants could possibly sell in this post-apocalyptic world. To her dismay, she encountered objects that made her skin crawl: gigantic spider legs, severed zombie heads, and even vendors offering zombie flesh. The sight unsettled her. Surely these items were not intended for consumption. Just the mere appearance of them was enough to induce nausea, let alone the thought of eating such things. Perhaps noticing the trio's arrival, the vendors amplified their calls, seemingly intent on shattering Su Yeye's composure even further. "Fresh mutant spider legs. If it's not fresh, it's free. Hurry, those in need. Discounts for bulk purchases." Another shouted. "Zombie blind boxes for sale. The size of the crystal core is a matter of luck. Aren't you intrigued? Perhaps you are, but a zombie's head away from untold riches. Zombie meat is being sold at a bargain price, available for order, with the option for immediate slaughter and sale." Observing the somewhat disillusioned Su Yeye and the perplexed Su Shaokai, who clung to her leg, Lin Tao could no longer remain silent and began to elucidate the matter. The legs of mutated spiders bear barbs, which can be employed in the crafting of armor or weaponry. The crystal core, found within the brains of zombies, serves as a source of energy or can be exchanged for points. Each zombie's brain harbors a crystal core of varying size, thus the price fluctuates, resulting in a phenomenon akin to a blind box. As for his claims of sudden wealth, they were largely exaggerated. The profits are minimal. Yet the sheer volume entices many to partake in such endeavors. Zombie meat is primarily intended for pet consumption, though it is not uncommon for certain establishments to process and sell it as beef or chicken, as the lengths to which individuals will go for profit are indeed remarkable. Following Lin Tao's explanation, Su Yeye regained her composure. Just moments ago, she had been gripped by the irrational fear that her identity might be discovered, leading to a fate of being flayed alive and served as sushi. Suddenly, she felt a tug at the hem of her pants and looked down to find Su Shaokai. Seemingly overwhelmed by the crowd for the first time, Su Shaokai appeared frightened, especially in response to the surreptitious, malicious glances surrounding them, prompting her to cling even tighter to Su Yeye's leg. Sensing the little one's emotional turmoil, Su Yeye quickly knelt and embraced her tenderly. While gently caressing her head to soothe her emotions, Su Yeye cast a fierce glare at those who directed malevolent looks her way. Feeling an ominous pressure bearing down upon her, she realized that the newcomer was not to be trifled with, prompting the onlookers to discreetly avert their gazes. Chapter 26. Conflict. The wares sold here could only be exchanged through a system known as points, which were stored on a card referred to as the blue card. Lin Tao took the time to demonstrate this card, which resembled a bank card, its surface entirely cloaked in blue. Observing as he produced the card seemingly out of thin air and then made it vanish just as quickly, Su Yeye remained unfazed. She had encountered peculiarities before, and her mental defenses had significantly fortified. Particularly after wandering through this bizarre marketplace for a while, she found herself unperturbed by any further oddities. Although she could see many intriguing items, each sparking a multitude of questions in her mind, Su Yeye was clearly disinterested in them, as her thoughts were occupied with more pressing matters. Is Fengqing here? Let us not waste time. Take me there quickly. As she observed Lin Tao meandering through the marketplace with keen interest, occasionally pulling out the blue card to make purchases, Su Yeye's impatience began to grow. Yet, in response to her urgency, Lin Tao remained unflustered. He first held up the items he had just acquired, and in the next moment, they vanished into thin air. Once he had gathered all his belongings, he leisurely replied, "How could the term New World possibly refer to such a desolate place? Do not be anxious, Miss Su. I shall take you there at once," Lin Tao remarked, seemingly reverting to the demeanor he displayed when he first met Su Yeye, his words now noticeably fewer. Su Yeye shrugged, internally murmuring to herself, setting aside the myriad of foods available at the marketplace. The very environment could already be deemed a veritable paradise amidst this apocalyptic realm. The fact that such a locale could be labeled as a wretched place only heightened Su Yeye's curiosity regarding Lin Tao's so-called New World. Lin Tao appeared to deliberately quicken his pace, leading them deeper into the city, and Su Yeye did not linger, grasping Su Shaokai's hand as she hurried to catch up. As they walked, suddenly, a figure obstructed their path. It was a young man in his 20s, sporting a head of light yellow hair. His ordinary features complemented by a thin shirt that rendered him quite unremarkable. The newcomer exuded an aggressive aura, clearly not approaching them with benevolent intentions. Beside him stood another youth of similar age, who appeared far more refined in comparison. He wore black-framed glasses, a flowing red robe, and held aloft a wooden blackstaff. He resembled a mage from an online game. Previously, Su Yeye might have dismissed him as merely a cosplay enthusiast, but now, she could only regard him as an actual sorcerer, capable of conjuring a fireball with ease. Su Yeye's gaze sharpened. Although she was unaware of the intentions of the two individuals, she instinctively positioned Su Shaokai behind her and assumed a stance of readiness for combat. However, it appeared she had misunderstood the situation, for despite their aggressive approach, their focus seemed directed elsewhere. Their eyes remained fixed on Lin Tao throughout. While she internally exhaled a sigh of relief, Su Yeye maintained her vigilance, prepared to confront any threat. At that moment, the elegantly attired young man in the crimson robe strode towards them. Noticing Su Yeye's heightened reaction, he promptly halted and gently offered an explanation. "My apologies, miss, but my friend wishes to have a private conversation with Mr. Lin Tao. I kindly request that you accompany me over here." His voice possessed a distinctive charm. However, Su Yeye paid little heed to it. Upon hearing his explanation, she refrained from responding immediately and instead cast an inquiring glance toward Lin Tao. After all, he was her guide, and she could not allow anything to befall him. Otherwise, she would be at a loss as to where to find Fengqing later. Lin Tao let out a soft chuckle. Unfazed by the young man's fierce gaze, he turned to Su Yeye and replied, "Do not worry. This gentleman, Mr. Feng. If he wishes to speak with me, then you may go." Upon hearing his words, Su Yeye and Su Shaokai followed the refined young man to the side. Although curiosity about the nature of Lin Tao's connection with this stranger lingered in her mind, she was not the type to eavesdrop on others' conversations. Intending to idly stroke the head of Su Xiaoka to pass the time, Su Ye was interrupted by a young man who took the initiative to greet her. "Miss, my name is He. My friend here can be a bit brash. I hope he has tea frightened you." Su Ye felt no particular interest in this individual and merely replied with a faint no. Despite being met with indifference, He did not relent. Instead, he squinted, observing Su Xiaoka beside her with evident curiosity. "This little one is truly adorable, with her striking red hair. You two bear a resemblance. Is she your sister?" Receiving this compliment, Su Ye felt a twinge of pride. After all, how could her own daughter be anything but charming? However, she was not inclined to divulge personal details to strangers. "Yes, she is my sister, named Xiaohong. As for me, you may address me as Miss Su." He adjusted his seemingly modest black-framed glasses and murmured in a friendly tone, "Miss Su, you are indeed fortunate to have such a delightful sister." Bathed in sunlight, the transparent lenses glimmered, reflecting the tender interaction between Su Ye and Su Xiaoka, creating a warm tableau. Behind the lenses, He's dark pupils observed the scene, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 27. Invitation. What followed was a period of waiting. Su Ye occasionally glanced towards the situation unfolding nearby. Although she held no apprehensions regarding Lin Tao encountering difficulties, she was prepared to intervene should a conflict arise. The young man beside her appeared somewhat bored, occasionally engaging in conversation with Su Ye. Initially, she responded to him casually, but a new question he posed suddenly piqued her interest. "Miss Su, do you know what kind of person Lin Tao is?" he inquired. Su Ye was taken aback. In truth, she did not know much about Lin Tao. She had only gleaned a bit about his character and some of his abilities through their recent interactions. However, who could guarantee that he was not merely putting on a facade? What others presented might simply be what he wanted them to see. "I'm not very sure about that. Why don't you tell me?" she replied. Noticing her curiosity, he lowered his voice and spoke softly. "The fool, Lin Tao. No one knows the nature of his special abilities, where he comes from, his lineage, or his background. No matter how much one investigates, nothing comes to light. Some speculate that his abilities are related to space, yet no one can assure you that it is not merely a spatial artifact of his. His manner of operation is quite peculiar. He claims to be a merchant, yet he only trades with those he selects. Many are grateful to him, yet many harbor hatred towards him. To put it succinctly, being in his company may attract the attention of numerous onlookers, just like his codename. The Fool in the tarot represents both beginnings and endings, embodying infinite possibilities. This encapsulates Lin Tao as a person. Feeling somewhat parched from his discourse, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his pocket and took a sip. Su Ye observed the small pocket and speculated that he might possess one of those so-called spatial artifacts. Seizing the opportunity while the other party was drinking water, she began to digest the information she had just received. In any case, he could hardly be considered a good person. The question remained, should she join their ranks? After finishing his drink, he returned the water bottle to his pocket and unexpectedly extended an invitation to Su Ye. Su Ye was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, sensing an ulterior motive behind it. Yet, observing the sincerity in his expression, he did not appear to harbor any ill intentions. "I'm sorry, but I must decline." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ye rejected his offer, not due to any commendable qualities in Lin Tao, but rather her innate sixth sense as a woman. While she could not guarantee anything else, her intuition had never led her astray throughout her life. She prided herself on her ability to judge character accurately. Had she been a slightly more astute individual, she might have followed the logic to suspect Lin Tao and develop a sense of mistrust. However, Su Ye was not that type of person. She had never placed her trust in anyone outside of her inner circle, which included Su Xiaokai and Ji Huaibei. Perhaps Lin Tao was not a virtuous individual and might have ulterior motives towards her, but what did that have to do with her? From the moment he offered to assist her in locating her enemies, she had already acknowledged Lin Tao's character. As for he, who had intruded and continued to sow discord, she felt no obligation towards him. With that, Su Ye turned her attention back to playing with Su Xiaokai, disregarding he entirely. A fleeting shadow of dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes, but he managed to conceal it well, revealing nothing of his inner turmoil. Seeing that Su Ye had disregarded him, he chose not to engage further and began to fiddle with his wand. The silence was soon shattered by an outburst of fury. Su Ye lifted her gaze towards the direction of Lin Tao. The young man surnamed Foam was now visibly enraged, brandishing a small knife as he shouted angrily at Lin Tao. "Do not be so arrogant. Lin Tao, do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Do not overestimate your own significance. At that time, I could have easily broken through on my own, without your assistance. In the face of the youth's threatening demeanor, Lin Tao remained utterly unperturbed, his countenance still adorned with a warm smile. With both hands tucked into his sleeves, he appeared remarkably composed. Then why did you accept my offer? You could have declined, couldn't you? Ultimately, isn't it your own fear that has ravaged your spirit? Seemingly growing impatient, Lin Tao turned to stride towards Su Ye, evidently intending to conclude the conversation. However, in the next moment, the youth behind him seemed to have reached his limit. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the knife and lunged at Lin Tao's exposed neck. Die! Watch out behind you! Su Ye exclaimed urgently, taking a step forward. Yet, as she advanced a mere 2 paces, she halted abruptly, for it appeared that the assailant's strike had already met its end. A pale red shield enveloped Lin Tao entirely, blocking incoming attacks as he swiftly turned, drawing a revolver with precision aimed at the man's forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The deafening gunshot echoed as the young man collapsed to his knees, his face etched with fear and despair as he gazed at the smoldering wound. Engulfed in a state of profound dread, oblivious to his own survival, he sensed he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, a feeling that was utterly disheartening. Well, consider yourself fortunate. You encountered a 1 in 6 chance. Live well, and do not seek me again. Farewell, Mr. Feng. After bidding farewell, Lin Tao cast no further glance at the man, stowing the gun back in his pocket as he strode directly towards Su Ye. Let us go. Su Ye averted her gaze from the man, who had his hands shoved in his pockets, remaining silent as she grasped Su Xiaoke's hand and followed him away from the sight. The trio departed, yet the area remained shrouded in a heavy silence, with everyone tacitly refraining from conversation. Only the nameless Mr. Feng remained on the ground, his eyes vacant, mumbling incoherently, though no one cared to inquire further. It was only when the stern-faced He pulled him up from the ground and led him away that the area gradually regained its liveliness. Chapter 28. The wife, did you have a conflict with him? On the way, Su Ye could not suppress her curiosity and inquired of Lin Tao ahead. Lin Tao had no intention of concealing the truth, and he began to explain without looking back. Oh, it's merely a transaction. At the moment when he found himself facing the brink of life and death, I proposed a deal to him, to exchange everything I possessed for a chance to survive. However, Lin Tao paused, seemingly amused. Su Ye could see his shoulders gently shaking. That person regretted it later. He believed he could have fought his way out on his own and claimed that I had misled him, demanding that I return his belongings. Isn't that laughable? Su Ye remained silent, pondering that perhaps the individual surnamed Feng was not entirely wrong. He might indeed have had a means of escape. Yet, for reasons unknown, he chose to engage in a transaction with Lin Tao. Noticing Su Ye's lack of response, Lin Tao decided to fall silent as well. Of course, it was also possible that she was overthinking the situation. Nevertheless, for Su Ye, it ultimately mattered little. She continued to reflect. In her view, that man deserved his fate. Seeking an explanation from Lin Tao afterward was a display of sheer foolishness. Had she been in his position, she might have emptied the magazine on the spot. Yet, she was not so naive as to believe Lin Tao would simply let the matter slide. She had witnessed the entire scene unfold before her eyes. The expressions on the young man's face shifted from anger to terror, and finally to despair, culminating in an abyss of darkness. Such a countenance could not belong to an ordinary person who had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. It felt as though his senses had been suspended at the very moment he confronted his own mortality. If Su Ye's conjecture holds true, then this young man named Feng is likely to spend the remainder of his life enveloped in such despair, a sentiment that feels akin to death, or perhaps even more agonizing. Is it the effect of that gun? And what of the protective shield that appeared at that moment? If her intuition serves her correctly, it must be the very red ring that Lin Tao has perpetually adorned on his ring finger. In that fleeting instant when the shield manifested, Su Ye's keen eyesight caught a glimmer from the hand he had tucked into his pocket. Though it was but a brief moment, she indeed witnessed it. A testament to her extraordinary perceptive abilities. It is evident that Lin Tao possesses a spatial artifact or an extraordinary talent related to space, a fact that is irrefutable. While the extent of his concealed possessions remains unknown, the mere display of these 2 items is sufficient to attest to his formidable strength. People typically fear not the powerful adversary, but rather the enigmatic one. One can never predict what Lin Tao might unveil next. unless he commits some outrageous act. Su Yiya has no desire to find herself at odds with him. Reflecting on this, she could not help but glance up at Lin Tao, who was preoccupied, seemingly lost in thought. Curious about his focus, she tilted her head to the side for a better view, only to discover that he was gazing at the ring on his hand. His expression seemed distant, his dark eyes betraying emotions that Su Yiya could not comprehend. Surprised, she realized this was the first time Lin Tao had displayed such an unusual expression, at least in her presence. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Lin Tao, what is troubling you?" Upon hearing someone call his name, Lin Tao snapped back to reality, his face regaining its composure, though his gaze remained fixated on the ring adorning his hand. "Is this a gift from your wife?" Su Yiya inquired once more. Lin Tao nodded, as if lost in reminiscence, murmuring, "Indeed, she was exceptionally beautiful and gentle, the finest woman in the world. Had she still been alive, I would have bought her a grand cake and an exquisite necklace as a birthday gift today." As he spoke, a shadow of melancholy crossed his eyes. Just as Su Yiya was about to offer words of comfort, Lin Tao abruptly returned to his prior demeanor. I don't know what's come over me today. Rambling on for no reason. You little rascal are quite peculiar. I find myself unwittingly lowering my guard around you. Just pretend you haven't heard anything and hurry along. We are almost there." Ruffling his hair, he seemed eager to divert the conversation from those memories. However, Su Yiya was somewhat displeased. He had abandoned all pretense and no longer even addressed her as Miss Su, resorting instead to calling her little rascal. How infuriating! Were it not for his evident sorrow, she would have already begun her playful banter. The two remained enveloped in silence, while Su Shaokai, oblivious to their exchange, found the sudden stillness rather perplexing. She tilted her head in a display of innocent confusion, only to be seized by Su Ye, who began to mercilessly torment her face. Chapter 29. The Blue Gate. It seemed they were on the verge of reaching their destination. Su Ye gazed at the enormous blue gate suspended in midair, her mouth instinctively agape. Although Lin Tao had not provided an explanation, she could surmise that this was indeed the place they were meant to visit. This was not only due to its peculiar nature, but also because Su Ye had already witnessed its presence. From time to time, individuals emerged from the blue portal. Although she could not discern what lay beyond, her intuition suggested it was another realm. In Lin Tao's words, it was likely the New World. This was a portal leading to various special zones, which one could aptly call the Blue Gate. Noticing the astonishment etched on Su Ye's face, Lin Tao offered a brief clarification. Su Ye nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from further comment. In contrast, Su Shaokai looked at Su Ye with a furrowed brow, following her gaze toward the front, which only deepened her confusion. Tugging at Su Ye's sleeve, Su Ye turned to see Su Shaokai's bewildered expression. She did not find it unusual, attributing it to the overwhelming spectacle before them. However, when she heard Su Shaokai's question, a wave of perplexity washed over her. "Mom, what exactly are you talking about? What door? I can't see anything at all." Su Shaokai's tone conveyed a sense of grievance, as she felt like an outsider. Observing her mother and this Uncle Lin engage in a conversation laden with words she could not comprehend, Su Ye gently touched her head, pointing towards the blue door suspended in midair, and spoke. "It's that one, the blue door. Shaoku, can't you see it?" Su Shaoka's eyes began to redden. She could not accept that her mother not only refused to tell her, but also deceived her. As her daughter was on the verge of tears, Su Ye quickly knelt down and embraced her, softly soothing her while casting a questioning glance at Lin Tao, perplexed by the situation. In response to Su Ye's inquiring gaze, Lin Tao appeared utterly unfazed. "This is quite normal. Only the people of Zhongqing can see the blue door. As ordinary individuals, you are unable to perceive it." As he spoke, an expression of astonishment suddenly flashed across his face. He widened his eyes, staring at Su Ye in shock. "Wait, did you just say you saw the blue door? You actually saw it?" Now it was Su Ye's turn to be taken aback. What was there to be surprised about? The door was so conspicuous that anyone who wasn't blind could see it. She had noticed the towering blue door, at least 6 or 7 meters high, from a considerable distance. Observing Su Ye's incredulous expression, Lin Tao didn't need her to respond. He already knew the answer. Yet, this only deepened his confusion, leaving him uncertain about the matter. Seeing Lin Tao wear a similar look of bewilderment, Su Shaoka ceased her tears, and the sight of him scratching his head in contemplation even made her want to smile. Seemingly to validate his suspicions, Lin Tao produced the blue card from the air and placed it before Su Ye. This card, known as the blue card, serves as a means of transaction and identity verification within Zhong City, quite similar to a bank card. Can you see it? Lin Tao couldn't help but elaborate further. Suya gently caressed the face of the small shell, glancing at Lin Tao with her head tilted. Of course, you just used this card to purchase something earlier, didn't you? Lin Tao's expression instantly turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Su Yiya, seeking confirmation. Are you certain you have never been to Zhong City? What exactly is Zhong City? I've never even heard of it. So how am I supposed to respond? Su Yiya and Lin Tao exchanged glances, both falling into a tacit silence. I have a question for you. Lin Tao finally broke the stillness. Su Yiya nodded. Go ahead and ask. Although it may seem somewhat presumptuous, I must inquire whether your parents or anyone else ever bestowed upon you such a blue card. As he spoke, Lin Tao waved the blue card in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yiya shook her head in denial. Impossible. She was a time traveler and, moreover, an orphan. Yet, it appeared she lacked the original owner's memories, making it a possibility, was it not? Contemplating this, she quickly added, on second thought, I cannot entirely dismiss that possibility. But I lack any prior memories, so I cannot be certain. Never mind. Once you see it with your own eyes, you should be able to discern the answer. Lin Tao sighed in mild exasperation, reflecting on the bizarre occurrences he seemed to encounter. In the case of Su Yiya, it appears that someone had once bestowed upon her a key to a new world. However, since she herself has forgotten, there is little that can be done. Lin Tao pondered that upon arriving there, even those suffering from amnesia might recall something of significance. Su Yiya had managed to piece together the current situation through the information Lin Tao had divulged. To enter this so-called new world, it seemed one must possess an object known as the blue card. Only those who hold the blue card can perceive the blue door. And she was perplexed as to why she could see such things. Could it be that the original owner was a denizen of this new realm? With this conjecture in mind, Su Yiya cradled Su Shaokai and gradually made her way toward the blue door. Chapter 30. Dusty winds. Though she longed to take you there immediately, it was evident that someone was intent on causing us trouble. Just as the group arrived before the blue door, ready to proceed, a wooden door materialized out of thin air, obstructing their path. Lin Tao's previously carefree demeanor darkened instantly as he gazed at the door before him, his tone shifting to one of somberness. I am curious to see what that fellow intends to do. Without further explanation, Lin Tao pushed open the wooden door and strode inside. Observing this, Su Yiya had no choice but to follow him with Su Shaokai in tow. After a brief moment of disorientation, the shifting scenery reappeared before Su Yiya's eyes. Judging by the decor, it appeared to be an opulent office, adorned with various seemingly precious artifacts, particularly a striking crimson longsword that captured one's attention. As her gaze shifted, Su Yiya beheld a figure seated behind the desk, turned away from the crowd. With the arrival of the others, the individual turned around, allowing Su Yiya to discern his appearance. He was a man who appeared to be in his 30s, with black hair and brown eyes, an ostensibly ordinary man. Yet, an air of profound maturity emanated from him, as if she were confronting a septuagenarian rather than a man in the prime of life. Chen Feng, I lack the inclination to engage in idle chatter with you. Speak your piece swiftly. Do not squander my time. Lin Tao interjected directly, his demeanor suggesting palpable impatience, as if he were poised to take action should the conversation not yield substance. Isn't this the lord of the survivor base? Su Yiya mused. If memory serves, his extraordinary ability pertains to the time gate. If it were merely the method of transportation she had just witnessed, it would be better termed a spatial gate. To be referred to as time, Su Yiya surmised that his powers were likely more intricate than they appeared. While Su Yiya pondered this, the two men had already commenced their dialogue. Ah, Mr. Lin Tao, it has been quite some time. When did you become so impatient? This is rather uncharacteristic of you, Chen Feng remarked. His hands interlaced beneath his chin, his brown eyes radiating a formidable pressure. Lin Tao maintained an air of nonchalance, stepping forward with a smile, locking eyes with the man before him. It is merely that my mood is rather foul today. I am not usually like this. Shall we proceed to discuss matters of importance, Lord Chen Feng? Lin Tao spoke in a relaxed tone, showing no fear of the pressure emanating from his opponent. Chen Feng, upon witnessing this, could not help but chuckle softly. He shifted his gaze to the two lovely young ladies behind Lin Tao, expressing a desire to become acquainted with them. Lin Tao cast a glance at the pair, yet he seemed disinclined to make introductions. Su Yiya discerned his intent, realizing that the decision rested upon her shoulders. Unperturbed, she took the initiative to introduce herself, saying, I am Su Yeye, and this is my daughter. Greetings, City Lord. As she remained uncertain of the other party's true nature. Observing the conversation between Lin Tao and the stranger, she had yet to grasp the disparity in their strengths and statuses. Thus, Su Yeye resolved to remain silent for the moment, choosing to bide her time. Chen Feng, with a friendly smile, began to introduce himself. I am Chen Feng. I presume you are already acquainted with me, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. His introduction was succinct, revealing nothing of substance, which led Su Yeye to think privately that he was quite the seasoned individual. At that moment, Lin Tao interjected, Can we discuss matters now? Please don't tell me you summoned us merely to meet Miss Su. At your age, one ought to refrain from pursuing young blossoms. Upon uttering these words, the smile vanished from Chen Feng's face, his gaze fixated on Lin Tao as his fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. Lin Tao, you must understand. I am the city lord here. Your boisterous behavior within the city is rather unbecoming. The voice of Chen Feng resonated with an air of authority, imparting a formidable sense of pressure, seemingly aiming to overwhelm Lin Tao from the outset. However, Lin Tao remained unfazed, maintaining a calm demeanor as he spoke. So, what you imply is that I am not permitted to retaliate against those who instigate provocation. If such is the established rule here, then it is high time for a change. Chen Feng's expression darkened slightly. Yet, Lin Tao showed no intention of ceasing his verbal onslaught. You must be relishing your position as the lord of this domain, and I do not deny that your prowess is indeed formidable within this special district. But do not forget, outside these confines, your capabilities may not hold as much weight. Refrain from testing my patience. Once or twice is tolerable, but repeated attempts will genuinely become irksome. With that, Lin Tao fell silent, silently conjuring a goblet filled with a crimson liquid, savoring it with grace, appearing utterly indifferent to Chen Feng's response. All right, ladies, it is time for us to depart. Lin Tao slowly turned, cradling the goblet, returning to his original position. In the next moment, a wooden door appeared in the previously vacant space, and without hesitation, he pushed it open and stepped through. It seemed that Chen Feng had conceded defeat. The inexplicable summoning of several individuals appeared to be an attempt by Chen Feng to confront Lin Tao. But after an extended exchange, he ultimately retreated. Su Yeye was left perplexed by Chen Feng's true intentions. After casting a final glance at him, she prepared to leave, pulling Su Shaokai along, for there was little purpose in lingering any longer. Just as her figure was about to vanish from the room, the steady voice of Chen Feng drifted in from behind. Miss Su, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Keep your distance from him. Su Yeye remained silent. And as the silhouettes of the crowd faded away, the wooden door dissolved along with them. The room fell silent once more, leaving only the sound of the man's fingers tapping rhythmically against the table. Chapter 31. Deceit. Shall I simply walk in? Su Yeye inquired cautiously, gazing at the azure door that stood so close. Beside her, Su Shaokai appeared somewhat apprehensive, prompting Su Yeye to gently pat her head in a gesture of reassurance. Lin Tao nodded without uttering a word. You are deceiving me. The abrupt remark caused the man to pause in his stride towards the blue door, only to retract his steps. Lin Tao turned around, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Su Yeye. Oh, how so? With her arms crossed, Su Yeye maintained a placid demeanor, displaying no hint of anger or any other emotion that might suggest she felt deceived. There are many, but for now, I can only ascertain two. Do share. Lin Tao's brows arched in intrigue, clearly intrigued by her words. The first is that you undoubtedly know me, or rather, the version of me before I lost my memory. The second is that your relationship with Chen Feng is certainly not as confrontational as it appeared moments ago. While I cannot claim that you have a close relationship, it is evident that you are acquainted. Upon hearing Su Yeye's observations, Lin Tao erupted into laughter, his mirthful demeanor causing Su Yeye to frown slightly. What is so amusing? Lin Tao did not respond immediately, and Su Yeye remained unhurried. After a moment of laughter, Lin Tao finally calmed down. He looked at Su Yeye and expressed his appreciation, saying, Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You are quite intelligent. Before I respond to your question, could you first enlighten me on how you arrived at this conclusion? Instead of answering Su Yeye, Lin Tao posed a question of his own. Su Yeye felt a flicker of annoyance, but chose not to show it, instead opting to explain. There are many ways. Your daily behavior and subtle actions reveal much about your character. I do not perceive you as someone who easily externalizes anger and emotions, which renders your act with Chen Feng somewhat disingenuous, or rather, overly contrived. Lin Tao remained silent, listening intently. As for the first point, that was merely a guess. Lin Tao was genuinely perplexed. What did she mean by guessing? Could one truly deduce such things? Observing his bewilderment, Su Ye couldn't help but smirk, appearing quite pleased with herself. I was joking. It is actually based on my intuition. You should have noticed that my perceptive and observational skills are quite keen. However, my sixth sense is also remarkably sharp, which you likely overlooked. Lin Tao found her words amusing, never expecting to be outsmarted by her. As Su Ye turned her gaze toward him, he began to clarify his intentions. I do indeed know you, but it seems you have lost your memory and do not recall me. Who are you, and what is our relationship? Su Ye interjected, interrupting his words. She certainly would not let the opportunity to learn about her predecessor slip away, especially since she had usurped her place and was still entirely oblivious to her former self. Lin Tao's speech was halted, though he appeared unperturbed. The inexplicable smile on Su Ye's face left her feeling somewhat exasperated. I cannot divulge that to you. Just know that I harbor no ill will towards you. As for why Qin Feng and I are putting on this charade before you. Lin Tao paused momentarily before continuing. I merely wish to convey that you should not place too much trust in others. After all, many people only reveal what they wish for you to see. In this new world, be cautious about whom you trust. Observing the uncontainable mirth on his face, Su Ye felt a tumult of emotions within her. His sentiments resonated closely with her own. She had never fully trusted him, which enabled her to quickly discern his deceit. Yet, his demeanor towards her was evidently sincere, suggesting that the bond between Lin Tao and her predecessor was indeed substantial. If Lin Tao were to discover her true identity, would he continue to treat her as he did now, or might he resort to violence? I care not who you are, nor am I concerned if you deceive me. As long as you have not lied to me regarding Feng Cheng, that suffices. Let me be clear. I cannot ascertain the nature of my former self, but the current me is quite capable of ending your life, even if it means our mutual destruction. Though her heart was a tumult of emotions, Su Ye nonetheless expressed her stance. Beside her, Su Shaokai timely opened his mouth, growling lowly at Lin Tao, resembling an irate little beast. Whether it was merely Su Ye's illusion, she seemed to perceive a flicker of a small flame dancing within Su Shaokai's mouth. In response to Su Ye's threat, Lin Tao appeared utterly unconcerned. Rest assured, I assure you that I speak no falsehood. It is getting late, and any further inquiries can be addressed upon our entry. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Lin Tao strode gracefully towards the blue door. Su Ye gazed intently at his retreating figure, and only when he faded from sight did she take Su Shaokai's hand and slowly step inside. Chapter 32. Bell City. As her vision momentarily blurred, the surrounding scene instantly transformed. Su Ye stood rooted to the spot, momentarily entranced by the spectacle before her. The towering, ethereal walls, forged from hues reminiscent of the starry sky, loomed majestically, concealing within them what appeared to be a vast city. At the heart of this metropolis rose a transparent bell tower, standing proudly at its zenith, exuding an air of supremacy. Beneath her feet lay an obscured expanse of starlit sky, while above, a deep blue ocean stretched endlessly. It felt as though she had been transported to paradise. Everything here left Su Ye in a state of bewilderment and awe, to the point where she scarcely had time to worry about the possibility of plunging into the starlit abyss beneath her. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Tao had already approached. His hands raised high in exultation, his face aglow with excitement as he called out to Su Ye. Welcome to the new world, or rather, welcome back to the new world, Su Ye. At this moment, Su Ye's mind was buzzing, overwhelmed by the myriad of unknown and fantastical elements that seemed to overload her senses. Beside her, Su Shaokai appeared particularly excited. Had she not been restrained by Su Ye, she would likely have rushed forward in eager anticipation. Stop daydreaming, unless you wish for your daughter to be engulfed by this starry sea. These words jolted Su Ye's mind back to reality. She abruptly lifted her head to see Lin Tao striding ahead and hastily urged Su Shaokai to follow. What do you mean by that? Su Ye asked, her tone tinged with urgency. Those who have not been certified by Zhongqing will be consumed by this celestial expanse outside of Zhongqing, leaving no trace behind, Lin Tao explained calmly. Noticing her growing agitation, he quickly added, however, do not fret. We are about to enter immediately, and the process of being consumed takes time, so there should be no cause for concern. Hearing this, Su Ye finally exhaled in relief. The thought of anything happening to Su Shaokai was unbearable. She looked up, her gaze landing on the dark void gate ahead. It earned the name Void Gate because its material bore a striking resemblance to what she understood as the void. "Wait for me," Lin Tao called out, halting the two. And then he retrieved the blue card once more, holding it tightly in his palm. Su Yiye regarded him with a hint of curiosity, uncertain of his intentions. Suddenly, Lin Tao brandished a card and called out to the ethereal door before them. "Zhong Cheng, I wish to obtain a blue card." Upon uttering these words, he flung the blue card into the enigmatic portal. To Su Yiye's astonishment, the card was swiftly expelled once more. Lin Tao deftly caught it and reclaimed it. But before Su Yiye could voice her bewilderment, another blue card soared forth from the void. He intercepted it once again, yet this time, he did not stow it away. Instead, he tossed it towards Su Yiye. "This one is for Xiaokai," he remarked, deliberately winking at Su Xiaokai. Su Yiye held the blue card in her hand, scrutinizing it for an extended moment, yet she could not discern its significance. Upon hearing Lin Tao's words, she was not overly astonished. After all, this man possessed an array of peculiar methods. Even without her divulging her daughter's name, he seemed to possess an uncanny ability to ascertain it, just as he had previously. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of irritation at his audacity in directly addressing her daughter. He harbored intentions of becoming familiar with her, which she resolutely opposed. Henceforth, she resolved to keep Xiaokai at a distance from him. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she handed the card to Su Xiaokai. Yet, in the very next moment, the card inexplicably vanished as Su Xiaokai received it. Su Yiye cast a puzzled glance at Lin Tao, who, in turn, offered a timely explanation. "This object has already been bound to your daughter. It can be summoned merely by thought. In this new world, specifically within the Clock City, most transactions and expenditures are conducted using this medium. But what about those without a blue card?" Su Yiye pondered her own situation and inquired. Lin Tao shrugged. "Those without a blue card cannot enter Clock City, and naturally, leaving is impossible. Thus, the cost of waiting for such individuals is being consumed by the Starry Sea. Therefore, even if an ordinary person accidentally trespasses here, the consequences are invariably fatal. To obtain a blue card, one must spend points, which are akin to currency, for exchange. Each individual is permitted only one blue card, priced at 100,000 points, a considerable sum for the average gold seeker in Clock City." Su Yiye discerned his implied meaning. "It is rare for newcomers to enter Clock City." Lin Tao nodded and chuckled. "Indeed, previously, you were like a frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the world beyond. Without the involvement of outsiders, an ordinary person could never hope to enter Clock City in their lifetime. Now, quickly attempt to summon your card with your mind. It is time to enter." Su Yiye pouted. "Well, thank you for sparing me from remaining a frog." Gratefully, she wasted no time and mentally attempted to summon the so-called blue card. In the next moment, a card, black as titanium, materialized out of thin air in her hand. Su Yiye, Chapter 33. The hook. Before Su Yiye could voice her inquiry, a virtual information box, akin to lines of code, abruptly appeared, interrupting her words. Raising an eyebrow, she directed her gaze towards the lines of text displayed above. Su Yiye, race, dragon, white dragon, combat power rating, S special ability, none points. The scant lines of text conveyed a wealth of information that momentarily overwhelmed Su Yiye's mind. A combat power rating of S, and that symbol, if she was not mistaken, it represented infinity. Hadn't Lin Tao just mentioned that points were akin to currency? Why then did she possess an infinite number of points? It felt rather surreal, akin to laboring through life for over a decade, only to discover a moldy bank card at home, which, upon presenting at the bank, magically transformed one into the world's wealthiest individual. Who wouldn't be dazed by such an occurrence? "Hey, Lin Tao, what is your combat power rating?" Su Yiye asked, somewhat dazed. Lin Tao noticed the expression on Su Yiye's face and chuckled as he explained, "It's no trouble to tell you. Mine is S. By the way, S is the highest rank." Su Yiye nodded, feeling rather indifferent. She pointed at the virtual text before her and inquired, "What does that symbol signify? It can't possibly mean what I think it does." She indicated the symbol following the points. Without even glancing at it, Lin Tao replied, "I forgot to mention that the panel can only be viewed by the cardholder, unless permissions have been granted to others, which is also controlled by thought." Just as Su Yiye was about to continue speaking, she was interrupted by Lin Tao, who seemed to have already anticipated her thoughts. Indeed, the black card is the only distinct card apart from the blue card. It is the most unique and the most expensive, as it cannot be acquired through mere points by ordinary individuals. To my knowledge, There are no more than 3 holders of this card in Zhong City. While responding to Su Yeya, Lin Tao emphasized the last sentence, as if to remind her of the card's significance. Yet, why do I possess such a card? Could it be related to my previous existence? Su Yeya initially wanted to inquire if it was connected to her bloodline, but she refrained from voicing it. I cannot say. After all, I only used the blue card. Lin Tao shrugged, indicating his lack of knowledge. All right, we must leave. Lingering too long may lead to trouble. Noticing Su Yeya lost in thought again, Lin Tao gently reminded her, prompting her to regain her focus. Nodding, she took Su Xiaokai's hand and followed Lin Tao towards the black gate. Su Xiaokai, filled with curiosity, constantly surveyed her surroundings, occasionally stomping her feet as if fearing she might sink into the ground, only to swiftly lift her feet again. Thus, she walked while gazing down at the void beneath her. Lin Tao glanced at her, chuckling softly, but chose to remain silent. As for Su Yeya, she remained oblivious to Lin Tao's actions, for at that moment, her attention was entirely engrossed in the glaring yet commonplace text before her: Race, Dragon Clan. This was her true identity, though she had no knowledge of what a dragon was, let alone what a white dragon entailed. Yet, inexplicably, her mind held an innate understanding of the nature of dragons. Reminiscent of the question she had posed upon first meeting the Ji siblings, "Do you know what a dragon is?" She recalled that query had stemmed from a dream she once had. Upon discovering that she was not human, Su Yeya experienced little turmoil within. Rather, a sense of calm enveloped her. However, the inexplicable emotions reflected in her gaze appeared quite peculiar. Not only Lin Tao, but even Su Xiaokai sensed her emotional fluctuations. Nevertheless, Lin Tao said nothing, merely casting a quiet glance her way before averting his gaze once more. Su Xiaokai, on the other hand, was not so taciturn. She tugged at Su Yeya's sleeve, pulling her thoughts back to the present. Observing the little one's concerned expression, as if silently inquiring what troubled her, Su Yeya smiled. She reached out to gently pat the child's small head, her tone lightening as if a burden had been lifted. "I'm fine, Xiaokai." Su Xiaokai appeared somewhat skeptical, her wide, glistening eyes reflecting a look that seemed to say, "If you're deceiving me, I'll cry. Mommy isn't allowed to lie. Or I won't talk to you anymore." Hearing Su Xiaokai's mock serious, yet ultimately harmless words, Su Yeya couldn't help but chuckle softly. "All right, Xiaokai dear, Mommy would never deceive you." Suddenly, Su Xiaokai extended her hand, her tiny fingers beckoning in the air. "I won't believe it unless Mother and I make a pinky promise." Observing this somewhat familiar scene, Su Yeya felt her vision blur momentarily. "All right, let us make a promise." She also extended her hand, and the small and large hands intertwined in the air, tightly woven together, gradually aligning with a memory from the past. Chapter 34. Class. Just moments ago, Su Yeya had taught Su Xiaokai how to share her personal information with her, and now she could see Su Xiaokai's panel. Su Xiaokai race, dragon, red dragon, combat power rating, C, S, A, B, C, D, E, special ability, none points. 0. Su Yeya estimated that this combat power rating was subject to growth. She simply could not believe that her daughter possessed only a meager C rating. Another point of contention was why, as a white dragon, she had given birth to a red dragon. This seemed illogical. Despite feeling a sense of confusion and self-doubt, Su Yeya chose not to dwell on this matter any longer. Retracting her gaze, she followed Lin Tao as they stepped through the black void door. When Su Yeya regained her senses, she discovered that the surrounding scenery had undergone a significant transformation without her noticing. The fantastical sky and ground had vanished, the starry city walls were no longer in sight, and the striking clock tower had returned to a more mundane appearance. Everything around her had become ordinary: a blue sky, a solid ground, and towering city walls made of an unknown material. If one disregards the few immense blue portals faintly visible in the distance, this place resembles an ordinary town. The sounds of conversation, the calls of vendors, and even the chirping of birds create a cacophony that fills the air. Su Yeya, holding Su Zaishel's hand, stands quietly on the street, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Su Yeya appears unfazed, while Xiaoshel looks quite apprehensive around strangers. Quickly clutching onto Su Yeya's leg and hiding behind her, Lin Tao casually surveyed the surroundings and, upon recognizing the location, strode purposefully in a specific direction, explaining some of the local customs to Su Yeya along the way. This area is known as the Middle District, a bustling hub for ordinary prospectors and numerous shops. As Su Yeya followed behind him, still holding Su Zaishel's hand, She listened with curiosity to his words. Is there really a class system here? She inquired, glancing around in bewilderment. It can't be, not in such an elevated place. And what exactly do you mean by prospectors? Pausing mid-sentence, she ultimately opted for the term elevated to describe the locale. Class distinctions are an unavoidable aspect of human nature, as individuals have an inherent tendency to categorize one another into hierarchies. Of course, I do not deny the significant influence of personal factors in this regard. The lower district is a haven for those lacking the ambition or ability to strive, who merely wish to languish in idleness. Most of its inhabitants are born in Clock City. As long as both parents hail from there, their offspring are exempt from the need for identification cards. He chuckled. For how could such individuals possibly possess 100,000 points? Perhaps their circumstances are marginally better than those in the so-called slums, as those fellows regard survival as their ultimate goal and would not allow themselves to succumb to hunger easily. When Lin Tao spoke these words, his tone was unmistakably laced with disdain and sarcasm. It was evident that he held those people in contempt. Su Ye nodded slightly in agreement. Although she resonated with this perspective, her situation rendered her unable to fully endorse it, given that she was a newly affluent individual. Su Ye scratched her head, feeling somewhat awkward. In her previous life, she had always adhered to the principle of simply embracing her fate as a salted fish. However, her beliefs had gradually evolved since her transmigration. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Lin Tao unexpectedly burst into laughter, which often irked her, as he would laugh for reasons unbeknownst to her. That may not be the case, she replied, puzzled and unsure of what Lin Tao meant. He merely shrugged and continued to chuckle. You are not a nouveau riche. Before your memory loss, you worked harder than anyone else. You just forgot. Rubbing her head, Su Ye felt a pang of guilt, for in her view, the original owner's efforts were irrelevant to her. She considered herself merely a despicable thief. Lin Tao, however, paid no mind to her reaction and continued speaking. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. Gold seekers are, in essence, adventurers. They thrive by exploring various special zones and trading their acquired treasures for survival. Strictly speaking, apart from those wholly engaged in commercial services within the Clock City, everyone could be deemed a gold seeker. As for the upper district, Lin Tao's gaze instinctively drifted in a particular direction, his eyes briefly betraying a hint of disdain and perhaps animosity. To put it plainly, it is the abode of those so-called high-end combatants. Though I still hold them in contempt, I must admit that the individuals residing there possess notable skills. It would be prudent for you to refrain from provoking them at this moment, Lin Tao added, not forgetting to issue a word of caution. After a brief pause, he continued, if you truly wish to, it is not entirely impossible. Su Ye found herself at a loss for words. Were the individuals here truly so formidable that they scorned everyone else? Moreover, what did he mean by if you truly wish to? Did he believe she possessed such strength? Or would Lin Tao stand by her side? As Su Ye pondered this, even beginning to envision herself conquering Clock City and becoming the sovereign of a new world, Lin Tao's farewell abruptly yanked her back to reality. Let me make this clear. If you find yourself in trouble, I will not intervene. You must bear the consequences of your actions. Well then, I believe I have conveyed all that needs to be said, and it is time for me to take my leave. Wait, you're leaving? What am I to do? Su Ye lamented, surveying the entirely unfamiliar surroundings, her heart echoing a cry born from within. Chapter 35. The rules before you leave. You must first provide me with the address of Fong Cheng's location. The sorrow etched on Su Ye's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an air of tranquility. She gazed at Lin Tao, who had already turned away, her tone indifferent. Street 5, Mid-Level District, 312. Lin Tao offered no further comment, merely responding succinctly before preparing to depart. At that moment, Su Ye suddenly called out to him again. You're not going to buy a gift for your wife, are you? Lin Tao halted, somewhat helplessly turning around, a hint of surprise still lingering on his face. How did you know? With her arms crossed, Su Ye smiled proudly. Intuition. Lin Tao made a gesture as if to expel blood in exasperation, and upon realizing Su Ye's disregard, he turned away with a look of disinterest, striding forward as if intent on leaving. You, of all people, can still use your wife's death to deceive me. What a despicable scoundrel you are. I can hardly fathom how someone like you could ever marry. Su Ye muttered to herself, though it seemed Lin Tao caught her words, as evidenced by the thumbs-up gesture he held aloft in the air. You can only envy me. My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world, ha ha ha. As that infuriating laughter faded into the distance, Suye finally lowered her hands from her ears. Though she had yet to eat anything, she felt her stomach had already filled to capacity, overwhelmed with irritation. Had she known, she would not have exposed him. It was a torment to endure. Suye quietly murmured her grievances, then shifted her gaze to the surroundings. Many people continued to watch her intently, particularly after they noticed Lin Tao walking away, their stares becoming increasingly brazen. Suye displayed no reaction, merely casting a cold glance at the onlookers before taking Su Xiaoka's hand and departing from the bustling market. The sensation of being scrutinized was one she found particularly difficult to endure, especially with her daughter by her side. Any attention directed at her inevitably fell upon Su Xiaoka as well. Although she harbored no knowledge of potential human traffickers lurking in the vicinity, she would never allow Su Xiaoka to wander alone. The two eventually arrived at a quiet alley, where Suye finally released Su Xiaoka's hand. Despite having received an address from Lin Tao, she had no idea of her current location or where to seek her adversary. Thus, she resolved to inquire with someone nearby, willing to offer a reward if necessary, for at present, she lacked nothing but money. At that moment, Suye inadvertently noticed Su Xiaoka clutching her stomach, a look of dejection upon her face. Her heart tightened, and she quickly crouched down, concern etched across her features. "Little Shell, do you feel unwell?" Su Xiaoka hesitated briefly before responding honestly, "Mommy, I'm really hungry." Hearing this, Suye felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she was also struck by the realization of her oversight. She grasped Su Xiaoka's hand with an expression mingling apology and helplessness. "Let us find something to eat first. Little Shell, in the future, if you feel hungry, just tell Mommy directly. I have plenty of money." Initially, Suye intended to inform Su Xiaokai that she had now undeniably become a true rich heir. However, upon reflection, considering that the latter might not comprehend the concept of a wealthy offspring, she chose to remain silent. This realization brought a renewed joy to Su Xiaokai, who, feeling disheartened, had assumed her mother was equally impoverished. After all, her own points, whatever they were, amounted to nothing, and if her mother were indeed affluent, she surely wouldn't have to endure eating eggshells. As they journeyed, Su Xiaokai observed an array of delectable-looking food items, yet, contemplating her mother's possible financial constraints, she resolutely stifled her hunger, keeping her desires to herself. With one hand pressed against her rumbling stomach, she grasped Suye's hand, her spirit buoyant as they ventured outside. In stark contrast to Su Xiaokai's exuberance, Suye found herself ensnared by a rather profound dilemma. What should she eat? The myriad of stalls and shops lining the street left her utterly bewildered. Delicacies such as beef noodles, lamb skewers, and even hamburgers, along with a plethora of unfamiliar dishes, tantalized her senses, causing her to swallow reflexively. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Suye realized that she was not lacking in funds. Why then should she agonize over her choice of meal? Her mind had been ensnared by the remnants of her previous impoverished self. But now she was a wealthy individual. Why not indulge in everything? With this thought in mind, she tugged Su Xiaokai toward the first stall they encountered. It was run by a jovial uncle selling lamb skewers, who sat leisurely on a small stool, observing the bustling crowd around him. Perhaps it was still too early, as his stall attracted little attention. After all, there are not many who crave lamb skewers at such an hour. Yet, the uncle appeared unfazed, exuding an air of leisurely contentment. Sensing the approach of someone, he turned, directing his gaze towards his stall. Upon noticing the visitors, a young girl and a little child, he momentarily seemed taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and greeted them warmly. "Well, what a rare sight to see such lovely young ladies. Would you like to purchase some lamb skewers?" Suye did not respond verbally, merely nodding her head without inquiring about the price. She ordered 5 skewers, intending merely to satisfy her hunger. Having not indulged in lamb skewers for quite some time, she felt a wave of nostalgia, prompting her to buy a few. Otherwise, it is indeed uncommon for someone to possess an appetite for lamb skewers in the morning. The uncle remained undeterred by Suye's cool demeanor, maintaining his enthusiastic disposition. As he began grilling the skewers, his gaze shifted towards the curious Su Xiaokai, who was intently watching. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 additional skewers from a nearby box and placed them on the grill with a smile. "This little one looks quite charming. These 2 skewers are on me." Suye averted her eyes from the dark tattoo on the man's muscular arm and expressed her gratitude, choosing to remain silent thereafter. She was somewhat surprised. The uncle, who bore an appearance reminiscent of a gangster, possessed an unexpectedly amiable nature. Observing the array of weapons that lingered on the individuals wandering around her, Su Ye found herself intrigued. She pondered why this elderly man, who had set up his stall without a single weapon, seemed unperturbed by the possibility of theft. She certainly did not believe that the mere presence of his tattoo and muscular arms would suffice to intimidate those around him. After all, they were all individuals who had, to varying degrees, tasted blood. This reminded her of the apocalyptic realm she had heard about from Lin Tao, which appeared to be referred to as the Zombie Special Zone. During her time at the survivors' base, Su Ye had meticulously observed every passerby. The weapons they bore and their attire indicated that they were likely individuals who had taken lives, either human or undead. The mere existence of such individuals suggested that Zhongqing could not possibly be as tranquil as it appeared. Was there perhaps some unwritten rule here that Lin Tao had failed to disclose? Contemplating this, Su Ye lifted her gaze to the elderly man who was grilling skewers. "Sir," she inquired, "is it forbidden to kill in Zhongqing? Or is there a prohibition against inflicting violence upon others?" Chapter 36. The elderly man's hands continued their deft motions with the skewers, though a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by understanding. "I initially thought you were some affluent young lady," he remarked, "but it seems you are merely a newcomer. Quite a rarity, indeed." The elderly man showed no intention of concealing the truth. As he flipped the skewers, he responded to Su Ye's query. Indeed, there existed such a rule in Zhongqing, albeit not explicitly stated. However, it was an understanding that everyone was aware of, effectively accepted by all. Upon hearing the elderly man's reply, Su Ye nodded in acknowledgement, simultaneously cursing Lin Tao's unreliability in her heart. Considering the classic rule in web novels that one faces death upon transgression, Su Ye did not hesitate to inquire further for her safety. "Boss, what happens if one violates the rules?" The older man, seemingly unperturbed, appeared rather pleased to have someone to converse with, and he replied, "You need not worry excessively. It can be somewhat complicated to explain. Perhaps it would be better for you to experience it yourself." Su Ye remained still, merely nodding slightly. Although she held a relatively favorable impression of the man before her, she was far from trusting him. If the rules here truly dictated that a violation would result in death, she could not afford to succumb to her own carelessness. Absurd. Her heart had sealed itself long ago, and she could hardly believe that a mere stranger could inspire trust in her. Even if she were to misjudge him, what would it matter? Su Ye had grown indifferent to such concerns. She could accept solitude, having lived independently since childhood. This was her current mindset. Furthermore, she was not entirely alone at present. Gently stroking the head of Su Shaokai, eliciting a couple of giggles from the child, Su Ye found herself smiling unconsciously. The older man observed this scene with a sigh of reflection and discreetly added another skewer to the grill. He had initially considered reaching out to pat the little one's head, but, upon reflection, he decided against it, mindful of the somewhat aloof demeanor of the girl beside her. "I also have a daughter, around the same age as hers. Perhaps one day, we could arrange for the two little ones to play together, haha." The uncle laughed heartily, and it was evident that he felt immense joy and happiness when mentioning his daughter. Su Ye remained silent, while it was Su Shaokai who engaged in conversation with the jovial uncle. Observing this, Su Ye did not intervene. The uncle continued to share amusing anecdotes about his daughter, which prompted Shaokai to chuckle involuntarily. They appeared to be enjoying their conversation immensely. "Boss, the skewers are about to burn," Su Ye interjected, noticing that the uncle had become somewhat engrossed in conversation. The uncle then snapped back to reality, wrapping up the skewers and handing them to Su Ye. She accepted the skewers and inquired about the cost. The uncle returned to his small stool and, upon hearing the question, casually waved his hand and generously declared, "No need to pay. This meal is on me, a small treat from an old resident of Zhongqing to welcome newcomers." However, Su Ye insisted on paying, and the uncle, unable to refuse her determination, reluctantly stated the price. "Oh dear, you are quite persistent, young lady. The total is 50 points, and those extra 3 skewers are my treat. No payment is necessary for them." Su Ye, undeterred, pulled out her black card, preparing to settle the bill, as she was not inclined to owe anyone a favor. "How does this work?" Su Ye inquired, holding the black card. "Once I take out my blue card, you simply need to mentally control the number of points you wish to pay, then select my card to complete the transaction." "Wait a moment." The man suddenly fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on the black card in Su Ye's hand, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. How do you possess a black card? This is inconceivable. Are you truly a newcomer? His astonishment was palpable, to the extent that Su Yiya had already completed her point payment via telepathy, without him even noticing. As Su Yiya grasped Su Xiaokai's hand to depart, he finally regained his senses and called out eagerly, "May I know your name?" Without turning back, Su Yiya's voice floated back to him, softly uttering, "Su Yiya." The man waved at Su Xiaokai, who was bidding him farewell, then bowed his head in contemplation. Could it be her? Chapter 37. The Hotel Mom. What is this? It smells delightful. This is a meat sandwich. Feel free to buy it if you wish. And this? It's so slippery. This is sweet grass jelly. Let us have 6 cups, please. Wow, it's a blue radish. Buy it. I don't even know what it is, but I want it. Su Yiya thoroughly indulged in the exhilarating experience of newfound wealth, purchasing everything she had never tasted or wished to try, without a care for her finances. Moreover, she felt no anxiety over wastefulness, as both she and Su Xiaokai could easily consume the towering mountain of food they amassed. They savored their purchases as they went, so there was no concern about having too much to carry away. Soon, their gluttonous behavior captured the attention of many onlookers. Su Yiya gently touched her head. Although it was inconsequential, the attention of so many onlookers while she ate was undeniably uncomfortable. Moreover, she keenly sensed that some individuals seemed to have fixed their gaze upon her and her companion. Despite their initial intention to remain inconspicuous, it was too late for Su Yiya to harbor regrets. She could only strive to minimize the impact of the situation. Thus, she decided to enter a modest hotel situated by the roadside. The establishment appeared unremarkable, yet Su Yiya was not one to be particular. She urgently required a place to settle, for otherwise, she would have nowhere to place the numerous bags of food she carried. The front desk was attended by a young woman in her 20s, who greeted the arriving guests with a warm smile. However, upon noticing the substantial amount of food in Su Yiya and Su Xiaokai's hands, her expression momentarily faltered before she quickly restored her professional demeanor. Are you two here to check in? Su Yiya nodded, opting for brevity as she requested the most luxurious single room available. Fortunately, the black card she possessed could be manipulated with mere thought, alleviating any concerns about having her hands full. The front desk attendant displayed a look of confusion upon seeing the black card, but this was not surprising. Throughout her journey, nearly every shopkeeper had reacted with a similar expression of bewilderment when she presented the card. They seemed unfamiliar with it. Nevertheless, after Su Yiya made the payment, their curiosity remained piqued, yet they refrained from further inquiries. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the vendor selling lamb skewers was no ordinary individual, though it was also plausible that he simply possessed a broader array of experiences. Su Yiya took note of this, but did not dwell on it. Once the front desk had completed all necessary formalities and handed her the room key, she proceeded to her accommodations with the items in her possession. The room was rather unremarkable yet tastefully decorated. Perhaps it was because it was the top-tier suite, which boasted a comprehensive array of amenities. Most importantly, the cleanliness was commendable, a factor that brought Su Yiya great satisfaction. After a brief tidying up, the two of them set about to tackle the assortment of food before them. It did not take long for them to consume every last morsel with remarkable speed. Su Yiya lay back on the soft bed, her hand resting on her stomach, relishing the blissful sensation of a full belly. The comfort of satiety was indeed delightful. She felt a twinge of sympathy for expectant mothers, as the experience of carrying a child was undoubtedly challenging. Su Yiya reflected on this with a knowing tone. Beside her, Su Xiaokai appeared to still be somewhat unsatisfied, and a mere glance at her daughter elicited a sense of embarrassment in Su Yiya. Her daughter certainly had a hearty appetite. This meal would have sufficed for her own sustenance for an entire week in her previous life. However, the realization that neither of them were human eased her concerns. There were indeed advantages to not being human, such as the ability to indulge in copious amounts of delectable food without feeling overly full. This was particularly fortunate given her current financial stability. Otherwise, such expenses would render her incapable of supporting both herself and her daughter. Having feasted, it was time to rest, or rather, it was time to retire for the evening. Su Yiya sat up from the bed and slipped on her little boots once more. Her gaze sharpened, and the languor that had enveloped her dissipated. Having satisfied her hunger and thirst, it was time to send Feng Chung on his way. She murmured to herself, and after a brief wash, she took the nearly asleep Su Xiaokai by the hand and left the room. Just as they reached the ground floor, preparing to step outside, Su Yiya heard the front desk attendant's farewell. Be careful on the road, Miss Su. Since the hotel required guests to register their names, it was understood that if one wished to conceal their identity, there was little the establishment could do to verify the truth of their claims. Thus, name registration was largely voluntary. However, Su Yiya harbored no particular thoughts about hiding her name, not out of reluctance, but rather a lack of necessity. What difference would it make if they knew her name? Did she fear that something akin to a cursed doll existed here, capable of inflicting harm simply by knowing her identity? If such a bug-like entity were to exist, and its possessor harbored malicious intent, there would be little she could do but succumb to fate. Returning to the present, Su Yiya hesitated for a moment before stepping back. She approached the front desk, fixing her gaze on the attendant who regarded her with curiosity, and inquired, "Excuse me, could you please help me find a location? I am looking for No. 312 on 5th Street in the mid-level district." Upon understanding that Su Yiya saw directions, the front desk attendant warmly offered her assistance in guiding the way. "We are located on 4th Street. To reach 5th Street, simply turn right upon exiting and continue straight until the next intersection, where you will turn right again. As for room 312, if memory serves, it is situated within a residential area. Miss Su, you should be able to locate it based on the house number." The receptionist spoke with a crisp voice, her enthusiasm evident, displaying no hint of impatience. Su Yiya nodded in acknowledgement, expressed her gratitude, and promptly stepped outside. Not long after Su Yiya's departure, a girl with striking green hair, seemingly around 18 or 19, entered the establishment. "I would like a single room, the most luxurious one," she declared as soon as she stepped in. However, noticing the receptionist's troubled expression, the girl furrowed her brow. As expected, the receptionist, with an apologetic tone, informed her, "I am truly sorry, but our most luxurious single room has just been occupied by another guest. Would you consider a different deluxe room?" The green-haired girl shook her head, her tone leaving no room for discussion. "Then I will take the room adjacent to the luxurious one. I do not want any others." Observing her resolute demeanor, the receptionist felt a sense of resignation, but complied nonetheless. She handed over the key card to the room next to Su Yiya's. As the girl ascended the stairs with a beaming smile, the receptionist let out a quiet sigh of relief, muttering in bemusement, "What on earth is happening today? Everyone seems to be vying for that luxurious room. And they are all young girls. How peculiar. Perhaps we ought to suggest to the owner the need for additional luxurious rooms." Chapter 38. The Valley of Roses in the city of Zhong. Acts of violence are strictly prohibited. When you inquire of Su Yiya regarding her methods of vengeance, she reveals that numerous options abound. Whether it be tracking, surveillance, or hiring assistance, she can conceive of any means necessary to exact her retribution. Nonetheless, if given the choice, Su Yiya would prefer to take matters into her own hands. Lin Tao had informed her that Fang Cheng was merely an ordinary gold seeker, devoid of any formidable backing. His revival was solely attributed to a chance acquisition of a resurrection doll in a certain special district. Su Yiya remains oblivious to the quantity of such artifacts in his possession, yet she remains undeterred, regardless of how many lives he may possess. She vows to slay him as many times as it takes. Even if he were to flee to the depths of hell, Su Yiya would exhaust every means to locate him. In any case, time is of the essence. Should he manage to escape, it would require considerable effort on her part to track him down. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yiya hastens her pace. Young women like her are a rarity, at least in her experience, particularly one accompanied by a small girl, rendering her presence all the more unique. Many perceive Su Yiya and Su Shaokai as affluent individuals at first glance, prompting a multitude to beckon towards them, eager to exploit their apparent wealth. However, there are also those who, possessing a keen intellect, consider the possibility of Su Yiya's unusual status. To avoid any potential trouble, they collectively opt to remain silent, observing her with quiet vigilance. After all, while violence may be outlawed in Zhong City, those with influence and power possess myriad ways to ensure one's disappearance. In the Middle District, many are merely ordinary individuals, and few would dare to provoke others unless they possess strength or a formidable background. Regarding the greetings, Su Yiya chose to disregard them. Although her gaze was drawn to the myriad of peculiar items around her, it was evidently not the opportune moment for shopping. Once her matters were resolved, she would have ample time to meander through the area. At that moment, a woman clad in a brown uniform, striking in appearance, positioned herself directly in Su Yiya's path. With a tilt of her body and a red rose adorning her head, A faint floral fragrance wafted subtly into Su Yi's senses. Su Yi had no intention of engaging with this individual. She gently tugged Su Xiaoko aside, intending to bypass the woman. However, the woman mirrored Su Yi's movements, resolutely blocking her way. It appeared that this person was determined not to let her pass. Su Yi could not help but furrow her brow, her tone unfriendly as she inquired, "Is there something you need, madam?" The woman, initially wearing an expression of arrogance coupled with a hint of amusement, found her demeanor falter upon hearing Su Yi address her as madam, her countenance darkening instantly. "Little sister, while one may indulge in a careless meal, one must refrain from speaking recklessly, lest one risks losing their tongue." The woman jested, her words laced with veiled threats. She then proceeded with her self-introduction. "My name is Chloe, one of the chief officers of Rose Valley. The reason for my visit is to extend an invitation for you to join our esteemed Rose Valley." Su Yi observed that as the woman spoke of this so-called Rose Valley, pride practically radiated from her expression. It seemed that this Rose Valley held considerable significance. As Su Yi contemplated this, she resolved to seize the opportunity to leave with Su Xiaoko while the other party remained enraptured by self-adoration. However, just as she took a step forward, Cloyder once again crossed her path, obstructing her advance. "You wretched creature, not only do you fail to cherish this rare opportunity, but you also dare to flee. How foolish of you. You clearly do not comprehend the strength and influence of our Rose Valley. We are among the most elite prospectors associations. I shall grant you one final chance to join us. Should you decline now, even if you weep and implore to become part of Rose Valley in the future, I will never acquiesce." Cloyder spoke at length, and once she had finished, she turned her gaze back to Su Yi, her expression one of assured victory, as if she had already secured Su Yi's compliance. Yet reality proved to be harsh. Not only did Su Yi refuse, but she also launched a scathing retort. "What a pathetic excuse for a Rose Valley. Your entire association combined is hardly worth my value, yet you dare to flaunt your superiority? Take your 100,000 and leave." Cloyder, as if doused with cold water, felt her bravado diminish significantly. However, it was not long before an indignant fire reignited within her. "You truly are insufferable. Do you know I am the chief officer, the pinnacle of Rose Valley? If I so wished, I could take your life at any moment." Before Cloyder could finish her threat, Su Yi's next words extinguished her arrogant fervor once more. "Then let us commence battle, if that is the case." Su Yi looked down upon her opponent, and though her height did not surpass that of Chloe, the aura and pressure she exuded effectively subdued her. It was as if a fearsome dragon had set its gaze upon Chloe, who felt her legs tremble uncontrollably. "So, will you accept my declaration of war?" Su Yi inquired with a smile, once again posing the question. Chapter 39, The Noodle Shop. You. Chloe stared at Su Yi, her mouth agape as she struggled to form coherent words. Observing her reaction, Su Yi circled around her, taking Su Xiaokai with her. This time, Chloe did not attempt to intervene. By the time she regained her senses, both Su Yi and Su Xiaokai had vanished from sight. What? Where did they go? Chloe scanned her surroundings, finding no trace of the two, only to notice that many onlookers were now observing her. After all, she was one of the renowned chief officers of Rose Valley, and numerous individuals in the vicinity recognized her. The humiliation of being ridiculed in front of so many had caused Chloe's expression to darken considerably. "What are you staring at? Have you nothing better to do?" she shouted irritably, her anger causing the gazes around her to retract somewhat. Regardless of her discontent, Chloe remained an A-grade chief officer of Rose Valley, and anyone who crossed her would find it difficult to continue their affairs in the area. Just idle talk, but don't underestimate these associations. Even if you hide in the special zone, they possess ample means to track you down. In this tranquil ambience, an ethereal laugh resonated sharply, rekindling the smoldering ire within Chloe. Her gaze swiftly darted towards the source of the sound, yet she could only glimpse a petite figure flitting through the crowd. At that moment, the now thoroughly flushed Chloe cared little for how the situation might deteriorate further. She immediately set off in pursuit of that elusive silhouette. Meanwhile, Su Yi had followed the receptionist's directions to 5th Street. In contrast to the previous 4th Street, which was predominantly filled with food and various oddities, 5th Street was lined with an array of weapons and equipment. Reflecting on the earlier encounter with that woman, Su Yi felt a twinge of amusement. If the foremost gold diggers association in this city was comprised of such individuals, she truly had no fear of engaging in conflict with their forces. Even the most formidable members of the organization appeared to possess only this level of prowess, thereby rendering her dismissive of their threat. Moreover, her intent was merely to instill a sense of trepidation in her adversaries, making it clear that she was no soft target to be trifled with. For reasons unknown, she now possessed an uncanny ability to gauge her opponent's strength with a mere glance. For instance, Cloyd appeared replete with vulnerabilities in her eyes. This capability was unprecedented for her. It felt akin to an awakening, as if she were destined to acquire greater abilities with the passage of time. Yet, the reason behind this phenomenon eluded Su Ye's understanding. As her thoughts returned to reality, Su Ye casually glanced around before continuing her search for the residential area, which was evidently not located here. After searching for quite some time without success, she reluctantly entered a nearby shop. Initially, she assumed it would be akin to the door numbers of her past life, simply following the signs. But it soon became clear that Su Ye had underestimated the layout and dimensions of this place. She would never confess to anyone that she had accidentally lost her way. Upon entering the shop, a strong odor of alcohol assaulted her senses, causing her to wrinkle her brow in discomfort, clearly unaccustomed to such an environment. Before she could contemplate her next move, a somber voice echoed from deep within the establishment. "Are you here to do business, guest?" With the utterance of those words, Su Ye felt several piercing gazes fixated upon her, unabashedly scrutinizing her. Rather than feeling displeased, she found herself intrigued by the scene unfolding before her. The atmosphere resembled that of a den of dark forces, reminiscent of a television drama, suffused with the scent of liquor and an air of obscurity. The interior was quite ordinary, resembling a typical Japanese ramen shop. However, it was apparent that the patrons had no intention of indulging in ramen. Su Ye had reason to suspect that this establishment had originally been a ramen shop, now repurposed as a tavern by these individuals. Inside, 5 or 6 people occupied the space, each commandeering a table, uniformly clutching a cup of alcohol. After a cursory examination of Su Ye and her companion, several of them promptly diverted their attention, resuming their drinking. The shop was devoid of light, save for a dim little desk lamp resting on the innermost table. A man, his features obscured, occupied the space. He was the owner of the voice that had just spoken. Su Shaoxi appeared quite uncomfortable in such an environment, fidgeting and retreating behind Su Ye. The little one was utterly charming. The man spoke again, yet Su Ye found it challenging to discern his appearance from his voice alone. She could only vaguely ascertain that he was a man in his 30s, possibly over 40. "Thank you." Su Ye expressed her gratitude, gently stroking Xiaoxi's head. "Is this a ramen shop?" she inquired playfully. The man did not take offense. His tone retained its somber quality, seemingly reflective of his true nature. "It used to be. Were customers coming here for ramen?" Silently committing the location to memory, Su Ye decided against lingering further. She shook her head and plainly stated her purpose. "Perhaps another time. I am merely here to ask for directions. Could you tell me how to get to 312? That's quite a distance, in the opposite direction." "I'm not sure how you ended up here," the man remarked, almost as if in jest, before succinctly outlining the route for her. Without a hint of awkwardness, Su Ye promptly thanked him and quickly exited with Su Shaoxi. Once the two had departed, the shop regained its former liveliness. "Are you certain she isn't sent by another organization to gather information?" one individual inquired of the man inside. "Indeed. Even those of us who once ran a ramen shop are aware of the deeper implications," the man whispered. "Brother, isn't it obvious to anyone with discerning eyes?" He scratched his head and lowered it to sip his drink, jesting. Chapter 40. 7 Days at Qingren Ramen Shop. Su Ye softly murmured the name of the very establishment they had just encountered. Curiously, none of the individuals within were weaker than the woman they had just met. Named Chloe, the man at the back possessed formidable strength, leaving even Su Ye uncertain of her ability to contend with him. With such prowess among them, one might wonder why they chose to operate a ramen shop, rather than pursuing more lucrative endeavors. Perhaps this was merely a fade. They could very well be engaged in mercenary work behind the scenes. As Su Ye pondered this, she unwittingly strayed from the marketplace and found herself in what appeared to be a residential area. Initially, she expected it to resemble the communities of her past life, but it now seemed more akin to a quaint town. The buildings, only 2 or 3 stories high, stood apart from one another, and many passers-by cast curious glances at Su Ye and her companion, evidently intrigued by the unfamiliar faces. This time, Su Ye had the foresight not to exhaust herself in solitary search. Instead, she approached 2 pedestrians for assistance. One of them ignored her. Yet she remained undeterred and successfully located her destination. 312, this must be the place. Gazing at the house before her, Su Ye softly murmured her intentions as she prepared to enter. Naturally, her plan involved breaking through the door. Just as she was about to take action, a voice suddenly emerged from the side, belonging to a young woman. Are you looking for Fangcheng? Su Ye immediately halted her movements and turned to see a young woman clad in a leather shirt, standing poised with a single-handed sword. This attire instantly reminded Su Ye of an adventurer from an anime. Nodding, she chose not to conceal her purpose, for her intentions were already apparent. To lie now would only seem disingenuous. She wished to avoid causing a commotion. If Fangcheng were not home, it would be easy to alert him. Yes, I am here to find him. May I ask who you are? Su Ye took the initiative to inquire, preempting the woman from asking first. The woman, clearly taken aback by Su Ye's unexpected response, paused momentarily but quickly regained her composure, replying candidly, I am merely his neighbor. I must say, I am somewhat surprised. I did not expect him to know such a beautiful young lady. I hope you are not being deceived. To Su Ye's surprise, the woman's demeanor towards Fangcheng was not particularly friendly. Initially, she had assumed they were friends, but this revelation made matters simpler. To be frank, my relative was murdered by him. I have come seeking vengeance, and I wonder if you might know whether he is home. Su Ye stated boldly, unafraid that the woman might be feigning ignorance. She deemed it unnecessary, and besides, the woman lacked the ability to do so convincingly. The woman was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Su Ye had come with such intentions. However, she quickly regained her composure, shifting her posture. The derision and disdain on her face were laid bare before Su Ye without any attempt at concealment. It was quite normal, given his usual demeanor and habits, which had undoubtedly provoked many. Yet, it was somewhat unexpected for a young girl like her to arrive, especially with a child in tow. The woman glanced at Su Ye's companion, Su Shaokai, her tone tinged with peculiarity. Su Ye shrugged, unfazed by the woman's assessment. Her sole desire was to uncover the answer to her inquiry. She listened as the woman continued, stating that she had not seen him in recent days. But according to whispers, He Yan had seemingly made an appearance in the zombie-infested zone. Thank you, but I will seek him out myself, Su Ye replied nonchalantly. And then she strode towards the tightly shut door. The woman stood behind her. A look of bewilderment etched on her face as she observed Su Ye until she struck the door with her fist, then crouched down in pain, cradling her injured hand. A large question mark seemed to materialize on the woman's forehead. Ahem, what is going on here? Su Ye, maintaining a calm facade, returned to the woman's side and feigned indifference as she inquired. The woman regarded Su Ye with uncertainty, scrutinizing her for a moment before responding with an odd tone. Are you truly a resident of Zhongqing? You do realize that one cannot enter another's residence without the owner's permission, right? You must not be from the upper district, surely? Is it possible that there are individuals from the upper district who lack such common knowledge? No, wait, what do you mean by also? Su Ye calmly brushed her hair back, her expression unwavering. I am indeed aware of that. I merely wish to experience the long-lost pain once more. However, if he were to remain at home like this indefinitely, would it not render him untouchable? The woman seemed to ponder this for a moment before responding to Su Ye's inquiry. It is not entirely so. There exists a regulation in Zhongqing that mandates its residents to visit any special district at least once within 7 days, or else they shall be treated as garbage. Thus, you could linger at the entrance, following him to the special district upon his departure, and then dispose of him accordingly. Nonetheless, this method is rather time-consuming. I propose you seek out mercenaries. As long as the funds are sufficient, they will not mind the hassle. Su Ye rubbed her chin, feeling a tinge of irritation at the multitude of absurd regulations in Zhongqing. She contemplated the situation, desiring to resolve the matter herself, and was even willing to wait here for 7 days if necessary. The woman seemed to recognize Su Ye's determination, a resigned smile gracing her lips as she gestured towards the house behind her. If you wish to wait, it is of no concern, but do not allow the child to accompany you. My house is available for you to stay a few nights, though I shall not cover the rent. After a moment of reflection, Su Ye concluded that although violence is prohibited here, she would not permit her daughter to remain alone in a hotel to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Once assured of their safety, she acquiesced to the woman's terms, even though the price was somewhat steep compared to hotel rates. Yet, Su Ye was indifferent to the cost. Leaning against the wall, she gazed up at the sky, murmuring to herself, "It has been a long time since I have witnessed such a beautiful sky." Chapter 41. Untitled, Is This Truly Acceptable? The figure, whose features were obscured, leaned against the wall, speaking in a calm tone. Yet a hint of concern was discernible in their words. The young woman on the sofa reclined languidly, her delicate legs swaying enticingly in the air. Clad in a pink dress that enveloped her petite frame, she still revealed glimpses of allure, drawing the attention of the figure by the wall. You're not a child anymore. Why are you worrying? She remarked nonchalantly, her eyes closed. The figure took 2 steps towards the sofa, prompting the previously relaxed young woman to sit up abruptly. She turned her head, glaring at the person before her with irritation. I have told you countless times not to appear before me in that manner. The figure remained silent, merely offering a cold chuckle before vanishing instantaneously. A black, transparent barrier dissipated from before her, and the young woman glanced at the box that had mysteriously appeared on the floor. With a huff, she reclined once more. At this very moment, within a certain palace, a gathering of cloaked figures encircled a dark pool, mourning something unknown. Bubbles rose incessantly from the ebony liquid, the surface trembling as if something within sought to break free from its shackles. The unintelligible murmurs of the cloaked figures echoed throughout the palace. Perhaps it was an illusion, but a shadow flickered within the pool, only to vanish in the next instant. As one individual abruptly ceased their lamentation, all the figures in black robes simultaneously fell silent. The oblivious Long too continued to indulge in a leisurely existence, unaware that her demise was imminent. The person raised their hand, exclaiming incomprehensible phrases. As if responding to a command, all the cloaked figures echoed the call. The hour of reckoning approaches. The individual tilted their head back, revealing a grotesquely contorted visage beneath the dark hood. The era of dragons is on the verge of conclusion, soon. It shall be the epoch of our annihilation of the laws. Let the spirits rise in exultation. All raised their hands high, mindlessly chanting the same words. Slay the dragon, slay the dragon, slay the dragon. Breakfast is ready, little shell. Su Xiaoxiao stretched languidly as she stepped outside, only to be greeted by her sister Su Yia, who, with dark circles around her eyes, offered her soy milk and steamed buns. Although she harbored concerns for their mother-esque condition, the allure of the food prompted Su Xiaoxiao to accept breakfast first. Mother, are you all right? You look like a panda, she remarked, showcasing her meal while expressing her concern. Su Yia, with a hint of exasperation, ruffled her sister's hair until it was in disarray before withdrawing her hand. You could at least put down the bun before speaking. How vexing. Who has dared impersonate my adorable daughter? Internally seething, Su Yia maintained a facade of calm and smiled, saying, I'm fine. Little shell, once you finish eating, stay close to your mother and don't wander off, all right? The buns were procured with the assistance of a passerby, for which she duly compensated with a fee for the errand. Her own portion had long since been consumed. It is worth mentioning that she had been vigilantly watching over the area throughout the night, solely to prevent Fang Cheng from escaping. Although fatigue tugged at her, such weariness was of little consequence to Su Yi's current constitution. Moreover, she was not entirely unable to rest. A brief nap could suffice, as she would awaken at the slightest disturbance. It was conceivable that she could remain awake for 7 days without sleep, given her innate resilience to late nights. Should one inquire about her relentless determination, the answer is straightforward. Each additional day that Fang Cheng lived was a day that added to Su Yi's torment. If he were to escape, although she could seek him out through other means, it would merely prolong his existence. The very thought of such a possibility robbed her of sleep. Thus, even if it meant waiting idly for 7 days, she remained unfazed. She was, after all, a person of unwavering tenacity, bordering on obsession. Su Xiaokai quickly finished the food at hand, choosing not to wander aimlessly but instead leaning against Su Yia, her gaze curiously scanning the throngs of passers-by. The previous night had been spent at the residence of a woman named Tan Lin, a name she had shared with Su Yia before departing. Tan Lin was candid about her intentions, openly admitting her desire to profit from assisting the two. As such was the nature of their arrangement. Given the established rules, Su Yia and her companion were unable to disturb the belongings within Tan Lin's home. She granted them access, albeit restricted solely to the entrance. Su Yia crouched against the wall, her eyes partially narrowed, her piercing gaze missing not a single passerby. Moreover, she had discreetly heightened her perceptive abilities to their utmost limits. Even if someone managed to evade her line of sight, they could not escape her awareness. Her sensory acuity had reached an extraordinary level. She could discern even the slightest movement, whether it be a person or a mere fly approaching her vicinity. However, she was unable to perceive the situation within the room. Otherwise, she would not be laboriously waiting here. Perhaps it was the constraints imposed by the rules of this place. As it stood, if Feng Cheng were at home, he would inevitably cross paths with Su Ye the moment he stepped outside. Even if he were not present, it mattered little. Unless he chose not to return, his proximity would instantly alert Su Ye. At this juncture, one might wonder how Su Ye could seek vengeance in a place like Zhongqing, where violence was forbidden. To such inquiries, Su Ye would simply respond that the perspective was too limited. The prohibition against violence within Zhongqing was of no concern to her. After all, she was not merely human. This chapter may lack polish, as I am yet to awaken fully. Consider it a mere addition to the setting. Chapter 42. Reunion with Feng Cheng. As the saying goes, diligence does not go unrewarded, and heaven favors those who patiently await their fortunes. On the third day of the Scarecrow Plan, there finally came a breakthrough. By the way, the Scarecrow Plan is a name devised by Su Ye for this undertaking. After all, apart from relying on passers-by for her daily meals, she spends the entirety of her day squatting in a corner, resembling a scarecrow. Thus, the name Scarecrow Plan was born. Those in the know are aware that she is merely waiting for someone, though only Su Xiaoke and Tan Lin, who has not returned home for 3 days, are privy to this. Others might mistakenly assume she is a beggar. Some even speculate that Su Ye is a young lady from a wealthy family, experiencing the life of a beggar in the Middle District, given how well-dressed and clean she appears, and how sumptuous her meals are. Initially, some kind-hearted individuals considered offering her a few points, but upon witnessing Su Ye devouring several luxurious lunchboxes with gusto, they quietly departed. Setting aside these minor interludes, over the course of 3 days, the local residents have become quite familiar with Su Ye. After all, she spends her entire day in that spot, doing little aside from eating. The mere presence of someone lingering there all day is enough to attract the attention of passers-by, not to mention Su Ye's innocent charm, which is coupled with a hint of cuteness. Who wouldn't be captivated by such an adorable young girl, especially when she is accompanied by a little girl, creating such a vibrant and unique duo? In recent days, several individuals have greeted her, to which she simply nods in acknowledgement. For instance, "Sister, you're here again today? Have you eaten?" "Not my sister, but you are eating so well today. Is being a beggar this lucrative now?" "Sister, do you think I would make a good beggar?" Returning to the matter at hand, Su Ye had never realized that, even after 3 days without a bath, she emitted no unpleasant odor. Rather, she exuded a subtle, enchanting fragrance. Was this a characteristic of dragonkind? The reclusive ones would surely envy her. As she mused over this, her gaze fell upon the house directly ahead, and she couldn't help but yawn. While it posed no harm to her health, she still felt an overwhelming fatigue. With a hint of displeasure, Su Ye muttered a complaint, silently conjuring several imaginative fates for Feng Cheng. Just then, the door, which had remained firmly shut for 3 days, swung open unexpectedly. Su Ye, who had been on the brink of a brief slumber, instantly opened her eyes and felt a surge of energy. Before her stood the man who haunted her thoughts and stirred her ire, Feng Cheng, once more within her sight. "At last, I have awaited your return, Feng Cheng." He was clad in the same attire as before, his unkempt beard and hair appearing even more disheveled than during their last encounter, likely due to neglect. The man, with his head bowed, seemed utterly devoid of spirit. In stark contrast to his previous arrogance, Feng Cheng now resembled a shadow of his former self, causing Su Ye's intention to act to falter. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, although it seemed improbable if it were true. Could someone like you, who so casually takes the lives of others, truly experience fear? Su Ye whispered this to herself, concealing her presence as she stealthily trailed behind Feng Cheng, pulling Su Xiaoshell along with her. In recent days, she has not been idle. During her leisure time, she has inquired with the local residents about the individual named Feng Cheng. Previously, she had learned from Tan Lin that Feng Cheng had a rather unfavorable reputation in the vicinity, which alleviated her concerns about anyone alerting him to her inquiries. The local populace had initially regarded Su Ye with indifference, harboring a subtle resentment at the thought of her potentially being a young lady from a prominent family, come to experience life among them. However, upon discovering that Su Ye was seeking to confront Feng Cheng, their demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming into one of enthusiastic support. They eagerly divulged every detail about Feng Cheng without even a hint of compensation, some even absurdly offering her a modest reward should she succeed in dealing with him. A testament to their collective disdain for the man. Through the wealth of information gathered, Su Yiya gained a comprehensive understanding of Fang Cheng's character, which could be succinctly described with a few words: brutal, murderous, lecherous, tyrannical, and foul-mouthed. Although this description extends beyond mere brevity, it encapsulates the essence of his nature. Fang Cheng is infamously savage within the Middle District. While many in the area have, to varying degrees, been involved in violence, few exhibit the sheer ferocity he does. He regards the inhabitants of the outer city, those from the special zones, often referred to as the lower class, not as equals, but as mere prey, reveling in the wanton slaughter of the innocent among them. Such a person's reputation is naturally poor, and the residents living nearby harbor no fondness for him. Not to mention, he occasionally subjects others to his verbal abuse without provocation. It was initially thought that individuals like him would be targeted in the special district. But due to Fang Cheng's considerable strength, which could even categorize him among the formidable mid-tier warriors, most people prefer to steer clear of him. Rarely would anyone dare to confront him directly, and they would only muster the courage to speak ill of him behind his back. Is it the notorious Black Flame, Fang Cheng? Su Yiya murmured softly. At that moment, Fang Cheng was trudging forward with his head hung low, resembling a soulless automaton. Completely oblivious to the fact that two individuals were trailing him closely. He carried nothing with him, leading Su Yiya to speculate that he was not headed to the special district, perhaps merely out to procure some items. However, it was also possible that all his belongings were stored within a spatial artifact. According to the intelligence she had gathered, spatial artifacts were essential tools in Zhongqing, provided one could afford them. The prices varied according to the size and type of the artifact. As Su Yiya pondered this, it appeared that an incident had occurred ahead. She lifted her gaze to witness the moment when Fang Cheng collided with a slender young man. Given Fang Cheng's robust physique, it came as no surprise that the young man was knocked back several steps, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself, thereby avoiding a rather embarrassing fall. The young man, possessing an impetuous temperament, quickly regained his footing, and before he could fully discern the identity of the person who had bumped into him, he raised a finger and began to vociferously berate Fang Cheng. Do you not watch where you are walking? With such a wide path available, why would you collide into me? Before the young man could finish his words, they were abruptly silenced as he finally discerned the visage of the individual standing before him. Ah, it is Brother Fang. I sincerely apologize. I was blind to your presence and inadvertently bumped into you. I am truly sorry. The young man promptly altered his previous demeanor, bowing his head and speaking in a tone of humble contrition. Chapter 43. Su Qingqing nearby. Many bystanders took notice of the unfolding situation, casting curious glances and partaking in the spectacle. Although it was somewhat humiliating to apologize in front of such a crowd, preserving his own life took precedence over any embarrassment. Given Fang Cheng's vindictive nature, should one provoke him, he would indeed pursue them relentlessly, even into the special zone, to exact his revenge. He was merely a somewhat capable C-grade, but if he were to incite an A-grade like Fang Cheng, even multiple lives would not suffice to ensure one's survival. Just as the onlookers anticipated, Fang Cheng would, as per his usual conduct, torment the young man. The outcome took an unexpected turn. Fang Cheng simply walked away, hunching his shoulders and keeping his gaze averted as he trudged forward. This despondent demeanor made it difficult for anyone to associate him with the formidable Fang Cheng of earlier. Throughout the encounter, he did not cast even a single glance at the young man who had apologized to him. The young man, somewhat incredulous, could not fathom why Fang Cheng had chosen to let him off so easily. However, he was not foolish enough to linger in a state of embarrassment. He promptly distanced himself from the crowd and hastily departed the scene. With both principal figures having left, the gathering crowd swiftly dispersed. Although some individuals harbor curiosity regarding Fang Cheng's transformation, each person is preoccupied with their own affairs, lacking the leisure to dwell upon him. Except for a girl named Su Yiya, who persistently trails behind Fang Cheng, maintaining a distance that is neither too far nor too close. Su Xiaoke, holding her hand, obediently follows, displaying a remarkable understanding by refraining from uttering a word. The recent incident has only solidified Su Yiya's internal convictions, giving rise to a dark scheme that she cannot suppress. Should she proceed with such a course of action? Su Yiya questions herself inwardly. Perhaps it is best to abandon the notion of exploiting her daughter's involvement. Only a beast would entertain such a thought. It would be wiser to simply eliminate him. Su Ye swiftly dismisses this plan, realizing that her initial intention was to have Su Xiaoke attempt to approach the likely shattered or mentally unstable Fang Cheng. Once Xiaoke's innocence had mended his wounded soul, she would reveal the truth, utterly shattering his spirit and plunging him into despair. However, Su Ye has not yet descended to such depths of madness. If not for her daughter, she would be indifferent, or perhaps this is still far from sufficient. A pity. As Su Ye murmurs to herself, she tenderly strokes her daughter's head. To be fair, Xiaoke's hair is indeed delightful to touch, especially after she had bathed at Tan Lin's house the previous day. The fragrance of the shampoo wafts into Su Ye's nostrils, mingling with the unique scent that girls possess, creating an exquisite aroma. Su Xiaoke shifts her head slightly, appearing remarkably docile, leading Su Ye to momentarily envision that she is not nurturing a daughter, but rather a small kitten. The two individuals had not ventured far when they finally observed Fang Cheng come to a halt. Without lifting his gaze, he entered a convenience store as if guided by muscle memory. Su Ye chose not to follow him inside. Instead, she held on to Su Xiaoshell, waiting at a nearby corner. Throughout their journey, she remained vigilant, considering the possibility that her assumptions might be erroneous. If Fang Cheng truly intended to head to the special district, she planned to confront him before he could enter. The nature of that district was still a mystery to her, and the thought of unforeseen complications filled her with apprehension. However, the outcome confirmed her suspicions. Fang Cheng was merely there to purchase something. Now, all she needed to do was wait patiently. Once he emerged, she would seize the opportunity to pull him into a dark, deserted alley on their way home. And then, as she contemplated 100 potential fates for Fang Cheng, Su Ye felt an eager anticipation rising within her, her tightly clenched hands trembling slightly. Observing her mother's unusual excitement, Su Xiaoshell instinctively shrank back, pondering how strange her mother had become. Just then, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a girl with green hair approaching. Intrigued, she turned her gaze, and to her surprise, the girl seemed to sense her presence, locking eyes with Su Xiaoshell. The green-haired girl playfully winked at her, even making a comical face, which elicited a giggle from Su Xiaoshell. Su Ye tilted her head, glancing at her laughing daughter, then back at the approaching girl. Yet she paid little mind to the encounter. At this moment, all of her thoughts were consumed by the convenience store. If Fang Cheng were to sneak away while she was distracted, she would undoubtedly lose her composure, although such a scenario seemed improbable. Turning her gaze back towards the convenience store, she noted that, perhaps due to Fang Cheng's current demeanor, he had yet to emerge after lingering for quite some time. Suddenly, a melodious voice belonging to a young girl rang out beside her. "Hello, are you waiting for someone?" Su Ye admitted she was taken aback. She had not anticipated that anyone could approach her so silently, given her present state of awareness. Had this occurred outside the city, she might have met a dire fate. The thought made her break out in a cold sweat. Taking a couple of steps back with Su Xiaokai, Su Ye regarded the green-haired girl warily, scrutinizing her while simultaneously trying to gauge her strength. The girl's short green hair gleamed brightly, reminiscent of the green peonies in a garden. Clad in a white sports outfit paired with teal shorts, her fair thighs were exposed to the air, exuding a youthful vitality. With delicate features, porcelain skin, and a pair of bright green eyes, standing at approximately 1.60 meters, she radiated an exuberance that epitomized the essence of a blossoming young maiden. Were it not for the concealed power lurking within her, Su Ye would have gladly paused to admire this lively and charming girl for a few more seconds. However, at this moment, she felt no desire to engage, for she could not discern the girl's strength. It was akin to a black hole. Su Ye projected her perception, yet all that returned was an impenetrable darkness. "What do you intend to do?" Su Ye spoke with a grave demeanor. Although she could not ascertain the opponent's strength, her tone betrayed not a hint of fear. It was evident that the individual was approaching them with intent. While the purpose remained unclear in such a critical moment, Su Ye had no intentions of wearing a welcoming expression. "Oh, do not worry. I harbor no ill will towards you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Qingqing." The young girl smiled as she offered her name, extending her hand towards Su Ye. Su Ye curled her lip but did not refuse, reciprocating the handshake. Su Ye. After all, they were within Zhong City. Even if the other possessed malevolent intentions, she felt no trepidation. Rather, it was the opponent who should be wary. The tension that had momentarily enveloped Su Ye dissipated in an instant, only to be replaced by an oppressive force that encircled her being. akin to a rattlesnake flicking its tongue, encroaching upon Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing clearly sensed the pressure bearing down upon her, with a resigned smile. She raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. I yield, I yield. Truly, Su Yeye, you are not to be trifled with. With such a temperament, be cautious lest you find yourself struggling to find a partner in the future. While feigning weakness, Su Qingqing could not refrain from a teasing remark. Su Yeye fell silent, turning her gaze away to continue observing the direction of the convenience store, seemingly disinclined to engage further. Su Qingqing stuck out her tongue, unperturbed, her attention shifting to the figure of Su Shaokai, who was sheltered behind Su Yeye. Su Qingqing crouched down to meet her gaze, then waved her hand and whispered, as if to avoid drawing the attention of Su Yeye nearby. Hey, little one, what is your name? Su Shaokai widened her eyes, staring at the vivacious girl, hesitating on whether to respond, for her mother appeared to harbor a strong dislike for this person. Although Su Yeye did not turn her head, a subtle smile crept onto her face. Truly, she was her daughter. How absurd for some little girl to attempt to befriend Shaokai. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Su Qingqing's enticing voice echoed beside her. Come on, just tell your sister your name, and this incredibly delicious lollipop is yours. Unmoved, Su Yeye secretly mocked Su Qingqing's ignorance. Su Shaokai felt a slight stir within her, but refrained from speaking. After all, her beloved mother was right there beside her, and she would never act against her mother's wishes, no matter how enticing the lollipop might be. Sweetheart, I merely wish to know your name. Please tell me. It's just a name, after all. Look at this lollipop. It's so big and fragrant. It must be delightful. You surely wish to try it, right? Just tell me your name, and I will give it to you. It seems Su Qingqing was undeterred, still attempting to entice Su Shaokai, her hand shaking the lollipop incessantly, reminiscent of a child trafficker luring in the innocent. However, if such an adorable girl were to be abducted, it is likely that some individuals would willingly follow her. Su Yeye inexplicably pondered this thought. You should give up hope quickly. Although I am unaware of your intentions, it is best for you to depart soon. For Xiaohong is simply not. Before Su Yeye could finish her thought, she heard the faint voice of her daughter, as delicate as a mosquito's whisper. I am Su Shaokai. Su Yeye felt as if she had been turned to stone, frozen in place, her words caught in her throat. Though she had lost nothing tangible, an overwhelming sense of loss enveloped her, as if she had forfeited everything. She had been utterly defeated. Turning around, she beheld the sight of her daughter joyfully indulging in a lollipop, and tears of sorrow welled in the corners of her eyes. Ah, Mama, why are you crying? Su Shaokai exclaimed, eager to share a taste of the delicious lollipop with her mother. However, upon witnessing Su Yeye squatting in the corner, wiping away her tears, a wave of panic washed over her. She hurried to her mother's side, wrapping one arm around her while the other clutched the lollipop. It's okay, Mama. You're okay. Su Yeye wiped her tears and mustered the strength to sit up, her voice faint. She blinked, shaking off the remnants of sorrow from her eyes, her gaze falling upon the colorful lollipop. Given the constraints of rules, she naturally harbored no concerns regarding its potential harm to her daughter. Earlier, she was overwhelmed by sorrow. But upon regaining her composure, she realized that the issue did not lie with her daughter, but rather with Su Qingqing and the lollipop in question. That enticing voice was so captivating that even she found herself drawn to it, and had her willpower not been steadfast, she might have succumbed to its allure. Turning her gaze to Su Shaokai, Su Yeye gently requested, Little shell, may I see that lollipop? Obediently, Su Shaokai handed the lollipop over to Su Yeye, unaware of the reluctance that flickered across her face. As Su Yeye held the lollipop, a surge of thought prompted a display of information. Super delicious lollipop, description, crafted from special materials and techniques. This lollipop irresistibly attracts individuals, compelling them to desire it. Note, individuals under 18 experience an 80% reduction in resistance to this candy. This product poses no harm. Feel free to indulge. Wait, is this not a tool designed for the abduction of minors? She pondered. Why does it not affect me? I am only 17. Previously, she had told the Jihua siblings that she was an adult of 18 years, but in truth, she was just 17, though she did drop out of school. This method was a serendipitous discovery. Within Zhongqing, any item that belongs to you can be examined through the power of thought, making it an exceedingly practical technique. Previously, she utilized a lunchbox for testing, resulting in a rather mundane description of an extravagant lunchbox with increased portions. Returning the candy to Su Shaokai. Despite its somewhat addictive allure akin to a narcotic for children, It was, in essence, no different from an ordinary lollipop. Thus, Su Yeye had no intention of confiscating it. Observing Su Xiaoka's delighted expression as she retrieved the lollipop and began to savor it, Su Yeye could not help but playfully flick her forehead, prompting a pained yelp from Su Xiaoka. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing, who had been watching intently, stifled a laugh behind her hand. Su Yeye shot her a glare, causing her to immediately straighten up, adopting a posture akin to standing at attention. Though uncertain of Su Qingqing's intentions, Su Yeye had pressing matters to attend to and preferred not to be disturbed. "Let us discuss any issues after I finish my tasks, shall we?" she said, somewhat exasperated. Encountering such an inexplicably peculiar girl was truly taxing, especially given that the latter had exhibited no malice throughout their interaction, making it difficult for Su Yeye to respond with aggression. After all, managing a conversation while simultaneously monitoring the situation at the convenience store was indeed mentally draining. And even Su Yeye felt fatigued. Initially, she thought Su Qingqing might relent for a while, or at most continue to pester them. However, the unexpected came when Su Qingqing uttered a proposition that Su Yeye had never contemplated. "Let me help you eliminate him. In return, you agree to one condition of mine." Quite a bargain, wouldn't you say? Chapter 45. Sister, who exactly are you? Su Yeye ceased to display any semblance of cordiality, her countenance darkening as she fixed her gaze upon Su Qingqing. Her red vertical pupils, reminiscent of serpentine eyes, nay, they were the true eyes of a dragon, coldly scrutinized her. She remained oblivious to Su Qingqing's intentions, acutely aware only that at the moment she was poised to extinguish Fang Cheng's life, this inexplicable individual had abruptly materialized. Asserting that she could assist in eliminating him, provided Su Yeye acquiesced to a singular request. It was hardly surprising that Su Qingqing was aware of her vendetta against Fang Cheng. After all, anyone residing in proximity to Fang Cheng's abode was generally privy to her intentions. However, the fact that Su Qingqing had pursued her from the residential area to this very spot, adopting an air of nonchalance while professing her willingness to assist, rendered her motives worthy of contemplation. "I am not merely here to assist you. As I mentioned, I require you to fulfill a condition. Besides, I have a personal vendetta against Fang Cheng, so do not take offense too readily," Su Qingqing intoned, her tone unwavering. Seemingly oblivious to Su Yeye's current disposition as she cheerfully elucidated her purpose. "You are deceiving me." The moment Su Qingqing's final word escaped her lips, Su Yeye erupted, her powerful hand clamping around Su Qingqing's neck, forcefully pinning her against the wall. Her voice was frigid, and even Su Xiaokai, who stood nearby, instinctively recoiled 2 steps, secretly vowing never to accept items from strangers again, lest he provoke his mother's ire and face retribution. At this moment, Su Yeye was oblivious to her daughter's thoughts, her entire focus fixed upon the countenance of the individual before her, the formidable presence and aura of the dragon fully manifesting. Had it been any ordinary person, the sheer weight of this pressure would have rendered them incapacitated, the very essence of it sufficient to instill terror to the point of loss of control. Yet, Su Qingqing stood unfazed, exhibiting no signs of distress, nor even a furrow of her brow. Su Yeye leaned closer to Su Qingqing, her crimson eyes scrutinizing the depths of her daughter's gaze. Initially, Su Yeye anticipated uncovering hidden animosity, trepidation, or astonishment reflected in Su Qingqing's pupils, perhaps even discontent. For anyone subjected to such treatment would likely harbor feelings of displeasure. What? Su Yeye murmured unconsciously. Having envisioned numerous scenarios, the shock of an attack in Zhongqing, the instinctual displeasure of a sudden ambush, the hostility arising from a lie being exposed, and the decision to cease the charade. Yet, within Su Qingqing's eyes, none of these emotions were present. What she perceived was sorrow. Such genuine sorrow could not possibly be feigned. Su Yeye was utterly bewildered. Her intention had merely been to probe her daughter's true motives through instinctive emotional responses. As Su Yeye grappled with her confusion, she inadvertently relaxed her grip, allowing Su Qingqing to finally escape her clutches, her feet landing firmly on the ground. "What is with this violence?" Su Qingqing complained, feigning displeasure while rubbing her neck, which bore the marks of being grasped too tightly. Su Yeye found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Su Qingqing turned away, covering her eyes, concealing her expression. "Ah, Sister Qing is crying." From her vantage point, Su Xiaoka caught a glimpse of Su Qingqing's profile and witnessed the poignant moment as she wiped away her tears. Upon hearing Su Xiaoka's exclamation, Su Qingqing quickly turned back, hastily denying it. I am not, she protested. Su Yeye remained silent, her gaze fixed on Su Qingqing's face, creating a peculiar atmosphere. Finally, it was Su Yeye who broke the silence. She turned slightly, her eyes drifting toward the convenience store. To what extent can you achieve? Though Su Yeye did not specify her inquiry, Su Qingqing understood her intent. She brushed her hair back over her shoulders, transforming once again into the vibrant girl she had been at the start. To the extent that you would be satisfied, the girl confidently stated. She fixed her gaze on Su Yeye's silvery hair that cascaded behind her, then raised her eyes to meet her profile, smiling quietly without uttering a word. Su Yeye did not turn back, but a subtle tremor could be detected in her otherwise calm voice. Can I trust you, sister? Su Qingqing, who had been admiring Su Yeye's silhouette, suddenly froze. She looked at Su Yeye, who remained still, half turned toward her, and then her face blossomed with a genuine smile. Of course. And how did you know? Su Yeye sighed, her tone tinged with exasperation. You truly are the elder sister. I was beginning to wonder if it might be the other way around. By the way, are you genuinely unaware or merely pretending? Your name alone is quite telling. Let us set aside our reminiscences for another time. I must take my leave. As Yu Guang caught sight of a man emerging from the convenience store, burdened with 2 plastic bags, Su Qingqing interjected to conclude the conversation. Though her tone bore a hint of reluctance, she resolutely stepped outside. Su Yeye, sensing Fang Cheng's arrival, intended to explain her amnesia, but the words faltered on her lips, and she swallowed them back. Just as she turned around, she planned to follow and ascertain the situation, only to collide with a warm embrace. Ah, this is precisely the condition I desired, even if it comes in advance. How delightful, the scent of a long-lost sister. Su Yeye felt a twinge of exasperation. The girl named Su Qingqing was the original sister, yet to her, she was merely a stranger encountered for the first time. Nonetheless, for reasons unknown, that familiar and reassuring sensation rendered her utterly defenseless against it. Ultimately, she had no choice but to acquiesce to this infatuated display. All right, sister. If you do not leave soon, Fang Cheng will be gone. It seemed that Su Yeye could no longer tolerate her antics. She pointed behind her to remind her. Very well, I shall take my leave. Su Qingqing took one last longing sniff of Su Yeye before reluctantly releasing her and bidding farewell, then hurriedly made her way outside. Su Yeye exhaled a long sigh of relief, leaning against the wall, momentarily feeling a bit dizzy. Upon seeing her mother in such a state, Su Xiaokai hurriedly approached with concern. Mom, are you all right? I am fine, merely feeling a bit sentimental. Su Xiaokai tilted his head, puzzled by Su Yeye's words. It turns out that there are indeed people in this world who care for me, apart from Xiaoku. This thought lingered in Su Yeye's heart, unspoken. Yet, can someone like me, who has deprived others of their familial affection, truly deserve such concern? Perhaps it is best to let it be. With a self-deprecating smile, Su Yeye clasped Su Xiaoka's hand, gently caressing her delicate face, eliciting a fit of giggles from the latter. Let us be off, Xiaoku, Su Yeye declared, leading her companion as they ventured out of the alley. Chapter 46. Play. In the following 2 days, Su Yeye and Su Xiaoka indulged in delightful escapades throughout Zhongqing. They momentarily cast aside all worries and concerns, purchasing every delicacy they yearned for, whether tasted or unseen. Immersed in the soothing warmth of the hot spring, Su Yeye could not help but stretch languidly. Beside her, Su Xiaoka played with a little yellow duck, the splashes of water only adding to Su Yeye's sense of ease and contentment. The presence of someone who loves you truly is a wonderful feeling. As Su Yeye reclined against the edge of the hot spring, her thoughts drifted to her past life. Growing up alone, she faced no constraints, even abandoning school when it no longer pleased her. Living alone felt liberating and relaxing, yet over time, it inevitably led to a sense of loneliness. In contrast to her current situation, she gazed affectionately at the playful Su Xiaoka, her eyes filled with warmth. You know, this moment is quite lovely. Gently caressing her slightly aching abdomen, Su Yeye let out a resigned sigh. Here it comes again. Alas, no one had informed me that dragons could reproduce without a mate. Although the prospect of enduring yet another round of stomach pain after a hearty meal filled her with some vexation, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. After lingering for a while longer, Su Yeye finally departed the quaint onsen tavern with Su Xiaokai. The sky was already darkening. It was rather amusing. For while outside the city, the heavens appeared as a boundless ocean, upon entering the city, the sky reverted to normalcy, with the rhythmic cycle of day and night restored. The sun rising in the east and setting in the west. Which realm truly embodies reality? Suya pondered, unable to discern. Humanity is a species inclined towards contemplation. Often, many troubles could be alleviated simply by refraining from overthinking, yet people are irresistibly drawn to such musings. Sometimes, it is not out of preference, but rather necessity. Speaking of which, Suya, after all, was not human. The colossal clock remained perched at the pinnacle, its elongated hands ceaselessly revolving. To the countless individuals oblivious to the passage of time, a mere glance upwards would suffice to enlighten them. As she walked back to the hotel, Suya caught sight of a familiar little stall where the burly vendor of lamb skewers, clad in a short-sleeved shirt that showcased his muscular physique and somewhat intimidating tattoos, captured her attention. Intrigued, she inquired, "Would you like some lamb skewers?" Glancing down at Su Shaokai, who appeared equally delighted upon noticing the vendor. "Yes," he exclaimed eagerly. She had developed quite an affection for the uncle who regaled her with stories. Although he initially appeared rather intimidating upon their first encounter, their subsequent interactions had completely dispelled her fears. Moreover, this uncle was genuinely kind, often offering her extra skewers of lamb. After enjoying a soak in the hot springs, Suya found herself feeling a bit hungry. As she took a couple of steps towards the stall, she noticed the uncle, leisurely seated on a small stool, turning around just as a familiar voice reached her ears. "Boss, I'll take 20 skewers of lamb. Last time, you were a bit heavy-handed with the chili, so please remember to go easy this time." The uncle rose, and upon recognizing the speaker, a knowing smile spread across his face. "Sure thing. I'll keep it light for you this time. Just a moment," he replied, deftly retrieving 20 skewers from a nearby box and beginning to grill them with practiced ease. "Uncle, where were you yesterday? I didn't see you around," Suya inquired, recalling her desire for lamb skewers the previous day, only to find the stall absent. "I was busy with other matters. Selling lamb skewers alone can't support my family. You know, huh?" the uncle said, his hands continuing their skilled work. While he did not explicitly state it, Suya had a fair idea of his other profession. In this bustling city, aside from gold prospectors, many occupations were not suitable for open discussion and most likely involved mercenaries. However, mercenaries came in various forms, whether engaged in combat, hunting for materials in special zones, or other endeavors. Of course, it was also possible that Suya could be mistaken. Yet, judging by the uncle's muscular build, it was evident that he was no ordinary man. Su Yuanyue did not delve deeper into the matter. After all, her relationship with the other party was merely that of a customer and a proprietor. A fleeting acquaintance, there was little need to ponder excessively. "By the way, I do not yet know your name," Su Yuanyue casually inquired. "You may call me Manager Gu," the uncle replied without pretense. His straightforwardness reflected a personality that was both boisterous yet appropriately measured, making him rather endearing. It was rare for Su Yuanyue to engage in conversation with him, though their exchanges remained lighthearted. After their brief chat, Manager Gu resumed his dialogue with Su Shaokai, revealing his fondness for children. While waiting for the skewers to cook, he produced a handful of colorful candies from his pocket and offered them to Su Shaokai. The child's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet she did not reach out for them. Instead, she turned to Su Yuanyue with a look of inquiry, silently asking for permission to accept the sweets. Su Shaokai had always been well-behaved. Her previous transgression in accepting candy from Su Qingqing had stemmed not solely from the allure of that particular sweet, but also from the enigmatic nature of Su Qingqing herself. Su Yuanyue speculated that the other's abilities might be associated with seduction, though she was uncertain of which dragon lineage it belonged to. Just as she was a white dragon and Su Shaokai a red dragon, the dragonkin must surely encompass various distinct breeds. In response to Su Shaokai's silent plea, Su Yuanyue did not refuse. She gently nodded in assent. She had previously experimented with the notion that if a food item could have deleterious effects on others, a warning would automatically manifest in the presence of the user, a principle that even extended to unclean foods. Upon reflecting on this, Suya couldn't help but recall the incident from a few days prior when she nearly ingested a product with a national trend packaging. Had she not been preoccupied at the time, she would undoubtedly have sought to deliver a thorough reprimand to the passerby who had assisted her by bringing the meal. How audacious it was to deceive someone as charming as her. The skewers required only a brief period to prepare, as they were pre-cooked, and soon enough, Uncle Gu had packaged the grilled lamb skewers and handed them to Suya. The distinctive flavor was unmistakable, and while Su Ye and her companions waited, a considerable crowd began to gather around them. Observing this, she had no intention of lingering any longer. She exchanged a few words with the vendor and promptly took Su Xiaokai's hand to leave. Su Xiaokai held the still-warm lamb skewer that Su Ye had just given her, stuffing it into her mouth while turning around to wave goodbye to Uncle Gu. In the midst of his bustling activities, Uncle Gu noticed Su Xiaokai's gesture and reciprocated with a wave of his own. Chapter 47. The Ice Crystal Bird. After a restful slumber, Su Ye, ready to procure breakfast, descended the stairs only to find several individuals standing in the lobby on the first floor. These individuals were clad in matching uniforms, albeit with slight variations in color. A tall, slender middle-aged man wearing glasses donned a white uniform, while the others were dressed uniformly in black. The moment Su Ye appeared, their gazes converged on her, showing no inclination to divert their attention elsewhere. Their intentions were palpably clear. They had come for her. Su Ye remained largely unfazed, as over the past few days, several organizations had approached her, all with a singular purpose, to recruit her. However, she was met with rejection. Observing Su Ye's indifferent demeanor, they had no intention of being forceful. Throughout, they maintained a respectful attitude. Was this the oppressive aura of the black card? Su Ye couldn't help but feel a sense of secret satisfaction. She was not surprised by their arrival. After all, acquiring goods necessitated the use of a black card, making it impossible for her to conceal her identity. Virtually every organization of some influence would quickly learn of a black card's presence in the vicinity. One wondered if Chloe from Rose Valley would regret knowing she was a black card holder. Su Ye found herself wanting to witness the expression of defeat on such an arrogant individual. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she intended to step past the men blocking her path. In the next moment, several men stood squarely before her, leaving no room for her to depart. Su Ye frowned upon seeing this. It was the first time in days she had encountered such an unfriendly demeanor right from the start. "Miss Su, please hold on," said a man in a white uniform, who appeared to be the friendliest among them. Yet, within Su Ye's perception, he was the weakest of the group, but his tone and demeanor indicated he was the leader. Glancing at the golden insignias on their chests, she then turned her attention to the middle-aged man who had spoken. "Is there something you need?" Ahem, I am the general manager of the Money Tree Association. The purpose of my visit is to invite you to join our association." Despite the fact that Su Ye exerted no evident aura of intimidation, the man under her gaze momentarily faltered, his speech betraying a hint of stammering. However, he quickly regained his composure, adopting a posture and tone imbued with arrogance as he spoke. Simultaneously, he retrieved a golden business card from his jacket pocket and extended it towards Su Ye. A fleeting glance at the card revealed the name Zhao Menghua inscribed upon it. Yet, without any intention of accepting it, she refrained from reaching out. Observing this, Zhao Menghua raised an eyebrow, his fingers curling slightly. A few men beside him, receiving his unspoken cue, swiftly closed in on Su Ye, encircling her with their arms crossed, effectively confining her while simultaneously applying psychological pressure. "Miss Su, I shall overlook your rudeness this time. Considering you may be unaware of the esteemed position held by our financial consortium," Zhao Menghua adjusted his glasses, feigning benevolence, as he explained. "As the largest and sole chamber of commerce in Zhongqing, with a mere flick of my finger, I could render every shop in this entire district inaccessible to you. Furthermore, leveraging our association's influence and resources, it would be a trivial matter to enlist some S-class prospectors to take action against you." Su Ye first glanced at the receptionist at the front desk, who appeared flustered while speaking quietly into the phone. She then shot a glare at the imposing men encircling her, causing them to instinctively take a step back, before finally redirecting her attention to the self-satisfied Zhao Menghua, who was watching her intently. It seems that these individuals are unaware that the holders of the black card can take action within Zhongqing. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, they would not dare encircle her in such a manner. However, this knowledge serves as her trump card, and she certainly would not carelessly expose it to outsiders. Thus, matters that can be resolved with words do not necessitate her intervention. "Since you are aware of my possession of a black card, are you not cognizant of my capabilities? Do you not fear retaliation for your actions against me?" Su Ye maintained an impassive expression as she probed, genuinely curious about the extent of their understanding regarding the black card. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Menghua appeared taken aback, and then, as if he had heard the most absurd joke, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, do not overestimate your significance. At best, you are merely an S-class. You must realize that our guild can easily find 100 S-classes. I fail to see what gives you the audacity to challenge me. Zhao Minghua's expression darkened as he turned hostile. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you join our guild or face death? He emphasized the last word, seemingly believing that it would intimidate Su Yeye. At this moment, she truly felt a surge of anger, her icy gaze fixated on Zhao Minghua, who stood behind, smirking at her, ready to unleash her ire. Just then, a cold, crisp female voice resonated from the entrance. Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? The arrival's voice was sharp and resonant, penetrating the minds of everyone present, causing all but Su Yeye to shudder involuntarily, their gazes drawn towards the doorway. At the threshold stood a young woman clad in a delicate blue gown, her raven locks cascading down her shoulders, with her arms crossed over her chest. Her icy blue eyes swept across the assembly, piercing through each individual like shards of crystalline frost. Notably, Su Yeye was not affected by this chilling gaze. Having regained her composure, she was instead captivated by the prominent contours of the girl's figure. Although they were of similar height, the girl's bosom far surpassed her own modest endowment. Casting a glance at her own somewhat lacking attributes, Su Yeye felt a pang of sorrow and averted her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, the blue-haired maiden lingered a moment longer on Su Yeye as she assessed her. Upon noticing the intensity of the scrutiny, the girl followed Su Yeye's gaze, briefly fixating on her before quickly returning to an expression of normalcy. This balding elder dared to cause a commotion in my domain, she mused coldly. The true fool wishing for demise is you. The girl cast a frosty glance at Zhao Minghua, whose scalp prickled under her stare. Despite the humiliation of her words, he felt no anger. Fear had clouded his mind, and he could think only of the girl's earlier declarations, family, Lianlan. With a trembling finger, Zhao Minghua pointed at the young lady before him and exclaimed in terror, Are you not the esteemed young lady of the family, Lianlan? Meanwhile, the receptionist approached Lianlan, bowing deeply before nervously stating, Young lady, you have finally arrived. Although Zhao Minghua and his companions caused a disturbance in the store without inflicting any tangible damage, the repercussions on the hotel's reputation were considerable. In a matter of moments, a crowd of onlookers had gathered at the entrance, for it is human nature to be drawn to commotion. Even when occupied with pressing matters, one cannot resist stealing a glance at the spectacle. Lianlan, arms crossed, regarded the receptionist before her, her tone softening slightly. I happened to be nearby and rushed over upon receiving the call. Suddenly raising her voice, she glared at the group of burly men surrounding Su Yeye. You should be ashamed of yourselves, encircling a young girl like that. Why don't you get lost? The imposing figures, towering over Lianlan, wilted under her admonition as if they were beaten dogs. They cast a feeble glance at Zhao Minghua, intending to seek their superior's approval. But upon realizing he was already a quivering mess, they breathed a sigh of relief and hastily retreated outside the hotel. Zhao Minghua was correct. The Money Tree was indeed the only business association in Zhongqing. Many renowned organizations, both large and small, had affiliations with them. Undoubtedly, the Money Tree wielded considerable influence and power in Zhongqing, provided one disregarded certain prominent families. Unfortunately, Di's family was among those influential clans. As the saying goes, strength is the ultimate truth. No matter how wealthy or influential one may be, they cannot contend with the deeply rooted power of those illustrious families. If one truly intends to take action against the Money Tree, it would require intervention from the upper echelons of its board members. Otherwise, it is quite uncertain whether they could withstand such an onslaught. Moreover, numerous families are bound by various agreements, fostering alliances and even intermarriages. So it is entirely possible that after one has exerted tremendous effort to fend off an attack from a single family, they may suddenly find themselves besieged by several others. Furthermore, Zhao Minghua is merely a mid-level manager, while he may appear to wield considerable power should he provoke the Yi family. The higher-ups would readily drag him to the special district to face dire consequences. This is precisely why he harbors such fear, especially in the presence of Lianlan, the only daughter of the Yi family head, who also possesses the S-class special ability of the Ice Crystal Bird. Should he incur her displeasure, no amount of revival items, of which he possesses none, would suffice for his salvation. Realizing this, he finally resorted to begging for mercy. Without waiting for Lianlan to utter a word, he executed a full 360-degree bow, not even pausing to retrieve his discarded glasses. Missy, may you overlook my transgressions. Please spare my life. I genuinely did not know this was your territory. Had I been aware, even with 100 times the courage, I would never have dared to confront anyone here. I beseech you, grant me a reprieve. I shall never dare to return. As if feeling that a mere bow was insufficient, Zhao Menghua then fell to his knees and began to kowtow. This display of submission left not only Yilan Lan, but also Su Ye somewhat speechless. Do I truly present such a terrifying demeanor? Why do they react to me as if I were a specter? Inwardly, Yilan Lan felt a tinge of helplessness, yet she maintained a facade of icy composure. The sight of Zhao Menghua, with tears and snot streaming down his face, elicited a look of distaste from her. Just get lost. I don't want to see you again, she said, waving her hand dismissively as one would shoo away a fly. Observing this, Zhao Menghua hurriedly picked up his glasses and bolted out of the hotel without a backward glance, while the crowd instinctively parted to make way for him. The few burly men waiting at the entrance, upon seeing their superior emerge in such a disheveled state, hesitated to speak, unsure of what to say, and simply trailed behind him, heads hung low. Inside the hotel, Su Ye and Yilan Lan exchanged glances, the receptionist having long returned to her station, leaving the lobby with only the two of them. Rest assured, he's done for. Haha, it's astonishing how someone so clueless could dare to confront others. Truly foolish. Yilan Lan was the first to break the silence, appearing considerably more relaxed as she slightly turned her face, her tone casual and unguarded. She didn't shy away from sharing her thoughts with Su Ye. Intrigued, Su Ye nodded in response. Thank you, Miss E, but I find myself curious. You claim he knows nothing, yet I wonder how much you truly know about me. Although she recognized the potential risk of provoking her counterpart, Su Ye was willing to overlook it in her quest for more information regarding the elusive black card. Moreover, from her observations, this young lady did not seem as aloof as she initially appeared. Her manner of addressing the other party served as a subtle test. Although Su Ye called her by her full name, Yilan Lan remained unperturbed. Instead of responding to Su Ye's words immediately, she turned to the receptionist and instructed, Xiao Qi, please brew some tea. Once the receptionist began her task, Yilan Lan turned back to Su Ye and confessed, I must admit, I know nothing about you. All I am aware of is that you are a holder of the black card. Su Ye raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed. Yilan Lan, unfazed, continued, do you not find it rather dull to know everything? Compared to that sensation, I find myself more enchanted by the allure of mystery. Suddenly, the jarring sound of a phone ringing interrupted Yilan Lan's discourse. One moment, I need to take this call. Just as she struck a pose she deemed stylish, the phone in her pocket began to ring. Scratching her head in mild frustration, she retrieved her phone and answered it. Currently available information, White Dragon 1. The origin of all dragon species lies with the true sovereign of the dragon race. 2. All are female and possess the ability to reproduce independently. However, each instance of reproduction consumes a significant amount of energy, necessitating replenishment through feeding. 3. They command all dragon scripts and possess the power to manipulate them. 4. The authority of the Dragon King. Red Dragon 1. Wields the power of all fire dragon scripts. 2. The flames of the red dragon can melt anything. Indeed, I am simply padding the word count. Chapter 49. Untitled Father, what is it? Though Yilan Lan had not activated her headset, Su Ye could still distinctly hear the deep voice emanating from the phone. Yilan Lan did not shy away from her presence. Yet Su Ye felt compelled to step outside. It was fortunate that the young lady did not regard her as an outsider. Had she inadvertently overheard something inappropriate, it would have left her with no recourse for redress. This also afforded her the opportunity to procure breakfast, lest Su Xiaoke awaken famished. Although the hotel provided a modest breakfast, it grew tiresome after 2 days of monotony. As she was about to leave, she faintly caught Yilan Lan's voice resonating within the hotel. Father, I've told you I understand. Please do not urge me further. I was just speaking with someone. The tone conveyed a hint of exasperation, suggesting that the caller was indeed Yilan Lan's father. Not wishing to eavesdrop any longer, Su Ye ventured out to the nearby shops in search of breakfast. Inside the hotel, upon concluding her call, Yilan Lan noticed Su Ye hurriedly entering, bags in hand. The receptionist had already prepared tea, placing it on the coffee table in the living room. Feeling somewhat parched from her conversation, Yilan Lan promptly approached, seated herself on the sofa, and took a delicate sip from her cup. Though her demeanor may not exude the aloofness it suggested, the etiquette of a noble lady was unmistakably evident. Her mere presence conveyed an air of aristocracy. Come and have some tea, Yilan Lan invited as she observed Su Ye's arrival. Her gaze fell upon the several plastic bags containing boxes, curiosity piquing within her regarding their contents. Su Ye, undeterred by formality, approached and seated herself in the chair opposite Elanlan. Would you like to have some? Su Ye took a sip of the hot tea before setting it down and retrieving 2 package boxes from the bags. Upon opening them, the steam wafted forth from the freshly steamed dumplings, filling the air with an enticing aroma that immediately penetrated the young lady's nostrils. Elanlan's movement of sipping tea paused momentarily. Indeed, she had not yet had breakfast, having been summoned by her father early that morning. Now, feeling the pangs of hunger, she found herself nodding in agreement under the influence of the delicious scent in her empty stomach. I shall not be polite, then, though her words suggested otherwise. A hint of shyness lingered in her tone. Su Ye had not anticipated Elanlan's acquiescence. Her initial offer had merely been a gesture of courtesy. Yet the young lady did not treat her as a stranger at all. Was this a directive from her father? Had he sent her to befriend Su Ye, thus prompting this overture? Su Ye pondered silently, yet outwardly, she displayed no hesitation as she handed one portion, along with a pair of disposable chopsticks, to Elanlan. Having made the offer, it would be ungracious to withhold the food, especially since this young lady had recently extended her assistance. Though her demeanor was cool, she was not devoid of compassion. Thank you, Elanlan acknowledged as she accepted the portion, not forgetting to express her gratitude. It's nothing, Su Ye replied. The two then fell into a comfortable silence, each savoring the delightful dishes before them. Though they were merely commonplace soup dumplings, the flavors at this establishment were undeniably exquisite, prompting even the discerning Elanlan, who had sampled various delicacies, to nod in appreciation. In contrast to Elanlan, who savored each bite with an air of familial decorum, Su Ye appeared remarkably casual and swiftly polished off her portion. Observing that Elanlan had barely consumed half of her meal, Su Ye felt a twinge of awkwardness and decided to rise, taking her remaining breakfast with the intent to head upstairs. I'll be upstairs for a moment. Take your time eating, she remarked, not forgetting to address Elanlan. That portion is meant for your sister, right? Remember to bring her down later, so I can meet her. Elanlan's voice called out from behind. Su Ye was not surprised. Rather, she found it somewhat peculiar that this young lady seemed only aware of her status as a black card holder, without inquiring further. It was hardly surprising that she knew of Su Xiaoka's existence, as Su Ye always brought her along wherever she went. With a little investigation, one could easily uncover her presence. The fact that they were mother and daughter was well known, given that Su Ye had no intention of concealing it. Those with a keen interest could discover the truth with minimal effort, yet most simply assumed they were sisters, much like the naive young lady before her. Su Ye speculated that their information and photographs had likely circulated among the upper echelons long ago. It was indeed a rather predictable source of trouble. Upon returning to his office, Zhao Menghua hurriedly answered the phone in his pocket, scarcely adjusting his glasses. At this hour, he could easily surmise the identity of the caller, undoubtedly. It was someone from the upper echelons seeking to hold him accountable. This operation had been undertaken at his own discretion, as soon as he caught wind of something amiss. He promptly mobilized personnel to intercept individuals at the hotel. While the black card was not universally recognized throughout Zhongqing, many individuals within the upper tiers were aware of its existence. However, most remained oblivious to the origins of the black card or the circumstances surrounding its holders, only knowing that those who possessed it were exceedingly wealthy and powerful, and that their numbers were exceedingly scarce. Some individuals might go their entire lives without ever encountering a black card holder, Zhao Menghua being one of them. In contrast to other organizations that sought to cultivate amicable relations with Su Ye, Zhao Menghua's approach was markedly different. The unwavering commercial dominance of the money tree, coupled with the incessant flattery from those around him, had inflated his ego. He had grown arrogant, dismissing not only A-level figures, but even many S-level ones. No matter how strong you are, you still rely on the money tree. You must heed my directives, he maintained this mindset. Perhaps it was the mounting pressure from 2 other senior managers of equal rank, who had long coveted the position of general manager, that fueled his current disposition. Zhao Menghua, driven by an earnest ambition, sought out Su Ye, believing that by winning her favor, he might ascend to the position of general manager and thereby gain entry into the upper echelons of influence. However, the harshness of reality soon became evident. As he trembled while answering the phone, he braced himself for the possibility of termination, yet a flicker of hope persisted within him. Perhaps if the higher-ups recognized his unwavering dedication to the organization, they might grant him leniency, allowing him to retain his position. However, The static sound from the receiver plunged his heart into despair, leaving him as cold as ice. You are no longer of use, Zhao Menghua. Chapter 50. The family's invitation in the hotel lobby. Yilanlin had just finished her breakfast and sipped a cup of hot tea when she spotted Su Yiya descending with Su Shaoxi. She had anticipated waiting for Su Shaoxi to finish her meal before coming down, but it seemed Su Yiya had prioritized her. It was surprising that someone of her caliber, typically perceived as aloof, proved to be quite approachable. Aside from her somewhat cold demeanor, Su Yiya was unexpectedly easy to get along with. Yilanlin recalled her father's admonitions. Yilanlin, your family has sent you to engage with Miss Su. Please make a sincere effort. Avoid any confrontations right from the start. Your father does not expect much. Just aim to foster a good rapport. The elder's words were laced with a sense of helplessness and concern, knowing well that his daughter treated those she admired with utmost kindness. However, for those she dislikes, even if they are descendants of other families, she shows them no courtesy whatsoever. Yilanlin scoffed at this notion, yet she found herself somewhat intrigued by the so-called Su Yiya. Thus, she hurried over early in the morning, neglecting to even glance at the information provided by her family, eager to see what this legendary black card holder was truly like. Upon arriving and witnessing the scene firsthand, she realized there was nothing remarkable. The person was not only pleasant but even treated her to delicious soup dumplings. Little did Yilanlin know that it was merely because she was eating too slowly. By the time Su Yiya returned to her room, Su Shaokai had already finished washing up and, feeling quite hungry, devoured the entire breakfast in mere moments. If Su Yiya were to discover the inner thoughts of her counterpart, she would likely burst into laughter on the spot. Hello, little girl, Yilanlin greeted Su Shaokai with a wave, donning a friendly expression. Mommy, this person is quite scary. Su Shaokai clung to Su Yiya's leg, appearing quite resistant to Yilanlin. Well, this friendliness was merely how Yilanlin perceived herself. In reality, her demeanor remained cold, exuding an air of aloofness and the presence of a young lady of high status. Yilanlin touched her face, feeling a bit embarrassed. It dawned on her that this little one was indeed Su Yiya's daughter. How old are you, Miss Su? To have a daughter at such a young age? Yilanlin remarked with surprise, gazing at Su Yiya. She had always been straightforward, rarely allowing anyone the chance to experience her candid nature. Typically, she expressed her thoughts directly, without the slightest concealment. Su Yiya merely shrugged. I am not as youthful as I may appear on the surface. She refrained from disclosing her circumstances, as the other party had not yet reached a level of trustworthiness that warranted such openness, and the explanation itself was rather cumbersome. However, she was not deceiving. Indeed, she did not possess the youthful visage that one might assume. Considering her previous life, she had accumulated a total of 40 years. Come now, Xiaoku, greet Sister. Su Yiya said, gently patting Su Shaoku's head. Since the intention of the other party was to become acquainted with her, Su Yiya had no logical reason to refuse. Additionally, she found Yilanlin to be quite amiable, and thus saw no harm in getting to know her. So you appear as a young maiden, yet in reality, you are a mature married woman? Yilanlin exclaimed, suddenly breaking her contemplative reverie, even forgetting to respond to the timid greeting from Su Shaoka. Humph, I shall no longer concern myself with her. The obedient Su Shaoka withdrew her greeting and blocked her. Ah, I am Yilanlin. Shaoku, please do not be upset. Sister will treat you to some candy, all right? Yilanlin, realizing her oversight, attempted to rectify the situation. Noticing that Su Shaoka was ignoring her, she cast a pleading glance towards Su Yiya. To call me a mature woman and then seek my assistance. What a ridiculous notion. To put it nicely, one might refer to me as a married woman. To put it bluntly, I am merely a woman, Su Yiya replied, crossing her arms in a manner that conveyed her indifference. Su Yiya chose not to respond to Yilanlin's message and proceeded to block her. How frustrating. I have utterly failed, Yilanlin lamented, covering her face in despair. Well, after much ado, it is time to get to the point. You have come to seek me, haven't you? Su Yiya was weary of the prolonged conversation. Continuing this way seemed endless. Initially, she had perceived her as merely not very cold, but as their interactions deepened, she discovered that this person was quite the joker. Yilanlin, too, had adopted a serious demeanor. Although her father indulged her, she was, after all, the eldest daughter of the family and had responsibilities to fulfill. She settled back onto the sofa and expertly poured herself some tea. In truth, it was quite simple. She merely wished for you to join our family. Before Su Yiya could voice her thoughts, Yilanlin continued unbidden. This is the family's wish. However, upon reflection, it seems improbable. Thus, the alternative notion is to invite you to become a partner of the Yi family. What does being a partner entail? Suyeya found herself somewhat perplexed. It means that the family will provide you with assistance, and conversely, when the family faces a crisis, you are also expected to lend your support. Oh, and by the way, this is also the family's intention. Ilanlan filled Suyeya's cup with tea as well, raising her own cup and savoring the tea with grace. Hearing her speak in this manner piqued Suyeya's interest. If this is the desire of your family, what is your personal opinion? I am eager to hear it. Ilanlan suddenly squinted her eyes, her gaze sparkling as she looked at Suyeya. As for me, I simply wish to befriend you. I have a feeling we would get along quite well, as I believe we share similarities. No, in truth, we are not alike at all, Suyeya pondered silently. The young lady unexpectedly lacked any significant thoughts. She initially believed that in the eyes of the other family, she was merely a person of some importance. However, during her conversation with Ilanlan, she seemed to uncover a glimmer of insight. The other family appeared to hold her in even higher regard than she had anticipated, which felt rather flattering, yet somewhat excessive. Therefore, Miss Su, what is your answer? Ilanlan finished her tea. Were it not for her father's repeated emphasis on the significance of this matter, she would have intended to simply form a friendship with Suyeya, rather than engaging in this uncomfortable negotiation-like dialogue. I refuse, Suyeya replied without the slightest hesitation. Ilanlan's heart skipped a beat. Although Suyeya's response was expected, she still felt a twinge of concern about how it might affect their relationship. Yet, in the next moment, Suyeya shifted her tone. However, if you need assistance, I can help. After all, you have aided me in the past. Ilanlan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, knowing you was a most prudent choice. Chapter 51. Friends having a prominent family to support one from behind is undoubtedly advantageous. Yet many matters do not unfold as seamlessly as one might wish. The assistance provided by others is not without its strings attached. Various regulations and familial protocols will invariably constrain Suyeya. While it may seem manageable now, what of the future? Human greed and desire are insatiable. What if those families seek not merely a collaborative relationship, but aspire to dominate and control her entirely? What then shall she do? Moreover, she must also safeguard her daughter. Moreover, Suyeya currently possesses only a rudimentary understanding of the situation in Zhongqing and remains in a state of partial ignorance regarding its internal affairs. While those families hold themselves in high esteem, Suyeya has not inflated her ego to the point of believing herself invincible. The fear, respect, and desire to ally with her from others stem not from her prowess, but rather from the enigmatic black card she possesses, the origins of which she herself cannot fathom. Only Lin Tao and Su Qingqing have crossed her path thus far, both of whom possess strengths comparable to her own. Thus, she refrains from arrogance, fully aware that the reverence she receives is not for her intrinsic worth, but for the card she wields. However, refraining from arrogance does not compel her to deliberately belittle or conceal her true self. Life should be lived freely, without scuttling about like a mouse. Consequently, she straightforwardly declined Ilanlan's offer, yet did not sever ties completely, expressing her personal sentiments while politely rejecting the family's invitation. This approach allows her to maintain a connection without shutting the door entirely, reflecting Suyeya's strategic mindset. Additionally, she finds herself harboring a measure of fondness for this seemingly aloof, yet somewhat naive young lady, recognizing that forming friendships while navigating the outside world can prove beneficial. Unbeknownst to her, Suyeya's mindset has subtly shifted, from doubting everyone who approached her and rejecting all social interactions, to now being able to accept the kindness of others. Of course, this is contingent upon her discerning that the individual poses no threat. In other words, she perceives Ilanlan as harmless, though her family background remains a different matter altogether. Just as Suyeya was lost in her thoughts, Ilanlan had already waved her hand several times in front of her. Suyeya, what are you thinking? Hey, give me some response. You're not still angry, are you? How infuriating. Don't force me to apologize. Oh, I'm fine, just pondering a few things. Is there anything else, Missy? Finally regaining her composure, Suyeya felt a twinge of guilt for having let her guard down so easily. It seemed that the comfort of the past few days in the city had lulled her into a sense of complacency. Had she been outside, such a moment of distraction could have cost her dearly. Nothing much, I just wanted to ask you something. Ilanlan brushed a few strands of hair behind her ear. Appearing somewhat shy, a faint blush gracing her cool complexion. This left Suyeya perplexed, unable to fathom her thoughts. so she decided to inquire directly. What is it? Just say it. Do we consider ourselves friends now? Ilanlan hesitated, her flushed cheeks revealing the innocence of youth. Ah, is that so? Su Yiye was momentarily taken aback, but after reflecting on it, she realized that accepting this notion posed no detriment, and thus she acquiesced. In that moment, the receptionist could not suppress a chuckle, but after receiving a sharp glare from Ilanlan, she hastily covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Nevertheless, the slight upward curve at the corners of her lips betrayed her amusement. So, Su Yiye, do you have any plans later? Would you care to join me for a stroll through the streets? Ilanlan adjusted her demeanor, her face finally regaining its composure. When did we become such close friends? Su Yiye felt somewhat bewildered. Had she not discerned Ilanlan's true nature, she might have thought this was some novel form of seduction. At that moment, someone tugged at her sleeve, and upon looking down, she saw Su Xiaokai shaking her head vehemently. Just then, the receptionist's voice broke through the air. Miss Su, the young lady has this personality. Due to her limited circle of friends, anyone who becomes her friend will be afforded her special care. Xiaoqi, Ilanlan exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and indignation in her tone. Is breakfast all it takes to become friends? Su Yiye sighed, finding no surprise in the situation. After all, girls of Ilanlan's stature, once stripped of their motives for social climbing or family arrangements, were indeed rare gems who would genuinely overlook their status to forge a friendship. I am indifferent, but it seems Xiaokai is somewhat reluctant, Su Yiye shrugged, acknowledging that she would not force her daughter to attend if she did not wish to. This led to Ilanlan making various pleas to Su Xiaokai, even requesting the receptionist to bring over a box of sweets. In contrast to that sentiment, I prefer the allure of mystery. Watching this absurd scene unfold, Su Yiye couldn't help but recall their initial encounter, where Ilanlan had deliberately lowered her voice during their conversation. At that moment, she truly deceived me. I believed her to be a cold, aloof young lady. The contrast was indeed striking. As I pondered this, it seemed that Su Xiaoka and Ilanlan had reached an agreement, with Ilanlan inviting Su Xiaoka to a lavish meal as a condition to allow her and her mother to go out for some fun. Su Xiaoka once again hid behind Su Yiye, clinging to her leg and avoiding any glance at Ilanlan. I couldn't fathom why this little one harbored such animosity towards Ilanlan. She merely appeared somewhat distant. Could it be a case of irreconcilable differences? Su Yiye thought to herself inexplicably. Having settled the matter, it was time to depart. Ilanlan raised her hand and cheered. Are we leaving now? Is that all right? Ilanlan's face fell slightly. No, it's nothing. Let us go then. With no belongings to take along, the three of them stepped outside. Xiaoqi, keep an eye on the shop, Ilanlan called out to the receptionist, who appeared to be one of her few friends. A whimsical thought crossed Su Yiye's mind. If she were to eliminate all of Ilanlan's friends one by one, wouldn't she, as the sole remaining companion, effortlessly claim her? If this were a Yandere Yuri narrative, such a scenario might indeed be plausible. Alas, it was merely a tale of maternal affection. Chapter 52. The young lady has fallen asleep. Though it was labeled as shopping, it essentially entailed aimlessly wandering the streets. The reason for this was that both girls, in their tacit understanding, lacked any strong opinions. Reflecting on their previous conversation, Su Yiye couldn't help but feel a pang of self-reproach. Where shall we go? Su Yiye inquired. Anywhere, Ilanlan replied. How about grabbing something to eat? I think that could work. However, I am experiencing some abdominal discomfort. Should I go to the hospital? No need. What was supposed to be a shopping excursion has devolved into a few individuals sitting silently on a roadside stone bench. Su Yiye, are you feeling any better? Seeing that Su Yiye seemed to be in less pain, Ilanlan ventured to inquire. A moment ago, Su Yiye had suddenly clutched her stomach, her face contorted in agony, which startled her. She feared that something might be amiss with this newly acquainted friend. Yes, I feel better now. We can leave. Su Yiye gently rubbed her still mildly aching abdomen. She stated this, yet Ilanlan remained somewhat uneasy. Is this a stomach issue? Or something else? If it's serious, we should go to the hospital. I can afford it. Huh, if you had as much money as I do. Would you still be asking? Su Yiye mused inwardly. Truly, it's nothing. I'll be honest with you, it's merely my child kicking me from within. Su Yiye explained with an air of calmness. What? Upon hearing this, Ilanlan sprang up, exclaiming loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by. She quickly composed herself, reverting to her icy demeanor, which effectively deterred many would-be suitors. After all, not everyone was familiar with her status as the heiress of the Yi family. Struggling to articulate her thoughts, Ilanlan ultimately expressed her feelings with 3 words. Impressive, sister. Sitting quietly beside them, Su Xiaokai felt for the first time that her mother resembled a robot, and the same could be said for Ilanlan, though she dared not voice it. Today, she donned a charming purple floral dress, which, though somewhat at odds with her fiery red hair, still radiated an endearing charm due to her striking beauty. Initially, she intended to venture out in search of delectable treats, but instead, she found herself wandering for a considerable time alongside Su Yiye and Ilanlan in the bustling street of weaponry and artifacts. Eventually, they sat by the roadside, feeling the breeze as her mother complained of a stomachache. It was hardly Su Yiye's fault, accustomed to a 2-person dynamic. The sudden emergence of a third made her momentarily flustered. Let us explore the Blue Gate area. I am quite curious. Su Yiye suddenly recalled that during her days in Zhongqing, she had yet to visit the Blue Gate. Sure, I am amenable, although there may not be much to see, Ilanlan remarked, puzzled by Su Yiye's curiosity. The trio continued their journey, and after a while, they finally arrived at the location of the Blue Gate. Before them lay an expanse, where numerous blue vortex gates stood majestically, with throngs of people traversing through them, creating a magnificent spectacle. This was one of the mainstream special zones, hence the bustling crowd. Ilanlan began to elucidate, pointing to a nearby area where half of another gate was visible. There lies another Blue Gate. These gates are scattered throughout, each corresponding to different special zones. As it was common knowledge, Ilanlan soon fell silent, noting that aside from the crowd, there was little to captivate one's interest. Su Yiye nodded in agreement, her keen eyesight allowing her to discern the inscription on a signpost at the entrance of one of the blue gates through the throng, endless forest. After glancing around, Su Yiye quickly lost interest. Although she was curious about the special zones corresponding to the blue doors, as Ilanlan had mentioned, there was indeed little of worth to see here aside from the large crowd. Su Xiaokai nearly got swept away by the throng, but fortunately, she had a firm grip on Su Yiye's hand, preventing any unfortunate incidents. By the way, Su Yiye, don't you still lack a spatial item? After the trio left, Ilanlan suddenly brought this up, likely having never seen Su Yiye utilize one. Indeed, I haven't tea. I was too preoccupied with various matters a few days ago to think about purchasing one. Su Yiye nodded, admitting that she had been too busy dealing with Feng Cheng to consider buying it, and in the past couple of days, she had been so caught up in enjoyment that it slipped her mind. Let me take you to buy one. It can be quite troublesome to be without a spatial item when out and about. I know of a good store, shall we? Ilanlan suggested, displaying the exquisite blue necklace she wore around her neck. The craftsmanship was impeccable, and the quality of the gemstone was undeniably superior, a fact Su Yiye duly acknowledged. Although she lacked expertise in this area, the exceptional craftsmanship spoke for itself. All right, let us go. Su Yiye nodded in agreement, indicating her consent. Dear sir, is it truly wise to send your daughter? The elderly man with black hair, leaning on a cane, rasped to the silver-haired figure seated at the head of the table. I do not wish to question your judgment, but we all know the young lady's temperament. Might it not be inappropriate? Old son, I am acutely aware of the significance of this matter. However, I have my own considerations. Furthermore, I firmly believe that sending a woman from the family is indeed the wisest choice. The man sat resolutely, his voice imbued with both calmness and authority. Upon witnessing the unwavering attitude of the other party, the elder sighed, relinquishing his concerns and redirecting the conversation towards Su Yiye. Does the esteemed Su Yiye truly possess strength akin to that of an emperor? Suddenly, the man was seized by a violent fit of coughing, his entire being trembling with each convulsion. Elder, he gasped, prompting the elder to rush forward in alarm, eager to assess his condition. I am fine. There is no need for concern. The man finally steadied himself, the coughing subsiding. Is it truly worth such sacrifices for that? The elder's tone was heavy with sorrow. This is the destiny of the Yi family, a burden we must bear. I shall not allow any deviations in this regard. The man abruptly rose, his voice resolute. Emperor, Moon, Judgment, Chariot, Pope. Each black card holder that emerged wielded world-ending power. If we could align with her, success would be assured. We must know. We can only gamble on this. The man recited each title, knowing that behind every name lay a terrifying entity capable of annihilation. Even though Su Yiye had yet to demonstrate any signs of such power, they found themselves with no other options. As the man had stated, they were left with no choice but to wager everything. Are you truly willing to risk losing your daughter? The elder's tone quivered slightly. The man showed no hesitation. I am willing. Even if it seems unjust to her, I shall ultimately take her life with my own hands. His voice reverberated throughout the room, his expression resolute and his tone imbued with determination. Yet, why? Why were there tears streaming down your face? Chapter 53, Sister Chu. Here it is. Ilanlan pointed to the shop before them and spoke. Su Yiye first surveyed her surroundings. They were currently in a narrow alley off street number 3, where not a single soul could be seen, let alone an open shop. Then, she raised her head, her face a portrait of confusion as she stared at the shop's name, momentarily doubting her own eyesight. Heartfelt foot spa, as she covered Su Xiaokai's eyes. Su Yiye articulated the name slowly. The pink sign, adorned with a multitude of red hearts, could hardly be mistaken for anything other than a seedy establishment. Moreover, the shop was situated in this desolate alleyway. I understand now, Su Yiye suddenly exclaimed, her face a canvas of disbelief as she looked at Ilanlan, who appeared somewhat frightened by her revelation. What have you realized? Ilanlan timidly inquired. You are actually someone who prefers the same sex, aren't you? Feeling too embarrassed to come to such a place alone, you dragged me along. I finally see through you, Ilanlan. Su Yiye straightened her posture, her face radiating confidence. This left Ilanlan utterly bewildered. She first pointed at herself, then at Su Yiye, exclaiming in indignation, how could I possibly be like that? Even if I were, I would never seek out a place like this. If I were to look for someone, it would certainly be someone like you. Su Yiye had already activated her automatic defense mechanism, firmly convinced of her own beliefs. It was no wonder that Ilanlan was so eager to befriend her, previously perplexed. She now understood completely. Ilanlan was simply a woman of dubious intentions, drawn to her beauty. How despicable, truly a venomous woman. Mom, what does that mean? Inquired Su Xiaokai, whose eyes were covered, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. It refers to girls who enjoy playing with other girls, Su Yiye replied promptly. Noting that Ilanlan seemed ready to speak, she fixed a wary gaze on Ilanlan, fearful that she might impart strange knowledge to Su Xiaokai. You must be misunderstanding something, right? Ilanlan was on the verge of a breakdown. Su Yiye had been so composed before, yet now she had transformed entirely. For reasons unknown, Ilanlan felt that the words spoken might somehow pertain to her. Misunderstanding? Huh. You simply covet my body, Su Yiye remarked with a knowing gaze, her tone tinged with sorrow and nostalgia. Ilanlan, I regarded you as a friend, but to think you would lust after me is profoundly disappointing. I truly do not. You are mistaken. Although I have an affinity for girls, I genuinely see you as nothing more than a friend. Ilan called out to her loudly, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance. After speaking, she disregarded whether Su Yiye believed her, covering her face and squatting down on the ground. Wait, I was just acting. Why did you self-destruct? Su Yiye held her head, momentarily feeling embarrassed. The atmosphere fell into silence, with the scene unfolding before them, one person standing, a look of guilt and confusion on her face, accompanied by a little girl, while the other squatted, covering her face, her body trembling. If not for the fact that these were two girls, one might easily envision a scenario where a scoundrel abandoned his girlfriend while bringing another daughter along. Just as Su Yiye prepared to comfort Ilan, the shop door in front of them suddenly swung open. A woman with an alluring figure, clad in a red cheongsam that revealed her long, fair legs, emerged from within. Appearing to be in her early 30s, her complexion was strikingly pale, almost excessively so, reminiscent of a newborn's skin, likely a result of diligent skincare. She first poked her head out to survey the surroundings, and upon assessing the situation, she stepped out gracefully in her high heels. Her gaze sliced through the air like a dagger, first landing on Su Yiye, then on Su Xiaokai, and finally resting on the squatting Ilan. Although I am unaware of the discord amongst you, I kindly ask that you refrain from causing a commotion at the entrance of my establishment, she said, propping her chin up as she stood, her deep crimson eyes fixed on Su Yiye. Towering at approximately 1.7 meters, Su Yiye had to look slightly upward to meet her gaze. Yet it was the woman's ample bosom that truly captivated her attention. Observing this rather imposing woman, Su Yiye could not help but furrow her brow. There was something peculiar about her presence, reminiscent of the enigmatic aura she felt in the company of Lin Tao. Indeed, Su Yiye found it impossible to decipher this woman. It was evident that those who could establish a business in such an obscure alley were not ordinary individuals. Much like the narratives found in online literature, where unparalleled masters retire in hidden corners and run quaint shops to enjoy their twilight years, this was the very essence of that feeling. Su Ye nodded subtly, and before she could respond, the familiar voice of Ilan Lan echoed from behind her. Hi, Chu Jia. It's me, Ilan Lan. Do you still remember me? Upon hearing this, the woman, who had been observing Su Ye with a scrutinizing gaze, finally averted her eyes to regard Ilan Lan, who had risen to her feet unbeknownst to them. Oh, it's little Lan. Of course, I remember you. After all, we seldom encounter such delightful girls in our shop. How could I possibly forget? A faint smile graced the woman's lips, and her sultry voice caused Ilan Lan's cheeks to flush slightly. You're blushing like a teapot. Su Ye couldn't help but scoff internally. At that moment, the woman's gaze shifted back to Su Ye as she exchanged glances with Su Xiaoka, seemingly assessing them. And who might these two be? The woman did not directly inquire of Su Ye, but rather posed the question to Ilan Lan, who had now positioned herself beside Su Ye. With a mournful look cast in Su Ye's direction, she languidly introduced them. Oh, this is my friend, and the one beside her is her daughter. She expressed her desire to purchase a space prop, so I brought her here. I hope I did not intrude upon you, Sister Chu. There was a hint of restraint in Ilan words, devoid of her usual aristocratic demeanor. Naturally, I was pleased to receive guests. How could that be considered an intrusion? The woman smiled gently, narrowing her eyes as she regarded Su Ye, introducing herself. Since they were guests, it was only fitting that I, as the store manager, maintain proper etiquette. A name is merely a label. You may call me Sister Chu. Her voice carried a seductive tone, reminiscent of the impression Su Qingqing had left, yet distinctly different. Regardless, it had no impact on Su Ye. Hello, I am Su Ye, and this is my daughter, Su Xiaokai. She introduced herself succinctly, her tone neither warm nor cold. After all, she was merely there to shop. This woman's air of mystery was of no concern to her. Indeed, the guests were quite lovely, and this charming young lady was no exception. Standing outside was not ideal. Please, come inside. Ignoring Su Ye's demeanor, she opened the door and stepped in first. Without hesitation, the others followed suit. Chapter 54. The transformation of the Miss into a lovelorn maiden upon entering the store. Su Ye was enveloped by the dark ambience. The interior was dimly lit, with not a single light turned on. No sooner had she taken a couple of steps than she stumbled over something, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, her agility allowed her to steady herself before falling. Isn't it rather dark in here, manager? Do you not turn on any lights? Su Ye did not address her as Sister Chu, but rather opted for the term store manager. She turned to pick up Su Xiaokai, fearful that the little one might trip, nestled in her mother's embrace. Su Xiaokai appeared to revel in the warmth, playfully nudging her head against Su Ye's chin. Ahead, Sister Chu had seemingly melded into the darkness, her figure obscured. Only her voice could be heard emanating from the shadows, creating an eerie atmosphere. Oh, my apologies for forgetting to turn on the lights. I've grown accustomed to it. As her words faded, two soft clicks echoed from above, and the room was finally illuminated. Su Ye gently closed her eyes, allowing them to adjust to the brightness before reopening them to survey the interior. It was not quite as risky as she had anticipated. The layout was rather ordinary for a two-story establishment, far from being a foot massage parlor. It seemed the sign outside was merely a faade. The staircase leading to the second floor was wooden, and judging by its wear, it had seen better days. At the top, there was a door that concealed the room's condition from her view. The first floor was quite spacious, yet an array of miscellaneous items cluttered the space, rendering it somewhat cramped. Su Ye even spotted a purple pair of underwear on the floor. This was rather unexpected. A flicker of astonishment crossed her face, and even Ilan Lan beside her appeared dumbfounded. Surely, these were not here during her last visit. Had Sister Chu perhaps ventured into the business of selling undergarments? Meanwhile, Sister Chu, now behind the counter, bent down as if searching for something. Noticing the unusual demeanor of a few individuals, she peeked out and, upon understanding, nodded knowingly before explaining in a nonchalant tone, "Oh, that is not for sale. I simply forgot to put it away when I changed my underwear last night. What can I say? I was utterly exhausted." As she spoke, she even attempted to adopt a cute demeanor, yet with her commanding presence. It was evident that her attempt at cuteness fell flat. After finishing her words, she retreated her head once more, resuming her search for something. How could you calmly utter such explosive words? Su Ye nearly voiced her thoughts, but ultimately refrained, merely lamenting inwardly without articulating her feelings. "There are chairs over there. Why don't you sit for a while?" came the voice of Sister Chu from behind the counter. Su Ye glanced around and, as expected, spotted several wooden chairs by the wall. With nothing else to occupy her time, she strolled over and settled into a chair, taking the opportunity to observe the myriad of trinkets surrounding her. Yilanlin approached as well, but instead of taking a seat, she stood before Suyaya. It was clear to her that the other girl had not genuinely cried. However, it seemed she was still somewhat annoyed by the earlier incident. Suyaya decided to apologize outright. "I'm sorry, it was inappropriate of me to make such a joke." Yilanlin was taken aback, not expecting Suyaya to apologize so directly. In truth, she had not been particularly angry. Rather, she found it delightful to joke with friends. Her current demeanor was merely an act, intended to tease Suyaya, who appeared to have taken it seriously. Upon witnessing the situation, Yilanlin became somewhat anxious. If such a trivial matter were to create a rift between them, she would undoubtedly regret it deeply. Thus, she hurriedly began to explain, "Oh no, Suyaya, I wasn't angry at all. I merely wanted to tease you. Please don't take it seriously. I truly enjoy joking with friends." I have always cherished and longed for that playful camaraderie. As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, leaving Suyaya utterly bewildered. She quickly interjected, "Well, I actually noticed that. I was just trying to have a bit of fun with you." Her tone was laden with guilt and helplessness. This girl was indeed far too gullible. Where had that aloof young lady gone? How infuriating. "Return my worries, you rascal." Yilanlin was now thoroughly incensed, reaching out to pinch Suyaya's cheek, only to be thwarted by Su Shaokai nestled in her arms. Ultimately, the situation devolved into Yilanlin pinching Su Shaokai's cheek instead. "Mommy, wah? She is pinching my face. Wah." Su Shaokai, feeling utterly wronged, clung to Suyaya and began to weep softly. It was absurd. Her mother had hardly ever pinched her face, yet this woman dared to do so. "Wah, I'm no longer clean." If Suyaya were to learn of her daughter's current thoughts, she would likely transform into an elderly subway passenger engrossed in her phone. "I didn't even pinch hard. Why are you crying?" Yilanlin stood there, utterly stunned and at a loss for words. Suyaya's face was clouded with frustration as she gently stroked Su Shaokai's back, soothing her with tender words while letting out a helpless sigh. This was the first time she truly comprehended the challenges of parenting, and her heart ached for those devoted mothers. At that moment, an impatient voice from the front desk interrupted her thoughts. "What on earth are you all doing? You're causing such a ruckus that my carefully maintained wrinkles feel like they're about to resurface." Sister Chu, holding a delicate little box, covered her head with a look of exasperation. She had initially intended to invite the group for tea, but it seemed that once their business was concluded, she would need to usher them out swiftly. Otherwise, she feared a restless night ahead. "I'm so sorry, Sister Chu," Yilanlin replied, her hands neatly folded on her lap, her face a picture of embarrassment. Suyaya, feeling a bit guilty, scratched her head in silence, her gaze surreptitiously drawn to the little box in Sister Chu's hands. As if sensing her curiosity, Sister Chu handed the box over and began to explain, "This is the spatial tool you requested. I figured you wouldn't mind spending a bit, so I brought you the finest we have in the store. See if it meets your liking." Curious, Suyaya opened the box, revealing a ring adorned with black gemstones, which emitted a faint, shimmering glow. "I'll take it. How much is it?" Before Sister Chu could elaborate on the ring's function and the extent of its spatial capabilities, Suyaya interjected eagerly. A moment of hesitation crossed Chu Jia's face before a smile broke forth. She had a particular fondness for such forthright personalities. Chapter 55, The Dark Power Ring. 180,000. No haggling, please. Chu Jia chuckled softly, gesturing with her hand to signify the number 8. "Deal." Suyaya responded decisively. Although she was uncertain whether this price could be deemed exorbitant, the ring's exquisite appearance truly captivated her. She had taken an instant liking to it. And since money was not an issue, she decided to purchase it outright. "Is it really that expensive?" Just as Suyaya was about to retrieve her black card to make the payment, she heard Yilanlin exclaim in astonishment from the side. It was important to note that the necklace she was currently wearing could be categorized among the finest of spatial artifacts. On her last visit, she had only spent 80,000 points. 80,000 points was a sum that many ordinary prospectors might not earn even after multiple excursions into the special zones. Not to mention that entering the special zones required a certain amount of points as well. Although not inexpensive, the necklace was indeed worth the price. For it was not merely an ordinary spatial artifact, it also provided a modest enhancement to her overall attributes. In fact, Yilanlin felt that 80,000 was almost a bargain. This was precisely why Yilanlin frequently patronized this shop. Not only did the proprietress exude a warm and welcoming aura, but even though their interactions often left her blushing, she sensed an underlying kindness in her character. Additionally, within this establishment, Ilanlan often stumbled upon peculiar and rare trinkets she had never seen before. Each visit felt like a treasure hunt, brimming with mystery and delight. Had she not been well acquainted with the proprietor's tendencies, one might have assumed that the latter was intent on exploiting Su Yiya, the newcomer. Nevertheless, even with this understanding, Ilan couldn't help but exclaim, and only afterward did she realize her indiscretion, hastily apologizing to Sister Chu. "I apologize, I couldn't restrain myself. It's quite all right." Sister Chu replied nonchalantly, showing no signs of anger. She then gestured towards the box cradled in Su Yiya's hands, her tone imbued with reluctance. "This is a fine item I recently acquired. Were it not for your association with Miss E, I would not part with it." Sister Chu pretended to reach for the box, only to be deftly evaded by Su Yiya. Observing this, she stifled a chuckle behind her hand. "I speak only the truth. The steep price of this item is justified, and you know I, Sister Chu, have no penchant for deceit." She paused, adding with a playful emphasis, "Especially not for such a charming young lady." Su Yiya shivered slightly. She found it somewhat challenging to interact with someone of Sister Chu's disposition. Resolving to conclude her purchase swiftly, she hastily produced her black card to settle the payment. To her surprise, Sister Chu displayed little reaction upon seeing the card, as though she had anticipated this revelation, or perhaps she was entirely unfazed, indifferent to the significance of the black card. Su Yiya pondered silently. Before long, the transaction was completed, and as she gazed at the unchanging balance of her points, a wave of contentment washed over her. At the moment the payment was completed, the ring upon her finger belonged to her, and naturally, she was able to access the description of the ring. With a mere thought, a string of text appeared before her. Ring of Dark Authority, description. One of the 10 rings of authority, the Ring of Dark Authority embodies boundless spatial power, capable of containing any inanimate object within, which can be retrieved at any time. The bearer of this ring shall enjoy a fraction of the authority of the Dark Descendants, reducing the effects of mental attacks by 50%. Under the protection of the Dark Descendants, when faced with unbearable mental assaults, your sanity shall be forcibly maintained at 1. After reading this elaborate description, Su Yiya could hardly contain her excitement and felt compelled to exclaim its brilliance. Setting aside the matter of cost, the mere effect of this ring was akin to discovering a hidden treasure. Fearing that the vendor might have a change of heart, Su Yiya quickly took the ring and placed it on the ring finger of her left hand. Nearby, Su Shaokai, who had been placed on the ground, leaned in with curiosity, her eyes wide with wonder at the beautiful black ring. Yilanlan, too, cast curious glances in their direction, eager to ascertain whether this ring possessed additional effects akin to her necklace, which might justify its steep price. Observing this, Sister Chu shook her head, her high heels clicking on the wooden staircase as she ascended to the 2nd floor. "Sister Chu, how vast is the space that this ring can contain?" Su Yiya inquired hurriedly as she noticed her departure, subtly altering her form of address. Sister Chu did not respond, continuing her ascent step by step. Gazing at her companion's high heels, Su Yiya felt a twinge of concern that she might stumble. After all, this was her benefactor, and nothing unfortunate could transpire. She was already contemplating future excursions to this area for shopping. Thankfully, her fears proved unfounded, albeit with a hint of regret. Suddenly, the sultry and enchanting voice of Sister Chu floated down from above. "I am uncertain, perhaps it is boundless, who knows? When you depart, please remember to turn off the lights for me. Thank you." With that, Sister Chu pushed open the door to the 2nd floor, her figure vanishing from the sight of the group. The only remnants of her presence were the rhythmic click of her heels against the floor and a languid yawn. "Let us go," Su Yiya suggested, glancing at Yilanlan. After uttering those words, she cast one last look at the purple underwear on the ground before pressing the switch on the wall, plunging the 1st floor back into darkness as the group exited the establishment. Noticing the hour was late, Yilanlan proposed, "Shall we go for a meal?" She glanced at Su Yiya, who was still absorbed in admiring the ring on her finger, her face radiant with affection. Realizing that querying her would be futile, Yilanlan resolved to make the decision herself. Su Yiya nodded in agreement, having no objections. Meanwhile, Su Shaokai's eyes sparkled with anticipation, brimming with excitement. For Yilanlan had promised her an extravagant feast. Thus, the trio strolled together toward the alley's exit. Upon returning to 4th Street, Renowned for its plethora of food stalls and shops, Yilanlan naturally chose this locale for their grand meal. Yet, they had barely taken a few steps when a figure suddenly blocked their path. My foolish sister, has she already found a new affection after just a few days apart? This truly saddens me. The figure before me is clad in a black robe, their face obscured by a mask adorned with a red heart, rendering their features indistinguishable. I can sense the malevolent aura emanating from this individual, coupled with the seductive whispers that fill the air, causing my entire being to tense up, and my heart to sound alarm bells. Instinctively, I took 2 steps back, but remembering that Su Xiaoka was still by my side, I stepped forward to shield her. Su Ye's strength is not inferior to mine. As long as I protect Su Xiaoka, we should be safe. Perhaps it was the alluring voice of the figure that clouded my mind, for I momentarily forgot that we could not act within the confines of Zhongqing. All right, sister. Cease your teasing. Su Ye had remained motionless throughout, and the moment the voice emerged, she recognized the identity of the figure. Is it you, sister? Sister? I thought I had misheard, my face a portrait of disbelief. Su Ye offered no explanation, merely fixating her gaze on the cloaked figure. Upon realizing her cover was blown, the figure no longer concealed her identity. She reached up and tore away the black robe, revealing her slender form beneath. She wore the same outfit as our last encounter, now complemented by a light green jacket. With a hand, she removed the peculiar red heart mask, and Su Qingqing's face lit up with a smile, slightly bashful as she scratched the back of her head. Ah, it seems I cannot hide from you, Ye. Indeed, your beloved sister has returned. The young girl appeared as if transformed, merely shedding her robe and removing her mask, instantly transitioning from a cold, enigmatic figure to a lively, spirited maiden. This dramatic change left Yilanlan momentarily stunned, taking her some time to regain her composure. She pointed towards Su Qingqing, who was attempting to snuggle with Su Ye, but was met with disdain and pushed away, her expression a tapestry of disbelief. So this is your sister? Yilanlan inquired. Although she felt a sense of relief, the aura she exuded remained undiminished. While Su Qingqing now resembled an ordinary vibrant girl, the earlier sensation had not been a mere illusion. The potential for lethality was palpable, despite lacking concrete evidence. Yilanlan could not shake the feeling that the other could indeed end her life in an instant. Yes, she is my sister, Su Qingqing. There's no need for such wariness. We are in Zhongqing. Even if she wished to harm you, she cannot act here, Su Ye reassured, effortlessly avoiding Su Qingqing's eager embrace, which prompted a pout of discontent from the latter. Ye, what are you doing? I merely want to hug you. If you keep dodging me, I might just cry, Su Qingqing exclaimed, her face etched with grievance, as if tears were imminent. Seeing this, Su Ye felt a twinge of helplessness. Even though she recognized the act, she could not resist leaning in closer. Ultimately, she harbored some reluctance towards her sister, or perhaps a fear of confronting her. Wow, what a fragrant little sister. Su Qingqing, oblivious to the underlying tension, quickly opened her arms and enveloped Su Ye in a warm embrace. Observing her mother being taken away, Su Xiaoka felt a surge of anxiety. In a moment of determination, she clung to Su Ye's leg, asserting her position. Su Ye had previously informed her that this Aunt Su Qingqing was her relative. Had she not known this, she would have been truly distressed. Auntie bad. Even so, she lightly tapped Su Qingqing's calf in dissatisfaction. Yilanlan, witnessing the scene of the three embracing one another, could not help but sigh in exasperation. What does it mean to be unable to act against oneself? Such comforting words might as well remain unspoken. Despite her sarcastic thoughts, seeing the harmonious interaction among the trio brought her a sense of relief, dispelling the icy demeanor that surrounded her. The mask. As Yilanlan regained her composure, her gaze inadvertently landed on the heart-shaped mask that Su Qingqing still held. It seemed oddly familiar. She was certain she had encountered this mask before, yet could not quite recall where. Perhaps in the library? She murmured uncertainly, resolving to investigate further upon returning home. When Su Qingqing and Su Ye finally parted, Su Qingqing's gaze belatedly fell upon Yilanlan, as if she had momentarily forgotten her presence. Hello, I am Su Qingqing, Su Ye's sister. Although Su Ye had already introduced her, she repeated her introduction. In response, Yilanlan hurriedly replied, instinctively maintaining her refined manner of speech in the presence of a stranger. Greetings. I am Yilanlan, a friend of Su Ye. It is a pleasure to meet you. Are you Yilanlan, the young lady from the Yi family? Su Qingqing inquired, tucking away her mask into her spatial pouch. She pondered for a moment, then exclaimed in realization, "Oh, I recognize you. You are the S-Class Ice Crystal Bird, a remarkably powerful special ability. I am truly delighted that Su Yiya has a friend like you." Feeling a touch embarrassed by the compliment, Yilanlin responded politely to the goodwill emanating from Su Qingqing. "Oh, it's nothing. You flatter me. I am equally pleased to have become friends with Su Yiya." A sincere smile adorned Yilanlin's face. Su Qingqing noticed this and, without uttering a word, observed the two with a beaming expression, seemingly uncomfortable under her gaze. Su Yiya averted her eyes and pretended to tease the small creature at her feet, casually asking, "So, did you come to see me for a specific reason?" She had already begun to suspect the answer. Su Qingqing pouted playfully. "What do you mean? Is there a reason? Can't I visit you without any particular matter at hand?" Humph. Her feigned annoyance appeared somewhat endearing, which Su Yiya couldn't help but think. "Well, actually, I just finished the task you asked me to help with last time." "What?" Su Yiya's pupils dilated in surprise. Even though she had anticipated this, hearing it confirmed still momentarily overwhelmed her emotions. However, she quickly regained her composure. Unaware of the fleeting turmoil on Su Yiya's face, Yilanlin expressed curiosity. "May I see it?" Su Yiya, striving to manage her emotions, whispered to Su Qingqing, "Can I take a look?" Su Qingqing smiled gently. "Of course, I came to find you for this. In fact, the most crucial final step remains incomplete, and I have intentionally left it for you." Su Yiya trembled slightly, feeling a sting in her eyes. 1,000 words lodged in her throat ultimately transformed into a simple expression of gratitude. "Thank you. I am your sister. It is only natural, isn't it?" Saying thank you feels so distant, Su Qingqing remarked with a slight pout. Suddenly, Su Yiya stepped forward and embraced Su Qingqing. "I'm sorry." Su Yiya had pondered for a long time, but still could not summon the courage to reveal that her sister had been replaced by her. She could sense the depth of Su Qingqing's affection for her. Yet that very understanding filled her with dread at the thought of how Su Qingqing would shatter upon learning the truth. In that moment, even if Su Yiya were to be killed by her, she would harbor no resentment, for her love was profound. No, it was a love deeply rooted for Su Yiya. She had once been indifferent to life and death, but now, gazing at the obedient Su Xiaoke beside her and feeling the faint sensations in her abdomen, she realized she could not perish. For their sake, even if it meant deceiving this sister who loved Su Yiya dearly, for a day, 2 days, or even a lifetime, she would endure. She was a coward, a thief of another's familial affection. Su Yiya released Su Qingqing, her expression once more returning to indifference. Within her cold crimson eyes lay a sorrow that others could not perceive. Chapter 57. The takeout hero. "Let us leave now. It may soon be too late," Su Qingqing said, concern evident in her gaze as she looked at Su Yiya. Su Yiya replied, not meeting her eyes, nodding with her head lowered. Yilanlin had been observing quietly throughout the conversation, refraining from interrupting the exchange between the two. Despite having listened intently from the beginning, she remained perplexed, utterly bewildered by the nature of their dialogue. It seemed as though it evoked deep emotions, yet she found herself confused. Suddenly, an expression of indifference washed over Su Yiya's face. Was this an argument? It didn't appear to be so. Yilanlin was left in a state of uncertainty. After some time, the two prepared to take their leave. Yilanlin, noticing this, quickly spoke up. "Su Yiya, are you leaving?" A hint of melancholy laced her words. She had contemplated joining them, but it was evidently a private matter for Su Yiya, and she felt it would be inappropriate to intrude. Unless Su Yiya extended an invitation for her to accompany them, Yilanlin couldn't help but harbor a flicker of hope. However, it was clear that her expectations would be dashed. "Well, let's have dinner together when I return. This matter holds great significance for me, and I must attend to it now," Su Yiya replied before following Su Qingqing out. "Goodbye. See you next time, Xiaolanlan." Su Qingqing waved her hand in farewell. "Safe travels. I will be here waiting for your return. And Xiaoku, don't forget about the grand feast I promised," Yilanlin called out cheerfully. Perhaps buoyed by the prospect of a lavish meal, Su Xiaoke waved back at her. The silhouettes of the three gradually faded from Yilanlin's sight, and she found herself lowering her head in a moment of despondency. The promise of a shared feast had evaporated just like that. Yet, she quickly recalibrated her mindset. Clenching her fists, it wasn't as if they would never meet again. Why should she wallow in sorrow? Upon Su Yiya's return, she would certainly demand a treat to make amends for her disappointment. As Yilanlan spoke, She was about to indulge in a delightful meal to uplift her spirits when the ringtone of her phone resonated from her pocket. The sound chimed repetitively, prompting her to consider a change in ringtone. Feeling the weight of curious gazes around her, she retrieved her phone and answered the call. Miss, the head of the family requests your presence. Understood, I shall return at once. In the survivor's base, a man pushed open a wooden door, entering Chun Feng's office. Has the task been completed? Chun Feng inquired, seated in his chair, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the question, the man immediately began his report. The investigation is complete. The girl named Su Yeye is a holder of a black card. Oh, Chun Feng shifted his gaze from the book to his subordinate. It was evident that someone of such significance to the fool could not be an ordinary individual. Did you uncover anything else? The man changed his tone and continued relaying his findings. It seems she has some connection to the Yi family. Furthermore, I discovered she appears to lack basic knowledge regarding Zhongqing. What do you mean by that? Chun Feng, dismissing the first part of the statement, found himself intrigued by the latter. At that time, I happened to see her seeking assistance to carry lunch, so I took it upon myself to help. I specifically sought out a national trend delivery service and purchased an extra-large portion to deliver to her. Moreover, I have tripled the price, yet she accepted the delivery with a beaming smile and accurately transferred the points to me. I believe this is crucial information. The man's expression was grave, and Chun Feng momentarily appeared bewildered. Despite the conversation being in Chinese, he found himself unable to comprehend it. Never mind. Why don't you elaborate on her connection with the Yi family? Chun Feng sighed. The man's demeanor suggested a hint of sorrow. Clearly, this intelligence was significant. Yet the boss seemed utterly indifferent. However, such is the lot of a subordinate, lacking any voice in the matter. After listening to the man's explanation, Chun Feng nodded thoughtfully. The young lady of the Yi family, is there no further information? The man shook his head. Observing this, Chun Feng lowered his gaze once again to his book. Continue your investigation and report to me all information pertaining to her. Upon hearing this, a conflicted expression crossed the man's face. Noticing his prolonged silence, Chun Feng glanced up at him. Is there an issue? The man appeared troubled, yet under the boss's pressure, he could only speak candidly. Boss, perhaps you should assign someone else. I feel as though she has set her sights on me. As he spoke, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. I dare not be near her. The moment I approach, I can sense the unmistakable feeling of being watched. Were it not for my A-level perceptive abilities, I might not have noticed at all. In recent days, I have only dared to gather information about Su Yeye through others, as I do not even have the courage to approach her myself. The only occasion on which I encountered her was during that delivery. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng realized that assigning him the task of investigating the black card holders was indeed a bit of a burden. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly produced a cloak seemingly from thin air. This is a secret cloak I acquired at great expense, capable of obscuring one's presence from others. Wearing it, not even an A-level individual, let alone an S-level, would be able to detect your existence. Chun Feng's confident demeanor reassured the man, who had been feeling somewhat uneasy. As he received the cloak from Chun Feng, tears of gratitude welled up in the man's eyes. The esteemed Chun Feng had entrusted him with such a precious item, demonstrating the high regard in which he held him. I will ensure the completion of the mission, esteemed Chun Feng, the man declared, his face filled with determination and loyalty. This is a daunting task. From now on, do not use your real name in public. Allow me to assign you a code name. Let me think. I have it. Your code name shall be Delivery Night. Chapter 58. The eerie special zone. We have arrived. This is the place. Su Qingqing led the two companions for quite some time before finally stopping in front of a blue door. Su Yeye surveyed her surroundings and noticed that apart from the three of them, there was not a soul in sight. In stark contrast to the previous bustling blue door area, this place was hauntingly quiet. Her gaze fell upon the sign standing at the blue door. This is the Strange District, notorious for its high risks and low returns, which explains the meager number of individuals who choose to venture here. Sensing Su Yeye's confusion, Su Qingqing began to elucidate. A more common term for this place is the Strange District. Su Yeye nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from responding. Subconsciously, she had begun to resist conversing with Su Qingqing. The closer they grew, the more intense her feelings of guilt became. Entry into any district requires the payment of 1,000 points, which will be automatically deducted upon passing through the blue door. Su Qingqing enthusiastically explained this to her. However, Su Yeye sensed something amiss. Why was Su Qingqing so intent on explaining all of this to her? Wasn't the original owner from Zhongqing? Surely, she couldn't be unaware of such fundamental details. Had Su Yeye known, she would never have disclosed her amnesia to her. Perhaps Su Qingqing had sensed something. Could it be that she had already guessed Su Yeye's memory loss? Although in truth, she was not suffering from amnesia but had completely traversed into another world. It would be rather fortuitous if the other party could arrive at such a conclusion. Su Yeye remained silent, choosing not to speak. At that moment, Su Xiaokai, who had been quiet until now, leaned in with a curious expression and asked Su Qingqing, "Auntie, where are we going?" Su Qingqing smiled and reached out to pat her head, but Su Xiaokai dodged away. Xiaokai is being naughty. Be careful, or I shall spank you." Su Qingqing pouted playfully, feigning ferocity. Su Xiaokai paid her no heed, showing no fear of her intimidation. Instead, she disdainfully curled her lip. It was unclear whom she had learned this from. Observing this, Su Qingqing felt a pang of sadness as she wiped the corner of her eye. Yet she did not forget to explain for Su Xiaokai. "We are heading to a place that is haunted. If you allow Annie to pat your head, she will not only help chase away those spirits, but will also treat you to delicious lollipops." While explaining, Su Qingqing continued to tempt Su Xiaokai. Once again evading Su Qingqing's outstretched hand, Su Xiaokai retreated behind Su Yeye, stubbornly turning her head away. I don't need Auntie. Mama will protect me." "Why, Yeye? Look at her. She is bullying me." Su Qingqing leaned against Su Yeye, her face a portrait of grievance as she accused Su Xiaokai of her misdeeds. "Enough. Stop making a fuss," Su Yeye replied, taking 2 steps back, her tone laced with exasperation. Su Qingqing was certainly not as youthful as she appeared. She was an ancient dragon, yet she behaved like a mere child. How infuriating. "You both conspire together to bully me. I shall ignore you." With that, Su Qingqing covered her face, her head bowed as she walked towards the blue door. Su Yeye sighed and followed suit, taking Su Xiaokai along with her. Of course, she did not forget to transfer points to Su Xiaokai. As Su Qingqing stepped through the blue door first, her figure vanished from their sight. Faced with this new and unfamiliar world, Su Yeye exhibited no hesitation. There was no need for any mental preparation. She clenched her small palm tightly, and their figures stepped forward into the unknown. After a fleeting wave of dizziness, a completely new scene unfolded before her eyes. The sky was a grim shade of gray, and the once bustling community lay desolate, enveloped in an eerie silence. In this unfamiliar environment, the only comforting presence was that of the person closest to her. Su Yeye felt the warmth of her hand and turned to confirm that Su Xiaoshel was still beside her, which brought her a sigh of relief. However, as she turned to search for Su Qingqing, she realized that there was nothing around her. Not even the shadow of the blue gate was in sight. The surroundings were enveloped in a deathly stillness. Su Xiaoshel began to feel frightened, clinging tightly to Su Yeye's leg. Sensing her slight trembling, Su Yeye decided to lift her up. The warm and familiar sensation immediately reassured Su Xiaoshel. "Mom, where's Auntie?" Su Xiaoshel whispered softly, like a tiny mosquito, in Su Yeye's ear. Su Yeye shook her head while scanning the area. "I don't know. Let's wait here for a while." Given the uncertainty of their surroundings and the absence of familiar faces, all Su Yeye could do was wait. Half an hour passed, and if Su Qingqing did not arrive by then, they would have to make further plans. Just as they were waiting, Su Yeye suddenly felt a chilling presence behind her. When had it appeared? Without hesitation, she swiftly moved aside, cradling Su Xiaoshel in her arms. Once they had safely retreated, Su Yeye hurriedly turned to look. A man engulfed in ethereal blue flames rode past them on a fierce steed, seemingly oblivious to their presence, moving along the gravel path like a puppet on strings. Advancing steadily forward, the figure of a man and his horse appeared ethereal, as if they were specters devoid of substance, enveloped in a translucent cerulean hue. Even the flames that danced around them bore the same otherworldly quality. Su Yeye could discern the man's gender only through his posture. Without this close proximity, she might have doubted her own vision of the pair. Fortunately, she had maintained her heightened senses, or she might not have detected the impending danger. Like true phantoms, they had silently materialized behind her and her companion. Su Yeye felt a chill of anxiety. Had she let her guard down upon entering, she might have met a dire fate. The atmosphere was undeniably eerie, every aspect of it. Su Xiaokai, too, was visibly shaken by the earlier scene, clutching Su Yeye's arm with increased fervor. Yet, when she raised her gaze and encountered the serious and somewhat fearful expression on Su Yeye's face, she instinctively loosened her grip. Sensing the shift, Su Yeye glanced down to find Su Xiaokai had released her hold and leapt from her embrace. "What's the matter?" Su Yeye inquired, a mix of concern and confusion lacing her tone. Su Xiaokai shook her head, her tiny hand reaching for Su Yeye's fingers. "Don't be afraid, Mama. I will protect you." For a moment, Su Yeye was taken aback, but then it dawned on her that Su Xiaokai was worried about being a burden, prompting her dissent. With a tender touch, she caressed the little one's head, her voice filled with warmth. "You must promise to protect Mama. The first step in safeguarding me is to hold my hand tightly and never let go." Chapter 59, Family? Indeed. Su Xiaokai nodded emphatically. The two continued to wait in place, apprehensive that the entity they had dubbed the Phantom Centaur might return. She led Su Xiaokai to a nearby residential building where they could wait in relative safety. This neighborhood appeared aged, with all the residential buildings bearing the marks of time. Behind them, at ground level, was a tightly shut iron gate. An unsettling chill crept over them as they peered through the gate, revealing an abyss of darkness, as if terrifying specters were poised to leap forth from the shadows at any moment. Su Xiaokai dared not look, gripping Su Ye's hand tightly and pressing close to her side. However, Su Ye's attention was not fixed on the ominous void behind the gate, but rather on the uniquely shaped lock that adorned it. No matter how she examined it, the lock struck her as incongruous against the backdrop of the rusted iron. Could it be a card reader? The thought dawned on Su Ye. It resembled a card reader indeed, lacking even a keyhole, suggesting that it operated solely through card access. A bold idea flashed across her mind, yet she refrained from acting on it. The pressing matter was to reunite with Su Qingqing. She was confident that if she remained here, it would not be long before Su Qingqing came looking for them. This conviction stemmed not only from Su Ye's instinct, but also from her understanding of Su Qingqing. Approximately 20 minutes passed. With approximately 5 minutes remaining until the half-hour mark she had set for herself, Su Ye began to feel a flicker of anxiety. Maintaining such heightened awareness was exceedingly draining on her mental faculties. Beads of sweat, resembling small pearls, had formed on her forehead. Sensing her mother's emotional fluctuations, Su Xiaokai too appeared restless. At that moment, Su Ye decided to retract her heightened perception. After all, succumbing to mental exhaustion would be counterproductive. She needed a moment to recuperate. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind her, one she recognized all too well. "Ye, help me." It was Su Qingqing's voice. Instantly invigorated, Su Ye turned sharply, her gaze directed towards the source of the sound. It emanated from behind an iron gate, and after that brief utterance, silence enveloped the area like a vast, tranquil sea. A frown creased Su Ye's brow. Could it be a trap? She amplified her perception once more, yet detected no anomalies. Time had passed, and Su Qingqing had not sought them out. Was she truly ensnared in some perilous predicament? Su Ye had entertained various hypotheses regarding their separate appearances, possibly linked to the method of transportation through the Blue Gate. Perhaps, unless individuals entered hand in hand like she and Su Xiaokai, others might be teleported to disparate locations. Might it be possible that Su Qingqing had been transported behind this iron gate? She resolved to investigate. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Qingqing must not come to harm. This was a fundamental conviction entrenched within Su Ye's heart. She could not afford to lose any more. The fear of losing her sanity loomed over her. Thus, even if it were a trap, she felt compelled to investigate it herself. Su Ye retrieved her black card and placed it upon the device resembling a sensor on the door lock. Beep. The door creaked open. Was it truly as she suspected? With a heavy heart, Su Ye gazed into the boundless darkness before her, clasping Su Xiaokai's hand as she resolutely stepped inside. In the blink of an eye, the scene transformed entirely. Soft illumination cascaded from the ceiling lights in the living room, enveloping Su Ye and Su Xiaokai in a warm glow. On the dining table, a sumptuous yet modest feast was meticulously arranged, comprising primarily of homely dishes, a typical spread of 5 delicacies and a soup. 5 sets of chopsticks and bowls were laid out before the corresponding chairs, 3 of which were already occupied by individuals whose faces remained obscured. The remaining 2 seats were evidently reserved for them. A woman, her features indistinct, was serving rice, while a man beside her was engrossed in reading a newspaper. Another young woman, upon noticing their arrival, sprang to her feet and waved enthusiastically. "Ah, it's Ye and Xiaokai. You've finally come. Hurry and join us for dinner." It was Su Qingqing, her face brightened by a welcoming smile. The woman glanced up at Su Ye and her companion, urging them. "The food will soon grow cold if you don't come eat." The voice was familiar, and for a fleeting moment, Su Ye's gaze became dazed, reminiscent of her mother's voice in dreams. So, could this be her mother? The man had also set aside his newspaper, his voice firm yet gentle, inquiring, "Have you washed your hands? Remember to wash your hands before coming to eat. Is this truly my father?" Su Ye stood frozen in place, momentarily unable to discern whether she was ensnared in a dream or confronting reality. As her mind wandered, the small hand she held suddenly slipped away. It was Su Shaokai who had withdrawn from her grasp. All Su Ye could see was the child's silhouette as she took measured steps towards a table brimming with warmth and happiness. "Come now, Shaokai, to your mother's embrace." The woman rose, arms outstretched. "Wait, should you not first embrace your aunt?" Su Qingqing pouted, also standing and opening her arms wide. "And what of the father? Surely, it is he who longs for Shaokai the most." The man, not to be outdone, rose and extended his arms as well. The figures of Su Qingqing and the man gradually became indistinct, the surrounding scene beginning to twist and warp. Unbeknownst to Su Ye, her eyes were now shrouded in a black fog. Even Su Shaokai was enveloped in an even denser darkness. A chilling laughter echoed from behind, yet to Su Ye's ears, it morphed into the clear, bell-like sound of a child's laughter. What is amiss in this world of illusions? Does it not possess everything one could desire? Stay here forever. Su Ye. Just as Su Shaokai was about to leap into the embrace of the three, Su Ye suddenly spoke. "You may have misunderstood a matter." "What? Have you escaped the illusion?" "No. That cannot be." The icy voice grew inexplicably anxious. "You have overestimated me. I am not worthy to sit alongside them now. Furthermore, Su Shaokai is mine alone." As the words fell, an immense pressure erupted outward. Su Ye stepped forward, her powerful impact shattering the ground where she once stood. In an instant, she materialized before Su Shaokai, her dragon claws manifesting, a terrifying force converging in her hands. With a fierce sweep forward, the figures of the three were instantly torn apart. Strangely, not a single drop of blood was shed. The fabric of space was rent asunder, and everything around began to collapse gradually with the vanishing forms. "No, it cannot be." A chilling voice echoed from all around, filled with anguish and despair. Everything had vanished, revealing a dilapidated living room before her. Chapter 60. Soul Fire. The warm glow of the light fixture had faded, replaced by a flickering, dim chandelier. The dining table, once adorned with a sumptuous feast, was now cloaked in dust, accompanied by 3 sets of worn utensils. In the kitchen, the sound of dripping water was exceedingly uncomfortable to the ears. "You have lost." Su Ye stood before the shadow, her dragon claws aimed at its eyes, which exuded an aura of death. Behind her, Su Shaokai, now beyond control, wore a bewildered expression, utterly unaware of the recent events. Yet, upon witnessing Su Ye confronting a dark figure, she chose to remain silent, dutifully hiding behind her. The shadow crouched on the ground, concealing its face as if weeping. Yet what reached Su Ye's ears was an eerie laughter. "I have lost. I have lost. Ha ha." The shadow's laughter morphed from a strange whimper into wild, unrestrained mirth. Su Ye remained motionless, her brow furrowed, quietly observing him. Regarding the means employed by this shadow, she could roughly surmise that they pertained to some form of illusionary abilities. If the opponent possessed any additional tactics, it was likely they would have been executed moments ago. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Su Ye would lower her guard. Her body remained in a state of heightened tension. It was indeed thanks to the dark power ring that she swiftly discerned the illusion, and she could distinctly feel the significant enhancement it provided her. The shadow continued to laugh maniacally, akin to a deranged individual. Eventually, perhaps having laughed enough or in need of breath, the shadow ceased its laughter and slowly rose from the ground. Turning around, its pitch-black, eyeless visage materialized before Su Ye, startling her profoundly. Suddenly, the shadow raised its arms as if to embrace her and lunged forward. Flames, imbued with intense heat, surged from her hands, crashing toward the advancing shadow. Strangely, the shadow passed directly through the flames, accelerating towards her with increasing speed. "So it is thus," Su Ye murmured softly, before retracting her hand and quietly observing the shadow now mere inches away. "No, do not approach, mother." At that moment, Su Shaokai leaped out from behind Su Ye, shouting as an immense wave of energy erupted from his mouth. Su Ye had no time to intervene, and a burst of crimson flames erupted from Su Shaokai, enveloping the shadow before them, which was now completely engulfed in fiery red flames. A chilling and eerie scream echoed through the air, and after a brief interval of 7 or 8 seconds, the shadow gradually transformed into a pile of ashes enveloped by flames. Su Ye stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the remnants of ash that had vanished from the ground, her mind still in a state of bewilderment. Following the recent attack and the pulsation of the dark ring on her finger, she had come to the conclusion that the shadow had been attempting to mount a psychological assault, essentially a mere attempt to intimidate them. The true intention of the adversary appeared to be escape. Su Ye had already contemplated allowing them to flee, for she possessed no effective means to detain the individual. However, the scene that unfolded suggested that the entity's true form, along with the illusion it had cast, had been utterly incinerated by a single breath of fire from Su Xiaoxiao, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Admittedly, she recognized that her earlier reaction had been somewhat exaggerated. With a light tread, Su Xiaoxiao had secured the MVP title, while Su Ye found herself basking in a fortuitous victory. Gently stroking her little one's head, Su Ye did not hesitate to shower her with praise. "You are truly remarkable. Xiaoxiao, you accomplished what I could not." Su Xiaoxiao appeared equally elated, taking a couple of steps forward, yearning for a grand embrace from her mother. Yet, just as she was poised to fall, a sudden misstep threatened to send her tumbling. However, Su Ye would not permit such a mishap. In the blink of an eye, she had caught her child in her arms. "Ah, mother's embrace is so warm," Su Xiaoxiao murmured softly as she gradually closed her eyes. In that moment, Su Ye felt a surge of alarm. Just as she was about to channel her mental energy to assess Su Xiaoxiao's condition, a familiar voice resounded from behind her. "It is nothing to worry about. She merely exhausted her strength, and a good night's sleep will suffice." "Ah, children are like that. A mere cough can leave them incapacitated." Su Ye turned her gaze to find Su Qingqing. She was not sure when she had entered the living room, and behind her, the previously closed door had swung open, revealing a pitch-black entrance. Su Ye feigned a gesture, raising her hand as if to unleash flames. Wait, I am truly one of you. Do not fire. I am on your side." Upon seeing this, Su Qingqing, startled, hastily retreated behind a nearby sofa, her hands flailing about in a rather comical manner. The intense heat emanating from Su Ye's palm began to dissipate. She was indeed a bit flustered. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the person before her was undoubtedly the genuine Su Qingqing. That feeling was unmistakable. "Sister, where have you been? And what about the shadow I saw earlier?" Su Ye felt somewhat fatigued. Merely remaining in this place had nearly drained her mental energy. After all, one can never predict what malevolent entity might suddenly emerge. One must remain ever vigilant. Such vigilance is intrinsically linked to one's mental fortitude. "Well, I was delayed by some troublesome matters, but I have arrived as swiftly as I could," Su Qingqing explained, and Su Ye detected a hint of seriousness in her tone. "As for the shadow you mentioned, although I did not witness it, I can surmise what it might be. Based on the lingering aura here, it seems, it must be an illusionary ghost, likely of considerable rank, at least of the intermediate level." Intermediate level? Originally, that entity was referred to as a phantom spirit. Yet Su Qingqing's classification of its levels left her somewhat perplexed. It seemed that the combat power grading within Zhongqing diverged from what she had anticipated. Su Qingqing did not withhold information and proceeded to elucidate. "This region is a zone of anomalies, teeming with various peculiarities, each categorized into distinct levels based on their varying powers. The hierarchy, from lowest to highest, is as follows: soldier level, officer level, colonel level, general level, sub-king level, and the supreme king level anomalies." Upon absorbing Su Qingqing's explanation, Su Ye gained a rudimentary understanding of the peculiarities present here. An anomaly of the general level? It poses no threat to her, yet she is equally incapable of inflicting any tangible harm upon it. The mere thought of this predicament caused her a slight headache. Are all the anomalies here of such intangible nature? How she yearned to possess a soul flame akin to that of Su Xiaokai. Su Ye inwardly raged, when suddenly, an idea struck her. "Wait, who said I cannot?" Perhaps. A wicked smile unexpectedly blossomed on Su Ye's face. Chapter 61, Memory. She recalled her ability, akin to an awakening. The first time, she sought vengeance for the Ji Huai-based siblings and thus harnessed the power of the blazing flame. The second time, arriving in an entirely new environment, her perceptive abilities and mental control experienced a significant enhancement. The third time, during her conversation with Su Qingqing, she was influenced by her seductive powers, which subsequently granted her mental resistance when she encountered Sister Chu, who possessed a similar ability. And now, Su Ye immediately harnessed the energy fluctuations residing within her body, the essence of her blazing flame. She was currently endeavoring to ascertain whether she could decompose this energy and reconstitute it into a new form of matter. Beads of sweat, resembling small pearls, involuntarily emerged on her forehead. Observing this, Su Qingqing discerned her intentions and swiftly took Su Shaokai into her arms. Su Ye tightened her fingers, but upon realizing it was Su Qingqing, she promptly relaxed her grip. With a sigh of relief, she could now concentrate all her energy on the manipulation of the energy. Though her aspirations were lofty, the reality proved to be rather harsh. No matter how she attempted, the energy remained indissoluble. It could merely extend outward. In her pursuit, she had acquired several new abilities related to flames, yet these were evidently not what she sought. Consequently, she began to probe deeper within herself, sensing a faint lock nestled within her core, one that seemed to secure many things away. She harbored an inexplicable conjecture that should this lock be unfastened, all the dormant power of Su Ye, along with her memories, would return to this present form. For a moment, she hesitated. Was she truly willing to attempt reclaiming these memories? Both the dragon's power inherent in this body and the woman in her dreams, who appeared to be the original owner's mother, were beyond the reach of the Su Ye who had once languished in a rented room, merely surviving. If she were to awaken those memories, would she not risk being supplanted by the original Su Ye? Noticing something amiss with her state, Su Qingqing held Su Shaokai tightly, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze on Su Ye's tightly shut eyes. She was prepared to act at any moment to extricate her from this condition. Ye. Worry filled Su Qingqing's eyes as she sorrowfully observed the beads of sweat trickling down Su Ye's face, a sight that was almost unbearable to witness. After all, it was not her life at stake. If it were lost, so be it. She could not believe that the original Su Ye, having acquired her memories, would heartlessly neglect Su Shaokai. She resolved to take action. Suddenly, Su Ye appeared to be invigorated, as if infused with newfound energy. She had come to a realization. Instead of being anxious and timid, safeguarding Su Shaokai with her meager skills, it would be far better to take a bold risk. If necessary, she could always return her body. What was there to fear? In that moment of determination, an unseen lock within her heart quietly shattered. Simultaneously, an unbearable pain surged through her mind, causing her to clutch her head and crouch down, as if that position might alleviate some of the agony. Yeah, what is wrong? Su Qingqing exclaimed, startled. She rushed forward to assess her condition, but as she approached, an invisible pressure forced her back, compelling her to retreat for the sake of the infant in her arms. Watching Su Ye struggle in pain while clutching her head, Su Qingqing felt her eyes moisten involuntarily, murmuring softly, "Is this truly all right, mother?" Meanwhile, Su Ye was enduring excruciating pain, feeling as if her mind were on the verge of explosion. A series of memories was forcefully surging into her consciousness. Rather than being injected, it felt as though they were desperately breaking free from the depths of her mind. The first image that surfaced was a dimly lit scene. A man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a pure white mask, was nailed to a cross. His blood long drained away. Before this lifeless body knelt a young girl, weeping inconsolably while covering her face. The second image depicted Su Ye slumped on the ground, with the bodies of Ji Huaibei and Ji Zinan lying before her. The third image revealed Su Qingqing suspended from a tall tower, swaying like a weather vane in the breeze. In stark contrast, Su Ye was laughing heartily, her face obscured by her hands. What is this? If the second image signifies the present, could the first and third images represent the past and the future, respectively? She instantly recognized that the girl in the first image was her younger self. But what of the third? Had she truly killed Su Qingqing? Was a dragon destined to be solitary? Su Ye murmured, her tone imbued with an unprecedented calmness. Ye? Seeing Su Ye seemingly restored, Su Qingqing called her name with uncertainty. Sister, let us go. It is time to seek Feng Cheng. Su Ye's voice bore no trace of emotion as she gazed at her hands, her fingers twitching slightly. As golden light began to manifest in her palms, Su Qingqing furrowed her brows, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. Ultimately, she chose silence, merely handing over Su Shaoshao to her before retreating into the door alone. Observing Su Qingqing's silhouette, Su Ye's eyes glimmered with determination. I shall safeguard everyone. Regardless of the White Dragon or the Dragon King, their significance matters not. Crossing through the black door, she found herself in the familiar neighborhood. Glancing back, she noticed the tightly shut iron gate. Su Qingqing explained, each door conceals a different bizarre dungeon. By conquering it, one can earn rewards, though entry necessitates a deduction of 500 points. Su Yaya expressed her surprise. But what of the rewards? I see none. As she prepared to swipe her card to return, Su Qingqing hurriedly interjected, wait, don't run off. From behind her, Su Qingqing produced an object resembling a talisman. This was on the sofa. You didn't take it. So I brought it for you. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Yaya extended her hand to receive the talisman, relieved that her time and effort wouldn't go to waste. With a mere thought, she attempted to inspect the talisman's details, yet after several tries, no text appeared. You can only check it in Zhongqing, Su Qingqing reminded her. Su Yaya nodded in understanding and promptly stored the talisman within her dark power ring. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon occurred. The familiar figure of a person and a horse materialized before her once more, startling Su Yaya. Golden light emanated from her hand as she prepared to test her newly awakened skill. In the 62nd chapter of Lemon, the tension escalates. Su Qingqing reaches out to intervene, but it is evident that Su Yaya has yet to master the retraction of her skills. Observing this, Su Qingqing is compelled to take action. She casts a decidedly unflattering glance at Su Yaya, who momentarily hesitates, her eyes betraying a flicker of ambiguous madness, only to regain her composure an instant later. Despite the brief control, by the time she comes to her senses, the golden light emanating from her hands has dissipated, although she suffers no harm. A grimace akin to having consumed something unpleasant etches itself onto Su Yaya's face. It is reminiscent of a moment in a 5v5 game when one's hero is about to unleash a skill, only to be ensnared by Daji's second ability, leaving one with a sense of helplessness as they realize their skills are now on cooldown. Sister, what are you doing? Su Yaya's tone carries a hint of dissatisfaction. Watching the ghostly horse vanish once more, Su Qingqing sighs, her voice tinged with exasperation. You must refrain from such impulsive actions. Do you grasp the power of this individual and their steed before daring to engage? Su Yaya tilts her head, perplexed. I have certainly assessed the situation. This ghostly horse, aside from its eerie ability to conceal itself, possesses strength comparable to my own. Moreover, it is clear that it is no match for us. Twice now it has appeared unexpectedly, playing tricks on me. I must teach it a lesson, Su Yaya declares, her cheeks slightly flushed. Are they unaware of how terrifying they are? If it were not for her formidable mental fortitude, an ordinary person would likely succumb to fright. Fortunately, Su Xiaokai was not intimidated by this specter and its steed on 2 occasions. The first time was because the ghostly horse was behind her while she held it in her arms, and the second time was now, as it peacefully slumbered in her embrace. Had Su Xiaokai suffered any distress, even if Su Qingqing attempted to intervene, she would have unleashed her wrath upon this ghostly horse. My Xiaokai, I shall protect you. This entity, in its patrolling state, possesses merely the strength of a lower-tier king, yet when provoked, its power surges dramatically, potentially reaching the level of a true king. At that juncture, even our combined efforts might prove somewhat arduous. Moreover, the patroller serves as a firewall, should it perish. The hidden adversaries would no longer be able to restrain themselves, and we may then face an entire realm of enigma. Su Qingqing elaborated, her countenance grave, but as she turned her gaze towards Su Yaya, she noticed her companion appeared somewhat distracted. Recognizing this discomposure as a consequence of recent events, Su Qingqing understood that Su Yaya had become somewhat unsteady, if not overly fixated. Had the former Su Yaya been present, she might have uttered a few sharp words, though she would not have reacted so impulsively. Actually, you can lean on your elder sister a bit more, Su Qingqing said, having turned around with a cheerful smile. Even if you must confront the entire world, I shall stand by your side. Remember, your sister will always be your most steadfast support. Su Yaya turned her head away, unwilling or perhaps too fearful to gaze upon her face. She recalled the final scene from the 3 images etched in her mind, Su Qingqing hanging from the high tower. Though her sister was clearly suspended before her eyes, she merely smiled from the sidelines. Had she truly lost her sanity due to despair? Conversely, one might ponder whether she had been the one to enact such a fate. If Su Qingqing were to uncover her secret as a time traveler, would that drive her to madness, compelling her to turn against both Su Yaya and Su Xiaokai? Su Xiaokai. In the name of protecting Su Xiaokai, Su Yeye was convinced that she would indeed take another's life. It was precisely this thought that filled her with trepidation, making her even more reluctant to meet Su Qingqing's gaze. Torn between the necessity of safeguarding her and the constant vigilance against her, was this not a profound contradiction? When had she transformed into such a being? Contemplating this, Su Yeye lowered her head entirely, fixating her gaze on Su Shaokai, who lay in her arms. Eyes closed and breathing steady. Su Qingqing's eyes dimmed slightly. She refrained from saying much more and turned back around, her tone unchanged. Don't be unhappy. Once we return, Sister will treat you to a grand feast. You can have anything you desire. Sister is quite wealthy now. As Su Qingqing counted off on her fingers, resembling a menu recitation, she stepped forward. White-cut chicken, oil-braised shrimp, grilled skewers crafted by the magical lamb. Upon hearing her words, Su Yeye involuntarily interjected. No matter how wealthy you are, you cannot surpass my fortune. Su Qingqing, feigning indignation, retorted, who said that? Do not underestimate your sister. The two shared a moment of silent understanding. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, broke into laughter, as though nothing had transpired moments before. In that instant, they resembled sisters, walking in tandem, exchanging playful banter. Yet, deep within their hearts, they both recognized the existence of an invisible barrier, an impenetrable wall that separated them. Under Su Qingqing's guidance, the trio traversed the flower bed and arrived at the base of a building. Eyeing the familiar iron gate adorned with a card reader, Su Yeye hesitated and inquired, Is Fangqing truly here? Wasn't it said that this place is an eerie realm? How could Fangqing possibly be found in such a location? While swiping her card, Su Qingqing elaborated, I have an acquaintance within this strange domain who has kindly agreed to look after Fangqing. Su Yeye fell silent, her mind beginning to piece together the nature of Fangqing's recent experiences. As if reading her thoughts, Su Qingqing chuckled. After all, she is an anomaly. She must be taking good care of him. I told her that as long as he remains unharmed, that is all that matters. I even gifted her a box of premium healing potions. What should be a bright, youthful laugh echoed in Su Yeye's ears like the sinister cackle of a demon. Yet, she found herself strangely fond of it. Let us proceed. Swiping her card to enter, the scene before them transformed once more. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What of Su Shaokai? She hasn't swiped her card. As her awareness returned, Su Yeye's concern grew, prompting her to glance down. Seeing Su Shaokai still peacefully asleep in her arms, she exhaled in relief. Once the door opened, any subsequent entrants would automatically have their points deducted from their cards. Su Qingqing explained thoughtfully, as she always did, intuitively grasping what Su Yeye was thinking without her uttering a word. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Yeye's gaze began to wander around the room. Chapter 63. The dungeon, the wooden floor, and walls momentarily led Su Yeye to question her own perception. From the outside, it appeared to be just another residential building. Yet upon entering, it felt as if she had stepped into a quaint wooden cabin. An antiquated lantern hung from the wall, and patches of deep green moss were visible. The atmosphere here exuded a chill, accompanied by a hint of dampness. As droplets of water fell towards Su Shaokai's face, she instinctively raised her hand to shield him, glancing up at the leaking ceiling before silently shifting her position. After moving only a couple of steps, she found herself stepping into a void, with half of her legs sinking into the floor. Su Yeye looked down, her face etched with frustration, and noticed the uneven, pockmarked surface of the floor, revealing several small holes and the evidently aged wooden planks. Her embrace of Su Shaokai seemed to stir him, but fortunately, his slumber remained undisturbed. Su Qingqing reached out to assist her, pulling her free from the floor. Once she regained her footing, she cast another cautious glance downwards, reassured that she would not sink again, and let out a small sigh of relief. Was this truly a place meant for habitation? No. It seemed that this was certainly not intended for human dwelling. Su Yeye found herself at a loss for words. Standing still, she dared not move recklessly and instead inquired of Su Qingqing, Where is Fangqing? She cast a glance around the room. The living area was cluttered with various items. Yet it was evident that there was no hiding place. Her gaze then settled on the door ahead. This must be the way back. But what about that strange entity lurking here? Could it have gone invisible? Su Yeye felt somewhat perplexed. Follow me to the basement, Su Qingqing said, gesturing for Su Yeye to accompany her. However, after merely 2 steps, in the blink of an eye, Su Qingqing suddenly vanished from sight. Cough, cough. I'm here. Following the sound, Su Yeye discovered Su Qingqing, who had fallen into the floor. her head and hands the only parts visible as she struggled to keep herself from plummeting. It seemed that the dust raised during the collapse had choked her, and while propping herself up, she coughed uncomfortably. Witnessing this comical scene, Suya couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Yeah, you don't come to help me and instead laugh at me. Boo-hoo, I feel unloved. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Suya covered her mouth, attempting to suppress her laughter. Just as she decided to offer assistance, Su Qingqing had already managed to pull herself out of the pit with her own strength. Dusting herself off, she shot a discontented glare at Suya. Then, while Suya stood in place, preparing to let Su Qingqing scout ahead, Su Qingqing surprisingly made a great leap after a brief moment of gathering herself, landing in front of the wooden door. Steadying herself. Goodness, a second chance. Utilizing her perceptive instincts, Suya deftly avoided the weak floorboards and approached the wooden door. Observing Su Qingqing, who had clambered back up in a somewhat disheveled state, Suya couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. It seems that the vivacious elder sister archetype has lost its appeal, and she is contemplating a transition to a comedic role. Sister, I support you, Suya declared, raising her thumb in encouragement. This left Su Qingqing quite bewildered. What are you supporting? I can't comprehend, she responded. Sister, please lead the way, Suya suggested, stepping aside, for she was uncertain of the circumstances at hand. All right. Su Qingqing nodded in agreement. Upon opening the door, they were greeted not by a dark void, but by a charmingly pink little room. Faced with this stark contrast to the outside world, brimming with youthful exuberance, Suya briefly questioned her own perception. Truly, this is an uncanny scenario, she mused. Su Qingqing had already ventured inside, standing before a wardrobe, seemingly preoccupied with something unknown. Meanwhile, Suya began to assess the room. The bed adorned with cherry blossom pink linens, delicate pink furnishings, and the walls draped in pastel wallpaper painted a picture of femininity. If the occupant of this room were a male, Suya would solemnly declare her disbelief in the notion of a girl's heart. Her gaze fell upon a family portrait resting on the table, momentarily entrancing her. As the saying goes, a smile that emerges in moments of happiness is never deceptive. Observing the joyful trio captured in the photograph, Suya snapped back to reality and shook her head. She was perplexed by the nature of this world. Whether the strangeness was inherent from the beginning remained uncertain. However, the presence of this photograph in such an uncanny setting implied that this family had likely experienced profound changes. What, after all, was she truly empathizing with? Ultimately, this was an eerie scenario where every object could potentially be a fabrication of the bizarre, designed to bewilder them. Just as Suya was lost in her thoughts, a considerable commotion emanated from the direction of the cabinet. Turning her gaze, she observed that the cabinet had been moved aside, revealing Su Qingqing, who was half squatting at the entrance of a dark hole, beckoning her. You can place Su Shaokai on the bed. This space is unaffected by the outside world and poses no danger, she advised. Suya shook her head and simply followed her to the entrance of the hole, her intentions unmistakable. Noticing this, Su Qingqing did not insist further and ventured into the darkness first, with Suya closely trailing behind. Before them lay a staircase descending into the underground. Thanks to Su Qingqing's warnings, Suya managed to avoid missteps. She noted that the deeper they descended, the more damp the walls became, with verdant moss becoming increasingly prevalent. Interestingly, the moss clinging to the walls emitted a faint green luminescence. Though diminutive in size, their abundance provided a modicum of illumination in the dark stairwell. After a brief descent, they arrived at the bottom of the staircase, which opened into a dungeon. Before them lay 4 distinct passageways, indicative of the vastness of this subterranean realm. As they stepped into the dungeon, a potent scent of blood wafted through the air, filling Suya's nostrils. Simultaneously, mournful wails echoed intermittently from within the prison, and curiously, the sounds did not resemble human cries. Su Qingqing cast her a glance, signaling her to follow. Although curious about the silence, Suya had no desire to provoke danger and kept her lips sealed, matching Su Qingqing's pace. Driven by curiosity, as she passed by a prison, Suya could not resist stealing a glance inside upon hearing the terrifying cries emanating from within. That fleeting gaze nearly compelled her to scream, but fortunately, she instinctively covered her mouth in time, stifling any sound. Within the confines of the prison, behind the iron door, a man covered in blood, possessing only half a head, was leaning against the bars, observing Suya and her companions with an unsettling demeanor. His hands were bound by chains, which, when traced back, revealed arms stretched over a meter long, secured to the wall by deep-set nails. It became apparent that his posture was indeed peculiar. The man had twisted his elongated arms around himself like strands of noodles, entwining them into a grotesque braid. It was evident that this man was no longer human, likely an aberration of some sort. Yet, one could not help but ponder, why would such a being be imprisoned in a dungeon? Chapter 64. The girl in white Su Ye considered her psychological fortitude to be quite formidable, yet the bizarre scene before her still startled her. As she continued onward, perhaps influenced by the dim effect of the authority ring, or perhaps due to her growing acclimatization to the oddities surrounding her, she found herself less prone to fear. Nevertheless, the sight still left her with a tingling unease, akin to witnessing a figure bound to a spiked stake, limbs severed, yet the body still writhing, or suspended from the ceiling above a searing inferno. Su Ye felt an increasing sense of dread as she pondered the sheer madness of the master here. Who could conceive of such a multitude of cruel methods to torment these peculiar beings? Fortunately, Su Shaokai remained sound asleep. Any child witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly be left with lasting psychological scars. At the same time, she recalled Feng Cheng, to whom Su Qingqing had entrusted the master of this dungeon. A sudden, inexplicable sense of anticipation washed over her. By the way, how did you come to know these strange entities? Su Ye murmured. Just looking at this setup, it seems these peculiar beings are not the sort to make friends. Her curiosity piqued. She glanced toward the silent Su Qingqing ahead. The moment her words fell, the previously tranquil dungeon erupted with a cacophony of cries, akin to boiling water. The silence was starkly contrasted by the tumult that ensued. Help me. I beg you, save me. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Kill me. Just stop torturing me. You wretched harlot. A medley of voices erupted from the various cells. Curses, pleas for help, and involuntary groans. Su Ye was taken aback by the sudden shift. She had deliberately lowered her voice. Why then did this occur? Su Qingqing let out a resigned sigh and turned to Su Ye. See, I told you not to speak. You truly are an unruly sister. Su Ye was rendered speechless. It was indeed her fault, and she had no grounds for rebuttal. At this moment, rather than lamenting how she had not anticipated this, it was better to honestly admit her mistake. I'm sorry, she murmured, her head bowed. In truth, it was not a grave matter, at most. They would make a fuss for a while, though it should soon come to an end. Su Qingqing, stroking her chin, spoke just as the words left her lips. Su Ye sensed an approaching presence. Lifting her gaze, she noticed a faint sound of footsteps emanating from the depths of the dungeon. Where the dark corridor seemed to cradle a visitor who was not in haste, their steps measured in calm. As the footsteps drew nearer, Su Ye discerned the sound of a sharp object scraping against the floor, reminiscent of metal. The piercing noise sent a shiver down her spine. With the sound growing ever closer, she instinctively inched towards Su Qingqing, driven purely by fear. In her previous life, she often secluded herself in her rented room, indulging in both anime and the thrill of horror films. The consequence was that she could never summon the courage to turn off the lights when she slept. Yet, strangely enough, the more she feared, the more she was drawn to the genre. However, the accumulating electricity bills compelled her to abandon this habit, for she could not afford such extravagance. Haunting memories began to assail her mind, and Su Ye was oblivious to when she had slipped behind Su Qingqing. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips as Su Qingqing enveloped her in an embrace. Su Ye, just as the two were engaged in a struggle, a white figure traversed the dark corridor, illuminated faintly by the dim light, revealing itself to be a petite girl no taller than 1.50 meters. Clad in a pure white dress that stood in stark contrast to her surroundings, her heart-shaped crimson eyes, coupled with her lively features, added an enchanting touch of innocence. At that moment, the girl tilted her head, observing them with a face brimming with purity and curiosity. However, Su Ye's attention was diverted elsewhere. Her gaze fixated on the girl's dress, which revealed pale skin, and on the oversized crimson scythe gripped in her hand, a weapon several times her own size. She couldn't help but swallow hard. As she looked at the scythe dragging on the ground, she immediately discerned its original hue, now tainted crimson by blood. The depth of that color made her ponder how much blood it had absorbed to become such. Su Ye thought to herself, indeed, one must not trust their own eyes in a place like this. She cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingqing, uncertainly voicing, "Sister, could this be the strange acquaintance you mentioned?" Su Qingqing remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. The girl stood still, dragging the scythe, her gaze curiously flitting over Suyeya. Suyeya parted her lips, about to attempt a greeting. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something flying out from a nearby cage. By the time she realized it was a handleless axe, it was too late to issue a warning. "Be careful," she began. But before she could finish her sentence, the axe came crashing down upon the girl's forehead, leaving Suyeya in stunned disbelief. The small head burst open like a watermelon, crimson juice splattering everywhere, painting the ground with a vivid mix of red and yellow liquid. Suyeya swallowed once more, having lost count of how many times she had done so. "Is she dead?" she inquired of Su Qingqing, her tone devoid of any significant emotion. After all, they were merely strangers. She didn't even know the other's name. The word careful had slipped from her lips instinctively. She had no reason, nor did she feel compelled, to mourn for the other. The tension and fear that had gripped her earlier dissipated entirely with the girl's demise. Even Suyeya herself could not comprehend the peculiar turn of events. No, it seemed more complicated than that. She realized that the situation was not as straightforward, for the headless body of the girl remained eerily upright, defying the natural order, not even shifting its posture. An unsettling sound of friction echoed once more. The girl, dragging a scythe, was advancing toward them. Suyeya watched in horror as blood oozed from her mangled neck. With a face that reflected sheer disbelief, she silently retreated behind Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing, wearing a look of resignation, said nothing but signaled with her eyes for Suyeya to remain silent. This time, Suyeya, having learned her lesson, firmly sealed her lips, feeling it insufficient, and pressed her hands over her mouth. As the girl with the scythe passed by them, Su Shaokai groggily opened her eyes, only to be enveloped by chilling cries echoing in her ears. As she rubbed her eyes, attempting to discern the source of the terrifying sound, she was met with the sight of a headless girl clad in white standing before her. Chapter 65. Little E is adorable. Suyeya covered her face, gazing at the white-clad girl who had turned sideways, now facing the three of them. Her hands poised like dragon claws, prepared for battle. Su Shaoka had ceased her cries, for she realized she was nestled in Suyeya's embrace, with her mother by her side, and her fear dissipated. Yet, the recollection of the horrifying scene she had glimpsed upon awakening quickened her heartbeat. Once Suyeya set her down, Su Shaoka sensed the unsettling atmosphere. She was not foolish. One glance sufficed for her to comprehend that she had inadvertently stirred up trouble. "I'm sorry, mother." Bowing her head, Su Shaoka concealed herself behind Suyeya, feeling that she had already caused enough trouble and could not further burden her mother. Suyeya's focus was entirely on the ominous presence of the girl in white, leaving her no time to reassure Su Shaoka. Instead, she gently stroked her head with her other hand, conveying that she bore no resentment towards her. The aura emanating from the girl in white was perilous, and Suyeya could distinctly sense that this girl was not her inferior in strength. In fact, there was an unsettling indication that she might even surpass her. Stealing a glance at Su Qingqing, Suyeya was about to inquire if there was any strategy to employ when she acutely sensed the girl before them had made a move. Her gaze swiftly locked onto the figure before her. The girl in white had taken a step forward, her delicate, bare feet making contact with the cool ground, prompting a fleeting thought of whether her feet might be cold, given the chill of the surface. The sound of metal scraping echoed in her ears as the girl took another step, and then a third. Suyeya was poised to take action, casting another glance at Su Qingqing, silently inquiring if she was ready to strike. Under normal circumstances, Suyeya would have already unleashed a fireball. But the current situation was markedly different. She sensed that the terrifying aura emanating from the girl was not directed at them, and there appeared to be no malice in her presence. At least, Suyeya felt no hint of ill intent. However, she would never gamble with her own safety or that of Su Shaokai. If the girl continued to approach, she would indeed take action, regardless of the absence of hostility. Su Qingqing seemed lost in thought, her gaze transfixed on the girl, a look Suyeya had never seen on her sister before. "Sister," she called out softly. Su Qingqing finally snapped back to reality, meeting Suyeya's questioning gaze. "Xiaoyi, you might frighten her." Su Qingqing finally spoke, but her words were directed not at Suyeya, but at the girl in white. The girl's pace noticeably faltered, her head tilted in a curious manner, though, technically, she no longer had a head. Suyeya discerned this gesture through the slight lean of her body, interpreting it as a tilt of the head. After pausing for a moment, The girl finally ceased her approach towards them, instead dragging her large scythe as she slowly made her way towards the first cell. Su Ye speculated that she must have been speaking moments ago, but due to her lack of a head, they could only observe her standing still for a brief while. As the girl passed by, even though Su Ye was aware that there was no malice intended, the terrifying aura filled with boundless hatred compelled her to instinctively take a step back. Could she possibly be a king-level entity? Only after the girl had moved farther away did Su Ye turn to Su Qingqing and inquire. Su Qingqing seemed lost in thought. Su Ye prodded her waist, rousing her from her reverie. Indeed, she was merely a domain ghost, possessing king-level prowess solely within this dungeon. Once outside, her strength would instantly diminish to that of a lower king. As Su Qingqing spoke, her gaze unconsciously returned to the girl's silhouette. There was an indescribable sense of a shared history between them. Su Ye pondered, yet she refrained from asking. She sensed that inquiring might evoke unpleasant memories for Su Qingqing, and her curiosity was not insatiable enough to pursue the matter further. Following Su Qingqing's gaze, she too was intrigued to discover the girl's intentions. The girl's fierce demeanor made Su Ye involuntarily begin to mourn for the eerie atmosphere within the prison. Soon, the girl in white arrived before the first cell, raising her scythe as if oblivious to the iron bars before her, and crashed straight into them. The scythe appeared weightless in her grasp, effortlessly wielded by the girl. The anticipated scene of a body crashing against the railing did not materialize. The girl glided through the iron bars like a specter, entering the confines of the cage. Su Ye could not perceive the happenings within the cell. She could only hear the heart-wrenching cries that soon emanated from it. If her memory served her right, this very cell belonged to the source of the loudest, most eerie screams just moments ago. You filthy whore. If you have the guts, just kill me. What kind of skill is it to torment me endlessly? Ah, you wretched soul shall meet a terrible end. The sheer horror was palpable. Though she could not witness the interior, the gruesome sounds of flesh being sliced allowed Su Ye to glean some understanding of the situation within. Drawing a sharp breath, she did not forget to cover Su Xiaokai's ears, for the man's words were quite foul, and she could not allow the purity of the child's heart to be tainted. After several minutes had passed, the girl in white finally emerged from the cage. Within, the man's voice had long since ceased. Drops of blood fell from the scythe, splattering onto the ground. Strangely, though the scythe was stained crimson with fresh blood, the white dress the girl wore remained impeccably clean. Not a speck of dust, let alone blood, marred its surface. Even her form was untouched by dirt. Even more bizarre was the fact that the girl's head had inexplicably reappeared, her enchanting eyes fixed upon Su Ye and her companions, adorably tilting her head. However, this moment of intrigue was soon interrupted by another eerie curse resonating from the second cell. The girl in white immediately withdrew her gaze, brandishing a scythe as she advanced inward. The second cell, the third cell, the girl spared none, and along the way, she passed by Su Ye and her companions. Gazing upon that charming countenance, Su Ye momentarily perceived her as less fearsome. The girl's methods were ruthless, yet undeniably effective. Each cell she had purified fell into an unparalleled silence. The dungeon was expansive, with numerous cells. Su Ye and her companions dared not disturb her, merely observing as she traversed from the first to the last cell. At last, they awaited her return. The girl approached them slowly, dragging her scythe, a path stained crimson trailing behind her. Chapter 66. The mist goes swimming Xiao Yi, Su Qingqing tentatively called out to her. During their wait, Su Ye had inquired about the girl's name. By Xiao Yi, that was the name of the girl in white, repeating the name softly several times. Su Ye fixated on Bai Xiao Yi as she ambled toward them, her gaze unwavering. Bai Xiao Yi disregarded Su Qingqing, her focus solely on Su Ye. Initially, Su Ye assumed she was the object of her scrutiny, but she soon discerned that Bai Xiao Yi's attention had shifted slightly, as if directed behind her. Turning her head, Su Ye beheld Su Xiaokai, trembling in her shadow. The girl's target was Su Xiaokai. Su Ye's heart raced, as she repeatedly reassured herself that the other party bore no ill intentions. Yet, she remained unable to let her guard down. Ultimately, she was inherently a peculiar individual, capable of committing heinous acts without a flicker of remorse, having personally witnessed such brutality. She could not allow anyone to approach Su Xiaokai. Su Qingqing also sensed that something was amiss. Bai Xiao Yi had ignored her, not even casting a glance in her direction. Almost simultaneously, both sisters positioned themselves in front of Su Xiaokai, effectively obstructing the path between Bai Xiao Yi and Su Xiaokai. Bai Xiaoyi blinked in confusion as her way was suddenly blocked. Looking up at Su Yeye and Su Qingqing, her pallid lips quivered slightly, and her voice, pure and ethereal, bore a hint of vulnerability. Sisters, have you seen my good friend? She is lost, and I need to find her. Her speech was halting, leaving one to wonder if it was her manner of speaking or an issue with her vocal cords. Su Yeye discerned the plea and bewilderment woven into her tone. Bai Xiaoyi showed no inclination to act aggressively, merely standing still, and Su Yeye certainly could not be the first to strike. Nor could she ascertain whether she would prevail in a confrontation. Was the friend she referred to Su Xiaokai? Su Yeye could not intervene. Yet she could not allow the other to search for Su Xiaokai unimpeded. In her moment of indecision, Su Yeye turned to Su Qingqing, seeking guidance through her gaze. Xiaoyi won't act against us, don't worry. However, her current demeanor is indeed somewhat unsettling. Let us observe for now. The implication was clear. She too was uncertain about the next course of action. At the moment when the two were conversing, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly exhibited a new behavior. Su Yeye promptly placed her hands over her chest, assuming a defensive stance. To her astonishment, she witnessed Bai Xiaoyi crying. Crouching on the ground with her face buried in her hands, tears flowed from her eyes as if they were inexhaustible, pooling beneath her and forming a small dark stain on the floor. Clang! The sound of the scythe clattering to the ground echoed as Bai Xiaoyi relinquished her grasp on it, carelessly tossing it aside. Strangely, despite her evident sorrow, no sound escaped her lips. She cried silently, tears cascading without a single sob, although the absence of vocal lamentation left a void. The sorrow etched upon the girl's face was unmistakable. Su Yeye gasped slightly, turning her gaze to her side, only to find Su Qingqing mirroring her astonished expression. Xiaoyi, Su Qingqing murmured, snapping back to reality, eager to offer her comfort. Don't come closer. As Su Qingqing approached, Bai Xiaoyi instinctively pushed her away, though it was evident she did so without any force. A peculiar sense of guilt enveloped the air. Su Yeye rubbed her forehead, and a momentary silence fell upon them. They exchanged glances, wordlessly contemplating the scene, while Bai Xiaoyi continued her silent weeping. Suddenly, Su Yeye felt a gentle tug at her pant leg. Looking down, she met the gaze of Su Xiaokai. Mistaking her startled expression for fear, Su Yeye affectionately patted her head. Mommy, she looks so pitiful, Su Xiaokai remarked, peering through the gap between their legs at the sobbing Bai Xiaoyi. She is not seeking me out. Perhaps I should approach her for a conversation. Su Xiaokai, being astute, perceives that this sister clad in white possesses greater prowess than her mother and aunt. She is unwilling to witness their suffering. Additionally, there is a hint of something unsettling in Bai Xiaoyi's gaze, devoid of malice yet palpable enough for her to discern. This sister appears to be in a pitiable state. By merely engaging in a dialogue with her, perhaps the current tension can be diffused. For the sake of her mother and this sister, Su Xiaokai took a step forward. However, she would not contravene her mother's wishes. If her mother forbade her from approaching, she would heed that command. Su Yeye remained silent, fully aware that Su Xiaokai's intentions were to assist her. Yet, the question lingered, is this truly the right course of action? Bai Xiaoyi's capabilities surpassed her own. Irrespective of her charming appearance, she was fundamentally a bloodthirsty enigma. Although she was a friend of her sister, who could guarantee that she would not suddenly unleash her ferocity upon them? Su Qingqing? What assurance could she provide? What could she offer as a guarantee? Simply eliminate her, and the matter would be resolved. By extinguishing her, one would no longer need to entertain such thoughts. A voice echoed within her mind, persuading her thus. Indeed, if one could eradicate all potential threats, then survival would be assured for all. Su Xiaokai would remain unharmed, and Su Qingqing would not meet her demise. She was merely a defenseless little girl, even her weapon discarded. Yes, now was the opportune moment to strike, to end her. A voice, matching her own timbre, amplified within her mind, incessantly tempting her like a devil. Go ahead, I will safeguard you. A flicker of madness flashed in Su Yeye's eyes, only to be entirely replaced by calmness in the next instant. She resolved to adhere to the thoughts within her heart. She would not transform into a bloodthirsty executioner, nor would she become a self-righteous do-gooder. She was simply herself, Su Yeye, unyielding to anyone's whims or influence over her mind. Since Su Xiaokai had made her decision to proceed, she would not obstruct her, for it was her own will. Whatever transpired, she would bear the burden. This was the innate responsibility and awareness of a mother. Even if the heavens were to collapse, she would stand firm. Su Xiaokai appeared quite elated. She initially thought her mother would refuse her somewhat perilous suggestion. It was truly fitting of a mother. With this thought, Su Shaokai silently vowed to execute this matter well, determined not to disappoint her mother. Thus, with a heart full of trepidation, Su Shaokai approached Bai Xiaoyi, with Su Ye closely following behind. Ye, you have indeed grown. Just as we once promised. Behind them, Su Qingqing silently observed Su Ye's silhouette, her eyes filled with complexity. Chapter 67. The Darkening Progression. Sister, please do not cry. Accompanied by Su Ye, Su Shaokai arrived before Bai Xiaoyi. She knelt down and softly spoke. Did you not wish to find me? Here I am, right before you. Suddenly, Su Ye was struck by a sense of deja vu, reminiscent of a heroine from a novel with an ethereal glow. Yet the issue was that Su Shaokai was only just over 1 meter tall, and she wondered, how is it that you are so adept? The charming smile and tone of Su Shaokai would surely enchant even Su Ye herself. Indeed, upon hearing the voice of Su Shaokai beside her, Bai Xiaoyi immediately ceased her weeping. She quickly lifted her head, her gaze firmly fixed on Su Shaokai's face, which, adorned with tears yet devoid of anger, projected an impression of a frail young maiden. Under her intense scrutiny, Su Shaokai felt a twinge of nervousness, especially considering she had just witnessed Bai Xiaoyi's disembodied form. Is that you, Xiaonan? Bai Xiaoyi exclaimed, oblivious to Su Shaokai's unease. In an impulsive motion, she sprang to her feet, extending her slender arms wide as she lunged towards Su Shaokai. This unexpected action startled both of them. Before Su Yuan could intervene, Su Shaokai had already retreated, leaving Bai Xiaoyi to tumble forward into emptiness. Staring at the retreating figure of Su Shaokai, Bai Xiaoyi stood frozen in disbelief. Su Yuan, unable to bear the tension, braced herself to shield Su Shaokai, fearing a sudden change in Bai Xiaoyi's demeanor. Though she doubted her ability to overpower Bai Xiaoyi, she remained confident in her agility at such a close range. She was unaware of what Su Qingqing was doing at this critical moment, nor did she have the leisure to check. To her astonishment, Su Shaokai began to admonish Bai Xiaoyi. First and foremost, I am called Su Shaokai, not Xiaonan. Moreover, are you not aware that one should maintain distance from strangers? To suddenly leap at someone is rather impolite. Su Shaokai crossed her arms over her chest, her expression exuding authority. Furthermore, I am not a lesbian. I cannot be so close to you, or else my mother would become jealous. Su Ye wore a face devoid of expression, as if the boomerang of her past had finally returned to strike her. She instinctively covered her face, silently praying that Bai Xiaoyi remained oblivious to the meaning of those words. Bai Xiaoyi appeared not to have heard anything else. She stood frozen, murmuring to herself. Isn't it Xiaonan? I understand now. She has also perished. A dark aura erupted around her, and the terrifying energy it contained forced even Su Ye to retreat a few steps. Observing the ominous transformation of Bai Xiaoyi, Su Ye straightened her posture and instinctively pulled Su Shaokai behind her. Ha ha ha, it is them. It must be them. Not only my family, but even my closest friend. Do they wish to take her away as well? Ha ha. Bai Xiaoyi had succumbed to a frenzied state, her hands clutching her head as her anguished cries echoed throughout the dungeon. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Su Shaokai, who stood behind Su Ye. Xiaonan, could you touch my face? Bai Xiaoyi's visage was ensnared by dark tendrils, resembling veins that coursed through her entire being. She was desperately attempting to rein in her emotions, yet she was perilously close to the brink of an explosion. Please, calm down, Bai Xiaoyi. Su Qingqing stepped forward, her tone imbued with a newfound seriousness. If Bai Xiaoyi continued on this path, Su Qingqing could not assure that she would retain her sanity. She had no desire to engage in conflict unless absolutely necessary. Bai Xiaoyi shot her a venomous glare, her voice thick with palpable hatred. Su Qingqing, please leave me be. With that, she disregarded Su Qingqing and strode towards Su Shaokai. Xiaonan, did we not promise to be lifelong friends? Surely, you would grant the request of a dear friend. All I ask is for you to gently caress my face as before. I implore you. Bai Xiaoyi appeared to be battling with some internal turmoil, pausing intermittently to catch her breath. Her tone was rife with animosity, yet laced with a desperate plea, tinged with a warmth that was perilously close to being consumed by malice. Su Shaokai felt a surge of fear. She was taken aback by Bai Xiaoyi's distressing demeanor and instinctively recoiled, wishing to escape this unsettling scene. Yet, upon witnessing the agony etched upon Bai Xiaoyi's face, her retreat was abruptly halted. What should I do, sister? Su Qingqing had approached them, and upon noticing, Su Ye hastily inquired. Let Su Shaokai follow your lead, or perhaps take decisive action. Su Qingqing spoke with an air of calm. However, if Su Yeye were to glance up, she would observe that her sister's visage betrayed a lack of tranquility. Rather, it was marked by a pallor. She presented Su Yeye with two choices, and regardless of the path chosen, she would adhere to it. The weight of decision once again rested upon Su Yeye's shoulders. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her gaze towards the approaching Bai Xiaoyi, then cast a glance back at Su Xiaokai, who stood resolutely behind her, seemingly resolute in her decision. The answer was abundantly clear. Xiaokai, you should follow your heart. I, your mother, will always be by your side. Su Yeye spoke in a low voice, her tone resolute. Your aunt will certainly protect you well. Su Qingqing lowered her head, her tone equally firm. Su Xiaoxiao observed the two, nodding heavily in agreement. Without hesitation, she stepped toward Bai Xiaoyi. At that moment, a transparent green shield enveloped her, wrapping her completely within it, yet she remained blissfully unaware. However, Su Yeye immediately detected the anomaly and glanced towards Su Qingqing. With her head bowed, Su Yeye could not discern her expression. Thank you. Su Qingqing did not respond verbally, but merely nodded gently. Su Xiaoxiao had already approached Bai Xiaoyi, gazing at her with a hint of trepidation. Sensing the presence before her, Bai Xiaoyi laboriously lifted her head and met the eyes of Su Xiaoxiao. A visible pause crossed her face, and an uncontrollable smile blossomed, diminishing the numerous dark lines that marred her visage. Xiaonanan, you've come. It seems you haven't forgotten your good friend. Hee. Bai Xiaoyi stepped forward, prompting Su Yeye to unconsciously take a step closer as well. The distance between the two had narrowed, allowing Su Xiaoxiao to clearly see the vein-like dark lines on Bai Xiaoyi's face. With a smile, Bai Xiaoyi leaned in closer, then closed her eyes, resembling a kitten eagerly awaiting its owner's caress. Chapter 68. Making New Friends. I am not Xiaonanan. I am Su Xiaoxiao. The first words spoken by Su Xiaoxiao caught all three present off guard, sensing her sister's seemingly predatory gaze beside her. Su Yeye couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoyi's thoroughly darkened countenance and the ominous black aura surrounding her, Su Yeye sighed. Prepare to take action. The golden light manifested in her hands as she stealthily approached Su Xiaokai. Just as she was about to intervene, a single utterance from Su Xiaokai rendered the three present momentarily speechless. Though I may not be the Xiaonan you speak of, I, Su Xiaokai, can still be your friend. With these words, Su Xiaokai extended her hand, gently caressing the girl-ass face before her. In that instant, Bai Xiaoyi seemed to revert to the innocent and charming little girl she once was, the terrifying aura dissipating as if she were an ordinary girl. The heart-shaped red eyes sparkled with a different radiance, the dark lines on her body gradually vanishing, returning her to normalcy. Why? You truly wish to be my friend? Bai Xiaoyi stammered, uncertainty lacing her voice. Of course, Su Xiaokai affirmed with a nod. Initially, her motivation had been for her mother, but now she genuinely recognized and accepted this girl. Perhaps she wasn't so frightening after all, Su Xiaokai mused inwardly. This was her first time being so close to someone other than Su Yeye, and as realization dawned upon her, a blush crept onto her cheeks. She had always been of a rather shy and timid disposition. Upon hearing Su Xiaokai's response, Bai Xiaoyi became visibly excited, opening her arms to embrace Su Xiaokai, only to be deftly evaded by her. History, it seems, often echoes itself remarkably. Su Xiaokai appeared somewhat irritated, pouting her lips with a hint of dissatisfaction. Why do you always want to hug me? I must refuse. Even if you are my friend, it is inappropriate. Only my mother is permitted to embrace me in such a manner. Bai Xiaoyi, resembling a child who had erred, lowered her head, looking rather dejected. All right. I understand, she replied. Sensing Bai Xiaoyi's sorrow, Su Xiaokai pondered for a long while before hesitantly saying, however, I will allow you to call me Xiaokai from now on. You must know that this is a privilege reserved solely for my mother. Since you are the first friend I have made, I shall make an exception. Bai Xiaoyi lifted her head, her face brightening with a joyful smile. Really? Xiaokai? Then I shall call you Xiaokai from now on. My name is Bai Xiaoyi. You may call me Xiaoyi or Xiaobai. The inexplicable bond between the two began to flourish, and as Su Yeye observed the cheerful conversation between Bai Xiaoyi and Su Xiaokai, she couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from her brow. Although she had exerted herself to maintain a vigilant stance for so long, the peaceful resolution of the matter was indeed a favorable outcome. Particularly, Su Qingqing, unaware of her scrutiny, caught Su Yeye's eye, revealing a concealed smile beneath her bangs. Upon noticing Su Yeye's gaze, Su Qingqing turned her head, directing her attention towards her. How wonderful, such a pure friendship, she remarked, her words imbued with joy. Though it remained unclear whether her happiness stemmed from Bai Xiaoi's or Su Xiaoka's newfound companionship, or perhaps both. Though it pained her to interrupt the conversation between the two little girls, she observed that Su Qingqing had yet to mention anything, compelling her to direct her inquiry towards Bai Xiaoi. Bai Xiaoi, where is Feng Cheng? Could you take me to see him? Bai Xiaoi turned her head, her gaze curious as she contemplated why this girl bore such a resemblance to Su Xiaoka and Su Qingqing. Of course, but who might you be? Bai Xiaoi understood that she had come along with Su Qingqing and harbored no ill intentions towards her. Rather, it seemed she held no malice towards anyone, except for the peculiar. I am Su Yeye, the mother of Su Xiaoka. Since it was Su Qingqing who had asked her for assistance, she made it a point to first seek Qingqing's approval, despite the fact that the girl was her dear friend's mother. Sister Qingqing, is that all right? At this moment, Su Qingqing wore a stern expression, arms crossed as she regarded her with a feigned anger. So now you call me Sister Qingqing. Who was it earlier that scowled and shooed me away? Bai Xiaoi found herself momentarily at a loss, the joy of making a new friend clouding her judgment. She nearly forgot the earlier scene where she had almost lost her composure and acted violently towards the others, though she had not genuinely intended to harm anyone. Her irrational self had instinctively yearned to wreak havoc upon everything here, including all those in the dungeon. Hastily lowering her head, she offered her apologies. I am truly sorry. It was my fault. If you cannot find it in yourselves to forgive me, then please, take my head to vent your frustrations. The latter part of her statement was directed at Su Yeye. This left Su Yeye utterly bewildered, although the words spoken were evidently in Chinese. Their collective meaning eluded her comprehension. What do you consider a human head to be? You seem to believe that you can toy with it simply because you can regenerate your own. Is that so? For a moment, Su Yeye found herself at a loss for words, yet she managed to reply, I am not angry with you. I merely wish to know where Feng Cheng is. So please take me to see him at once. Su Qingqing nodded in agreement, clearly not genuinely upset, but rather jesting. She also informed Bai Xiaoi that Su Yeye was her sister. So she is Sister Qingqing's younger sister. I suppose I must treat her well later, Bai Xiaoi thought. At some point, she had retrieved her large scythe from the ground, showcasing it with pride as she held it aloft, presenting it to Su Xiaokai. This is your mother. Sister Qingqing's sister. I shall use this to entertain her properly. Observing Bai Xiaoi flaunting the red scythe, Su Xiaokai momentarily doubted her own hearing. Xiaobai, are you certain you didn't misspeak? Entertaining mother with that scythe? If you insist you are correct, then let us sever our ties at once, Su Xiaokai mused inwardly. Chapter 69. The Devil. The group followed Bai Xiaoi to the cell where Feng Cheng was held. Bai Xiaoi led the way, frequently glancing back at Su Xiaokai, who stood beside Su Yeye. Upon noticing her gaze, Su Xiaokai shot her an indignant glare, pouting in discontent. Bai Xiaoi felt a moment of grievance. She had merely expressed her intention to treat Su Yeye well, yet inexplicably, Su Xiaokai became upset. Su Yeye, with a touch of helplessness, gently patted Su Xiaokai's head, realizing that the misunderstanding stemmed from Bai Xiaoi's manner of speaking. However, she refrained from intervening, believing that children should resolve their own matters, for adult interference can sometimes yield unintended consequences. She planned to have a chat with Xiaoi later, recognizing that her intentions were innocent. Nevertheless, certain truths must be conveyed. Su Xiaokai turned her head away, her tone brimming with discontent. Humph, how could she say she would entertain her mother with a sickle? That was utterly despicable, simply unforgivable. Originally, Su Xiaokai intended to declare that she would never forgive Bai Xiaoi in this lifetime, but after a moment's contemplation, she withheld those words, fearing she might inadvertently hurt Bai Xiaoi's feelings. After all, her anger was not genuine. It was merely a slight dissatisfaction. Su Qingqing remained silently amused nearby. After walking for a while, they finally reached the end of the dungeon, where Su Yeye noticed a tightly shut door against the wall. Led by Bai Xiaoi to the last cell, Su Yeye was finally reunited with the one she had been longing for, Feng Cheng. Under the illumination of the wall's light, Su Yeye beheld Feng Cheng's current state, his hands and feet securely bound to a stone pillar, his body pierced by numerous fine iron spikes, resembling a puppet cruelly nailed to the wall. His mangled flesh bore no intact piece, and his exposed torso, akin to sashimi, had been sliced into pieces by sharp instruments. The entire cell resembled a slaughterhouse, saturated with fresh and congealed crimson blood. Remarkably, despite having been transformed into a figure drenched in blood, Feng Cheng remained alive, merely plunged into unconsciousness. She could sense the faint sound of his breathing, a testament to the efficacy of the high-grade healing potions that Su Qingqing had previously mentioned. Her gaze wandered around the cell until it settled on a cardboard box in the corner, and she nodded in understanding. "We shall handle this. You have my deepest gratitude," Su Qingqing said to Bai Xiaoyi, extending her hand to gently stroke her head. Bai Xiaoyi offered no resistance, yet her attention remained fixated on Su Xiaokai. "It is only appropriate to employ the most merciless methods against wrongdoers. Such is the path to their repentance for the sins they have committed," Bai Xiaoyi remarked, a flicker of darkness glimmering in her eyes. Su Qingqing, producing a key from an unknown source, unlocked the cell where Fang Cheng lay and then gestured for Su Yiye to enter. At that moment, Bai Xiaoyi also approached Su Xiaokai, inviting her. "Xiaokai, let us go and play." Su Yiye had been standing protectively in front of Su Xiaokai, shielding her from the gruesome scene, and was contemplating whether to allow Su Xiaokai to join. Now, however, the decision was simplified. "Xiaokai, why not play with Xiaoyi for a while?" Su Yiye suggested. She could clearly see that Bai Xiaoyi had no intention of concealing her motives. Her eyes were filled solely with the image of Su Xiaokai. She would never harm Su Xiaokai, and thus Su Yiye felt reassured about her companion's safety. After all, it is only the Yandra who would resort to violence against their beloved. Moreover, the onset of any Yandra's affliction is invariably preceded by certain triggers. By the way, the term beloved here is merely metaphorical. Su Xiaoshell appeared somewhat reluctant, yet she was acutely aware of Su Yiye and Su Qingqing's intentions, and she truly felt it inappropriate to accompany them. Furthermore, being scrutinized by Bai Xiaoyi's eager gaze made her somewhat bashful. Thus, in the end, Su Xiaoshell decided to follow Bai Xiaoyi. As she observed the two walking side by side into the room at the corridor's end, Su Yiye finally redirected her gaze back to the cage before her. Eagerly, she entered alongside Su Qingqing. Fang Cheng remained in a state of unconsciousness, unperturbed by the entrance of the two individuals into the cell. On her way there, Su Yiye had envisioned countless methods of tormenting him. Yet upon witnessing him in the flesh, all those thoughts dissipated one by one. It was not out of sympathy. She could never feel compassion for her foe. It was simply, she felt weary. For so long, hatred had propelled her forward, driving her to grow stronger. Yet now, as her enemy lay on the brink of death before her, she found herself engulfed in confusion. No matter how much she tormented him, a deceased person would never return. Furthermore, what lay ahead after killing Fang Cheng? With her objective vanished, she found herself devoid of a reason to strive for strength. Suddenly, Su Yiye slapped herself, leaving Su Qingqing beside her utterly bewildered. "At this juncture, what foolishness are you uttering, Su Yiye?" she murmured softly to herself, surrounded by so many waiting for her. Why was Su Yiye lost in confusion? Su Xiaoka, Su Qingqing, and even the mysterious mother, as well as Yilanlin, who awaited her return to feast in Zhongqing. Even if it were not for them, solely for Su Xiaoka, she must continue onward, striving to grow stronger. From this moment forth, she would live for Su Xiaoka and herself. Su Yiye murmured, casting a glance towards Fang Cheng. "End your life using the very methods by which you ended theirs." Suddenly, Su Qingqing produced a bucket filled with water and splashed it onto Fang Cheng's face. He was jolted awake, his eyes flying open. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain coursing through him, he could not help but scream in agony. His eyes were filled with profound fear and despair. As he wailed, his peripheral vision caught sight of two figures standing in the cell. Upon realizing they were not the despairing white specter he dreaded, a look of joy spread across Fang Cheng's face, momentarily causing him to forget his cries as he urgently pleaded for their assistance. "Please, save me. That person is a devil, a demon from hell." His words faltered abruptly, as if caught in his throat, rendering him voiceless. His eyes widened, gradually losing focus. He recognized the silver-haired girl in the black robe before him, and even Su Qingqing beside her. It was she who had cunningly lured him here, the one who had willingly broken her own limbs to offer to the white-clad demon. Devil! Devil! Why are there two demons? Ah, this must be hell. A hell teeming with demons. I do not wish to die. Who can come to my rescue? Chapter 70. Fang Cheng, Death. Fang Cheng's voice reverberated throughout the dungeon, with Su Yiye even able to hear the echoes resounding in her ears. The man cried out with a heart-wrenching desperation, continuing until his vocal cords were raw, and he could no longer produce sound. Only then did he cease his lamentations. Su Yiye and Su Qingqing remained silent, quietly observing him, and when he finally fell silent, Su Yiye mockingly smiled at him. "Once again, we meet. I did not expect you to still recognize me, Fang Cheng." The last time she encountered him, he appeared utterly dejected, resembling someone who had lost their sanity, evoking no desire for violence within her. Now, witnessing Fang Cheng in such a pitiful state, akin to a drowned rat, Su Ye involuntarily applauded by Xiaoyi. She was aware that such torment could plunge a person into depression, yet this was the first instance she had seen someone emerge from it. Should there come a day when things grew unbearable in the Bazaar district, Su Ye strongly suggested that Bai Xiaoyi might consider a career as a psychologist, though she wondered if such a profession existed in Zhongqing. In that moment, Fang Cheng's eyes were bloodshot and bulging, and with his already blurred features covered in blood and flesh, he now resembled the very devil he spoke of. Why? You have already killed me once. Is that not enough? Why must you go to such lengths before you are satisfied? Fang Cheng's voice was nearly a whisper, and heaven knows how long it had been since he last quenched his thirst. Suddenly, Su Ye laughed, genuinely amused. Once? Is once truly sufficient? When you took the lives of those individuals before, did you not feel that it was enough? As Su Ye spoke, her voice grew increasingly somber. When you killed Ji Huaibei and Ji Zinan, how could you not have felt that it was sufficient? You could have merely taken the provisions. Yet why did you feel compelled to extinguish their lives as well? Huh? I ask you, speak to me. Su Ye's emotions had begun to ignite. She stepped forward and seized Fang Cheng by the neck, forcefully pinning him against the wall. She was acutely aware of Ji Huaibei's character. Upon witnessing the inhuman abilities exhibited by Fang Cheng, he would not merely refrain from acting against him. For the safety of his sister, he would have willingly surrendered all resources. Su Ye speculated that Ji Huaibei may have even proposed handing over all supplies in exchange for their lives. Yet the outcome was, before burying the two, she had confirmed their remains. Ji Huaibei's body was charred by intense heat, his lower half entirely incinerated. Ji Zinan bore numerous wounds, as if she had been engaged in close combat, her back nearly consumed by flames. The injuries on her back indicated two possibilities. Either she had been fleeing or she had shielded others by placing herself in harm's way. The answer was evidently clear. As Fang Cheng was pressed against the wall, he struggled to breathe, his eyes wide with fear as he beheld Su Ye, whose presence was saturated with an aura of terror. He dared not meet her gaze. What Su Ye was unaware of was that he initially intended to depart after gathering the supplies. However, upon inadvertently catching a glimpse of Ji Zinan's visage, an overwhelming desire surged within him, igniting a series of subsequent events. Naturally, he dared not confess this, as it would only lead to his more dismal demise. Fang Cheng knew his fate was sealed, yet he could not simply resign himself to death. He attempted to persuade Su Ye to spare his life. Cough, cough. I possess points. I still have hundreds of thousands in my account. I will give you all of it. Just please spare me. He implored. I have already faced death once, and you have tormented me for so many days. Surely that must suffice for your vengeance. Points? Hundreds of thousands? Su Ye couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. She summoned a black card with her mind and slapped it forcefully against his face. Upon seeing the card, Fang Cheng's heart sank, realizing that he could not buy her off with points. He quickly shifted his approach. I am an A-class prospector under the money tree. If you kill me, the money tree will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. How about this? Let us both take a step back. Spare my life, and I shall serve you as a dog or a slave. I vow never to retaliate against you. Fang Cheng licked his cracked lips, humbly proposing to Su Ye. This was his final gambit. He could sense the fragility of his condition, barely sustained by the healing potions. Within half a day, he would succumb to various physical ailments. He had attempted to bribe the girl in white, yet she seemed deranged, utterly disregarding his pleas. In comparison to the two before him, at least they appeared somewhat normal, capable of coherent conversation. Suddenly, a sharp claw pierced his chest, and blood erupted forth like a fountain. A piercing scream escaped Fang Cheng's lips once more, echoing his agony. Yet, this torment was far from over. Su Ye's claws twisted relentlessly within his flesh, tracing circles akin to a carousel. His cries of anguish persisted, unbroken. Even as his throat grew hoarse, the intense pain compelled him to vocalize his suffering, deliberately avoiding his heart. Su Ye continued until she had hollowed out Fang Cheng's entire chest, finally extracting the dark crimson heart from the vacant cavity. In the interim, Su Qingqing poured several bottles of healing potion into him, preventing his demise. Nevertheless, he remained on the precipice of death, clinging to the last vestiges of life, each moment threatening to plunge him into eternal darkness. The excruciating pain caused him to lose consciousness repeatedly. Yet Su Qingqing was determined not to allow him to succumb so easily. After administering a vial of purple potion, Fong Qing remained conscious, fully aware of his surroundings. At that moment, he tilted his head, staring blankly at the heart that once belonged to him as it was extracted by Su Ye. His mind had become a void, and he felt no pain whatsoever. He understood that his end was imminent. Devil, you are a born devil, he chuckled softly. I shall await you in hell. Cough. I will wait for you endlessly. Su Ye's face bore no expression, her cold pupils reflecting Fong Qing's unperturbed visage. Is that so? Then I shall have to kill you once more. You had better pray for my longevity. With a swift motion, Su Ye crushed the still pulsating heart in her hand, and forthwith, black flames ignited around her. This black flame, the very one you wielded to slay them, shall now be the means of your demise. The obsidian fire engulfed the man entirely, its searing heat incinerating not only his body, but also the iron spikes and the stone pillars behind him. Fong Qing could no longer utter a sound. He could only watch as his life ebbed away, gazing at Su Ye, who calmly regarded him. The world around him fell silent, and his vision grew increasingly blurred. Faintly, he discerned the movement of Su Ye's lips, and through their shape, he recognized her words, "See you in hell." Fong Qing died without ever closing his eyes, the profound dread and despair entrenched within his gaze consumed entirely by the flames. Chapter 71. The Prologue of Ji Huaibei. I am Ji Huaibei, the eldest son of the Ji family and its sole heir. My father, a shareholder in the company, possesses a demeanor that is somewhat stern, yet he has always treated me with kindness, often taking time to engage in outings with me. The substantial pocket money I receive weekly, amounting to thousands, is transferred to me by him. However, as I am still in elementary school, I find myself at a loss for how to utilize such an abundance of funds. Consequently, I often find myself in a state of distress. My mother serves as a bank manager, and in contrast to my father's busy schedule, she has considerably more time to spend with me. Each day, upon returning home from school, I am greeted by the sumptuous dinner she has prepared. She has a penchant for fashion, often indulging in an array of bags and clothing. Perhaps due to my own preference for simplicity, I find it somewhat amusing that she insists on purchasing numerous new outfits for me, despite my habitual choice of a plain white shirt. While I am not particularly fond of these flamboyant garments, I remain grateful, for I understand that her actions are a manifestation of her love for me. I had once envisioned life continuing in this harmonious manner, with my parents' affection enveloping me as we led fulfilling yet seemingly monotonous days. However, everything changed one fateful day when I returned home to find a bewildered little girl standing in front of the sofa. In that moment, my otherwise dull existence was quietly infused with a splash of color. My mother informed me that the girl's name was Ji Zinan, and that she was an adopted child who would henceforth live with us as my sister. Ji Huaibei, then in the 6th grade, regarded this development with disdain. At that age, he was marked by youthful arrogance, and he held no affection for this unexpected stranger who threatened to divide his parents' love. He merely introduced himself, and thereafter, their interactions ceased. Throughout this transition, my parents never disclosed the circumstances surrounding Ji Zinan's arrival. They only urged me to coexist amicably with her. I nodded in perfunctory agreement, dismissing the situation. Ji Zinan was exceedingly shy, often refraining from engaging in conversation with her family at home. She hardly acknowledged her elder brother, Ji Huaibei, and when confronted by her parents with inquiries, her responses were limited to mere utterances like aha. Eventually, her mother enrolled her in an elite primary school. However, it was not long before Ji Huaibei discovered that she had ceased attending classes. Upon inquiring with their mother, he learned that she had been bullied, which led to her withdrawal from school. Consequently, their mother decided to formally suspend her studies. During this conversation, Ji Huaibei keenly perceived the underlying indifference in his mother's tone, sparking his growing curiosity about his younger sister. It became clear that their parents did not genuinely care for her. The affection they displayed was merely a facade. Yet, what puzzled him was how their frequent admonition to get along with your sister appeared to stem from sincerity. Perhaps they never anticipated that their first-year middle school son would possess such keen observational skills. His initial attempt to connect with Ji Zinan occurred after their mother took the family for a portrait. Gazing at the photograph featuring only the three of them, Ji Huaibei couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Perhaps motivated by a tinge of guilt or a desire to infuse some vibrancy into his monotonous existence, he endeavored to strike up a conversation with Ji Zinan. However, the initial attempts were far from fruitful. Her shyness bordered on fearfulness. When Ji Huaibei greeted her, she recoiled in terror, hastily retreating to her room. Although the initial circumstances were less than favorable, Ji Huaibei would never concede defeat. His character dictated that once he committed to something, he would see it through to the end. In the days that followed, through his relentless efforts, Ji Zinan grew less fearful of him, and they were able to engage in basic communication. Unbeknownst to him, the expression that typically adorned his face, one of indifference regardless of the situation, had unconsciously softened with the emergence of numerous smiles. Nonetheless, Ji Zinan still refrained from addressing him as brother, opting instead for the more distant you. Ji Huaibei had presumed their relationship would remain stagnant at this stage for quite some time before achieving any significant breakthrough. However, one day in the third year of middle school, an unexpected event transpired. He inadvertently stumbled upon Ji Zinan shedding her skin. The sight of the brown scale strewn across the floor left him utterly stunned. His sister, Ji Zinan, was not human. He remained uncertain about her true nature. But in that instant, the lingering doubts that had plagued him were finally dispelled. He understood now why his parents had suddenly brought home a stranger, a girl they evidently disliked, treating her as an outsider while insisting he cultivate a good rapport with her. So that was it. He finally comprehended. In the room, Ji Zinan crouched on the floor, her head cradled in her arms, weeping uncontrollably, nearly on the brink of despair, repeatedly urging him to leave. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. "Are you all right?" The broken sobs of Ji Zinan halted abruptly, and in that moment, the myriad of tangled, oppressive emotions that had engulfed her vanished. Those four simple words ignited a flicker of hope in her cold, solitary world. She lifted her head to gaze at the youthful Ji Huaibei, who had approached her unannounced, extending his hand towards her. "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Why not? After all, I am but a monster," murmured Ji Zinan. "Why would I fear you? In my childhood, I even fantasized about being a creature of the night, destined to vanquish Ultraman." Ji Huaibei chuckled, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. "Moreover, you are my beloved sister, Ji Zinan. How could I possibly be afraid of you? In fact, having such an adorable monster as my sister brings me immense joy." With a smile illuminating his face, Ji Huaibei met Ji Zinan's gaze, revealing no trace of deceit. Indeed, if someone could weave lies with such tender eyes, she would willingly be deceived. Ji Zinan let out a few more sobs, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She extended her hand, adorned with brown scales, hesitating midair, just as uncertainty enveloped her. Ji Huaibei grasped her hand firmly, lifting her from the ground. Perhaps due to her prolonged crouch, her legs felt weak, and as she stood, she swayed precariously, on the verge of falling. Fearful, Ji Zinan shut her eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain, yet instead, she felt a gentle warmth enveloping her. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Ji Huaibei, who held her in his embrace, his face radiant with joy. "Brother," she whispered softly, looking at him. His smile widened as he tenderly wiped away the remnants of tears from her cheeks. "Regardless of whether you are human or not, all that matters to me is that you are my sister, Ji Zinan. That is enough." The youth whispered promises into her ear, assuring her, "I will certainly protect you, for it is the duty of a brother." Chapter 72. Watermelon in the disheveled confines of a prison cell. Su Qingqing and Su Yeye stood side by side. Su Qingqing turned slightly, her gaze resting on the serene face of Su Yeye. "What are your plans now?" she inquired. Su Yeye leaned forward slightly, her hands intertwined upon her shoulders, gently rubbing them. "Who knows? It's been so long that I can hardly be bothered to think about it. At present, all I desire is to return home, indulge in a warm cup of milk, and seek out Yilanlan, who has promised me a sumptuous feast." Her tone was nonchalant, imbued with a sense of ease. Su Qingqing nodded, her eyes drifting toward the cell's exterior. "Is that so? Quite well, pursue whatever you wish, for I shall always stand behind you in unwavering support." Su Yeye regarded her with a hint of confusion, sensing an oddity in her manner of speaking. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the cell. "Mother, Auntie, come quickly, it's time to eat watermelon." Turning her gaze, they beheld Bai Xiaoyi and Su Shaokai walking side by side, each cradling a large, vibrant green watermelon in their arms. It appeared they had reconciled. As Su Yeye approached, she found herself pondering the surprising presence of watermelon in this place. She noticed the remnants of red watermelon juice at the corner of Su Shaokai's mouth, indicating he had already devoured one. "This watermelon is incredibly sweet. Mother, you must try some," exclaimed Su Shaokai, his eyes sparkling with delight, clearly demonstrating the sweetness of the fruit. However, gazing at the round, plump watermelon in the hands of the two individuals, Su Ye found herself momentarily perplexed. Did they expect her to cut it open herself? Bai Xiaoyi, noticing Su Ye's confusion, gently patted Su Xiaokai's shoulder and offered a reminder. Xiaokai, the watermelon is yet to be sliced. It then dawned on Su Xiaokai that the watermelon indeed remained uncut, prompting her to hurriedly place the watermelon on the ground and turn to Bai Xiaoyi, urging, Xiao Bai, quickly, slice it. Bai Xiaoyi nodded in acknowledgement, likewise setting her watermelon down before swiftly darting back into the room behind her. Before long, she re-emerged, brandishing a blood-red sickle. Su Ye tilted her head in curiosity. Could it be that they intended to use this sickle for cutting? In the next moment, she witnessed Bai Xiaoyi wielding the sickle, effortlessly cleaving the watermelon into two halves. Su Ye was momentarily speechless. It was indeed true. Su Xiaokai picked up one half of the watermelon and handed it to Su Ye. Bai Xiaoyi had utilized the back of the sickle to strike the watermelon apart, ensuring that no blood had touched the fruit's surface. Yet, staring at the substantial half-watermelon, Su Ye found herself at a loss as to how to begin. Raising her gaze to meet the eager eyes of Su Xiaokai, she found herself unable to voice any refusal. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ye summoned her strength and tore the half-watermelon into two quarters. She offered one half to the waiting Su Qingqing behind her, while she herself took the remaining quarter and began to nibble at it delicately. As the crimson flesh entered her mouth, the succulent juice burst forth, causing her tongue to involuntarily curl in delight. Su Ye nodded in affirmation. This watermelon was indeed the sweetest she had ever tasted, proving that Su Xiaokai had not exaggerated in the slightest. She was not stingy with her compliments, giving a thumbs up to the two. Indeed, it was delicious. However, Su Ye was curious about the origin of this watermelon. It couldn't possibly have grown in the dungeon, could it? It was given to me by Sister Qingqing. Bai Xiaoyi split another watermelon on the ground, but she did not eat it. Instead, she held it, seemingly saving it for Su Xiaokai. At that moment, Su Xiaokai was devouring the remaining half of the watermelon that had been shared with Su Ye, carelessly splattering watermelon juice across her face. Before long, she finished the watermelon in her hands, and then immediately took the half offered by Bai Xiaoyi, continuing to eat without pause. Given by Su Qingqing, Su Ye turned to see Su Qingqing, who was beaming with joy while holding the watermelon rind. As their eyes met, Su Qingqing suddenly stepped forward, her gaze lingering on Su Ye's face for a moment. Su Ye was unsure of her intentions and glanced down at the watermelon rind in her hands, thinking she simply wanted to dispose of it together. Standing still, Su Ye watched as Su Qingqing reached out, her fingertips gently brushing the corner of Su Ye's mouth, feeling a flush spread across her face. Su Ye quickly took 2 steps back, staring at her in bewilderment. What are you doing, sister? I'm your sister. This is inappropriate. Realizing Su Ye had misunderstood, Su Qingqing shot her an exasperated glance and replied with disdain, where did your thoughts wander off to? I merely wanted to wipe the juice from your mouth. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Ahem. Su Ye quickly cleared her throat twice to mask her embarrassment. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoyi, who had inadvertently witnessed the scene, nodded thoughtfully before turning her attention to Su Xiaokai, who was blissfully indulging in her third slice of watermelon. Bai Xiaoyi extended her hand, mimicking Su Qingqing's earlier gesture, gently brushing the watermelon juice from Su Xiaokai's face. The cool sensation prompted Su Xiaokai to look up, her expression one of mild confusion as she met Bai Xiaoyi's gaze, yet she did not resist. I'm just wiping the watermelon juice off your face, Bai Xiaoyi said, her demeanor calm and unflustered. Indeed, her cheeks showed no sign of flushing, nor did her heart race. Oh, Su Xiaokai nodded, returning to her feast, her adorable demeanor reminiscent of a little hamster hoarding food. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but gaze at her for quite some time. Once Su Xiaokai had finished all the watermelon, Su Ye finally spoke up. It's time for us to go, Xiaokai. At this, Su Xiaokai instinctively shook her head, her gaze drifting towards Bai Xiaoyi, their eyes locking. But, all right. Su Xiaokai felt a twinge of reluctance, yet she ultimately complied with Su Ye's wishes. Bai Xiaoyi also displayed a look of wistfulness, grasping Su Xiaokai's arm as if to either hold her back or bid her farewell. Observing the seemingly poignant farewell between the two, Su Ye couldn't help but chuckle softly. It's not as if we're never coming back. We just need to take care of something, and then we can return. She had harbored a thought in her heart for quite some time, yet had refrained from pursuing it while Feng Cheng was still alive. Now that he was gone, she felt liberated to finally act on her long-held desire. She could not possibly leave Su Xiaokai here alone, She could only wait until everything was settled before taking her back to find Bai Xiaoyi. Perhaps Bai Xiaoyi could go to Zhangqing to play with Xiaoka. Suddenly, Su Qingqing spoke up, her words leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. Su Yeye patted her own head, realizing how she had overlooked such a solution. Just as she had been brought into Zhongqing by Lin Tao, there was no reason Bai Xiaoyi could not go there as well. Chapter 73, The Lady's Amnesia. Xiaoyi, would you be willing to go to Zhongqing? Su Yeye inquired of Bai Xiaoyi. After posing the question, she remembered that she had not yet explained the situation regarding Zhongqing, and thus Bai Xiaoyi might not comprehend. Just as she was about to elaborate, she heard Bai Xiaoyi nodding in agreement. Of course, but I still need to keep an eye on this group of offenders. So I can only visit Xiaoka during my free time, she replied, a hint of melancholy in her tone. Su Yeye felt perplexed. How did she know about Zhongqing? Yet, considering her friendship with Su Qingqing, it was not entirely surprising. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoyi's demeanor, Su Xiaoka hurriedly moved closer to her, softly offering comfort. It's all right, Xiaobai. Just come find me when you have time, and we can have fun together. Observing the two girls huddled together, Su Yeye was touched by their bond. Yet a faint sadness crept in. Her daughter had grown up and made her own friends. Nevertheless, this was quite all right. While Su Yeye was lost in her thoughts, Su Qingqing suddenly poked her in the abdomen, nearly making her jump. She quickly turned around and glared at her fiercely. Sister, what are you doing? She asked somewhat indignantly. Su Qingqing shrugged her shoulders, feigning innocence. It's nothing, just a reminder for you to leave early. At this hour, you'll catch dinner perfectly. Su Yeye glanced at her, sensing that her haste was not merely to make it to mealtime, but rather for some other pressing matter. She chose not to elaborate, merely nodding gently. Then let us depart. Observing that Bai Xiaoyi and Su Xiaokai had finished their conversation, she spoke up. The two showed no dissent. And the quartet, 3 dragons and a ghost, descended the dark staircase, returning to the cozy pink room. Is this your instance? Can you truly leave at will? Su Yeye inquired with a hint of concern. As soon as they exited the dungeon, she noticed that Bai Xiaoyi's aura had visibly diminished. Once overpowering to her, now comparable to her own strength. Fear not. The power of a secondary king level among you equates to that of an ordinary S-class. Moreover, even if I were outmatched, I could still flee. The number of anomalies capable of slaying me within this special district is exceedingly few. Despite her reassurances, Su Yeye remained apprehensive. She dreaded the thought of Bai Xiaoyi encountering unforeseen peril on her way to Zhongqing, and the implications it would have for Su Xiaokai. However, Bai Xiaoyi could not remain in Zhongqing. She had stated that she must return daily to manage those restless anomalies. When she inquired why they did not simply eliminate these offenders, the answer was that allowing these sinners to escape so easily would render the suffering of those affected meaningless. Their transgressions must be atoned for over a lifetime. Bai Xiaoyi's eyes glistened with emotion, her tone imbued with solemnity. The unwavering resolve in her voice was palpable to all present. Su Yeye relinquished her thoughts of persuading her to stay in Zhongqing for a few days. Yet the idea of leaving her alone filled her with unease. While she contemplated other alternatives, Su Qingqing suddenly approached, speaking up. Yeye, give her that talisman. Su Yeye paused momentarily, then recalled the talisman she had stored within the dark power ring. With a flick of her thought, the talisman, black in appearance with a deep red sigil at its core, materialized in her hand. This was a reward she had received during the Phantom Ghost dungeon, and to this day, she remained unaware of its purpose. However, upon hearing Su Qingqing's suggestion, she did not hesitate to pass the talisman to Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi hesitated for a brief moment, but upon meeting the earnest gaze of Su Xiaokai, the words of refusal caught in her throat, and she reached out to accept the talisman. Thank you. The instant she grasped the talisman, she felt a surge of enhancement coursing through her, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Su Yeye. Su Yeye waved her hand dismissively, acknowledging that her relationship with Bai Xiaoyi was not particularly close. Yet for the sake of Su Xiaokai's happiness, she would not dwell on such trifles. Still, curiosity gnawed at her regarding the talisman's purpose, prompting her to wonder why Su Qingqing had urged her to give it to Bai Xiaoyi. Noticing Su Yeye's inquisitive gaze, Su Qingqing understood her silent question and explained. This is called a Li Gu talisman. It is designed to absorb ghostly energy. Absorb ghostly energy? Su Yeye was left perplexed. It is the eerie energy that absorbs the air around and emanates from the slain beings. Originally, this substance was intended for crafting tools and weapons designed to slay spirits. However, when utilized by these peculiar entities, it paradoxically enhances their own power. Su Yeye nodded in understanding. her lingering reluctance dissipating entirely. This substance held no value for her. Any weapon meant for slaying spirits pales in comparison to her holy light technique. With this realization, she felt reassured to depart. Yet the exit Suye left her thought unfinished, but her intent was clear. She had initially believed that leaving the dungeon required the defeat of the entities within, yet from Bai Xiaoyi and Su Qingqing's demeanor, it was evident that this was not the case. Upon hearing her musings, Bai Xiaoyi offered no further explanation, instead striding directly to the door of the room. With a swift gesture, the wooden door transformed instantaneously into a black iron gate, which she then opened, revealing a pitch-black void beyond. Led by Bai Xiaoyi, the group ventured into the dark space. In a moment of bewilderment, they found themselves in the residential complex. Taking a deep breath, Suye felt as though she would have been better off not breathing at all. The damp, stifling air of the dungeon had already been unbearable, and now, the foul and oppressive atmosphere outside was scarcely an improvement. This was also the reason Suye wished to leave. The vast complex was devoid of any living souls, lacking food and water, and even the air was abysmal. Instinctively, she felt compelled to move forward, only to be suddenly halted by Su Qingqing tugging on her from behind. Suye looked on in confusion, only to see Su Qingqing shake her head, gesturing towards the path ahead, and then to the edge near the residential buildings. After calculating the time, she realized it was nearly 40 minutes. That fellow would be arriving soon. Let us take the side path, she suggested. Suye paused for a moment, quickly grasping her meaning. Perhaps the air here had clouded her thoughts, for she had nearly forgotten about that troublesome ghost horse. Curse that spectral steed, I shall obliterate you one day, she declared, clenching her fist in indignation. Chapter 74. The Ghost King, with Su Qingqing leading the way. Suye followed closely behind, acting as a bodyguard alongside Su Xiaokai and Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi had already donned her protective talisman around her neck and was engaged in cheerful banter with Su Xiaokai. However, her laughter was devoid of expression, for Bai Xiaoyi possessed a somewhat emotionless demeanor. Suye speculated that she might be lacking in emotional depth, though it seemed inconsequential as long as Su Xiaokai was content. One was timid yet lively in the company of friends, while the other was powerful, aloof, and emotionally detached, a rather intriguing pairing. As they continued along the edge of the path, they unexpectedly encountered the ghost horse once more. Suye waved her fist at the spectral creature that passed by, filled with dissatisfaction. You wretched being, once I grow stronger, I shall return to teach you a lesson. At that moment, she noticed something amiss with Bai Xiaoyi, who was staring blankly at the ghost horse, her gaze unwavering until its figure vanished from sight. Xiaoyi, do you know him? Suye inquired, a hint of unease creeping into her voice as she realized she had not been particularly discreet in her previous remarks. If he turned out to be someone familiar to the other party, she would find herself in an awkward predicament. Bai Xiaoyi remained silent, lost in thought as she gazed into the distance. It was only when Su Xiaoka called her name that she finally snapped back to reality, retracting her gaze. Bai Xiaoyi met the concerned eyes of Su Xiaoka and offered a reassuring look, signaling that she was fine before turning to Suye. I apologize, Sister Su, but I did not quite catch what you said earlier. Noticing that Bai Xiaoyi had not cast a glance in her direction, completely absorbed in Su Xiaoka, Suye felt an impulsive urge to lightly tap her on the head. After all, it would grow back if she did, so why not? However, she maintained her composure and patiently reiterated her previous question. I was asking, Xiaoyi, do you know that spectral horse? His name is the Watcher. Suddenly, Su Qingqing interjected with a playful tone. I prefer to call him that. Suye shot her an annoyed glance. Bai Xiaoyi paid little heed to their banter, her gaze drifting far away as if lost in reminiscence, her eyes betraying an unmistakable sorrow. He is my uncle, once a renowned ghost general. That horse is called Qilong, his loyal steed. With a sigh, she fell silent, the weight of her memories pressing heavily upon her. Were it not for Su Xiaoka's presence, she might have succumbed to despair once more. Observing her friend's distress, Su Xiaoka felt a surge of panic, uncertain of how to provide comfort in such a moment. At that moment, she was suddenly reminded of the times when Su Ye would comfort her. Instinctively, she imitated the scene from her memory, gently reaching out to stroke Bai Xiaoyi's head. Due to her unrefined technique, Bai Xiaoyi's dark locks became somewhat tousled, resembling a bird's nest. However, rather than feeling anger, Bai Xiaoyi appeared considerably happier. Although her expression remained the same, a hint of a smile was evident. Thank you, Xiaoka. I really like it. Well, if it makes you happy, I shall continue for a while longer. Every time my mother does this to me, it fills me with joy. Observing the two becoming affectionate once more, Su Qingqing understood that Bai Shaoi had no intention of further explanations. She began to elucidate the nameless ghost general and his steed. The Qi Long were once well-known figures, renowned for their declaration, "Only slay evil spirits, ensuring righteous endings." Su Qingqing spoke with fervor, and even as Su Yeye listened, she could vividly envision the formidable presence of the ghost general in her mind. Yet, after the arrival of that ghost, the entire world was thrown into chaos. And the ghost general along with his steed became puppets overnight, now recognized as the watcher you see before you. A note of regret tinged Su Qingqing's voice as she unconsciously sighed. It is essential to note that what was once regarded as strange was merely referred to as a ghost. Su Yeye remained silent, absorbing the information in her mind. Su Qingqing had divulged a plethora of intelligence. Through the connections among these revelations, many things began to crystallize in understanding. However, the identity of that ghost remains a point of confusion for Su Yeye. Thus, she promptly inquired, "Who is that ghost?" Su Qingqing shrugged her shoulders, feigning a look of terror. "It is the Ghost King, the ruler of the entire Yiri district. No one knows whence it came. They only know it has slain the leaders of various regions and unified them into what is now the Yiri district." Suddenly, Su Qingqing leaned closer to Su Yeye, whispering conspiratorially, "It is omnipresent. Perhaps it is watching us even now." Su Yeye shot her a bemused glance, believing the earlier statements. But the idea of omnipresence struck her as ludicrous. If that were the case, wouldn't he even using the restroom be an act of surveillance? Just the thought of it made Su Yeye shiver involuntarily. Su Qingqing returned to her usual demeanor, hands tucked into her coat pockets, and chuckled, "I am not deceiving you. The Ghost King can appear anywhere within the Yiri district at will." Su Yeye fell silent, vowing never to engage in activities such as using the restroom or bathing in the Yiri district for the rest of her life. And of course, there was also Su Shaokai. "If we discuss it like this, won't it get angry and come to kill us?" Su Yeye expressed her concern. Yet, Su Qingqing appeared unperturbed, gazing ahead at the road with a carefree demeanor. In its eyes, we are akin to mere ants, easily extinguished. So rest assured, it would not even notice such a frail existence as ours. Observing Su Qingqing's indifferent demeanor, Su Ye's heart was weighed down by an overwhelming gravity. Did she truly perceive herself as an insignificant ant? She had once believed that her current strength was sufficient to dominate her surroundings. Yet it now appeared that such power was woefully inadequate. In this moment, her resolve to grow stronger solidified profoundly. She sought to enhance her abilities not only for Su Shaokai and those she wished to protect, but also for herself. "Rest assured, I shall personally eliminate him." Bai Shaoi interjected suddenly, her tone imbued with unwavering determination. "Are you serious?" Su Yeye's concern stemmed from the fear that such words might reach the ears of the Ghost King. According to Su Qingqing, their current collective strength was insufficient to command any respect from others. "Shaoi, it's best to keep such thoughts to yourself. Voicing them aloud is inadvisable," Su Yeye murmured, wiping away the non-existent sweat from her brow. While she could empathize with Bai Shaoi's desire for vengeance, openly discussing such matters, especially in the presence of a potential listener like the Ghost King, was undeniably unsettling. Ignoring her words, Bai Shaoi continued resolutely, "He destroyed my homeland, caused the death of my family, and also took the life of Xiao Nanan." She lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with a fierce darkness, an inexhaustible hatred radiating outward, chilling the air around them by several degrees. Her words were deliberate, her conviction resolute. "I am determined to take his life, to personally eliminate that sinner. He shall pay for the heinous crimes he has committed." Su Shaoka seems to have been influenced by her fervor, raising her hands and gently swaying them. Su Yeye inquired, "I harbor no grievances against you. Why do you wish to harm me?" Stealthily, Su Yeye pulled Su Shaoka back, prompting a look of confusion from the latter. Did mother feel discontent seeing her affectionately caressing Bai Shaoi's head, akin to the feeling of jealousy when she noticed her mother engrossed in play with others, momentarily forgetting her? Reflecting on this, Su Shaoka tugged at Su Yeye's clothing and spoke, "Mother, could you lower yourself a bit?" Su Yeye glanced down at her, somewhat perplexed, yet obediently inclined her head, curious about Su Shaoka's intentions. In the next moment, she found herself stunned. Su Shaoka extended her delicate, fair hand to gently caress Su Yeye's head. "Mother, do not be sad. Shaoka loves you the most, more than anything, so please do not grieve." Su Yeye felt tears of emotion welling up. Unsure of why Su Shaoka suddenly expressed such sentiments, yet who could possibly refuse the heartfelt confession of their adorable daughter? After a considerable time, Su Shaoka finally withdrew her hand, reassured to see her mother adorned with a radiant smile. With that, she returned to Bai Xiaoyi's side, who had been observing all along. Having long since emerged from her semi-darkened state, her heart remained as calm as still water, and she even found the scene somewhat touching. Having no sense of loss over a friend being taken away. After all, Su Yeye was Su Xiaoka's mother, devoid of any competitive edge. Indeed, she was a good person. The two of them reunited, while on the other side, Su Yeye had long forgotten about the Ghost King. At this moment, she wore a blissful smile. Oblivious to her messy hair, eager to find someone to share her jubilant feelings. Scanning her surroundings, her gaze settled on Su Qingqing. Sister. Look how well-behaved and adorable my little shell is, so understanding too. Sister, why don't you consider having one as well? The feeling of having a daughter is simply wonderful, ha 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 ha. Su Qingqing replied. Thank you, but I haven't provoked anyone, all right? Without further words, Su Qingqing merely led the way. Here we are, she announced, stopping before an iron gate. She hadn't forgotten the earlier incident and stealthily tugged at Su Yeye's two upright strands of hair while she was distracted. Su Yeye yelped in pain, but her attention was fixed on the residential building before them, recalling that it seemed to be the location they had arrived at when they first came to the special zone. Look, that building is the replica of the Phantom Ghost. Su Yeye glanced at the adjacent structure. So the teleportation point is at the starting location? She murmured softly, fixing her hair. Let us go, Su Qingqing said. Swiping her card to unlock the iron gate, Su Yeye promptly transferred 100,000 points into Su Xiaoka's account, ensuring all was well before preparing to step through the door. As she took her first step, she suddenly recalled that Bai Xiaoyi did not seem to possess a card. She hurriedly called out to Su Qingqing, who was about to enter the door. Sister, what about Xiaoyi? She doesn't have a blue card, does she? Oh, Xiaoyi is peculiar. The open door allows free passage, so it doesn't matter, Su Qingqing explained before swiftly stepping through the door. Observing this, Su Yeye ceased her hesitation, grasped Su Xiaokai's hand, who in turn held Bai Xiaoyi's, and together they ventured into the doorway. It is worth mentioning that Bai Xiaoyi always carried her bloodstained scythe. Even with one hand clasped by Su Xiaokai, she effortlessly dragged the scythe along with her other hand. Upon entering the door, they found themselves in a cramped space that resembled more of a shipping container than a room. Inside, there was nothing but a solitary blue door standing silently. Let us go. Without waiting for a response, Su Qingqing stepped directly into the blue door. With a sigh, Su Yeye followed suit. Before them appeared a scene that was both familiar and foreign, yet still filled Su Yeye with a sense of wonder. Beneath their feet was an indistinguishable starry expanse, and above them, a deep blue ocean stretched out. Although this was not her first encounter with such a sight, Su Yeye couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. Furthermore, for Bai Xiaoyi, who typically possessed a nonchalant demeanor, even she found her mouth slightly agape at the enchanting spectacle before her. Meanwhile, Su Xiaokai, attempting to step on the stars scattered across the ground, turned to Bai Xiaoyi and remarked, Isn't it beautiful? Let me tell you, Xiao Bai. There are so many delicious treats in the city. Oh, I almost forgot that you no longer need to eat. Let us indulge in some amusement, for there are countless delightful activities within. Her tone brimmed with pride. One might think that Zhongxing was her residence. Su Qingqing had already approached the dark door to assist Bai Xiaoyi in obtaining a card. Su Yeye observed as she tossed the blue card inside, mirroring Lin Tao's previous actions. In no time, a brand new blue card appeared in her hand. She handed the blue card to Bai Xiaoyi, who first expressed her gratitude before meticulously examining it. Soon, Su Yeye noticed her lost in thought, likely contemplating her personal panel. This clever young girl had figured out the usage of the blue card without their guidance. Su Yeye, curious about what her panel entailed, inquired, Xiaoyi, may I take a look at your panel? Upon hearing the question, Bai Xiaoyi returned to reality, glanced at Su Yeye, and did not refuse. Immediately, her panel materialized before Su Yeye's eyes. Race, Eerie, Domain Ghost, Combat Power Rating, S Special Ability, none points. 0 Little Shell, I wish to see your panel. Very well, then you shall show me yours as well. All right. For the addition to Pink Snow Clear Bell. Gratitude to the esteemed author. Chapter 76. The title Lady is my wife. Let us return to the hotel. I wish to take a bath. Su Yeye lifted her gaze to the now twilight sky and spoke, grasping the two little ones, who were brimming with impatience. Su Yeye prepared to head back to the hotel. She glanced at Su Qingqing beside her and inquired, Sister, are you returning with us or? I happen to need to go back to fetch something. See you in a bit. Su Qingqing replied with a smile, exchanging farewells before. Su Yeye observed Su Qingqing, who followed them back to the hotel. Sister, weren't you supposed to go back for something? You really didn't need to go through the trouble of escorting us. I can protect them just fine on my own. Before Su Yeye could finish her statement, she was interrupted by a playful Su Qingqing. Yeye, what are you thinking? I live here. Bye-bye, see you shortly. Watching Su Qingqing wave at them, greet the receptionist, and ascend the stairs, Su Yeye fell into a moment of silence. Is that so? I didn't know that. Handing the room card to Su Xiaokai, she instructed her to take Bai Xiaoyi back to their room and perhaps take a shower as well. Su Yeye chose to remain in the lounge on the first floor. Approaching the front desk, she greeted the receptionist. Xiaoqi, good evening. She felt somewhat awkward addressing her this way, but not knowing how else to refer to her, she decided to mimic Yilanlin's manner of speaking. Surely, she couldn't simply call her the receptionist. Thinking about it, did Yilanlin's hotel have only one front desk attendant? There wasn't even a janitor. In light of this, the receptionist's role seemed quite demanding. Managing the entire hotel while also overseeing its cleanliness was truly commendable. Su Yeye regarded her with newfound respect. Sensing the formality in her tone, the receptionist introduced herself. Miss Su, you may simply call me Anchi. That embarrassing name is merely a whimsical fancy of the young lady. Anchi spoke, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Very well, Miss Anchi. I would like to inquire about the whereabouts of your young lady. Could you assist me in contacting her? Su Yeye promptly altered her form of address. Finding Xiaoqi rather awkward, she chose not to linger on this matter and instead inquired about Yilanlin, having not forgotten their previous agreement. While Anchi busied herself with her phone, she responded to Su Yeye. As for the young lady's whereabouts, I am not privy to that information, but I can certainly help you reach her. Thank you. Su Yeye nodded. She observed as Anchi tapped her phone a few times, and before long, a call was connected. Anchi held the phone to her ear for a brief moment before passing it to Su Yeye. Miss Su, the young lady's call. Su Yeye took the phone and placed it to her ear, the familiar voice resonating within. Hi, is this Su Yeye? I didn't expect you to return so soon. Have you missed me? Cough, cough. Tonight I shall treat you. Let us go out for a grand feast. Don't forget. Oh, all right. Yilanlin hurriedly finished her sentence, hanging up before Su Yeye could respond. From the urgency in her tone, it was evident that she was preoccupied with some pressing matters. Su Yeye hesitated, contemplating whether to return the call. If Yilanlin was indeed busy, it might be more prudent to arrange their meeting for the following day. There was no need to rush, after all. It wasn't as if they would never see each other again. Miss Anchi, could you assist me in preparing 2 cups of hot milk? Nevertheless, she ultimately returned the phone to Anchi and inquired, of course, Miss Su. I shall deliver it to your room shortly. After receiving a reassuring response, Su Yeye expressed her gratitude and promptly ascended the stairs. Since an agreement had been reached, Yilanlin resolved to let her handle her own matters. She needed to return to take a warm shower before heading out later. That evening, in a posh restaurant, Yilanlin, clad in a black uniform and denim shorts, sat at a table, engaging in conversation with a young waitress while perusing the menu. This one, and this one as well. Please serve 3 portions of each. The waitress was taken aback, her mouth agape as she glanced at the other young women present. Then back at the serious-faced Yilanlin, confirming multiple times that she was not jesting. Miss, is it truly just the 4 of you? Are there no additional companions joining? It's not that I underestimate you, but are you certain you can finish all that? Our establishment has a policy of consuming what is ordered, as we refuse to tolerate waste. Yilanlin's displeasure was palpable. Her familiar icy aura unconsciously radiated outward, causing the waitress to tremble slightly. At that moment, an older waitress, sensing the escalating tension, hurried over, pushing the younger waitress behind her and bowing to Yilanlin with an apologetic demeanor. Miss E, I sincerely apologize. We failed to notice your arrival. It is indeed our oversight. In a moment, I shall fetch 2 exquisite bottles of red wine for you. And I kindly ask Missy not to be upset. With that, the waiter forcefully nudged the young attendant beside him and reprimanded, Why are you still standing there? Hurry and present the menu. The young attendant, realizing the social standing of the guests, quickly bowed in apology before hastily departing with the menu. Yilanlin arched an eyebrow, observing the retreating figure of the female attendant, and addressed the waiting server, Do not be too harsh on her. It is my oversight for not clarifying things beforehand. And it is not her fault. Upon receiving a nod in response, Yilanlin waved her hand dismissively, signaling that there were no further matters to address. The senior attendant, acknowledging her gesture, wished the guests an enjoyable meal before taking his leave. Once the outsiders had departed, Yilanlin resumed her private demeanor. The icy aura dissipated, and she reclined against the chair's back, exhaling a sigh that revealed her weariness. Su Yiye, initially feeling somewhat awkward and unsure of how to engage in conversation. After all, she was the one who had requested more dishes, leading to this incident, could no longer contain herself upon witnessing Yi Lanlan's fatigued expression. She poured a cup of tea for her and inquired with genuine concern, "Yi Lanlan, are you all right?" Yi Lanlan accepted the tea and adjusted her posture slightly. "I am fine, merely exhausted from managing family affairs all day. As the only daughter of the family head, I cannot afford to indulge in leisure. I must contribute to the family's endeavors." To be honest, Su Yiye was not particularly adept at offering comfort. However, upon witnessing the current state of Yi Lanlan, she struggled for quite some time before managing to utter a sentence, albeit with a hint of awkwardness in her tone. "Do remember to rest well, do not overexert yourself. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Chapter 77. Parting. Yi Lanlan managed to force a somewhat strained smile, which caused Su Yiye's heart to tighten. "If anything arises, you must come to me. Do you understand? Both sister and I will be there to support you." Su Yiye gazed at her with a serious expression. She was unsure why she felt such concern for Yi Lanlan, considering that she had previously regarded her as merely an acquaintance. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing, who had been munching on peanuts, was suddenly called upon and looked puzzled, pointing to herself. Noticing that both were staring at her, she could only acquiesce with a sigh. Yes, I will listen to Yiye. In light of the sumptuous feast, I shall lend my assistance as well," Su Shaokai chimed in softly. Although Bai Xiaoyi was unfamiliar with Yi Lanlan, she had been seated beside Su Shaokai since entering and had not uttered a word. At Su Yiye's suggestion, she had left her side in the hotel. Not for any particular reason, but simply because it appeared rather intimidating. Without the presence of that terrifying scythe, she now resembled an innocuous, ordinary girl. Hearing Su Shaokai's words, she promptly added, "For the sake of Shaokai, I shall also offer my help." "Haha, you all truly underestimate me," Yi Lanlan remarked, casting a glance over the faces of her companions, her expression mingling a sense of helplessness with mild dissatisfaction. At long last, a genuine smile graced her lips. "Not one of pretense. Little Shell, have you missed your sister during our day apart? And what of this new face? Could she be Su Yiye's second daughter?" Yi Lanlan jested. In the blink of an eye, however, she was taken aback to find the newcomer, a girl clad in white, fixating on her with a hostile glare. Just moments earlier, the girl had appeared as the quintessential neighborhood sister, quietly seated. In an instant, she seemed to have transformed, her countenance now fierce and intimidating, radiating an aura that rivaled her own. Yi Lanlan could not suppress a gulp, swiftly diverting her gaze to Su Yiye in search of an explanation. Yet, Su Yiye seemed oblivious to her presence, perhaps due to instructions from the waiter, as the dishes arrived expeditiously. Unbeknownst to Yi Lanlan, Su Yiye had already grasped her chopsticks and placed a piece of meat into Su Ziyachel's bowl. Su Ziyachel's eyes sparkled at the sight of the meat. And as she reached for her chopsticks, she introduced, "This is Bai Xiaoyi, my dear friend." "Humph, don't even think about making any advances on her." With a glare directed towards Yi Lanlan, she then lowered her head to savor her meal. While eating, she enthusiastically demonstrated the use of chopsticks to Bai Xiaoyi, echoing the instructions Su Yiye had previously imparted. Bai Xiaoyi beamed with joy, despite her inability to partake in food. She relished these moments spent in the company of her cherished friend. Yi Lanlan noted with a hint of dismay that the woman harbored intentions toward her little Shell. She made a mental note to remain vigilant of her in the future. The dishes began to arrive one after another, and it was no surprise that the waitress repeatedly inquired if there were any more guests to come. If she were in her position, witnessing these young ladies, two of whom were mere children, she would find it hard to believe they could finish such an abundant spread that filled the entire table. The group fell silent, focusing on the delectable array before them. Yi Lanlan had initially harbored concerns about whether they could consume all this food, as she was not one to waste. However, since Su Yiye had urged her to order liberally, assuring her that it would not go to waste, she had, albeit with some skepticism, heeded her friend's advice and ordered a plethora of dishes. Now, seeing the feast laid out before her, her worries had dissipated. In fact, she began to fret that they might not have enough. Su Yiye and Su Shaokai devoured everything in sight with the voracity of dragons, leaving many dishes untouched by Yi Lanlan vanishing in an instant. In contrast, Su Qingqing, the older sister, maintained a more refined demeanor. Unbeknownst to Yi Lanlan, Su Yiye had tempered her exuberance due to being in public, as one must always be mindful of their image when dining out. As they continued to eat, conversation flowed naturally. While Ilamon was accustomed to the decorum befitting a young lady, the others were far more relaxed, and she herself enjoyed a certain casualness in private. With no strict expectation of silence during meals, a few individuals were engaged in casual conversation when suddenly, the phone in Yilanlin's pocket rang. The sound of the ringtone immediately captured their attention. Yilanlin glanced at her phone and then stood up. "Apologies, I must take this call," she said, hastily exiting the establishment. After a short while, she returned with a serious expression etched across her face. Upon reaching the table, she signaled to the others, "I apologize, everyone. But there has been an issue in my family, and I must leave immediately." Suyeye set down her chopsticks, concern evident on her face as she inquired, "Do you need any assistance?" Yilanlin, having no time to finish her meal, was already stepping towards the door. Her return was merely to bid farewell. "No. I can manage it," Yilanlin replied with a tone that was both resolute and confident. "Take care," Suyeye said, recognizing the finality in her words. She understood that further discussion would be futile. Yilanlin had always possessed a strong will, which was befitting of her status as the young mistress of her family. "Until we meet again," Yilanlin said as she turned, waving goodbye to her companions. Suyeye reciprocated the gesture. It was no wonder she had chosen to wear such attire. It seemed she was prepared to leave at any moment. As they watched her figure fade away at the entrance, Suyeye's mouth opened slightly, only to close again slowly. At this juncture, it was best to focus on their meal. Just as Suyeye pondered this, Su Qingqing suddenly set down her chopsticks and stood up, drawing the attention of the group. "I, too, must take my leave. It is nearly time." She spoke, then lifted the bowl once more, consuming the last few pieces of meat in one swift motion. Chewing, she mumbled, "Don't worry. Yeah. I'll take care of some matters and return in a few days. And think of Xiaokai and Xiaoi. Don't miss me too much." Suddenly noticing Suyeye's silence as she lowered her head, Su Qingqing swallowed the morsel in her mouth with effort and moved to her side, gently patting her shoulder with a smile. "Yeah, I know you will miss me, and I will miss you too." Yet, Suyeye remained silent, merely pushing her hand away from her shoulder. Su Qingqing's smile faded, her playfulness replaced by concern. Chapter 78, A Shift in Mindset, for the esteemed Finchiwit Qi Ling. Yeah. Su Qingqing's voice was laden with worry and guilt. "I'm fine, sister, you should go." At last, Suyeye lifted her head, her face adorned with a cheerful smile as she looked at her. Observing Suyeye, who appeared seemingly unaffected, Su Qingqing felt a pang of anguish within her heart. She hesitated, the words lingering on her lips before retreating. "I'm sorry that I cannot be by your side. Yet, my promise will remain steadfast. No matter the time, I shall always be your strongest support." Suyeye lowered her head again, remaining silent, as if she had not heard Su Qingqing's reassurances. Su Qingqing wished to say more, but when her gaze inadvertently fell upon Suye's tightly clenched fists hidden beneath the table, she chose to remain silent. Continuing would only risk provoking Suyeye to strike her. "Auntie, that's bad. Don't bully mommy." Su Xiaoka noticed that Suyeye was in a state of distress, and her gaze turned towards the instigator, Su Qingqing, with a hint of irritation in her tone. As she spoke, she attempted to lightly strike Su Qingqing's head, but her reach fell short. "Xiaoka." Su Qingqing, taken aback by Su Xiaoka's displeasure, found herself at a loss for words. "I'm sorry," she repeated, gathering her coat and departing from the restaurant. Throughout this exchange, Suyeye remained silent, her attention fixed on her plate as she mechanically picked at her food. Su Xiaoka made several attempts to serve her the largest pieces of meat, but Suyeye merely patted her head without uttering a word. As the evening deepened, approaching 9 o'clock, Bai Xiaoi kept a watchful eye on the darkening sky. After a moment's hesitation, she rose from her seat. "Apologies, but I must take my leave. Those troublemakers tend to stir up chaos at night, and I need to keep an eye on them." She offered her explanation, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense. Yet her resolve to leave remained steadfast. Su Xiaoka wished to persuade her to stay, but understanding Bai Xiaoi's determination, she could only urge her to visit often. "Here's the key. You should head back." Recognizing Bai Xiaoi's intention to retrieve her sickle, Suyeye handed her the key. "Very well, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Xiaoka, Sister Su." With the key in hand, Bai Xiaoi hurriedly exited. In an instant, only Suyeye and Su Xiaoka remained at the dining table. Su Xiaoka, anxious about Suyeye's silence, recalled a previous method of comfort and gently reached out to stroke Suyeye's head. "Little shell, let us dine first. There are rules here. One must finish their meal before departing." Suyeye chuckled, gently grasping her small hand and caressing it softly. At that moment, An unnamed server passing by overheard her words and recalled the earlier admonition from a senior colleague. He hastily interjected, "Ladies, you need not concern yourselves with such formalities. It is perfectly acceptable if you cannot finish your meal." Before he could complete his sentence, Su Ye's piercing gaze startled him, causing him to retreat a couple of steps, nearly losing his balance. Once he steadied himself, he noticed that Su Ye bore no intention of holding him accountable, and he scurried away in haste. Su Ye reached for the red wine resting on the table, which had been brought over by the elderly server. Merely by its appearance, she could discern its quality. She surmised that the individual was likely the manager or owner of the establishment, for even the most seasoned employees would not have the authority to make such decisions unilaterally. Those who promise to stay by my side are nothing but deceivers. Su Ye murmured to herself as she uncorked the bottle and poured a glass of red wine into the goblet. Su Xiaoxiao, unaware of what wine entailed, would surely prevent Su Ye from indulging if she were cognizant of it. As the wine coursed through her, a wave of warmth enveloped her body. Yet, in the next instant, it felt as if some protective mechanism had been triggered. The alcohol within her system was rapidly diluted, and the initial dizziness vanished as swiftly as it had come. It was as though she had merely consumed a glass of water, and she sensed no peculiarities in her body. A sudden urge to shatter the wine bottle arose within her, but the gaze of Su Xiaoxiao beside her compelled her to suppress that impulse. Suddenly, she consumed 2 bottles of red wine with the ease of drinking water, her cheeks tinged with a delicate flush. Su Ye reclined against the back of her chair, her eyes tightly shut. "Mom, are you asleep?" Su Xiaoxiao, oblivious to her mother's inebriation, merely assumed she had fallen asleep. Su Ye opened her eyes, her vision slightly blurred. Just moments ago, she had felt perfectly fine. Now, she was unexpectedly intoxicated. "Xiaoxiao, help me." With Su Xiaoxiao's assistance, Su Ye made her way to the front desk. The elderly attendant, seated within, appeared to be calculating accounts. Upon noticing the two approaching, he quickly rose and greeted them with a smile. "Ladies, how may I assist you?" Su Ye twisted her arm, forcing her mind to regain some semblance of clarity. "The bill, please." As she spoke, she reached for her card. The man hesitated momentarily before hastily offering an explanation. Miss, you have already settled the bill. There is no need for." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Ye had already turned towards the exit. Su Xiaoxiao quickly supported her, anxious as she swayed unsteadily, fearing she might fall. Why does everyone keep leaving me? Why? Su Ye murmured to herself, the long-suppressed emotions finally erupting at this moment. Everything had seemingly been resolved, and life was progressing positively. Yet why? Why were all those around her departing one after another? No one knows what emotions she harbored when she ventured out. Initially, she thought that even if she could not enjoy several days of relaxation, at the very least, they could spend the evenings soaking in a hot spring together. Yet now, she did not cry. She merely covered her face with a smile. Since the revelation of her identity, an overwhelming pressure had weighed upon her, one that she could not share with anyone. The burden of being a traveler, the mystery of her mother, and the enigmatic visions that seemed prophetic. All these matters remained buried deep within her heart, unspoken. While Su Qingqing might know much about her, she could not confide in her, just as she had departed without disclosing her reasons. A transparent wall of separation stood between them, concealing many truths from each other. As for Elanlan, she was swamped with her own affairs. Even if she wished to listen, Su Ye could never divulge her secrets. Ultimately, they were still mere acquaintances. In the midst of her chaotic thoughts, a warm little hand suddenly clasped her wrist. The tender voice of Su Xiaokai reached her ears. "Mama, if you have anything sad to share, please tell Xiaokai. I am willing to listen and will do my best to comfort you." Su Ye was taken aback, gazing at the child who had been supporting her. The myriad emotions in her eyes finally settled. Yes, she almost forgot that the most important person remained by her side. That was enough. "Xiaokai, Mama loves you." "Mama, Xiaokai loves you the most." Chapter 79. Miss Title is in love, little shell. Allow me to confide in you. I hail from another realm. You indeed possess a grandmother, though her whereabouts elude me, and she may very well have departed from this world. I find myself yearning for Xiao Nan and the others. Due to her inebriated state, Su Ye lay upon the bed, beginning to utter nonsensical words, unveiling the thoughts that lingered in her heart. She had come to a realization regarding her physical condition. This protective mechanism would automatically disengage in accordance with her will. Much like now, should she desire to be intoxicated, she would be. Conversely, if she wished to remain sober, she could awaken in an instant. Yet, she refrained from testing this. for the current state suited her just fine. Su Xiaoxiao lay beside her, her small hands entwining around Su Yeye like the tentacles of an octopus. I do not want a grandmother. I only want my mother, she murmured upon hearing Su Yeye's ramblings. Su Yeye turned over, enveloping Su Xiaoxiao in her embrace, her tone tender and indulgent. Rest assured, my dear, mother will always be here with you. I shall keep my promise. The mere thought of Su Qingqing ignited a spark of anger within her. Her ire did not stem from the fact that the other had matters to attend to, but rather from perceiving that there were secrets being withheld from her. Even the pretext of leaving for a reason felt laughable. Su Qingqing's facade was unconvincing. No, she did not wear a mask at all. It seemed as though she intended for Su Yeye to see right through her. Though she professed to be a protector and companion, in the end, it was merely a means to an ulterior end that led her away. Little Shell was indeed the best. As for sisters, they were better left aside. Mother is truly the best. As for aunts, they are best left aside. On the other side, before a solitary blue door, Su Qingqing crouched on the ground. It was late at night, and darkness enveloped her surroundings. In her hand, she clutched a mobile phone, the sole source of illumination in the inky blackness. The glow of the screen illuminated her face, revealing her slightly reddened eyes. Her gaze was fixated on the luminous display, where a photograph of Su Yeye resided, an image she had surreptitiously captured in a restaurant. As she beheld the scene of Su Yeye laughing and conversing with several others, a few crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks. In a flurry, Su Qingqing hastily wiped them away, her demeanor frantic, as if she feared detection by others. Mother, what are you truly thinking? Su Qingqing sobbed, her hands covering her face. Can you not see how much Yeye is suffering? If the path to kingship is destined to be solitary, then let it be I who ascends that throne. As she spoke, she rose to her feet, casting one last glance at the photograph in her hand, and resolutely stepped through the blue door before her. With her figure fading from sight, the last flicker of light extinguished, plunging the area back into darkness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yilanlan stood before another blue door. In contrast to Su Qingqing, she was flanked by dozens of individuals clad in combat attire, men and women, young and old alike. Yet, this assembly shared a distinctive trait. Their discipline was remarkable. Without a word from their leader, Yilanlan, they maintained an almost imperceptible control over their breathing, let alone any conversation. Several individuals raised their lanterns, dispersing the surrounding darkness and shielding the group from its encroachment. Yilanlan remained in her customary attire, a black uniform paired with denim shorts, an ensemble well-suited for combat. Behind her stood a cadre of formidable allies from her family, accompanying her on this perilous yet crucial mission entrusted to her. The patriarch had stressed the significance of this undertaking before his departure, reminding her that the fate of their clan hinged upon its success. Yilanlan, this mission is of utmost importance. You must see it through. For your father believes in your capabilities. His words echoed persistently in her mind, soothing her once restless heart. She could not fathom why this critical task had been assigned to her when there were many more capable individuals within the family. Nevertheless, as it was her father's directive, she felt compelled to fulfill it, unwilling to disappoint his expectations. It is time to embark, brave warriors, Yilanlan proclaimed loudly, rallying the spirits of her comrades. Unconsciously, her hand found its way into her pocket, where her phone resided, functional only within the confines of Zhongqing. Rendered useless upon entering the special district, she yearned to call Su Yeye to express her apologies for leaving abruptly, as it could be construed as a breach of promise. Yet, with the fervent cheers erupting from her followers, she withdrew her hand from her pocket. Retrieving her phone at such a moment would surely dampen their morale. She could always apologize upon her return. Surely, Su Yeye was not so petty. A group of individuals, illuminated by the glow of flames, entered through the blue door. Soon after, only a solitary wooden sign remained standing at the entrance. Dragon's Nest. The following morning, Su Yeye awoke early, with her arms wrapped around her knees. She gazed dreamily at Su Xiaoxiao, who was still lost in slumber, before finally rising to freshen up. She had tasks to attend to that day and needed to devise a plan. After releasing her pent-up emotions yesterday, she now felt a sense of lightness. Indeed, one should not bottle everything inside, for it only leads to mental fatigue and a weary spirit. As Su Yeye brushed her teeth, she scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. She gently caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, a sudden sense of anticipation bubbling within her. It seemed she had already taken on the shape of a mother. Feeling a twinge of regret, she absent-mindedly ruffled her hair before tidying herself up and heading downstairs. Upon her descent, she unexpectedly encountered Angel. who was approaching with 2 cups of milk. Upon seeing her, Angel immediately greeted her with a smile. "Miss Su, good morning. I've prepared milk for you. I was just thinking of bringing it up." With that, she extended the cup of warm milk to Su Ye. Caught off guard for a moment, Su Ye accepted the steaming cup, which radiated warmth and felt pleasantly hot in her hands. She recalled a casual remark she had made earlier, wishing for a cup of hot milk every morning to spare her the trouble of going out to buy it. She was pleasantly surprised by Angel's thoughtfulness in remembering her words. "Thank you, Miss Angel," she expressed, touched by the gesture. A cup of warm milk, once consumed, envelopes one in a comforting sensation, bringing a soothing tranquility to both body and mind. "I shall place this cup at your doorstep. Should you require it to be heated again, do not hesitate to summon me." Su Ye nodded, growing increasingly appreciative of the front desk attendant. Not only was she diligent and hardworking, but her gentle demeanor also radiated kindness, a true embodiment of a virtuous wife and nurturing mother. With a sense of admiration, Su Ye departed from the hotel,